So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto becomes a Hokage at 16. Part 3. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 17. The Pensive Pause in Planning. Konoha, otherwise known as the village hidden in the leaves, awoke to a dark morning the first day after the battle with the two Akatsuki spies. No, seriously, the giant-ass tree in the middle of the village blocked out the sun and shaded the entire village. Outskirts and all, I'm not kidding. All the villagers gathered around the abnormality as they remembered the battle they had watched from their windows and doorways. Their Hokage had protected them from the blonde bomber with all his might and was now in the hospital, at least it was what was running through the gossip circles. Now, 1 week after the battle, the village was back to being busy. The ninja and the builders from Wave, who hadn't left, were helping in clearing out the rubble from destroyed buildings. It was only lucky that those buildings were scheduled for destruction anyway. Thank you, Tazuna-san. Hokage-sama will be very glad that we've cleared all this away by the time he awakens. Kitetsu said as he bowed in respect for the Wave carpenter. It was nothing. These lazy dogs need some work and Konoha is like a gold mine for that with how much crap gets destroyed here. Man, it's like Kami-sama hates your village. Ha. Tazuna said jovially as Kitetsu and Izumo sweat dropped at him. He's only in it for the money and knowing our village's history. He'll be making plenty of that. Both ninja thought as they watched Tazuna laugh long and hard with money signs in his eyes. Well. Training Ground 7 won't need our help, Tazuna-san. The ninja are repairing that with earth and water ninjutsu, so it'll be back to normal by the end of the day. Izumo said as Tazuna seemed to deflate a bit but still seemed good-natured as he sighed. To tell you boys the truth, I would gladly do all this for free. Time and again, but Naruto simply won't hear of it and if he did, then I'd be getting a rather nasty letter in the mail, along with a bag of gold. That boy is something else. Tazuna said as he looked up at the Hokage mountain, the four faces of the previous Hokages looked shadowed in the shade of the giant tree. Speaking of which. What are we gonna do about that tree? Kitetsu asked Izumo as his partner shrugged. Jonin and Anbu have been trying to destroy that thing for a week now. Even Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama tried their hands at bringing it down. Tsunade-sama actually broke her hand punching at it. They say the thing is as tough as diamonds and yet bends with the breeze like any other tree. The only two able to take it down would be Hokage-sama or that Jonin that helped him battle. Izumo said as he and his partner looked up at the tree. 4 days after the battle, the civilians, along with the other population of Konoha, were informed that the enemy had been defeated and retreated, though the gossip had already spread. Naturally, when the populace saw the giant tree and the gossip got out, many people openly cheered for their newest Hokage. But the opinions of some people would never change with such a simple show of power when the third and fourth Hokages had done better with less flashiness. Children ran the streets playing Hokage and the Bomber, while old folks talked about the days of the two previous Hokages and Sannin battles they had witnessed or heard of. Why do I remember about 50 years ago when the second Hokage was still around? He created an entire tsunami out of thin air to wipe out an army of Cloud Ninja. Let's see that upstart kid do that. An old man said as another sighed. Yes, but you must admit that for his age giving up enough chakra to create something as strong and yet gentle as that tree was an accomplishment. The other old man said as the first scoffed. So the brat gave chakra. It was that wood boy with the first Hokage's genes that actually made it. He formed it and controlled the thing. The first old man said as the second frowned. Yes, you're right, he did and he should be praised for it, but without Hokage-sama's enormous amount of chakra, such a feat wouldn't have even been thought possible by anyone who wasn't the Shaddai. Not even if it were from another Jinchuriki. Plus, for him to give up that much of his chakra in one go shows for something. The second man said with a slight smile as the first grumbled. I guess. Damn you, Kasuke. The first grumbled as the second old man smiled. You're doing okay as a Hokage, Naruto. You're doing okay. Kasuke Maraboshi, the 10,000-year genin, thought with a smile on his face as he looked up at the tree which shaded the village. Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi said from the railing he sat on, reading his book. He glanced to the side of him as he saw the white-haired sage next to him with a telescope in hand. What are we going to do about that? Tree. I mean, I couldn't even cut through it with my lightning blade and it broke my wrist. Thank Kami-sama for Tsunade-sama. Kakashi said, flexing his now healed wrist. Huh? Oh. That tree. Well, nothing I guess. Tenzo. Yamato Kakashi corrected with an eye smile as Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Yamato will have to either make it go away or put it to some good use. It's actually nice in a way, but it's kinda an eyesore too. Jiraiya said as Kakashi nodded. Yeah, you're right. Now then, what do we do about them? Kakashi asked as he jabbed a thumb behind them. Jiraiya looked behind himself as he chuckled fervidly at the sight he was seeing. Inside Naruto's hospital room were 3 girls sitting beside his bed on one side. On the other side were a boy and girl, his teammates. The 3 girls looked even more worried for the sleeping and ghostly breathing Naruto than his teammates did, though Sasuke tried very hard to hide his own worry. Do you think he'll be alright? Tenten asked as Hinata brushed Naruto's bangs out of his peaceful face. He looked so peaceful. Almost as if he were dead. He'll be fine. Another day in here and he'll be back to himself. They said his only problems were some broken ribs, a scorched back, a few out-of-place bones, and some muscle damage to his legs. Those were probably already fixed by the fox, but the major thing that's keeping him down is his chakra exhaustion. Sasuke said as Sakura's nervously tapping made his eye twitch. But he has loads of chakra. How could? Because, he used almost all of it to help make that damn indestructible tree out there. The only chakra he had left was enough to keep him barely alive. I heard from Kakashi-sensei and Jiraiya-sama that the guy who helped Naruto with the battle was in need of chakra infusions to keep him alive from both the sudden high Naruto's chakra gave him and the withdrawal it left on Yamato's chakra coils. That much chakra flowing through a normal person's body must have felt godly. Sakura said as she kept stealing glances at Naruto. He was gonna kick her ass when he heard about what happened in the other fight. Still though, torn leg muscles. What was that all about? Tenten asked as Ino shrugged. Hinata looked over at them shyly as she began pushing her index fingers together. She hated being the center of attention and she was about to. It was probably from that speed technique he used to get away from us the first time in the field. It doesn't flood the leg with chakra like speed normally does, but gives an intense burst of it to the point of the step. Though I'm not sure if that's completely right since I've only seen it once. Hinata explained timidly as they all stared at her. So he's got some kind of shunshin. That's cool, I guess. Sakura said nervously as her plan to outrun Naruto flew out her mental window. Before any more words could be exchanged, a groan came from Naruto as he slowly woke up. He tried to go back to sleep though, feeling like his entire body was on shutdown as he turned to his side. 5 more minutes, Sasuke. Just use the shower and don't touch them. Raymond. Naruto muttered sleepily as Sasuke blushed and all 4 girls turned to him with strange looks. Why you see. The tea thing is. I got nothing. Sasuke stuttered out but then gave up with a sigh. So? Why were you in Naruto's apartment and using his shower? I thought you two hated each other before being on a team and I know you haven't been over to Naruto's apartment in the time of team or the Hokage mansion to stay the night. Sakura said, all nervousness gone in the face of hearing some juicy secrets, while Hinata prayed for it not to be the steamy scenes racing through her head, while Ino and Tenten prayed for it to be. Well, that whole hate rivalry thing was kind of a half-truth. We did have a rivalry, but we didn't hate each other. We were kids. How the hell could we hate each other? We were actually best friends, though we didn't show it in the face of the public. I have a reputation to keep and people didn't like him because of the fox. Sasuke said as Sakura and Ino looked shocked, Hinata was still praying and Tenten looked curious. So? You buy his house? Tenten asked, still imagining Naruto and Sasuke in a shower together, getting clean while getting down and dirty. What could she say? She loved hot boy-on-boy action as much as any girl. Well, in the beginning it was only for when I was scared of Itachi coming back to kill me or when I started thinking of my parents haunting the house. I'd run to his apartment, which wasn't that far once I learned the shortcuts, and he'd let me in. I was scared, he was lonely, and so we got to be real good friends. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was and still am angry at the world in general, but Naruto is like the only person I can never be. Hate. He's the only one that understands the pain of being alone, but he'll never understand how I feel about what Itachi did. Sasuke said, deciding to actually follow the words of the book Inoshi gave him. The first step to self-realization is to talk about your past and the things you normally wouldn't with those of the same, being people you won't talk to about it. Damn that book. So, Naruto and I kind of grew up together. We talked, shared secrets, and even lived together for those 2 months. People were trying to kill him again back in the academy. He's lived at my house and I've lived in his. Remember when we first met Kakashi-sensei? I had to wait for him to get back home that day because I left my clothes in his apartment. Anyways, we're kind of like stepbrothers, except both our parents are dead and we live on our own. Sasuke said with a shrug as the girls simply stared at him. So? Have you two ever? Ino asked, moving her fingers around each other as Sasuke raised a brow in confusion. Crossed kunai. Tenten supplied after seeing his confusion. Sasuke asked as he tilted his head to the side. Play hide the scroll. Sakura said with a blush as Sasuke still didn't get it. We've hidden things and probably need to go find them, but I don't see what that has to do with anything. Sakura sighed in exasperation as she leaned over to Sasuke and began to whisper in his ear. At first his pale cheeks went a tomato red before his face turned green. Oh my Kami, that's sick. What is wrong with you people? No. Kami-sama, no. Why would we? How is that even? Oh Kami. Sasuke said as he jumped from his chair and looked at each of them before sitting back down. So? Never. Ino asked as Sasuke gave her a look. No. Sasuke said. Oh. I wonder who would be top and who would be bottom. Tenten asked as Hinata went red and Sasuke looked frightened. Why are we having this discussion? I thought we were talking about Naruto's health. Sasuke said as Ino rolled her eyes. You don't have to comment, you know. You don't have to have this topic of discussion, you know. Sasuke shot back as Sakura gave him a look. We're girls, it's what we do. Anyways, I think Naruto would be a bot. Ugh. Disturbance in the force. No bottom me, that's totally Sasuke. Naruto muttered in his sleep as he tossed and turned. The others looked at him and then Sasuke as Sasuke blushed. What's with you? Tenten asked as Sasuke looked away. Nothing, and if he mutters anything else in his sleep I'll. Sasuke. Your mom looks hot. I'd total tap the. I'll kill him. Let me go. He needs to die. I knew showing him those pictures was a bad idea from the start. Let me go. Oh, Hinata. You're so talented. Hinata fainted on the spot as the room went silent, nose blood dripping onto the floor as the other four looked down at her fallen form. Is he? The pervert? Yes. Sakura growled out as she glared at Naruto. It's not perverted to have those sort of dreams. Now those there, Ino said as she pointed out the window to Jiraiya and Kakashi, those are perverts. Oh, Ino. I love the way you. Okay, that's enough of that. Ino said as her face went red and she slapped a hand over Naruto's mouth. Her hand squirmed as Naruto began licking it, making her spine shiver as he moved his tongue along her nerves. She jerked her hand away before a moan could escape her. Are you okay, Ino? You seem a bit flushed. Tenten said with a smirk as Ino dried her hand and rubbed the tingles away. Shut up. Ino muttered as Tenten giggled. What's up with? MMHH, 10. So good. Naruto moaned as he lay sprawled out in the bed, Tenten's face cherry red. Thanks. Tenten squeaked out as Sasuke gave Naruto's sleeping form a suspicious look. Sakura. More. Naruto moaned out as Sakura sputtered, but the blush on her face told everything. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at the smirk growing on Naruto's sleeping face. Ooh, Anko, Aim, Tamari, Shizune, Ami, Tsunami, Tsunade, Kin, Kiba's sister, Hana, Kiba's mom, Tsume, Haku, who was totally a girl, Sasuke's mom. Stop it. We know you're not asleep anymore, so just stop it. Sasuke yelled as he covered his ears. Though he had to admit, half of those girls and women weren't so bad. Ha! Naruto said, opening his eyes as a large fox-like grin grew on his face. He struggled to sit up in bed as Tenten and Ino helped him. Roughly. So many names, Naruto. Tenten said. And yet, we don't know some of them. Ino finished as Hinata finally got up. Naruto was saved from a response as Tsunade walked in, lab coat on as it struggled to the front of her chest. Naruto raised a brow at her as she looked from him and wrote things down on a clipboard. Nice to see you finally awake, brat. Now then. Hey. I'm Hokage, so that's me. Your awesomeness to you, subordinate. Naruto said, though he looked too weak for the joke. Okay, Mr. Brat. Now, as I was saying, your bones have reset and healed. Your legs, tendons, ligaments, and muscles are repaired, so there are no problems there. The only thing I see left wrong with you are the incredible lack of chakra and your disrespect for your elders. Tsunade said, still writing in her clipboard. I'm your boss and leader. Besides, I still don't have to respect you, Granny, even if I wasn't. You drink, you gamble, and you lose every ryo that you make. Naruto said as he laid back on his pillow. A vein near Tsunade's temple pulsed noticeably, but she remained calm. A little mouthier than usual, huh? Perhaps we need to get you doped up and incoherent. Tsunade said as she reached in her pocket and took out a needle. No, stay away from me with that. Besides, I love hugs not drugs. Naruto said as he moved Hinata on the bed to shield him from the needle. Tsunade raised a mirthful eyebrow, but didn't put the needle away. Instead, she advanced on the bed as Naruto held Hinata, Ino and Tenten as well, for extra protection, closer to him. Oh, what's wrong? Whittle Hokage Naruto afraid of a big bad shot. Tsunade cooed as Naruto nodded animatedly. Hell yes. Naruto exclaimed weakly, no shame in his fear of the pointed needle of death. Enough. Naruto, stop being such a baby. It's just a shot. Why don't you willingly let her stab you with a sharp object and inject some strange fluid into your veins? I, on the other hand, have more sense than that. Naruto said politely as he crossed his arms in a show. Sakura only sighed as she shook her head at his rebuttal. Naruto, you're supposed to be the Hokage. You're supposed to set a better example for us ninja than this. And I am, by not subjecting myself to pains I don't want to simply because you people think I'm mouthy. Now if you want to willingly be sedated and give the village a break from your voice. Naruto. Hey. Then I can understand perfectly. I, however, have important things to do as Hokage and can't be all loopy for them. Naruto said as the others stared at him. That all had actually made some sense. Fine, no shot. Tsunade said sullenly as she put the cap back over the needle and placed the syringe back in her pocket. No stabbing Naruto with sharp stuff today. Maybe next time. So, how long will I need to be here? Naruto asked as he adjusted himself in the bed, still using the three girls as shields until they jumped off. We're not sure at the moment. The rate of chakra recovery is different for each individual and I've never studied it with a Jinchuriki before. It could be tomorrow and it could be next week. However, you will stay until you have recovered and that's finally. Tsunade said, writing in her clipboard and then placing it in a bin on Naruto's bed. She gave him a stern look before gazing at the others. Shizune lets you all be in here, but the policy is that only one visitor is allowed in a room at any given time. Shizune didn't know that due to the circumstances, but for Hokage and Jinchuriki, only trusted Anbu and officials are allowed in. Because of Naruto's age and other factors, you all fall into the trusted officials category, but only one at a time. Even with a doctor. Now, 4 of you out and 1 stays. You've been warned. Tsunade said with a very serious look as her eyes pierced all of them. Naruto nodded when they all looked to him for reassurance. He may have been stuck there bored and all, but even he couldn't argue policy when he was a patient. Besides, it kept assassins away since only people he really knew would be allowed in. Tenten and Ino sighed as they walked out, having to go meet their teams anyway. Naruto wrote a letter for them to turn into Iruka, allowing the academy teacher to handle missions today with Kakashi and the elders. Sakura and Sasuke left soon after so that they could help Kakashi. That left only him and Hinata, who was looking anywhere but him as she thought about them. Alone. Hey, brat. I see you're all alone with your woe. Shut up, pervy sage, and leave Hinata alone. Naruto yelled as he collapsed back onto his pillows, Hinata helping him sit back up as her face went red. Jiraiya's cheeky grin faded as he gazed at Naruto with a serious look. Fine. I need her to scream anyway. You've been out for a while now, and though it pains me to say it. There's. And no time for. GG girls right now. I have some information that you may need. Jiraiya said as he climbed into the room. Hinata took the chance she was given as she stood. I'll just see you later, and Naruto-kun. Hinata said before she zipped out of the room. Naruto sighed as he ran a hand through his hair but stopped while looking up at Jiraiya. What's wrong now? What happened while I was out of it? Naruto asked as Jiraiya took up a chair and sat beside Naruto's bed. A lot. The Sand are planning a visit in 3 weeks to discuss their atonement for their part in the invasion nearly 3 months ago. The Rock are planning an assault with a genin force of 100. Lightning has just now decided on its 4th Raikage. And just about everything else is in this folder. Jiraiya said as he handed Naruto the file. Naruto opened it and began reading, a frown on his face as he went on. So far. The hidden waterfall has been taken over by a renegade group. The land of the moon has lost its prince along with the land of snow its princess, but that last one happened years ago. You found her, and we'll deal with that tomorrow. It also seems that a group of travelers is in trouble due to their knowledge of some ancient stone. Interesting. Naruto said, reading only some of the really high-level marked information out as Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, the first that will need help is the princess, but like you said we can talk more on that tomorrow with others. Also, the land of the moon hasn't lost their princess. The boy's father sent him away for some reason and claimed it as a vacation of some sort. I think something fishy is going on in the land of the moon, but that's not for me to speculate. Those travelers though will need our protection before the end of next month though, so you have enough time for that one. Jiraiya said as Naruto glanced up at him from the corner of his eye while he closed the file. I'll get on all this tomorrow or whenever I get out of this stupid hospital. As for now. Inu, Beetle. Naruto called out as 2 Anbu dropped from the ceiling on one knee to their leader. Yes, Hokage-sama. They both asked as Naruto frowned. Bring me. My paperwork. For once I'll have to do it all myself since I can barely move from this bed, let alone summon a shadow clone. Naruto said as the 2 Black Ops nodded and vanished. Ox, bird. Naruto called as 2 Anbu Black Ops stepped out of the shadows. I need you two to bring me boar. Kicking, screaming, bruised and crying if you have to. Naruto said, an edge in his voice as the two agents quickly disappeared to get their target. Or? Jiraiya asked, remembering that it was a young girl about Kurenai's age that had the job of the Earth-style ninjutsu master of Anbu. Yes, Bor. She has crossed me. Naruto said, still with a touch of anger as Jiraiya mentally prayed the girl hadn't done anything more or less than touch the boy's privates. Or at worse, his ramen. Why do you think he wants Bor? Ox asked as Bird shook his head, not knowing what the younger Anbu could have done. If it was just a mission or something of the like, he would have called her himself, but he didn't, and that can only mean one general thing. Bird said, trailing off as he didn't want to believe what he was insinuating. Where are you two off to in such a hurry? Yugao Yuzuki asked as she dropped down in front of their path atop the roofs of Konoha. We're off to collect Agent Bor. Hokage Sama requested that we go. Bird said, the importance in his voice stressing the situation. Yugao, dressed in her cat Anbu mask and garb, gasped from behind said mask. You don't think he'd? It is Naruto-sama's decision if that is the case. I believe that won't be the case, but even so not without good reason. We've all heard her opinion on his appointment and I'm sure she wasn't able to control it around him. She's so hot-headed and I still don't see why Sarutobi-sama kept her on with her attitude about things. But it's not my place to speak on such matters. Now then, let's move. Bird said as they nodded and sped off, intent on seeing their Hokage's will done. Even if it meant losing an Anbu. Hey, I have a question, Niji. Why weren't you promoted to Chunin like Shino and Shikamaru? Tenten asked as Lee turned to look at Niji as well. Niji sighed, having already known this was going to come up. The council and Naruto-sama said that while I was indeed brilliant in my finals match against Hokage-sama himself, they felt that I still needed to sort through my various personal issues. They said that a Chunin cannot pause in the middle of a fight to lecture his opponents on how weak they are and how they need to give up. They told me that I need to beat them. Granted, the council and even Hiashi-sama said I was showing signs of changing, however they still felt that it was not conclusive yet. They said that I'm free to take the exam again in 6 months and if I keep up with the improvements, then I should be fine. Niji said as Tenten and Lee blinked. So they basically said that the only thing stopping you from being promoted was the fact that you were a talkative prick. Tenten asked for clarity as Niji's eyes twitched. I was not that bad, Tenten. Niji shouted in a very un-Hyuga-like manner. Yes you were. Evan Lee was starting to give up hope on you until Naruto changed you. Tenten said with a shake of her head. Niji crossed his arms and began muttering to himself as he turned away from his team. Don't worry, Niji. I'm sure you'll get 'em all next time. That is, if Lee doesn't first. Guy shouted as Niji groaned. He needed a break from the insanity. Oh, Guy-sensei. Lee. Truly, he did. And that's how our battle went. Jiraiya finished recounting his and the others' battle against Sasori as Naruto blinked. Wait. Sakura jumped in. And actually saved Granny Tsunade? Naruto asked, his eyes wide as he blinked in surprise again. Huh. And Sasuke had said she would always be useless. Yup, true tale to the very end. The girl had spunk. I'll give her that, but for a few seconds of glory, she went back to a damsel in distress real quick the next. Jiraiya said with a shrug. Naruto, now over his surprise, gritted his teeth in anger. I gave her a direct order to follow, and she still left the safety of her house, entered an S-class battle, and got captured by the enemy not 10 seconds into her entering it. Niji I can understand because he was with Hiashi at least, and will be warned against it later. But Sakura? Hell no. No wonder she seemed so nervous whenever I met her gaze earlier. That little. Ha. So, Pinky's got a rebellious streak, huh? Jiraiya laughed out as Naruto growled. Rebellious my ass. She will be dealt with later. Now, I told you about my battle and my thoughts on it. What do you think? It went pretty good until he got the jump on you. Fighting bombs is something no ninja has a real defense for, but you did well to fight from a distance, strike fast, and then retreat. You saw through his clones and were able to keep Yamato from getting hurt badly as well. To be honest though, you were out of your current league because you only know about 10 or less at the moment. You only have the bare basics in all of your training, and even that was spread better thinly due to us being on the road. Your ninjutsu and other skills need a lot of work, but your skills in deception and strategy are extremely high. That, however, may come from your cunning and imagination from years as a former prankster. Right now, I'd rate your abilities at that of an extremely powerful jounin, just a shade above Kakashi. However, that's only because of the quality of the you-know. Not how many. Jiraiya said candidly as Naruto's gaze dropped to his hands which were gripping at the bed sheets over his lower body. I know that I need a lot of work, but how am I gonna manage all the training I'll need and being Hokage at once? I need a lot of in-depth elemental training because you were no help at all, to jutsu training from you to get all the frog kata basic moves, and maybe training, even though I hate it. I'll also need to train in Kenjutsu and various other things, and the only thing I've fully mastered is Fuinjutsu. Naruto said, getting more and more depressed as he realized just how much work he needed and how little he actually had. Hey now, buck up, kid. Listen, I know you have a long road ahead of you, but like Sarutobi-sensei always used to tell me, the long road is paved with hard work and paid back in full with good fortune later on. Or something like that, but seriously. We'll work something out. All we need now is a starting point. Jiraiya said as Naruto sighed and ran his hands through his hair. Alright. Let's see. Oh. I could start on wind nature. You and Kyuubi-sensei said I was a natural with it, but neither of you could teach me any more than the leaf cutter technique. I need a wind user that knows more training exercises. Naruto said as he and Jiraiya began thinking of people. Kakashi will be able to help. What with being a master of 1,000, a few of them must be wind-natured. Then there's that Asuma guy, he's a natural wind user. Those are the only two I can think of. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. Alright then, I'll have them meet with me tomorrow to see if we can't work something out. I also need to deal with a barrier team that I've only just now heard about. I'll check on that as soon as I'm out of here. Whenever I'm not working on wind training, I'll start with something else and go on missions. Missions? Jiraiya asked with a raised brow as Naruto nodded. Of course. What, did you think I'd be stuck behind a desk or in the village all my career as Hokage? Nope, I plan to see the world. The lifelong dream just came along faster than I would have thought. Now I can go on awesome new missions and save princesses instead of dirty old drunk men. Naruto said as Jiraiya's sweat dropped at his last statement. So? Training. Jiraiya said, hoping it would keep Naruto from ranting about how much his former missions sucked. I mean, what would they do with Genin if Naruto suddenly decided that the ranks were stupid? Huh? Oh, right. Wind first, since I need to be able to use more and it is my best nature. Then I'll also work on some Taijutsu, and while all that's going on, I'll have some clones read up on things in the library or sit in the back of academy classes. Naruto said, but he turned sour when he spoke of the academy. Jiraiya noticed with only a little suspicion of what it could be. Something is wrong, Naruto. Jiraiya asked as Naruto looked up at him. Yeah, did you know that the civilian council has been in control of the academy ever since the old man had been reinstated? Naruto asked as Jiraiya looked confused. No. But now things make sense. The whole O-grade ninja thing was kind of bugging me when I got back for the Chunin exams. I was gonna ask Sarutobi-sensei, but never got around to it. Jiraiya said, though his voice was more sober as he thought of his dead teacher. That man had been like a father to him. And a grandfather to Naruto. Orochimaru would be getting more than a few lumps for doing the deed now that Jiraiya thought about it. Yeah, so I need to take back control of it. I was thinking. Could you help the teaching staff make the academy like it was back in your day? I mean, you're pretty great and you were the dead last like me. Naruto said as Jiraiya blinked in surprise. Did you just say I'm great? Jiraiya asked as Naruto raised a brow. I also called you a dead last. Naruto shot back as Jiraiya smirked. But you called me great and that's the only part I'm hearing. Yeah, baby. The town madman strikes again and the ladies swoon from his gallant dance of insanity. Now the heavens must also quake in fear, for even my young apprentice who is also my superior, realizes my awesome power. Jiraiya said, hopping out of his chair to dance around Naruto's room. Naruto's eyebrow twitched as he picked up a medical book that had been on his room stand and threw it at the white-haired man, hitting him in the back of his head. Focus, you perverted old geezer. We need to straighten out the academy. Now I'm starting to think Granny Tsunade was right about you being a dumbass in school. Naruto yelled as Jiraiya cried animated tears. Why must all my students be so harsh? Jiraiya whined as Naruto shook his head. Why was he surrounded by either perverted idiot guys or bipolar crazy girls? So, why did you three come for me again? Inashi asked as she and her fellow Anbu walked through the streets of Konoha. That in itself was odd enough since they were all still in full Anbu gear and the fact that Anbu weren't known to take friendly strolls through their village in the middle of daylight. Hence why people were staring and whispering. We have told you, Bor-san. Hokage-sama wishes to see you and we are merely the escort. Bird said as Inashi's eyes narrowed, having gotten that same answer 6 times now. What the hell was going on? Yugao-senpai, what's going on here? Why didn't Hokage-sama simply summon me himself? Inashi whispered to Yugao, barely keeping in her irritation at the stares she was getting and the whispers she caught. I don't know, but when you meet with Naruto-sama, I hope you'll be respectful. Yugao said, stressing choice words as Inashi gave her a look. Respectful? What the hell? Choose your next words very carefully, Bor-san. Bird said in a chilling whisper as Inashi gulped, seeing from the corner of her eye that Ox had reached for his hammer. What the hell's going on around here? Am I suspected of something? Oh crap. Did he find out about me revealing myself to Sasuke? Or is this about Sasuke escaping from his house? Inashi thought as she and the three Anbu walked around her in a triangular formation. It was easy for anyone to see that she was a prisoner to them and that they were bringing her in. Her only thought, however, was why. "Mom. I'm home," Sakura said as she entered her house, taking off her weaponry and placing it in the key dish beside the front door. "How was it today, Sakura dear?" Her mom's voice carried from the kitchen, where she was making cookies if the smell was anything to go by. "Oh, you know, the usual," Sakura said casually as she rubbed more salve on a cut she had on her exposed arm. Her and Asuma's team had gone out on a C-rank mission to take out some bandits, and one of them had managed to get in a lucky shot at her. The worst part was that she had been cut with wax-dripping poison. Thank Kami for Tsunade-sama's medical prowess and quick remedies. "Oh, nothing too dangerous I hope," Sayori said as she walked into the hall with a plate of fresh hot cookies. "No, nothing I couldn't handle," Sakura said with a fake smile. It was only thanks to her shinobi training that she could fool her mom into not worrying. Sayori only grew more worried as she saw the fake smile her daughter wore so casually, almost as if it was the real thing Sayori remembered from before her daughter joined the ninja academy. If Sakura thought for even a second that the smile and casual tone masked anything, then the girl obviously didn't know the power that being a person's mother gave them. She knew her daughter inside and out, and so she could easily tell when the girl lied to her. Even with the training the girl had, which only made it more obvious due to Sayori's mother's senses. Sayori could only sigh in content. It wouldn't be due to push her daughter for the truth, and it worried her sick every day that her little girl was going out into the world only to die someday, because that was how the system worked. She hated those damn ninja and their ways. The only reason she had let her daughter be a part of that damn academy was because. Sayori looked up at a picture that was in the hallway on the high wall. It showed a man in his early to mid-20s. He had white hair and one of the best smiles Sayori had ever seen in her life. His brown eyes told an entire story of cheerfulness, power, and determination. His skin was tanned and his features of a matured man well on his way to the top. The Konoha headband only added to his manly look of authority and charm. Sayori's eyes shone with held-back tears as Sakura walked past her to her room. He watched her little girl go with a sad eye before she went back to gazing up at the man in the framed photo. "Oh, Ichiro. What am I gonna do with her? I wish you hadn't left us for the next world, then maybe it wouldn't be so hard," Sayori said as she stroked at the cheek of the picture. Her tears fell onto the plate of cookies as she sighed sadly and went back to the kitchen to fix lunch for herself and their little girl. The ninja life wasn't taking another of her loved ones. It had already taken one too many. "And that is all I have to report, Danzo-sama," a ninja in a blank mask said as he kept his head down the entire time he reported to his master. Danzo hummed to himself as he thought over the battle report his root ninja had just given him. The battle damage was being repaired and wasn't much to begin with. The ninja had been beaten and retreated for now, but that was somewhat okay. But the bad part was that the village leader had been hospitalized after the whole thing and that Jiraiya had been running internal and external inference to all information networks and talks. For a while, Danzo had forgotten just how good Jiraiya was at his job when he wasn't being a perverted little brat. "That will be all," Danzo said as the ninja rose with a nod and disappeared. Danzo knew that the plan he was making was a far stretch, but he knew it had a chance of working. All he needed to do was pick the right ninja for the job. And boy did he have the right one. "Forth, operative brushstroke," Danzo said with a stamp of his cane as a ninja appeared out of the dark shadow before him in a kneeling position. "You summoned me, Danzo-sama," the operative said in a completely blank and devoid voice. "Yes, I have a mission for you. Sigh," Danzo said, a smile breaking out on his wrinkled face as the newly christened Sai looked up at him with lifeless eyes. "What is thy bidding, my master?" Sai said in the same monotone as before while Danzo looked down at him with a smirk. It was always good being the boss hidden in shadow. "Kabuto, how does their training go?" Orochimaru asked from his throne as Kabuto bowed to him before responding. "It goes well. They'll have all their moves and such perfected in 2 months' time. The only drawback is that his therapy isn't going all that well," Kabuto said as Orochimaru simply kept smiling. Nope, he wasn't going to let a little bad news ruin his day. He had finally regained some feeling, other than pain, in his left arm and so he took it as a great day today. It had been Sarutobi-sensei who sealed his arms. If you could feel anything other than pain, it was a blessing from Kami-sama. "That's alright, Kabuto. I have plans for him during that time. What I really wanted to know was how things were in that facility," Orochimaru asked as Kabuto frowned. "Not good I'm afraid. There seems to be something attacking around the facility, a beast of some kind that's trying to locate it. Plus, that one isn't being very cooperative since he isn't well enough to help us anymore," Kabuto said as Orochimaru's smile faltered a little before coming back full force. That's fine, Kabuto. A little bad news isn't anything to get too worried about. Like my dear dead sensei used to say, one must take all good and bad news with a grain of salt. All things have their place, and that is absolute truth. Or something like that. Anyways, I'm in a good mood right now so I won't even kill anyone. Orochimaru said as a random ninja walked through his throne room to get to another door. Orochimaru's sword shot out quicker than Kabuto could react and sailed barely past his ear to stab the random ninja through his leg. Kabuto looked back shakily and sighed when he saw the ninja was the intended target. See, Kabuto-kun. I didn't kill him. I didn't even poison him. Orochimaru said above the ninja's howls of pain and anguish. Why yes, I see, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto said as he shakily readjusted his glasses. He really needed to get away from this guy before his life came to an unexpected and abrupt end. So? They kicked your artistic asses and then made you both run away like little bitches. I'd believe it. Haiden said as his holographic image gazed upon the living ones of Sasori and Deidara. Shut up, you disgustingly uncultured dolt. We were merely caught off guard by their expecting us. Deidara defended as Sasori was watching for Pain's reaction. The guy had closed those freaky eyes of his when they had finished their report and hadn't opened them since. So why didn't you just blow the village up? Oh yeah, that's right. The kid saved it with a beautifully big-ass tree. Kiss him said with a chuckle as Haiden joined in with him. Enough, kiss him. It's obvious that young Naruto has grown even stronger since we did battle with him. His rate of improvement has become staggering. Just imagine how strong he would be had the village not shunned him. Itachi said, hoping that his fellow Akatsuki members would grow more discouraged with his words, coupled with the defeat Naruto and the two loyal Sannin had handed to Sasori and Deidara. Pain's eyes snapped open after hearing Itachi's words. Well, he hated to admit it, the Uchiha Slayer had a point. The boy surely couldn't have gained the title of Kage without basis, and here it was. The boy had played Deidara like a flute and used a monstrous amount of chakra to create a natural shield to protect his village. It had been so powerful that even he had felt it all the way in his village. Itachi is correct. We must hold off our attempts to take down the Kyuubi Jinchuriki until we have better preparations. These things don't need to be rushed, however, so we will meet again in time. 3 years should be enough for all of you to gain anything and everything you'll need to collect your targets. Remember though, our mission is that of peace, and true failure is not an option. Pain said as the other members voiced their agreement and phased from view. Pain sighed as thought over where Madara could have gone. The immortal Uchiha had disappeared off the face of the earth and he would bet his favorite kunai set that it had something to do with the Uzumaki brat that had become Hokage. Pain then found himself thinking that everything had to do with that kid. Like the boy was some kind of destined child or something. Ha! That was a laugh because the only destined being around was him. Pain, the god of the rain village. The boy is beginning to become a problem. He's faring much better than I would have thought and seems to only grow more powerful with each challenge we throw at him. A masked figure said to a humanoid flight trap. Oh, and what will you do about him, Madara? Zetsu, the human flight trap, asked with a wide smirk as Madara turned away from him to look over the valley of the end. How long ago had it been since he and Hashirama did battle in this playground which those weaker ninja had marked as an epic battle site? 100 years, perhaps. Yeah, that sounded about right. I'm going to take care of him. Myself, if need be. Madara said as Zetsu licked his lips in hunger. And his delicious lifeless body? Zetsu asked as if he were a starving child. You may feast on it right down to the bone marrow if you please. Madara said, completely devoid of emotion as Zetsu looked hungrily at the statue of Hashirama Senju. Madara stared at the statue as well, smirking at it as he gazed over it and how it seemed to crumb under his gaze. For no one man could stand up to the might that was Madara Uchiha. Chapter 18. Dealing with the fallout. Inoshi knew as soon as he locked eyes with her that she was in trouble. The 3 Anbu members standing at every escape point in the room were only a stronger confirmation of that. And even though he was dressed in a hospital gown and in a hospital bed coughing as Lady Shizune gently rubbed his back, his glare was still unnerving her for reasons her conscious mind couldn't work out. In his eyes was a predator that seemed to lurk, simply waiting for her to make a wrong move so he could tear into her throat and devour her lifeless body. He frightened her. And she didn't like it. You intentionally disobeyed my orders. Naruto said sternly, though the coughing fit was making it hard on him to be an imposing figure. His irritation at the woman before him, having taken her mask as soon as she walked in, made his chakra flare up and since his chakra was not at its best, it was hard on him to function with it. I am so sorry. Inoshi said, not really seeing when she had disobeyed him. Well, she knew she had, but who had told him and why? Don't play games with me, Inoshi Hirako. You directly and willfully disobeyed my orders of staying out of sight and letting Sasuke deal with his own mentality. I said for you not to allow him to know of your presence. And what do? You make sure that both Tora and Ox have gone out to fulfill my orders to secure the village while you have a nice little chat with Sasuke. Naruto said as Shizune gave him some forms to fill out. Yes, but it worked. His resolve and loyalty to the village and you are concrete now. Inoshi said, defending her choice to disobey him. But that wasn't your choice to make. What if you had only driven him into insanity with that? What if he wanted revenge or something? Naruto snapped as Inoshi crossed her arms and glared at him. So it was your choice, then. The Sasuke I know would have never let something like the truth drive him towards something so stupid. Inoshi shot back as Naruto glared right back at her. That's just it. You don't know Sasuke. You've watched him by himself for over 7 years, but you don't know him. You don't know what's in his heart. If you really knew Sasuke then you would have known that he has revenge issues. Naruto shouted hotly as everyone was stunned into silence by his last statement. Revenge issues. Inoshi said, blanking her eyes as she tried to comprehend. See what I mean? You don't know him. But I do. Sasuke is a true nutcase, right down to his little emicker. If he's not plotting revenge on something, then he's sulking about how no one understands his pain. This is why I told you not to interfere with him, because now he's gonna have to go back to Inoichi Yamanaka for counseling. This is the squirrel plot all over again. Naruto said, complaining more to himself than the other 5 people in the room. Wait, I remember something about squirrels. He came home one day and added squirrels to his hate list about 3 years ago. Inoshi said as Naruto shook his head. That isn't just a hate list, you ignorant girl. That list is composed of all the people, things, and creatures Sasuke wishes to seek revenge on and kill. Naruto said in a condescending tone, as if talking to a child. Oh. So that's why Itachi's name has sparkles, hearts, and designs all by it. Inoshi said, feeling a little stupid in the fact that she hadn't worked that out. See what I'm talking about? You don't know that crazy little ball of hate and vengeance. You heard him cry to himself or mutter words of hate and whatnot, but you don't really know what's inside of him. Sure, he probably has a few little secrets that you know, but I know all of them. It's me he talks to. It's me that he feels the most comfortable with. You're just like his crazy ex-girlfriend that stalks him even though you both love each other. Naruto said as Inashi's eyebrow twitched. She was really getting fed up with being talked down to by this brat and she finally had enough. Listen to me, you too short little bastard. I don't need your tone and I damn well don't need you telling me how to do my job. Inashi yelled aloud as Shizune gasped and Jireya's eyes hardened as the Anbu held their weapons at the ready. Naruto shook his head as he kept his gaze on Inashi. I've had it up to twice your height with you. All I hear is about how much you accomplished or how you've protected this village. Well, I don't give a fuck. You're not the only one that's protected the village. You're not the only one to accomplish things. You're not the only orphan to grow up and be recognized. Inashi shouted as tears welled up in her eyes. Naruto cocked an eyebrow but didn't move a muscle as she went on. He had no clue where this was coming from, but he figured it was best to let her get it all out. All the damn attention the third Hokage gave you. And for what? Supposedly treating you like everyone else while he took you out for ramen. That's bullshit. All of us watched you walk by, him holding your little hand while he took you out for meals while we were stuck inside an orphanage watching. Why didn't we get to be around him? Oh sure he would visit, but do what? Say hello to each of us, talk to us, and play with us, but that was twice a year. If we were lucky. He took to you like you were his own family, but the rest of us got nothing. He kept you protected from the worst of life while we got beaten in an alley just for being orphans. At least you have an excuse for the crap you faced. Inashi said as she broke down and cried for the first time in 7 years. Why were we beaten, huh? Because our families died. Because we were left with nothing. You always used to say that you had nothing and no one, but you did. You had the one person all of us wanted to have. Grandpa Saratobi. Yeah, that's what we called him. He was our only family because he treated us all the same and loved us like his own grandkids. But you were always his favorite grandchild. It was always about little Naruto. From birth to now. He'd always have to break time with us in order to get you some food or get you to a hospital. We never got to walk to the hospital while he held our hand, all we got were bandages from the matron of our orphanage. Then we grew up. Most of us were already older than you, but that didn't matter. We were all still jealous. Most of us had trained every day to become ninja, and we did. All of us. You may know some of us. Like Iruka, Tenten, and little Ami from your class. I rose above all of them though. I strived to become the best, and I did. I trained until my hands bled and became an Anbu Black Op 10 years ago. And guess what? He was so proud of me. He told me that he saw greatness in me and that I would achieve it. I'd never forget the smile on his face when he told me that he said that he was proud to call me family. I almost cried, but I didn't. He hugged me and told me that now I was among the best. Inashi said, drying her tears with the backs of her hands. She remembered it all like it was yesterday. And it came. He received a message that you had been almost kidnapped by the hidden cloud again. He rushed out of the room after handing me my Anbu mask with the Anbu. I was once again reminded that no matter what I did, I and all the others would only be second best to Naruto Uzumaki. Inashi said, glaring up at Naruto, whose face was hidden behind his bangs. I trained and trained for 2 years, perfecting my earth element until no one could beat me in it. Not even Kakashi-senpai back then. I had surpassed them all, and you know what? I gained the boar mask of the Anbu. He handed it to me and told me again how he had been so proud. I forgot how bitter at you I was and bask in his praise. You didn't cause trouble that day though. My first real assignment was watching over Sasuke Uchiha 3 times a week. At first I had thought I was cheap, but it turned out to be better than I thought. Then came the real shitstorm. Your last 2 academy years. He would always be found behind his desk grumbling about how you weren't graduating, and finally I grew fed up with it and told him to stop griping and do something about it. He turned to me and said how he couldn't, how you were supposed to pass or fail on your own 2 feet. I wanted to yell at him about your younger years, but didn't. When you stole the scroll, the first thing he was worried about was you. When you were tested by Kakashi. You. When you went on your wave mission. You. When you entered the Chunin exams. You. During the month-long reprieve. You. You were always at the top of his concern list. It was always you, damn it. Inashi said, her voice getting louder as she reflected on those times. Naruto still hadn't moved, but the silent tears that ran down his face and landed on his hospital bed sheets were evident of his emotional state. Why? Why did he care about you so damn much? Was it the fox, or was it something else? What made him so proud of you when you accomplished the shadow clone jutsu? What made him smile like he did when you came back from wave with a bridge named after you? What made him so peaceful when he watched you win in the Chunin exam finals against that Hyuga kid? What, damn it, what? Inashi said, breaking into sobs as she sat on the floor. She hadn't cried in 7 years, and that last time was when a small orphan had asked her why Naruto was being taken to the Chirakus by the Hokage. That was one of the worst days of her life as she watched a sorrow fall on the little girl as she explained the norm to her. You really miss him, don't you? Naruto said in a hoarse voice as he finally looked up at her, showing his tear-stained face as he thought about the old man. Inashi moved quickly and had him up by the scruff of his shirt's collar while she glared into his eyes. How dare you? You don't even deserve to speak about him and you didn't deserve his attention. He was the best human being I had ever met and he was the only grandfather all of us had. You were a worthless moronic simpleton that didn't deserve to breathe the same air as his kindness and companion. You were so disrespectful and still are. You don't deserve the same title he held and you didn't deserve his praise. You don't deserve anything, you ungrateful, immature bastard. Inashi yelled in Naruto's face as she breathed heavily. Naruto only turned his face from her, as if looking into the very past itself, as his face turned sad in 1 second and somber the next. He was great and you're right. I didn't deserve any of it. I was such a little punk back then. But you were wrong about a lot of things. I didn't get as much time with him as you thought. I only saw him once a month. I never got an orphanage with other kids. Since I was old enough to remember I've been at the same apartment. I was all alone there. With no one but him that one time out of the month. He'd talk to me about things and then he'd leave. I did anything I could just to have a little more time with him. I begged, pleaded, and everything else I could think of just to make him agree to me buying him a bowl of ramen. I would follow him out of my apartment, walk with him to the tower. He'd hold my hand and make me walk back. Alone. Naruto said solemnly as he continued looking out at the memories as if they were displayed on the corner of the room. Everything was silent as heads bowed and tears fell in memory of the third Hokage. He was the best person. Always so kind, so wise, and so companion. He always felt that we were all family and that he had to do what's best for the family. That's why I wasn't mad when I found out about everything. I realized that it was just his way of protecting me. I realized that in some way I didn't understand, he was not trying to be mean, but simply trying not to lay any more burdens on my young shoulders. He was the best and I was so stupid back then. You're right. I don't deserve the same title as him. But I have it. Naruto said, giving Inashi a look of fire. I have it and I plan to live up to his greatness. I plan to surpass him someday and I won't give up until I do. He was like a grandfather to me and we were all his family. Now it's my job to take care of the family because now I'm head of the house. I may not be like him, but I will do my best. I am the 5th Hokage and I will protect our family. Naruto said, his once wavering voice filled solid with his determination and guts. You stupid little bastard. You're not him. You're not and you never will be. Inashi shouted, dropping Naruto as he fell back to the bed while she dropped to her knees. He readied himself and sat at the edge of the bed, taking her head into his lap and caressing her hair as she cried. I know I'm not, but I can try to fill the void. He was our grandpa, our old man, and we loved him. We only have each other and our memories of him left. Let me help fill the void he left, let me help ease the pain. Naruto said gently as he smoothed her long black hair. I hate you. He was my grandpa. And you took him away from me. From all of us. I hate you. Inashi said between sobs as she cried into him while he shushed her and patted her back. I know. I loved him too. Okay, kids, we're done for the day. Kakashi said as he got up from behind the large desk and shut his book. Sakura closed a scroll she had stamped while Sasuke looked at the ninja who was with his genin team. Sasuke gave them a shrug as the guy sighed. We never get any screen time. The Jonin sensei said as his kids hung their heads while they walked out. Oh, I feel kinda sorry for Team 3. They're never mentioned or appear in any of these stories. Sakura said as she rolled her scroll up and handed it to Iruka. Yeah, neither do teams 2, 4, 5, or 6, but you don't hear them griping about it. Besides, they're in the games I think. Sasuke said as Kakashi reopened his book as he turned in the paperwork to Iruka. You could always give them your screen time, Sakura. If you feel so bad. Kakashi said lazily as he flipped through pages. Oh Kami, no. I barely get any as it is, but enough of the fourth wall breaking, let's go see Naruto. Sakura said as Kakashi shook his head. Not now, kiddies. Naruto seems to be in a meeting of sorts, so it'd be best for you two to get in some training and then hurry home. Kakashi said as both his students gave him a look. You're not gonna train us. Sakura and Sasuke both said, the flat tone of their voices nearly forcing Kakashi to choke on the sarcasm from under his mask. That hurts you know. I taught both of you something. I gave Sasuke an entire month of individual training and I taught you, Sakura, basic first aid. And I taught Naruto. Yeah, you're a real inspiration, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura deadpanned as Sasuke gave her a look. You still call him sensei. I've stopped that like, I don't know, after the wave mission I guess. Sasuke said as Sakura looked appalled. But he's still our sensei. Just a really half-assed one, Sasuke. Sakura said as Sasuke scoffed at her and her reasoning. Yeah, so why call him a sensei then? If he's so half-assed. Besides, he doesn't mind. You don't have any problem with it. Do you, Kakashi? Sasuke said, turning to his mentor only to find that the man had gone to sit in the corner of the room where gloom lines hung over him in a depressing blue tone. I wish Naruto was here. At least he loves me and I've never done anything for him, you two ungrateful little. Kakashi muttered as Sasuke and Sakura watched him before blinking. Sasuke turned to Sakura with a raised brow as she shrugged. Wanna go get some food and then hang out? Sakura suggested as Sasuke shrugged in return. Sounds better than this. But, just so you know, this isn't a date. Sasuke said as Sakura raised a pink brow. Who said it was, you emotastic pyromaniac? Sakura said with a cheeky grin as Sasuke gasped. That was supposed to be a secret. Sasuke whispered harshly into Sakura's ear, giggling like a schoolgirl as she ran from him. Back here, you duo personality pink-haired spawn of circus freaks. Sasuke shouted as Sakura turned to look at him while she continued running. My Gramps was an actor, and my insult was way better, emo. I don't give a damn, Pinky. Hinata sighed as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had just perfected her advanced chakra control exercises, and now she was going to work on creating her own gentle fist technique. She had everything she needed for its creation, and more. All she really needed now was a relaxing spot to train. Maybe a hot spring or waterfall. Alright team, good work today. Tomorrow we'll be working on advanced stealth tracking, so be sure to bring your packs. Kurenai said as she clapped her hands while approaching her team. Shino stopped his insects from engulfing Kiba while Akamaru barked from the sidelines. Kurenai-sensei, can we do a mission tomorrow instead of stealth training? I hate all the skulking around in the dark and stuff. Kiba whined as Shino sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose from over his sunglasses. Kurenai mirrored Shino's gesture as she gave Kiba a deadpan look while she shifted her weight to one leg before placing her hand on the hip of that leg. Remember when you asked how Naruto painted the Hokage mountain that day before the Genin exams? Kurenai asked rhetorically as Kiba nodded. Yeah. Kiba replied like a lectured child as Kurenai waved her other hand about in a vague gesture. And remember how you asked how it was that Naruto outran high-level ninja as an academy student and dead last and how he beat you in the preliminaries? Yeah. Do you still want a mission? Kurenai asked bluntly as Kiba shook his head while lowering it in shame. No, I want stealth training so I can give Naruto a wedgie for being cooler and more awesome than me. And also for using actual ninja tactics in battle. Kiba said as if it was a rehearsed answer while he hung his head, Kurenai patting it. But boy. Here's a treat. Kurenai said, tossing a candy to Kiba and a doggy treat to Akamaru, who barked in gratitude for the treat. May I have a candy as well, sensei? Shino asked in monotone as Kurenai looked at him and Hinata. Here you go, Shino. Would you like one, Hinata? Kurenai said, handing Shino a candy as Hinata shook her head. And no, thank you, Kurenai-sensei. I'm well. Hinata said meekly, mumbling her last part too low for them to hear. Sorry, didn't hear you. What did you say? Kurenai said as Hinata began poking her index fingers together while a healthy blush covered her face. I'm Keikinda. Anaiti died. Hinata said shyly as Kurenai blinked but didn't ask. Shino did the same, knowing that logically he'd get his ass kicked by both female members of his team if he did. It was only too bad Kiba didn't understand girls nor logic at that level. Wide-eyed. You're not that fat. I mean, I guess we can all stand to lose some weight, but you're not the fattest of us. That'd be Kurenai-sensei, but I think guys. Why are you coming at me like that? What did I say? Gee guys. Come on, guys. Oh Kami. Shino, not the bugs. Ow. Hinata don't jab your fingers there. Kurenai-sensei. Wait, where am I? Oh Kami, no. No more guy-sensei in a bikini doing squat thrusts. The horror. Fibble learned a valuable lesson that day. Never speak to anyone about their weight ever again. Did you guys hear that? Tenten asked as she pet the Tora cat while Niji folded his arms and nodded. I felt that, Tenten. Someone was just subjected to horrors. Unimaginable. Niji said sagely as Tenten gave him a look while Lee and Guy came up to them. Okay my wonderful team, we have completed our mission. Let us return this friendly feline to its owner and celebrate this wonderful day with some vigorous exercise. Yada. Guy said in his normal enthusiasm while Lee nodded animatedly, saluting his teacher with his crutches. Oh thank you, Guy-sensei. Perhaps we could even get in some mile-long sprints. Yosh. Lee yelled as Guy hugged him. Yada. Yosh. Lee. Guy-sensei. Pupil. Mentor. Shut up. And Lee, what are you even doing out here? You're supposed to be confined to your room in the hospital. Lady Tsunade and Naruto are both going to be angry with you if they find out you're gone. Tenten said as Guy sobered his expression upon hearing what she said. He gave Lee a stern look as he realized the boy was still in hospital garbs. She's right, my youthful student, you must return to the hospital. Tsunade-sama said that she'd have everything ready for your surgery in about a week, but you must stay in the hospital. Guy said, a more stern expression than they had ever seen him take when he spoke with Lee. Lee gulped as he lowered his head, but raised it again when he felt Guy's hand on his shoulder. Now Lee, this isn't for the sake of making you feel bad. It's a healing process. When your injuries occurred in the Chunin exams, it was said that you'd never be a ninja again. Guy said solemnly as Niji and Tenten gasped. They hadn't known his injuries were that serious. But now the best and brightest healer in the world says you have a chance to get that back. A 50% chance at that, but it's growing every day as she works on your case. So, when she says that you must rest and relax, I expect you to follow her orders with as much enthusiasm as you would mine. Guy said, using his order hand and grasping Lee's shoulders in a firm hold as he looked his student in the eyes. Rest and relaxation are as much a part of training as the exercise you put into it. Rest and relaxation are important and this is one of those times where you need them most. Because now Lee, in order to keep your dream, your goal of becoming a splendid ninja. You must not train for it. You must stay in bed and relax the day away. Guy said, his voice speaking no nonsense as he shook Lee lightly while all three of his students looked at him in a new light. I think you understand, Guy-sensei. Lee said, his voice wavering as his eyes downcast. Lee. Niji began as all attention shifted to him. Listen Lee, I know that I haven't always been a good teammate, but thanks to Naruto-sama, I wish to change that. You, Lee, are the most determined and unyielding person I've ever known. You and Naruto-sama are two of the only people I look up to in that respect. So with that said, I will not sit idly by while your dream is in danger. I will help you achieve your dreams, Lee, doing whatever I can to help. Even if that means putting you in a hospital. Niji said, his voice never wavering as he looked at Lee with a determined expression. Lee and the others looked at Niji as he spoke. They had never thought that his battle against Naruto would have that much of an effect on him, but they were happy for it all the same. Though they were slightly apprehensive when he said that he would put Lee in a hospital. Niji. Tenten said as Niji turned to her. What is it, Tenten? Niji asked as Lee and Guy exchanged looks of uncertainty. That last line. About putting Lee in a hospital. What did you mean by that? Tenten asked, uncharacteristically meek for her as Niji blinked. I meant just what I said, Tenten. I don't see anything wrong with that. Niji said as they began walking back to the Hokage tower, which just so happened to be located near the hospital. Yes, Niji, but you must admit that your statement was a little ambiguous. Guy said with his arms crossed as he gazed over to his eldest student. I don't know what you're talking about. I merely expressed my wanting to help Lee. I don't see any ambiguity in it. Niji stated as he gazed at Tenten, Lee, and Guy. Well, yes you did, but you see, your words have a double interpretation to them. One could take what you said and interpret it as you wanting to do harm to Lee and physically put him in a hospital. Guy said, explaining what they thought to Niji, who only smirked as he walked ahead of them. As I said, I see no ambiguity about it. I meant what I said, and there was no misreading it. Niji said smugly, as the others stopped in their tracks watching Niji go off without them in a confident stride. Did he just? Tenten said, trailing off as she and the Taijutsu duo exchanged looks. I think he did. Lee said, his mouth agape as he rubbed his arm in the spot Niji had last punched him. That had hurt, and he was sure that if he didn't make it back to the hospital before Niji, he'd be getting many more slugs to the arm. Gotta go. Lee shouted as he blazed down the street, passing Niji as he Shiranime speed kicked up dust in his wake. Niji chuckled as he watched Lee burn through the streets to get back to his hospital room. Works every time. And that's why Kunoichi Hina is a much better singer than Lady Shika. Asuma explained as Ino scoffed. Yeah, but at least Lady Shika is an actual woman. Ino said as she did a sassy hair flip. Sure. But can she actually sing? Shikamaru said lazily as he raised a brow. Ino only crossed her arms in a huff while Choji did push-ups with Shikamaru on his back. He was sweating worse than a pig around wolves as he looked at his Jonin sensei. Asuma sensei. See, can I stop now? Choji begged as Asuma glanced at him lazily while Shikamaru yawned on his back. How many, Shika? Asuma asked as Shikamaru shrugged. So far. 7. Shikamaru said as Choji dropped in a heap. Good work, Cho. That's one more than yesterday. Now, if you can do 3 more we'll go get you some dango and red bean soup. Asuma said as he took out his pack of smokes, taking a cigarette into his mouth and lighting it. Should I even bother to point out how counterproductive you are as our sensei? Ino said as Asuma turned to her, blowing a cloud of smoke into her face. Hasn't stopped you the last 375 times, so why would it now? Asuma said as Ino got up in a huff. She reached over and took his cigarette from him, throwing it into the nearby river as she dusted off her skirt and stomped off. Dismissed. Asuma said, not really sure how to respond to a woman taking his smokes that wasn't Kurenai. If Kurenai ever took his smokes, he could just sex her up in any random place that she did, however, Ino wasn't anywhere near Kurenai level. And then there was the fact Kurenai didn't like it the one and only time he had tried to sleep around with a younger woman. It was a shame no one else remembered Ikaria. She was such a beauty. Hello Naruto, feeling any bed okay, what the hell is going on? It's like the new season of the My Suriname show here. Tsunade said as she walked in with her lab coat on and her clipboard and pen in hand. Tsunade looked around Naruto's private room, which a week ago had been redesigned to be his Hokage room, only to see 4 Anbu, Jiraiya, Shizune and most importantly Naruto all around the young blonde Kage's bed while he was speaking. She could see that all of them had been crying more or less, even the Anbu with their garb stained with tears, as she moved into the room and shut the door behind her. Oh. Hey, Tsunade. We were just having a memorial of sorts. Jiraiya said as he blew his nose into a handkerchief comically. Tsunade shot him a look before she turned the irate expression to Naruto. What the hell is all this? Why are you making Anbu Ninja cry? This is a hospital, not a rerun of The Young and the Ninja. Tsunade shouted as Naruto winced at her volume. We were just sharing a few stories about the old man. He was like a grandfather to me. Naruto said, lowering his head as his voice took on a solemn tone. And me. 3 of the Anbu, mainly the one in his lap crying, said in unison. A father to me. Jiraiya said in an uncharacteristic tone of sadness. And me. Bird said as he lowered his head like all the others in the room. I never even got to really know him. Shizune said as Tsunade raised a blonde brow while she took in the solemn faces of the occupants. It was like a funeral had taken place and they were all getting in their post-funeral drinks while they remembered the dead guy that started their bender. Well, I need to check on Naruto's health, so get the hell out. Tsunade said before shouting at them as they all ran out of the room. Naruto only shook his head while he watched the door close shut. We were kinda having a moment there. Naruto said as Tsunade scoffed. Yeah well, you shouldn't be depressing your ninja with pointless crap like that. Tsunade said irritably, her voice a bit more somber than she would have liked. What do you remember about him, Granny? Naruto asked as Tsunade sighed while she raised his shirt and checked his heart rate. Ugh. I remember the first mission we had as a team. Back then there were no D ranks, so we had real missions since peace was rare in those days. It was a joint mission with some other ninja of various ranks. Tsunade said as she wrote in her clipboard, never looking at Naruto directly. The past was the past, people died, she mentally chanted to herself as she wrote. We were to aid in retaking a village outpost from Hidden Rock. Naturally, since we were just fresh genin, we were made to carry the supplies and other stuff like that. Sensei gave us a useless lecture about how it'd benefit us in the long run, but I didn't pay attention. It was halfway through our mission that we were attacked. They made us take cover in a nearby cave while the real ninja did the fighting. Tsunade said as she checked various parts of Naruto ranging from his hearing to his reflexes. I'll never forget that moment. The smoke bombs and paper bombs going off. The kunai and shuriken whizzing through the air. Only one of them grazed Orochimaru's cheek and cut some of my hair. Jiraiya fell to the ground and was squirming like a worm to get into the cave. I looked back for a moment and saw a sight I'd never forget. Tsunade said, her voice going from somber to wonder as she put herself into her memory. What was it? Naruto asked with rapid curiosity. It was the look on Sarutobi-sensei's face. A voice said as Naruto and Tsunade snapped to the door to see only Jiraiya leaning against the doorframe. Yeah. That was it. Sensei's face was one of pure outrage. And yet. Untold sorrow. His look spoke volumes to his emotions in that 1 second. It showed how he felt enraged from the attack and us being hurt. But also his sorrow for being made to take the lives of his enemies. Tsunade said as she sat at the edge of Naruto's bed while Jiraiya came into the room and stood at the end of the hospital bed. Sensei always hated killing others. He would always ask himself why there was so much hate in a person's heart that would make them enjoy the destruction of others. He would always tell us to never judge a book by its cover or to never leap before looking. It was always a life lesson with that old monkey. Jiraiya said as he leaned against Naruto's bed while Tsunade leaned her back onto him and sighed. This world is filled with the hate of its past generations. One clan kills another and so the survivors of that clan hate the first. They plan, they attack, and they kill the first clan. From there it breathes an endless cycle of hate within the hearts of shinobi the world over. The formation of the 5 great villages is only another testament to that hate. The division of our continent only brought us to the inevitable power struggle my grandfather and ours said was coming. Tsunade said, forgetting about Naruto's presence as she eased into Jiraiya's embrace. Yeah. Sarutobi-sensei did say that another great ninja war would be on the rise after the 3rd one. I just hope he's wrong. Jiraiya said as Tsunade sighed. You know he isn't. What with his absolute truth and all. Tsunade said as Naruto decided to make his presence known once again. Those two geezers were getting a little too comfy with each other in front of him for his liking. What are you two talking about? Naruto asked as Tsunade and Jiraiya jumped in surprise. Remembering themselves, they straightened up and stood apart from one another as Tsunade went back to checking Naruto over. So? How bad is it, huh? Naruto said, trying to ease the tension in the room. Your physical health is perfect. Like always. Now to check your chakra levels. Tsunade said as her palm began its green glow. She had Naruto lift his shirt while she placed her palm to his stomach, the seal of the Kyuubi coming up as soon as she had. Interesting. Very interesting. Tsunade muttered to herself, breaking from her exam to scribble notes every now and then while she looked from Naruto's face to his seal. Does this seal cause any discomfort? Tsunade asked as Naruto blinked in surprise. No. Naruto replied as Tsunade muttered to her and wrote in her clipboard. Do you ever feel it when it comes to the surface or when it fades back into itself? No, not really. Do you ever feel like you're pulling chakra from it or your mind? Both, I think. Most of the times when I use a lot of chakra I can feel it like a heat in my stomach, but sometimes it can feel like it's coming from my head. Naruto said, trying to explain the weird sensation of having 2 different chakras in himself. I see. Understood. Well then, you're all good, brat. Your chakra is nearly back to its nearly limitless amount, so you'll stay the rest of the day and then be back to your place for tonight. Until I give the go-ahead, don't use your chakra. The amount you used was too much a massive drain on you at once, so it was lucky you're still alive. Until it's been fully restored, you could experience any range of side effects to using it. Hell, I've never studied a Jinchuriki before, so you might blow up for all we know. Tsunade said with a shrug as Naruto gaped at her. Oh really? Naruto said with comically wide eyes and horrified expression, kind of afraid if he could just suddenly blow up. Tsunade shrugged again as she glanced down at her clipboard before moving toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Meet me later on in the Hidden Bottle Tavern. We need a drink. Tsunade said as she walked past Jiraiya and out the door. Jiraiya merely sighed as he looked at Naruto. One more night, kid, then it's back to real work and the start of some real training. Jiraiya said as Naruto sighed aloud. Yeah, I know. Hey, can you give Anbu this for me? Make sure you do it first thing before you go peeking in on girls. Naruto said as he hurriedly scribbled a note down and handed it to Jiraiya. Sure kid, I'll do just that. Jiraiya said as he disappeared out the window. Naruto sighed as he let his upper body drop on the bed. He didn't want to dwell on the thoughts of the old man, but he found himself thinking back to all the good times they had together. Then he thought of all the other good people that had died. Like Haku, Zabuza, and Hey Gecko. He wasn't sure he wanted to think about them either, since it drew his mind to the question of who would be next to die because of some madman or midget tyrant. Naruto sat up in the bed and pounded his fist into the mattress. No, he wouldn't let another innocent pawn die just because some screwed up person thought that they were in the way. He was the Hokage now. He had the power. He. Naruto flopped back onto the mattress as he thought about the old man again. The old man had been the Hokage too, but he had died and Orochimaru was still somewhere in the world scot-free. What did you die for, old man? What did you die for if that snake bastard is still running around free as a bird? Naruto said as he gazed up at the white ceiling. Mysterious wind blew through Naruto's window and moved through the room as Naruto sat up. He glanced about as the wind moved around him, but for some reason. Instead of being tense and on guard, he felt at peace and comforted by this phenomenon. To protect the family with your life, that is what it truly means to be Hokage. Naruto heard as his eyes widened. Old man. Naruto whispered out as the wind moved out the window. Protect the village, Naruto. Protect the family. The wind whispered to him as Naruto nodded, his determination and resolve strengthened to new levels. I will, old man. You hear me? I'll protect everyone. Naruto shouted as the wind blew into the sky and past the Hokage's mountain, the leaves that were dancing in it coming to rest on the face of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi before they scattered in the breeze of a new stronger wind. Naruto gazed out the window in wonder as he looked upon the Hokage faces. Then he was truly in wonder when he found that half the village was in darkness while the other half was bathed in sunlight. He turned his head only slightly and his jaw dropped as he saw the enormous tree towering over the village like something straight out of a comic book. I guess Yamato overdid it with my chakra, but still for him to make that is amazing. Naruto said with a shrug as he tried to see over the tree and found that he couldn't stretch himself out of the window enough to do so. In fact, he was pretty sure that the entire building wasn't tall enough for him to see over the tree. Hell, he wasn't sure anything in the village was tall enough to match the height of the gigantic plant life that was now blocking out the sun on little more than half his village. Okay. What should I do now? Naruto asked himself as he went back over to his bed and sat at the edge of it. He knew for a fact that he would have to tell the villagers, ninja and civilians alike, what went on that night. He knew that he'd have to deal with this barrier team that Jiraiya had informed him about and inquire why they had allowed the Akatsuki into the village. Now that he thought about it, this was the second time they had let Akatsuki slip past them. He knew he'd have to recall Itachi to the village and have him meet with Sasuke. He knew it was a risk, but Sasuke and the village as a whole deserved closure and to know the full truth. Naruto slumped into his bed as he thought more about what needed to be done. He had to let the village know that Yamato had protected them. It was a given, and Naruto knew that the villagers would be lined up to get a glimpse at whoever got rid of the giant tree. Oh, and he'd be dealing with Sakura and Neji soon, too. A knock was heard at the door as Naruto filed his thoughts away for later. Come in. Naruto said as Shizune came in with a neatly folded set of clothes for him. They were a tailored set of orange and black clothes, while a pair of black shinobi sandals rested atop them. Naruto gave Shizune a smile as she handed him his clothes. Your Kage robes are. Well. We all felt that you didn't need to wear those robes all the time, so a few of the Kunoichi went out and bought you these with your money. And when they saw just how much money you had. They kind of went crazy shopping. Though most of it was for you. Shizune said with a light blush as she tried to explain. Naruto laughed good-naturedly, throwing back his head as Shizune blinked at him. Thanks Shizune. I needed some new clothes anyway. I didn't have anything except my old jumpsuits, and those were too small. Besides, who cares if you all went a little crazy, my money is your money. Not all the time, though, but for the most part if you ever need anything, then feel free to ask. Naruto said as he grabbed the hems of his hospital gown. Shizune blushed lightly as she averted her eyes. Shizune was a professional healer, now that she and Lady Tsunade were off the road, but while they were she didn't have much, barely any, experience with the opposite gender. In fact, the first time she had ever seen a male more than half naked was when Naruto had answered his hotel door in only a towel. While she had taken an odd job or two to heal people, Lady Tsunade had been surprisingly protective over her, healing any injuries that the males had, while Shizune only worked with small children or women. If a man had been so hurt that it required both of them, then Lady Tsunade would work on the below waist while she was forced to heal stomach and above. Now that she was an actual doctor in an actual hospital, Lady Tsunade had made her the assistant director of the entire hospital, which was mostly paperwork and helping interns. Though, she had caught Lady Tsunade 3 days ago, writing a slip to have her tested as a medic ninja and jonin of the village. Shizune could only wonder why the sudden change had come about, but she shook away those thoughts as Naruto was about to raise his gown. And Naruto. Shizune sputtered out, trying not to seem so embarrassed at the fact he was about to change in front of her. Naruto turned back to her with a confused look as he took in the sight of her slightly reddened face. "Yeah, Shizune? What's up?" Naruto asked as she began to make vague gestures. Well, Naruto, it's just that you aren't supposed to see change clothing in front of others. It's, rude, you know," Shizune said, trying to keep cool and seem more like the experienced and professional woman she normally was. "Okay, you can go into the bathroom if you want." "That's not what I meant, Naruto." "Oh come on, Shizune, I'm 13 years old. You act like you've never seen a guy naked before," Naruto said without facing her. When his only answer was silence, Naruto turned back around and saw that Shizune's face was as red as a festival cherry. Naruto raised a brow at her strange behavior, but then the light bulb in his head lit up before he smirked at her devilishly. "You've really never seen a guy naked, have you? Not even a kid like me?" "Ha ha ha," Naruto asked before he burst into laughter at Shizune's defensive sputtering. How could a woman as good looking as her have never seen a man's privates before? Ha, it was so funny he couldn't stop laughing. "Don't laugh at me. Lady Tsunade is a lot more overprotective in that respect than you think. She once broke a man's arm just from looking at me when I came out of a hot spring. Why do you think Lord Jiraiya doesn't perv on me like other women?" Shizune shouted in an embarrassed fury. Naruto simmered down in his laughter as he actually thought about it and found that Shizune might have been telling the truth. He couldn't really remember Jiraiya even thinking about Shizune in the wrong way, except by pairing him, Naruto, and her, Shizune, together for the old perv's books. He actually wondered why Jiraiya had never hit Shizune, and now he had his answer. It unnerved him somewhat on just how scary Granny Tsunade must have been to get even the pervy sage to not perv on Shizune. "Wow. But you have at least been with someone before, right? I mean, you're too pretty not to have at least dated," Naruto said as Shizune blushed in both embarrassment for his question and his unconscious compliment. "Well, no, I've never dated. Lady Tsunade and I moved from town to town, never being in the same place for any longer than a week. One time we were really bad in debt, so we had to take on disguises and new identities. She made me the old crone while she masqueraded as my beautiful teenage daughter." Shizune admitted shyly as Naruto tried and failed to keep in his laughter. "What is wrong with Granny? I mean, she trained you to be a doctor and you haven't even seen a man nude before. She's going senile on us," Naruto said aloud as Shizune looked affronted. I've seen pictures in textbooks. I know more about the male body than you do," Shizune said as Naruto looked at her in mocking disbelief. "Yeah, and you're how old?" Naruto asked as Shizune took on the look from before. Naruto noted that Shizune looked like she had swallowed a lemon at him asking her age. "You never ask a woman her age, Naruto," Shizune reprimanded as Naruto frowned and folded his arms. "Answer the question," Naruto shot back as Shizune huffed. "I'm 28, Naruto. More than half your own age. I left the village with Lady Tsunade when I was a 13-year-old chunin," Shizune said as Naruto snorted. "And yet, I've seen naked girls before you've seen naked guys," Naruto said proudly as Shizune looked cross at his proclamation. "Naruto. I knew Lord Jiraiya was a bad influence on you," Shizune shouted as Naruto looked like someone had smacked him with a smelly fish. "It was long before I met that dirty old perv. Besides, it was by accident anyway and I don't feel like going into the details," Naruto said with his arms crossed. He looked down at the bed and saw that while they had been arguing, he had yet to change and get out of the hospital. His clothes were still there on the bed, as neatly folded as when Shizune handed them to him. "Look, I've got stuff to do, and so do you. So, the question is, do you want to see a naked guy or not?" Naruto asked as he placed his hands on his hips. Shizune, being completely caught off guard by that, sputtered out nonsense while she was in shock. Her face turned a whole new shade of red as Naruto gave her an impatient stare. She really had to ask herself the question. Did she really want to see a guy's unmentionables? Plus, this was Naruto for Kami's sake. He was a kid to her. And yet, he was a Hokage, a fighter, and a pretty decent guy. Besides, he was just a kid. Seeing his little buddy wouldn't be such a big deal, especially since she could just say that she had given him a checkup or something. Shizune took a deep breath and sighed it out before nodding to him. This was her one chance to see what had been so bad about the male genitalia that Lady Tsunade refused to even let her see pictures of them with the skin on. Tsunade sighed as she sipped at her sake, which she had cleverly disguised as coffee with a. She had just finished working on some new methods and practices for Rock Lee's upcoming surgery and she felt good. She was walking past Naruto's private room when she suddenly heard a loud exclamation. Now knowing Naruto, she wasn't really surprised by the volume of the yell or the fact that it was coming from his room. No, she had been caught unaware by the voice the yell had come from and what was exclaimed by said person. "Oh my Kami-sama. Are they all like that? Is that why Lady Tsunade wouldn't let me see them? Dear Kami, it's huge, Naruto." Tsunade spit out her sake like a garden hose and it all went into the face of the nurse and doctor she had just been about to talk to. The two medical staff didn't even get angry as they ran in fear. Tsunade's mug was crushed into practically dust as she bared her teeth and glared at the door next to her. Naruto would be dying soon. Tsunade busted into the room ready to kill the brat and say that he died in surgery or something like that. However, the only things in the room were an extremely shocked and red-faced Shizune who was still sputtering about how Naruto was so big, Naruto's old hospital gown, which had actually been two sewn together since the boy had to be so damn gifted. Tsunade raced to the open window, only to see Naruto was already halfway to the Hokage tower by then. She cursed as she slammed her fist into the wall, knocking it out with her super strength. "I'm gonna murder that brat." Tsunade roared as she rounded on Shizune, who snapped out of her stupor and flinched back in fear now that her teacher's anger was practically radiating in the room. "And don't think you're off the hook either, Shizune. I'm telling you that kid is dead for showing you his wang. Dead, I tell you. Dead." Tsunade raved on and on as she stomped out of the room, her heels creating craters with each step and shaking the building while everyone cleared out of her warpath. Shizune was only left there as she shook like a leaf in the wind. She had never seen Tsunade so enraged before. She scrambled to her feet as she hopped out the window. Naruto would need to be immortal or really good at hiding to survive whatever Tsunade had in store for him. "Did you hear that, Master Jiraiya?" Kakashi said as Jiraiya looked both elated and fearful. "I felt that, Kakashi. My godson is a man among men. He has done what no other man would have ever dreamed of," Jiraiya said in a highly praising tone as Kakashi looked at him. "What?" Kakashi asked as he was sure that Tsunade had just sworn to kill Naruto. "He has corrupted the closest thing to a daughter and little sister Tsunade has. That means Tsunade is now going to either kill him," Jiraiya said, trailing off as Kakashi put his book away. Or she's gonna set the two of them up," Jiraiya finished as Kakashi looked confused. "Aren't they at least 10 years apart?" Kakashi asked as Jiraiya nodded. "Doesn't that kind of make her a pedophile?" Kakashi asked as Jiraiya looked affronted. "And you call yourself a lover of my work, my #1 fan. Have you not read page 356 of Icha Icha Hospital?" Jiraiya accused Kakashi of gasping and went wide-eyed. "Forgive me, oh great creator of the holy relic. I did not take into account the medic edition. Please, forgive my stupidity," Kakashi said, bowing to Jiraiya in the middle of the street as Jiraiya looked aloof. "I suppose I can forgive this offense once. However, it shall not happen again. Now come, Kakashi. We must save my student. If he is to make it with Shizune and do what no other man can, then he mustn't die at the hands of the horrid one," Jiraiya said as Kakashi saluted him, both of them speeding off toward the Hokage tower. "Open this door, you little," Tsunade yelled as she banged on the door to Naruto's underground Hokage compound. Lady Tsunade. He's not so little," Shizune interjected meekly with a light blush as Tsunade fixed her with a glare. "Shut up, Shizune. Open this door. Why can't I beat it down or break it? Damn you, Grandpa, for making these damn things. Open up." "Tsunade, you mustn't harm my apprentice." "Shut up, Jiraiya. He's Tsunade-sama. You can't hurt Hokage-sama or else you'll be executed." "Shut it, Kakashi. I'm gonna rip his wang off and stab it through with his own sword. Open up and take your punishment like a man. How dare you ruin my little Shizune." "Lady Tsunade. I'm 28 years old. I said shut up, Shizune. Open this damn door so I can murder you." "Not by the hair on my chinny chin chin," Naruto yelled back before he went to his room in the subterranean compound. "I'll catch you someday, brat. And then you'll be sorry. Do you hear me? You're dead." "Conan." "Yes, Pain. What is it?" Conan said as she looked back at Pain from the open window of their office. He opened his eyes to her. "Itachi and Kisame have arrived. Please, go and greet them while bringing them here. I'm sure you and Itachi can find another opportunity to discuss various things. I find it pleasant knowing that you and he have grown closer since his joining." Pain said as Conan gave him a look. "You just want me to distract Itachi while you, Madara, and Kisame all talk?" Conan said with her arms crossed as Pain rolled his eyes. "No, I like seeing you grow closer to your fellow Akatsuki." Pain said as Conan didn't even blink as she gave him a dead stare. Pain sighed in defeat as he threw up his hands. "Fine. I really do want Itachi out of the way while the three of us talk. Madara doesn't trust Itachi as well as he looks, but it's got nothing to do with you. You had better feel lucky that Itachi is actually a very nice person and a keen mind on origami techniques, along with being a fellow Pocky lover. Conan said as Pain sighed in relief when she disappeared in a paper trail. Glad to see you two could make it. The leader is expecting you, kiss him. Conan said as Itachi rolled his onyx black eyes while Kisum grinned, puffing out his chest as he strutted forward through the constant rain. So? You and I are alone once again. Itachi said as he and Conan gave each other impassive gazes while standing in the middle of the rain. Yes. It would seem that way. Conan said as Itachi gained a ghost of a smirk on his face. Conan broke out into a full grin as Itachi stuck out his arm while Conan latched onto. Well then, my old friend, do I have some news for you? Itachi said as Conan rolled her eyes while they strolled through the rain. You always have a tale to spin, you little weasel. Conan said as Itachi chuckled. Yes, but this time it comes with a proposition. So, me and Kisum snuck into Konoha and you'll never believe what we found. Itachi said as Conan raised a brow. What? Conan asked as aloofly as Itachi smiled at her. Well, it all started after Kisum and I fought off 3 Jonin at once. Making it look incredibly easy by the way. Chapter 19. Show 'em who's boss. Anashi walked through the streets of Konoha, grumbling as she once again adjusted her Chunin flak jacket over her well-developed bust. How could this have happened to her? After years of training and sharpening her skills, she's reduced to a mere Chunin on gate duty because of disrespectful conduct and disobeying specific orders. How could he do that to her? After she had poured her heart out to him like that and they all had an emo moment together. Such betrayal. So? How's the demotion going? Kakashi asked in a musical tone of voice as Anashi growled at him. He walked beside her, reading his little perverted book as he glanced at her every now and then for her irate reaction. Just fine. I don't care. Been talking about quitting the Anbu Black Ops to watch a stupid gate all year now. It's always been a dream of mine to guard the damn thing. Inashi shot back as she threw her hands up in frustration and tore the flask jacket off her ample chest. Kakashi raised his headband and watched her bobbing chest for a full 5 seconds before he put it back down. Best memory yet. Inashi calmed herself as he closed her eyes. It wasn't so bad, right? She hadn't been killed or made to clean toilets. Plus, watching the gate was so easy that Izumo and Katetsu had been doing it for years. Yeah, this could work for her. Oh, thank you. Twin-like voices rang out as Inashi's eyes snapped open just in time to see people flying at her with arms outstretched. Thank you, oh savior. Katetsu said gratefully as he rubbed the side of his face into Inashi's side. We are not worthy. Izumo said with equal love in his voice as he was rubbing his face into Inashi's side boob. Inashi blushed red and stuttered out embarrassed words while she watched the Chunin duo rub themselves into her body. Finally, after the initial good feeling of being rubbed was over and she had regained her senses, she clobbered the two over their heads with an annoyed expression on her face. What on earth is wrong with you two little perverts? Have you gotten into Abisu's medicine cabinet again? Inashi exclaimed as the two bowed to her before taking her hands in their own. No, not this time. Izumo exclaimed as he cried animated tears. It's just that you've saved us from the everlasting torture that is this damn gate. Katetsu exclaimed as he too cried tears of joy. Wait. Huh. Inashi said as Izumo and Katetsu didn't hear her, remembering that they hadn't exactly escaped yet. They ran down the street, handing together in joy as they laughed the whole way shouting proclamations of freedom. Freedom. Sweet freedom. Praise Inashi. Savior from boredom. Deliver from the gate of dullness. Inashi and Kakashi only watched the two frolic off into the distance. Inashi blinked before her eye twitched and she was back to her normal self. She crossed her arms and grumbled about little fruity boys making things up as she continued her walk to the gate. When was inside of it, she saw that there was already someone sitting behind the desk of the gate. Kakashi closed his book as he and Inashi walked up to him, only to see it was a Hyuga boy. Oniji, good to see you. Kakashi said in that same smug tone as he glanced at the Hyuga boy before looking Inashi up and down in her new clothes. Inashi must have wanted a new appearance because she looked much different from what she used to. Her long black hair that had once hung down her back was now in a Chinese bowl fashion that rested atop her head while 2 long pink-colored straight bangs framed the sides of her face. Inside the bowl were 2 steel knitting needles while her Konoha headband rested over her forehead. Her clothes took on a look similar to young Ino Yamanaka. Inashi wore a black short sleeveless dress which greatly showed off her figure with a giant shuriken strapped to her back and bandages tied to her waist, thighs, and ankles. Well, I'm almost late to receive my next mission with my team. I only came to check on you two and be sure you were having a good time here. I'll be passing by later with my team, so see you again soon. Kakashi said with a happy wave as he disappeared in a plume of smoke. Inashi sighed and lowered her head in shame. This job was gonna suck so hard it'd give her mind. So? What are you in for? The Hyuga kid asked as Inashi sighed and dropped onto the bench next to him. Disrespect to Hokage-sama and disobeying a direct order from his command. You? Inashi, deciding that jobs like this one would never happen again in her lifetime. Indirectly disobeying a direct order. I'm only here for 2 weeks and then I'm back on missions with my team. Niji said as Inashi banged her head to the head repeatedly. Is something wrong? I'm here for the next 3 months. Inashi wailed in sorrow as she used her hands to cover her face. First being kicked out of the Anbu and now babysitting a gate. Why her? It seems it truly is a bad idea to think, even for a moment, that our incorrect actions go unnoticed by Lord Naruto's watchful eyes. Niji said as Inashi looked up. Think he's found the crystal ball yet? Inashi said, trying to make her job easier by getting friendly with her cellmate, she meant co-worker. If not, then it is only a matter of time. Niji said with his eyes closed. He may not believe that strongly in fate anymore, but when it came to Naruto you could always stack money that the blonde boy would have the exact advantage you don't want him to. Inashi resumed banging her head on the table. Niji wasn't quite sure, but he could have sworn he heard her muttering things to herself. Life. Suck. So. Hard. So, this. Koyuki Kazuhana. Is a famous princess that disappeared over 10 years ago from the land of snow and has been living in hiding from the world as a famous lesbian actress named Yuki Fujikaze. Naruto said as he skimmed and flipped through the file Jiraiya had handed him this morning. All the information in it dated back as far as almost 20 years ago and was as recent as just yesterday. Naruto glanced up at Jiraiya, seeing the normally goofy man in a whole new light. Yeah, pretty much. Jiraiya said as he didn't bother correcting Naruto on the fact that the princess was a lesbian, mainly because it was too hot of a fantasy to end for now. Oh, he hoped that the girl would accept his offer to star in his movie. This is all fine and all, but I'd like to know a bit more about her acting career. Naruto said as he shut the file and walked over to the Hokage photos. He gazed up at his father and the other previous Hokages, while his hand stayed behind his back. If you'd like, my team has a mission to review one of Miss Fujikaze's movies later today, Hokage-sama. You could tag along with us. Kakashi said lazily from Jiraiya's side while he read through his orange book. I think I will. Naruto said as he glanced at Kakashi from over his shoulder, but only after Jiraiya and I stopped over to see about this barrier team. Naruto decided not to wear his Kage robes today. Instead, he dressed in a black ninja jumpsuit with an orange sash tied around his waist. Over his jumpsuit was his white haori and his Kage hat hanging at the back of his neck. On his feet were black ninja sandals. Then see you at the movies, Naruto-sama. Kakashi said as he disappeared in a show of smoke while Naruto only sighed. I tell them they can call me just plain Naruto and they still call me their lord. Naruto said as Jiraiya shrugged. It's because you are their lord, Naruto. Hell, mine too. It's just that you still don't realize what kind of power you truly have over them. Over all that live in the village. Jiraiya said as Naruto sat back behind his desk. Like what? I get that I'm the boss now and everything, but could I really just command some random ninja that I've never met before who happens to be a loyal Konoha ninja to kill himself and actually expect him to do it? Naruto said, mocking disbelief as Jiraiya smiled at him but nodded seriously all the same. No. You couldn't, but that's only because you're too decent a kid for something like that. If you did, however, then they'd do it in a heartbeat. Loyalty is a very powerful thing, Naruto. Don't forget that. Jiraiya said as Naruto looked at his hands while they shook slightly at the thought of him going through on some of the threats he made to the civilian counselor Danzo, or anyone really. He knew they weren't truly bad people, but for him to actually kill someone like that. He didn't think he could live with himself for simply killing someone because they didn't listen to him or had a different opinion. I think I'll be thinking about that for a while, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto said, taking off his Kage hat and placing it on his desk. He handed the file back to Jiraiya and walked out of his office with a thoughtful look on his face as Jiraiya gazed at his retreating form with a sigh. You really are a more than decent kid, Naruto. Most in your position would have killed off all those that wronged you and take no kind of disrespect, but you really are treating the people of this village like family. Sure, you may be a bit too lax in your rule, but you've taken Sarutobi-sensei's teachings and words to heart. Though we may have to correct that disrespect thing after this whole princess actress thing. Jiraiya thought as he held his hands in a hand sign and vanished in a cloud of smoke. And that's why I hate tuna. Choji said as he, Shikamaru and Shino walked through the streets. I must admit, even I am a bit turned off by that. Shino said quietly while he suppressed a shiver. So wait, you actually caught them? Yes, and it was so weird afterward. I mean, I know about sex, but those two doing those things just made me want to vomit. Choji said as he pulled at his own hair while Shikamaru patted his shoulder comfortingly. Thank goodness my old man's lazy or else I might. Actually, I sort of walked in on them when you were on that mission to Taki. The door was slightly open, so I thought you had seen me coming, and when I walked in. Shino said, trailing off before he shivered. I didn't know shadows could be used that way, or that a woman could be so adventurous with them. I don't wanna know. Shikamaru said as Choji looked at Shino. I feel your pain, friend. Choji said as Shino sighed. Ah, this is so great. All of us here at the hot springs together. Tenten said as Hinata nodded while Ino sighed in satisfaction. Yeah, this is life. And we got some others here with us this time. Ino said as she gazed around at the other girls and women around them in the hot spring. Yeah, this is relaxing. Shizune sighed out dreamily as she sunk deeper into the spring. I know what you mean. No perverted old toad to see us, because Naruto would skin him alive for even thinking about being here. I knew there was a reason I didn't kill the brat this morning. Tsunade said as Anko looked at her with a grin. You wanted to kill him? Why? Anko asked, but Shizune covered her mouth and shook her head while an evil aura wafted off of Tsunade. He showed me his, as you would put it, long sword. Shizune said as Mogi looked confused about what the two women were whispering about. You mean his striking shadow snake? His hidden anaconda? His python extended? His peppered viper? His… We get it. You're making allusions to his penis. Tsunade yelled as she glared at the waters around her, while most of the girls blushed red at the thought of seeing Naruto's kunai. Lady Tsunade, what's wrong? Normally you're not this uptight over guys and their equipment. Shizune said as Tsunade relaxed back with a sigh. Naruto and I had a little chat this morning. I won't go into detail about it because of certain things we said, but I went to him and ended up learning a lesson instead of giving one. Tsunade said with a sigh as she rubbed at her arm in a nervous gesture. He was right in the end though, Shizune. Tsunade said as she looked over at Shizune with a smile, you really are all grown up now, and you're not me. You don't have to worry about guys coming after you for your clan status, or who your relatives were, or your own fame. They'll love you just for you, and I suppose that after I lost your uncle. I am well. I kinda forgot that, what with all the guys who would come up to me in bars and taverns, saying things like, aren't you Tsunade Senju of the Senju clan? I heard about your loss, and I'm so sorry. It must be tough having lost your B-brother and L-lover. Here, marry me and I'll take good care of you. So, basically what I'm trying to say is that I guess with all the idiots out there that tried that on me, I thought I had to protect you from that as well. I treated you like you came from my own womb, and I don't regret it either. I sheltered you. The only reason you know how babies are made and what parts make them is because I couldn't say no to the way your eyes lit up every time you asked me about medical work. Tsunade said as she took a hold of Shizune's hand and gave her a motherly look while Shizune was at a loss for words. Naruto was right, Shizune. You're 28 years old and you've only seen a man's organ yesterday. I shouldn't have coddled you like I did, but the damage is already done. That's why I've given the go-ahead to have you tested to become a Jonin of the village and Naruto's personal assistant. I'm sure you'll find the right guy for you. I know it. Tsunade said warmly as Shizune looked ready to cry. Oh, Lady Tsunade. Shizune said before she hugged the woman that had been like a mother to her for over 15 years. Tsunade's face went cherry red as Shizune pressed her own naked body against hers, while all the other girls blushed at the intimacy between the two. Anko licked her lips jokingly at Tsunade, while the blonde Sanin could only sputter out nonsense. As Shizune, we're naked in a hot spring. Let me go. Tsunade said as Shizune yelped and backed away quickly with her face just as red as Hinata's was from simply watching. Sorry, Lady Tsunade. Shizune stuttered out as Tsunade sighed and leaned her back against the smooth rocks of the springs. It's alright, Shizune. Maybe this experience will help you get a man quicker. Tsunade said with a sneaking glance at the woman she could now say was more like a younger sister to her. Yeah, because that would make it all a little less weird. Lady Tsunade. So, what bet do you think she lost? Anko whispered over to Ino, who looked up at her in mild surprise before shrugging. Making Shizune become Naruto's personal assistant. Had to go to Naruto. Ino said as Anko looked at Tsunade with a raised brow. Well then, she and Naruto must have done more than talk about Shizune's innocence the entire time they were alone. Oh my Kami-sama. Anko said before it hit her. She began to cackle madly as Ino and Tenten looked at her in worry. Are you okay, Anko? Shizune asked as she too caught sight of the gleam in Anko's eyes. Oh, I'm just peachy. Anko said sweetly with a blatant look at Tsunade, who she winked at for good measure. Tsunade swallowed thickly as Anko nodded at the question in Tsunade's eyes. I know. Anko mouthed to Tsunade as Tsunade gulped nervously and sat lowly in the springs. Anko knew. So this is the barrier team headquarters, huh? Naruto said as he and Jiraiya gazed up at the large tower just outside of Konoha walls, but still well within the village's lands. Yup, this is it. It was created after the second Great Ninja War due to the rise in Sensor Ninja. No one could get in or out of the village without the knowledge of the barrier team and the Hokage. Jiraiya said as Naruto looked up at him in confusion. But I didn't know. Naruto said as Jiraiya waved him off. That's only because you weren't using the crystal ball when those Akatsuki entered. Jiraiya said as Naruto looked even more confused. What now? Naruto said as Jiraiya blinked at him. You know, Sarutobi-sensei's legendary crystal ball. He spied on the whole village with that thing, and that's how he would always know stuff when he was nowhere near it. Jiraiya said as Naruto blinked back at him owlishly. I never knew that. No wonder I couldn't get away with watching XXX Ninja on cable last year. Naruto exclaimed as Jiraiya looked at him before weeping tears of joy. So young, and already he's mastering the ways of the pervert. Jiraiya said as he cried animated tears of joy. After this, I'm totally searching that office and building for every secret it's got. Better have Himura, Kaharu, and Danzo show me the Hokage only ones first though. Naruto said as he walked up to the building with Jiraiya. There was no door to the large tower, but some form of handprint thing that Naruto was sure he'd never truly understand. This thing is the palm reader jutsu pad. It reads your palm and your chakra. If you're in the Konoha registry, then you'll be let in, but if not it poisons you and alerts the barrier team and the Hokage to your presence by way of flashing lights and all kinds of other stuff. Jiraiya said as he pressed his palm to the keypad. The thing seemed to glow a blue light before it went green and announced that Jiraiya was free to enter. Naruto walked behind Jiraiya as they entered the barrier team tower. It wasn't much, quite bare of anything really, but it was rather spacious. Naruto looked about the large chamber that was the tower and saw that it was split into 2 levels. Streams ran from the upper level into a large basin on the lower level. Above the basin was a large sphere representing the barrier. In front of the sphere were 4 conical pillars in a square formation. Behind those was a stairway to the upper level, shielded by a large screen with the barrier team symbol on it. On the upper level is a small lounge area. While behind that was an actual stairway to go up to the utmost top area, which must have been for observation or something. Naruto stood beside Jiraiya as they watched a ninja at work in their division. The ones dressed like priests were watching and maintaining the barrier, while the normal ninjas seemed to be playing a children's card game. Come on already, Hyuga boy. Pick a card. Kitetsu said teasingly as he held up his hand to the only Hyuga there. Naruto raised an eyebrow at them while Jiraiya chuckled quietly. Only one of any of the barrier team members looked over at them, and he seemed to be the laziest of the bunch. You boys might want to put the games away. The lazy man warned as Naruto made a shushing motion. Not now, Shunsui-senpai. I'm just about to show Hamachi why the Hyuga clan ain't all that in everything. Kitetsu said while waving his hands dismissively. The lazy guy named Shunsui only shrugged as the others were waiting for Hamachi to pick a card. Hamachi looked at the back of all the cards and sighed. Byakugan. Hamachi said, activating his bloodline while Kitetsu shot up. Hey, you can't do that. That's cheating. No fair. You can't use your Byakugan in a children's card game. Kitetsu exclaimed as the others merely laughed. Naruto felt his eyebrow twitch at their basic drunken stupor. Jiraiya. Naruto gritted out as Jiraiya quickly moved to the side. Naruto placed his hands in the ram hand sign, and in a puff of smoke, he stood in complete Hokage robes. He cleared his throat loudly as he moved toward the barrier team. What the hell is all this? Naruto yelled, very loudly as everyone in the tower looked at him with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Well. I came here to see how 2 Akatsuki members attacked our village a few ago, but I found you all drinking, playing card games designed for children, and napping on the job. Hokage-sama, we can explain. I don't need an explanation from you all. I have been standing over there for the last 5 minutes with Jiraiya of the Sannin, and the only person in the entire room to notice me has been that guy over there. Naruto yelled as he pointed toward Shunsui, who merely chuckled uneasily as his team and superiors looked at him. Don't look at him. He's not gonna help you. I see now how our enemies have been invading our village like it was a horny schoolgirl. You all can't even tell that I'm in your very building. How the hell does anyone expect you all to defend the village? If I was an enemy Jonin, all of you would be dead right now because I could have left a poison cloud in here and killed all of you. Naruto said as the ones dressed like priests walked up to him. My lord, please. You must understand that yes, we have our lax moments, but if we had known that the bird was the Akatsuki. So you knew how they got into the village. Then why the hell did none of you try to intercept them? My time in the ninja academy might have been little more than total crap, but at least all of my teachers impressed upon me the need to take out any and all foreign anomalies, or at the least investigate them. If people who utterly hated me gave me that much solid advice, then why the hell couldn't any of you do it? I would have thought it would be drilled into your heads. Naruto yelled at the man dressed like a Shinto priest. The man stumbled back to his place where all the others bowed to Naruto in both shame and embarrassment. Hokage-sama, the only reason we did not do anything was because of a previous incident involving a bird of paradise from bird country. It roamed free over the village, and we spent all day trying to capture it while an enemy spy had invaded the village. We eventually caught both before they got out of the village, but it was a rather drawn-out incident. Shunsui said as he looked up to his leader. I don't give a damn. And why are there only 5 normal ninjas on the interception team? I want 5 more members and at least 2 more Hyuga in this division. You, Hamachi Hyuga, go to Hiashi and enforce my demand. Naruto said as the present Hyuga nodded and vanished quickly to do as he was commanded. I will not punish you all for now, but only because you may be the only people who know how to work the barrier and such. Thank you for your mercy, Hokage-sama. The team said in uniformed unison with their heads still bowed while still kneeling before their ruler. I have a couple of more rules and such to enforce, though. I want one of you to go to the academy and teach an optional class on this branch of Konoha protection. I want another of you to go on all ranks recruitment for this team as well, but mostly Jonin and Anbu if you can. I want at least 2 teams on standby and rotating with all of you to work the barrier. I want at least 2 members to be from the Aburam clan and another 2 to be medic ninja. Naruto said as they all quickly agreed to his demands. Jiraiya, I want you to spend money from the weaponry budget to get them all headsets. They'll need to coordinate from the tower here to out onto the field in order for them not to be running about all day while people sneak into my village. That's about all I can think of. For now. Naruto said as he turned away from the barrier team. Jiraiya nodded as he made a note of everything in one of his small notebooks. I will have someone watching over all of you every now and then, so if I ever have to come back. Naruto said leaving the threat hanging as he walked off. Yes sir, Lord Hokage, sir. The barrier chorused as they heard the stone door to their tower slam shut. That was interesting. Shunsui said, wiping the sweat from his forehead as Izumo and Katetsu exchanged looks. Why did we never think of using headsets? The leader of the barrier team asked one of his detection members, who shrugged with a confused expression on his face. I don't know sir. I just don't know. The member said as the leader sighed and turned to all his members. Well. You heard Hokage-sama. Get to recruiting and all that. So, when you get back from your mission I'll begin training Earth-style ninjutsu and the rest of the frog kata. Kakashi has already told me he'll start training you in lightning-style chakra while on your mission. Jiraiya said as they walked through the streets of the village. I've only got one lightning style, so I'll be taking my scrolls on nature transformation to get a jump start on my wind nature training. Naruto said as he gazed down at his clothes. He had returned them to their original black and orange state right after he left the barrier team tower and the people around them seemed to like the change from all orange to mostly black. I understand, but remember. Don't do anything too dangerous on your own. You may be Hokage, but your ninja training was far too stunted during your academy days. You may have to have more than one blood clone here this time to deal with everything. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. Gotcha. I'll leave 3. 1 for my office, 1 for the mission hall, and 1 to brush up on my basic ninja training. Naruto said as Jiraiya stopped there walking to look him in the eye. It's not that you're not a great ninja. In fact, you have more ninja sense than most of those these days, but it's that you don't understand or know anything about the important things. You have the practical training down like a mad under an Akimichi, but your informational and sensible training aren't at what they should be. I know I've been training you up for the past month or so, but I've been making you battle ready, not politic-wise. Just be careful while you're out there, kid. You could get yourself and the village into a lot of trouble if you don't watch what you say. Jiraiya said as Naruto sighed. To be honest, he was feeling a little insulted by always being told he was at the right level yet and that he had to be watched like some 4-year-old child in a supermarket. I'll be careful. Naruto said, knocking Jiraiya's hand off his shoulder as he continued walking up the street. Jiraiya only watched him go with a sigh. He knew the kid was trying, but making up for 4 years of book learning and applying it to situations readily wasn't going to simply happen overnight, not even with the shadow clone learning method. Though if anyone could pull that off, I'd bet money on Naruto every single time. He's just like you were at first, Minato, a little on the crude side, but I'm sure he'll shape up to be a fine man someday, and a fine Hokage too. Jiraiya thought as he gazed up at the stone carving of his former student. Someday, Naruto's face would be right alongside Minato, and then the entire village would speak of him with praise and glory, just the way both of them had always wanted. Kakashi-sensei, you're on time. Naruto said with a raised brow as Kakashi raised his eyes from his book to look at him. But of course, Naruto, why wouldn't I be? Kakashi asked as Naruto chuckled. Because most people think that you'll be late for your own funeral. Naruto teased as Kakashi looked offended. I'll have you know that I would be on time for that. It is in my honor after all, I couldn't stand to disappoint my many fans and loved ones. Kakashi said as Sakura and Sasuke came from around the corner, though when they saw Naruto they both looked a little nervous. You two are in so much trouble after missions that you better hope you die on them. Naruto said as Sakura gulped and Sasuke was shaking slightly. Naruto's annoyed expression melted into a smile as he walked into the movie theater. Now come on, guys, we got a movie to watch. At least he's still our Naruto. Sakura said with a sigh of relief. Leave it to Naruto to scare them and then rush into a movie like nothing happened. Yeah, but that's what scares me. Sasuke grumbled as he crossed his arms and stalked into the building after his teammate and Kakashi. Hello Kiba. We were looking for you. Shino said as Kiba came running up to them. Yeah, I know, but my mom, my sister, and I got into a debate. Tell me, don't you guys think that Jonin are little more than glorified and powerful babysitters? Kiba asked as Choji and Shikamaru blinked while Neji walked up to them. Of course they are. There are only about 50 Jonin in the whole village and 20 of them are training genin. Neji said with a scoff as Choji looked at him. But they are our teachers. Showing us the ropes so that one day we can stand alongside them as Jonin, Chunin, Anbu or some variation of those ranks. Choji said as Kiba shook his head. Yeah, but they don't actually give us any. I mean, most of us are clan members, so we have to go to our parents or family for our techniques. Kiba said as Neji nodded. The only reason Guy-sensei taught Lee those taijutsu moves was because he himself was a taijutsu expert and Lee could not use ninjutsu or. He helped Tenten with her weaponry techniques, but he never actually taught her anything to do with it. Neji said as Kiba nodded. Asuma-sensei says that it's our job to gain techniques, not theirs. They say that if we want we'll have to either be compatible with our sensei or make the effort to go to the Konoha library to get some. He also said that a teacher could pass down techniques if they wanted, but it would be up to them to train the student or students extra in order for them to get it. Shikamaru said as Shino raised a brow. I know Kurenai-sensei has been teaching Hinata some minor things for a while, but she stopped that last week, saying that Hinata should focus on her own ninja development. Shino said as Kiba nodded once again. See what I mean? They don't really teach anything aside from teamwork and morals. They're nothing but glorified babysitters to us. Kiba said as Shikamaru and Neji exchanged looks. Wanna bring this up to Naruto next time we see him? Shikamaru asked as Neji shrugged. I honestly don't care, but if you do come and retrieve me. Well, my break is almost over. Can we get something to eat? Neji said as the others nodded. I heard of this great place in the downtown district. Yeah? They give special discounts to any active ninja and they have a buffet option. You would know these things. Wouldn't you, Choji? Damn right, Kiba. That movie was awesome. Naruto exclaimed as he ran out of the movie theater like a hyped-up child. Chan, it was alright. Sasuke said impassively as Naruto scowled at him. He could see that Sasuke was holding himself together until his big confrontation with Itachi, but did he really have to still be an asshole? Well, the fight scenes could have been better, but overall it was great. Sakura mused as she and Kakashi exited the building together. Yeah, and the dialogue was a bit spotty, but it was decent enough. One of the better movies I've seen in a while. Kakashi said as he rubbed at his masked chin. It didn't matter that it was the first movie he had seen in months since taking on his first ever genin team. The kids didn't need to know that he had no life outside of missions and training. Yup, they most certainly did not need to know that about him, so they could add it to their growing list of things to tease and mock him for. Yeah. So, I'll see you later today in my office then, right Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said as Kakashi nodded. Then from there it'll be off to the mission hall to collect our team's mission. Kakashi said as he whipped out his orange book and began reading. Right then, see you guys later. Naruto said happily as he ran down the street toward his mansion. Is it just me, or has being Hokage not really changed Naruto much? I mean, I get that he's still him, but you'd think he'd want to be a bit more reserved while in and out of the village. Sakura said as Sasuke shrugged and Kakashi only glanced at her. He is Sakura, but I'm guessing you can't change your attitude that much once you feel a sense of normalcy restored to you after having such a high title of power thrust onto you. I guess Naruto just found him quicker than others. Kakashi said as he flipped a page in his book. Either that or the shadow clones doing all the work for him makes it so he doesn't have to act dignified. Sasuke said with a careless shrug while Sakura and Kakashi looked thoughtful for a moment before their shoulders slumped and they sighed sadly. It's the latter. They said in unison while Sasuke shrugged yet again. Chapter 20. The Kick-Ass Actress. Naruto walked through the streets of the village hidden in the leaves, or Konoha. It was his village, his home, and the home of all his villagers. Now that Naruto thought about it, there were thousands of people who lived inside the walls of the village, and even that didn't account for those that were of the village that lived outside its walls and around the area. Hell, he barely knew 100, so how was he to know all of them? Maybe the shadow clone jutsu would help, but Naruto wasn't sure if he literally made thousands of clones like he boasted. He'd think about it later. Naruto smiled softly as he saw the children of the village at play on the streets. It was a great sight. Well, if you didn't account for the fact that there was still a giant tree in the middle of the village like an umbrella, then all was well. Naruto wondered when Yamato would be well enough to take the thing down. Ah, there you are, Lord Hokage. A noble yet somewhat cheerful voice cut through Naruto's peaceful thoughts as he looked up only to see Hiashi Hyuga standing in front of the Hokage mansion. Hey Hiashi. You do know that you don't have to call me that, right? I mean, I'm still just Naruto. Naruto said, not seeing why people enjoyed making such a big deal out of him being Hokage. In his youth, which now that he thought about it was only 6 months ago, he would have loved to have people bow down and call him their lord, but now. It just seemed a bit rushed and unearned. He hated to think of it like that, but he really felt like he didn't earn the title of Hokage. Hiashi, as if he could sense Naruto's thoughts, chuckled as he ruffled Naruto's already messy blonde hair. You have earned the title of Hokage far more than you think, Naruto. It is because you think yourself unworthy of it that you can handle its responsibilities. Hiashi said with a small smile as Naruto looked at him, but then looked away as he felt a little embarrassed about being so transparent in his thoughts and emotion. Yeah. I've been hearing things like that a lot lately. Naruto said, waving the comment off as Hiashi looked amused. Then perhaps you should listen to it. Hiashi said before he contained himself. It simply wouldn't do to have some random strange see him in a good spirit. He had a reputation to keep, you know. Anyways, I've come to give you this, Lord Hokage. Hiashi said as he reached into his robes and handed Naruto a scroll. At Naruto's questioning look he smiled, it's every picture I could find with your father, myself, and Tuchi as teammates under Lord Jiraiya. I even got some of my wife's old pictures of her, Mikoto, and your mother under Lady Tsunade and Elder Kaheru. Wait, what do you mean by Granny Tsunade and Old Lady Kaheru? Naruto asked as he put the scroll away for later. Well, as you know, Tsunade left the village after the Second War, so older Lady Kaheru took over her team of Chunin, which was your mother's. Hiashi said as he and Naruto began to walk into the Hokage mansion. Okay, but what I still don't get is why one team was all boys and the other all girls. Naruto said, allowing his confusion on the subject to be evident. Those were different times, Naruto. We had been trained while brought up in war. There was no time to have girls going through their feminine problems under a male leader and no time for boys to be distracted by the wilds of women. In fact, there was a period in time where the three Sannin left the village on a mission in Rain Country. This was before we were to be trained, but the mission lasted longer than expected, so all of us were placed under the two elders. Lord Homura and Lady Kaheru. Hiashi explained as Naruto rubbed his chin and thought. Yeah. That must have been around the same time when the pervy sage was training that Akatsuki guy. Naruto muttered to himself, seeing where the dots connected as Hiashi nodded. Also, there was another reason why I came. Hiashi said, the change in his voice from casual to formal was not going unnoticed by Naruto. Naruto's gaze sharpened on him as Hiashi frowned a bit. I'd like to know your intentions with my daughter regarding this request I placed upon you, Lord Hokage. Request? What that request? Naruto said, at first confused by what Hiashi was alluding to until he remembered that he had promised to marry Hinata. I'm not the only one wanting to know these sensitive things, Lord Hokage. Lord and Lady Yamanaka would also like to know your intentions regarding their daughter. Hiashi said as Naruto whirled around on him just outside the Hokage office. What? I mean. I have only the best intentions regarding the daughters of such noble clans. However, as you and they know my duties as Hokage keep me from interacting with the girls as much as I would like to. I don't want a clone to do it, so I'll just have to hold off on anything until I can find some free time. Naruto said, a little embarrassed to be put on the spot by Hiashi's unwavering, stern, and slightly creepy, fatherly gaze. Then, might I make a suggestion? Hiashi asked, a smirk forming on his face as Naruto looked at him nervously. All around the village people were going about their day peacefully. That was, until 3 loud yells of what? And 1 loud yay. Went out for all the village to hear. Who was that? One random ninja asked another. Probably just Lord Hokage finding out that those Lady Hinata Hyuga, Lady Ino Yamanaka, and Little Tenten are all moving in with him at the Hokage mansion. The second random ninja said, not really caring as he used his binoculars to scan the village for threats. Finally, he was a part of the Konoha Protection and Interception Squad. He had applied 6 times over the course of his 10-year career as a ninja, and each time they always said that their team's placements had been filled. He was so glad Lord Uzumaki had demanded the barrier team to hire more ninja, because now he was living his dream. Soon, he'd be promoted to the barrier gazers, and then he'd be able to get in with the Anbu. Yup, his goals were finally falling into place. What? Why would they come and live with me? We're not that serious yet. I mean, we haven't even gone out on a date yet. Naruto said frantically, his hands flying from gripping at his hair to making wild gestures in his panic. Hiashi only raised an aloof brow as he mentally smirked. The boy was just like he had been when he learned of his arrangements with his wife from his father. Dating? I was not aware that such formalities were required for this. We are ninja, Lord Hokage, and as such sometimes live very short lifespans. So, you and my daughter would be better off hurrying things along. You're already 13 years old and not a father. Hiashi said in his most devoid voice. Naruto blinked at him before narrowed his eyes. Hinata and I aren't doing anything like that anytime soon. Arranged or not, I want her to be as comfortable with me as possible, and so you can take your traditional ways and shove him up a rice ball. She and I will do things when we're ready and not a second sooner. Besides, I have no intention of dying anytime soon. Naruto said as he glared at Hiashi, who didn't even look fazed by the action while Naruto huffed and was about to open the door to his office. But what will you do if she dies? Hiashi asked, and the very thought of that brought up his terrible time of grief after his wife had died. Hiashi watched as Naruto's back went rigid and stiff as a board while the young Kage's hand froze over the doorknob. Hiashi didn't need his Byakugan to see how Naruto's hand shook slightly while hovering over the doorknob. He could hear the boy gulp when the young blonde gazed over his shoulder to give Hiashi a look of defiance, one that made him believe the boy would defy fate itself. It meant protecting and saving those he cared about. If I can, I'll make sure that won't happen. I'll die first if it means she lives. Naruto said as he gripped the doorknob firmly and opened the door to his office. Hiashi didn't follow him in. No, he only watched the boy the young man walk into his office with confidence and passion. He was so much like his father, sacrificing himself and his well-being in the name of those he cared for and loved. He only hoped that Naruto wouldn't die so young like his father had. Hiashi smiled a true heartfelt smile as he turned on heel and walked away from the young Kage's office. Naruto would go far. Just like his father had. Naruto dropped into the comfy chair behind his desk with a sigh. Hiashi's last question shook him to his core for reasons he couldn't even place. He really never wanted to think of things like the death of those he considered to be his friends or more. He still had some nightmares about the day Iruka and he protected the forbidden scroll from Mizuki. That large shuriken to Iruka's back. It sent cold shivers down his spine. Then there was the day he found out the old man didn't make it out of his fight with that bastard Orochimaru. He swore utter hate on that snake charmer after having cried his eyes out over the old man's grave. But then his thoughts crossed into terrain he had hoped they never would have. What if someone killed Hinata or anyone he cared about? He wasn't sure he could take another loss like the old man. If Hinata, Ino, and Tenten got so close to him and became targets of hate, what could he do to protect them? He was only one person and he didn't think he was strong enough to keep them safe. The only reason he had been able to fight off that bastard Orochimaru was because Granny Tsunade and the pervy sage were there too and because the man's arms were nearly useless to him. He had made Kabuto a slave to his will, so he wasn't sure if he could truly even take him. Hell, the only reason he was able to fight Deidara as long as he did was because he had formulated a plan while his clones were busy dying in his place and even then he was struck down while Yamato had to finish the fight. Naruto gripped the edge of his desk tightly as his thoughts deepened. He was weak. He didn't deserve the title of Hokage. He couldn't even beat an armless Orochimaru back without help. Naruto shook his head as he thought about all he had gone through so far. He had trained hard. He was still training. He could improve and then he'd be able to protect everybody. He'd protect Hinata, Ino, and Tenten. And if he couldn't, his other friends would. Besides, Naruto mused with a small grin, Hinata and the other girls weren't exactly pushovers. Hinata had fought Neji better than he did, Ino was smart enough to trick Sakura and Tenten. Well, the first time at the Chunin exam scared Naruto a little. She had so many sharp objects and pointy weapons. Naruto sighed to himself as he stood, making 10 shadow clones to go through his daily job as Kage while he attended to some of the more important paperwork. His eyes landed on a red folder that was on his desk and he opened it only for his eyes to widen at what was inside. Genma, adieu. Naruto called as the two ninja dropped from the ceiling on bended knee, kneeling before his desk as if they had been waiting all day to be called. Okay. That's a little weird. Do you guys just wait in the ceiling for me to call you, or something? Naruto asked, figuring he could since he was a little curious. No, we actually can hear you through the use of special places around the village. If we're inside the village and you call for us, we're instantly brought here, but if we're not, then others will fill our place. Genma explained as Naruto gestured for them to rise. Oh. Well then. Naruto stuttered out before he cleared his throat, right then, listen up. I've come upon some rather disturbing news, but first I have a mission for the two of you. Naruto started professionally, his hands laced together in front of him as he leaned forward in his chair. A shadow blazed past the treetops in its flight from 3 others. Shuriken, kunai, paper bombs, and many other ninja tools were used in the person's attempt to outrun and outmaneuver their chasers. Explosions could be heard for miles and could be seen as well. The figure leapt out of the trees just as an explosion blew apart the treetops, and the grunts of the figure's chasers were heard from being in said explosion. The figure landed on their feet at the ground blew, barely a sound being heard as the tattered cloak they clutched to their body gently fell all around them before stifling in the breeze created by the explosion. That should take care of them for a while. Now I can go about my business of not having any business. The figure, voice clearly female, said as she walked toward the giant village and tree in the distance. Her cloak billowed to her right in the wind as she made her way toward this village. The village hidden in the leaves, or Konoha, which is ruled by the Hokage Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Though this woman didn't know that last fact. Ugh. My head. Yamato said groggily as he sat up from his hospital bed. You may not want to move around so much, Yamato-san. An impassive voice said from the dark corner. Yamato's body didn't move, but his eyes sure did snap toward where the voice had come from. Who's there? Yamato asked, trying to seem more intimidating as he was in a hospital bed while IVs and monitors were all around him. The person stepped out of the shadows. It was a boy. No older than the current Hokage, maybe even younger. He had short jet black hair, ink black eyes, and extremely pale skin. Yamato nearly thought the boy was a patient in the hospital, but the boy's attire spoke otherwise. In fact, the boy was dressed rather scantily. The kid wore a short black jacket and a gray high-collar shirt which exposed his pale midriff. Looking the boy over further, Yamato saw that he wore a low-riding pair of black pants, shinobi sandals, and a pair of gloves which left the index finger and thumb exposed. Though what worried Yamato second to most was the tent the boy had strapped to his back, along with the small dull red backpack the kid was carrying. However, what worried Yamato most of all was the expressionless face of the boy and the void of emotion in the kid's eyes. He was in the Anbu for nearly his entire life, but he had never seen a person like that. Blank. It was almost unnerving. This boy was the perfect example of what the Anbu were supposed to be and look like, and yet Yamato felt so sorry for the boy's obvious lack of emotional exposure. There was only one person that could make someone a ninja and as emotionless as this boy was. Danzo, you twisted bastard. Yamato roared mentally as he gritted his teeth, just wait until Hokage-sama hears of this. Your days and those of Roots are finished. You seem tense, Yamato-san. The boy commented as he stepped closer. I am, of course. I just woke up and now I'm staring at someone I don't know. Add that to the fact that you're armed and I'm not, I guess you can see my reasoning for being tense. Yamato said lazily with a shrug as he eased himself back into his pillow. My apologies. I am Sai. I was sent here by Danzo-sama to ensure your protection until you awoke, in which I was to alert Tsunade-sama. Sai stated blankly as Yamato sighed, feeling all the emotion from him being sucked away to the black hole of feelings that was this boy. Is everyone en route like this? Hokage-sama isn't gonna like this. Yamato thought with a sigh. I shall be going to alert Tsunade-sama of your awakening now. Sai said as he stepped back into the shadows and disappeared. Things have just gotten a lot more complicated for Naruto-sama. Yamato said as he closed his eyes, feeling his chakra extremely weak and trying to help it recover. We understand, Naruto-sama. Gemma said as he strapped his pack to his back. Adu nodded from beside him as he was tightening his sandals. Yes, Lord Hokage, we shall complete this mission to the best of our ability. Adu said as he stood. He, Genma, and the three other Jonin bowed to their Hokage, while Inashi's eye twitched from her guard post. Naruto crossed his arms and looked over his 5 subordinates coolly before giving them a bright smile and a nod. He turned toward the carts that held the wave construction teams in them. He liked the fact that he didn't need conventional tools to create wooden objects from his wood nature power. True, he couldn't form a tree that was hard as diamond and big as Kami-sama-chan's fist, but he was proud of his little carts nonetheless. He looked back at the open gate of the village and then glanced over at Inashi and Niji. Good. Be sure they get home quickly and safely. We owe them a lot for being here so long and taking care of the repairs to our village. Naruto said as the 5-cell ninja team nodded and took up positions around and in the carts. Oh Naruto, you don't have to be so grateful to us. You helped do the same for our country and our villages. This was the least we could do to repay you. Though all the people of Wave still know that we're in your debt. Tazuna said as he, Inari, and all the others from Wave bowed to Naruto. What I did was nothing, Gramps. Now get home safe and sound. I'm sure Tsunami is worrying sick about you. Inari, keep up the great work. Someday you'll be as great a constructor as your Gramps. Naruto said as Inari nodded vigorously while Tazuna smirked at the praise, though I hope you never drink as much as he does. Naruto finished as Tazuna face faulted and Inari chuckled teasingly at his grandfather. Sure big brother Naruto, I promise. Inari said as Genma smirked at his Hokage's bratty attitude rubbing off on the kid. Already, move 'em out. Gemma said as the horses began to pull the wagons out past the gate. Naruto stood in the middle of the open gate, waving to the convoy of carts, while a large crowd of people from his village were shouting and waving their goodbyes and thanks to the people from Wave. Some were there to see off their new friends and some to blow kisses at new love interests. A few of the civilian girls younger than Naruto were sighing lovingly at the dreamy image of Inari, whose hair was blowing in the wind, while a few of the boys were still thinking about the picture of Inari's mom, Tsunami, that the boy from Wave had shown them. When the convoy was out of sight, the crowd of people behind Naruto dispersed while Naruto sighed. Naruto looked at Inoshi and Neji with a smile, as Inoshi looked like she had swallowed a lemon, while Neji seemed bored out of his mind. "Hey." Naruto said as Inashi's eyes twitched. "You put me here." Inoshi grounded out as Naruto's smile fell. "Yes, I did. I don't like your little attitude, and sob story or not, punishments should be given for those who disobey orders. You're not the only ones who are getting it, trust me. The next one, who will have it worst, is getting it when I get back to the village." Naruto said, not bothering to stand around and chat as he walked back into the hustle and bustle of the village. "You know, I think I actually respect him a little more for not caring about my sob story enough not to punish me." Inoshi said as Neji looked up at her with a raised brow. "My sob story didn't stop him from beating the crap out of me while in the finals of the Chunin exam. Why should you get off the hook?" Neji said as Inoshi blinked at him, but then let her head drop to the counter of their gate stand. "These next few months are gonna suck Akimichi nuts." Inoshi groaned out as Neji cracked a smile. "Thanks to Kami-sama, he was only there for 2 weeks. Where is she? Where did she go? Do you think she went to the village? Of course, she couldn't survive out here in the lands. She must have gone to Konoha. Then let's go." "Yes sir." 20 figures leapt out of the peaceful forest, all intent on getting to the peaceful Leaf village. "So let me get this straight. You all think that our sensei are overglorified babysitters?" Naruto asked, his eyebrow nearly to his hairline when he was done speaking slowly to his 5 friends, who all nodded in unison. "Come on, Naruto, even you have to admit it. They don't teach us any cool. Actually Kiba, learning is our own responsibility. As ninja we're supposed to learn new techniques on our own time and practice them during team meetings." Naruto said as he leaned back in his office's chair and shrugged. "Yeah, but they're supposed to teach us something other than teamwork and the like. That crap got old months ago, and you know." Kiba said as Choji nodded. "True, but that's the way it is, and unlike some things in this village. It works. I mean, Kurenai-sensei specializes in Genjutsu. Do you want her to teach you that? I've seen her stats and it's pretty much all she knows aside from the standard Jonin stuff." Naruto said with a wave of his hand. No thanks." Kiba said as he went pale. "Never call anyone fat, never mention weight ever. Again. Regardless, they don't do much for our training methods. You've seen how one of our training days goes, Naruto." Shikamaru said as Naruto looked thoughtful. "True, but like I said before. It works. You and Shino are Chunin." "Actually, Naruto, my rank of Chunin has not yet been cleared." Shino said as Naruto quickly swirled to him, the others doing the same. "What?" They all yelled as Shino adjusted his sunglasses. "The physical at the hospital. No one there would give it to me. Lady Tsunade has been doing business with Lee, and Lady Shizune has been doing doubles to help reform the medical system here and get it up to date with the rest of the world." Shino said as they all stared at him, "I did not wish to burden them simply for something as trivial as my rank." "Only you, Shino." Kiba said with a shake of his head. "No wonder you haven't been wearing your Chunin vest." Choji said as Shikamaru frowned. "I'm sorry, Shino dude. I didn't know, not even about the workload Granny and Shizune had on them." Naruto said with a sad look before making a gesture with his hand. His friends all jumped slightly when an Anbu team of 3 came from the ceiling. "Yes, Hokage-sama." The team said as they bowed before him. "I want all 3 of you to collect any ninja we have doing nothing and have them report to the hospital. I want them to help out any way they can. Our hospital is one of the most crucial parts of our village. I owe it enough as it is, and without it, who knows where I'd be after that last fight. Tell them this is my will and that none are allowed to ignore it." Naruto said, his face and tone firm as the 3 Anbu nodded and disappeared to do the will of their Hokage. "Whoa. I guess you really are a Kage now, huh, Naruto? Who would have thought, huh?" Kiba said with a smirk and a shake of his head. Shikamaru and Shino exchanged looks while Neji was as impassive as ever. Choji seemed to be in the same boat as Kiba as he smiled at Naruto. "Listen, we'll finish this some other time. I want you all to go down to the hospital and help out too. Except you, Neji. You get back to your gate watching." Naruto said as Neji had looked hopeful but pouted as he was told to go back to the most boring thing he had ever done. "You know. In training my eyes for the Chunin exams I once watched paint dry for 6 hours. And it was nowhere near as boring as babysitting that gate." Neji said as he stomped out of the room dramatically. Naruto simply chuckled at his unprissy behavior, while the others sighed and resigned themselves to trudging toward the hospital. Naruto sighed to himself as he went through some of his paperwork by himself before creating clones, while he sat behind his desk going over the really important things. It was an hour later that Naruto's hand suddenly stopped moving to right and the pencil in his hand was thrown at high speed toward the dark corner of his office. A hand shot out in the path of the pencil, catching it while Naruto's eyes never left the paper he was looking over and his clones never stopped doing their own work. So, Danzo-sama was right about you, Hokage-sama. You truly are a skillful person. I had only just arrived in the room and you sensed me immediately. You're somewhat frightening. Sai said as he emerged from the shadows. So, you're one of Danzo's pets, huh? Well then, tell him to get you some joy and liveliness, you look like you're fresh out of him. Naruto said as he glanced up from his paper to look at Sai. He didn't need to look at the drastically pale boy to see and feel all the emotion escaping the room go into him. The guy was like a black hole, the way he seemed to take in the emotions of others and cast them into an endless void of non-being. Yes, I am one of the route commanded by Danzo-sama. I am Sai and I am to guard and assist you in whatever way I can. Sai said before getting into a kneeling position from across the room, I am at your service, Hokage-sama. Of course you are. I am in control of this village. And you're serving old man Danzo, you're actually serving me. Don't forget that, Sai. You serve the village and the Hokage above all others. Naruto said, casting an especially significant look at Sai, who shivered for reasons he did not understand. Why yes. Of course, Hokage Naruto-sama. Sai said, bowing his head lowly as Naruto sighed. Has Yamato awakened yet? How? My ninja knows everything that goes on in the village, Sai. Especially since I've helped in the upgrade and upkeep of one of its most important features recently. As soon as they learned of someone being in Yamato's room with him, they notified me and told me your description. Naruto said as he took the paper he was looking at and placed it in a stack before taking up the whole stack and tapping it against his desk, and very soon, probably before this week is out, I will know of everything going on around, above, and below the village. Sai said nothing as he simply kept his head bowed low, so Naruto couldn't see his wide-eyed look of panic. A puff of smoke caught Sai's attention for a second before he realized that it was only one of the many shadow clones dispelling. No need to panic, Sai. Naruto said as Sai looked up at him quickly, not bothering to school his features as he wondered if Naruto was all-knowing. Was this the power of the Hokage? To go from a useless genin to an all-knowing being? No wonder Lord Danzo had wanted it for so long. Sai was about to ask if Naruto really was omnipotent, but a knock at the door stopped him. That will you? Naruto said with a vague gesture as Sai nodded and stood. He opened the door only to see a battered ninja. He stepped aside as the ninja and bowed to Naruto. Hey, you're from the barrier team. Naruto said as the ninja nodded and gulped in fear for some reason. Sai stepped out for me, would ya? Sai bowed and did as he was told, closing the door behind him as the ninja took a deep breath. I'm so sorry to disturb you, Lord Hokage, but there's a disturbance in the village which requires your attention. The ninja said as Naruto raised a brow, both at the ninja's mild injuries and the fact that some kind of problem had broken out in the village. What is it? Naruto asked, rising from his chair and going around his desk while the ninja stood rigid. It's an actor, sir. Chapter 21. First impressions can be cruel. You want to repeat that? Naruto asked with a deadpan expression as the ninja looked upon him nervously. It's an actress, sir. She's running amok through the village. Her and her film people. They're going through the village streets atop horseback and even causing a panic. When we tried to stop them, she fought us, and with us not wanting to hurt her, she got the better of us. I'm so sorry for this failure, Lord Hokage. The ninja said before bowing deeply to Naruto, baring his neck as Naruto blinked. Any civilians hurt? Naruto asked as the ninja shook his head, rising somewhat. No sir, the civilians have remained unharmed. The ninja said as Naruto sighed. Good, because if even one of them were hurt, I'd be hearing Sakura's mom in my ear all day long about it. Naruto said as he raked a hand through his mess of blonde hair before he started for the door. Let's go, Hamachi. We have work to do. Hamachi Hyuga stood there, rooted to the spot as he watched his leader, his king, and basically his master, walk away from him calmly without so much as yelling. He couldn't understand it, even Lord Saratobi would have chewed him out as both the messenger and one of the failed party. Hell, Lord Uzumaki even knew his name, and not just as a member of the Hyuga clan, but as a person. He didn't know if that was a good or bad thing, but he was overjoyed nonetheless. You coming, Hamachi? Naruto asked as he looked over his shoulder at the stunned ninja. Hamachi snapped out of his stupor as he blinked and shook his head. Right away, Lord Hokage. Hamachi said as rushed to catch up with his young lord. Even Lord Hiashi bowed to the kid and now Hamachi could see why. The world around Konoha was peaceful. The skies were only partly cloudy, the breeze was refreshing, and the streets were being mobbed by horses and black knights. Oh. Crap. Sasuke. Yeah, Sakura. What? Sasuke said as he jerked his arm out of Sakura's grasp. Do you see that? Sakura asked as she pointed at the stampede of horses and riders coming down the street while ninjas were clearing civilians out of the way. Sasuke actually blinked in disbelief before he face-palmed himself. Yes. Yes, I do, Sakura. What the hell is going on now? Sasuke said in an aggravated tone as Sakura still looked mildly stunned. Should we help? Sakura asked as she took her eyes away from the chaos and looked to Sasuke for his answer. Fine, whatever. It beats mulling around the streets like a couple of idiots. Sasuke said as he jumped to the rooftops, not bothering with the fact that Sakura was blushing as she followed. He said, a couple. We are so together now. Sakura's inner romantic screamed as she giggled. Girls are so weird. Thank God Naruto and I are boys. Sasuke thought as he rushed from building to building. Sasuke jumped off the building just as a woman riding on a white horse jumped over a large gate next to the theater, riding away. Sasuke was forced to jump out of the way before the band of horses with riders barged through the gate and after the woman. Sakura jumped atop a horse and knocked its rider off just as many Narutos began raining down from the sky above. For a second, Sakura blushed as she remembered having a dream like that, but then her face went completely red as she remembered other parts of that certain dream involving her, Sasuke, and 10 Narutos. Sakura was brought out of her reminiscence when she heard groans coming from the knight Sasuke was defeating. She shook her head as she pulled out ninja wire, lassoing the 3 riders in front of her and their horses, while Naruto's clones took down the rest. A Hyuga clan member dropped down from a building, panting heavily as he knelt before one of the Narutos. Naruto looked at the scene before him before sighing and looking at Sakura and Sasuke. The real me isn't here. Hamachi, get these idiots off my streets and hold them in that studio near the theater. The real me will be alone shortly, so have whoever's in charge of these guys with you. And Kakashi, get down from there. The Naruto clone said as a person shimmered into sight, looking as though it had dropped from thin air, revealing their sensei Kakashi Haddock. I had been on my way to your office when I saw you were already here. Kakashi said as he put his orange book away while Naruto nodded. You heard my orders, right? The clone asked as Kakashi nodded. They will be followed. Kakashi assured as the clone nodded before it and the others dispelled. Now then, let's untie these guys and get them to that studio. Kakashi said with an eye smile as Sasuke and Sakura groaned. We should have just mulled around the streets like a couple of idiots. Sasuke muttered as he took out a kunai and cut his ropes. A week's worth of ninja wire and ropes, wasted. 10 minutes of his life, wasted. Sakura, however, was blushing madly. Her and Sasuke as a couple. Now that, and the fact that Naruto had and could teach Sasuke the shadow clone jutsu. Both also being well-endowed boys. Heh. Priceless. Jiraiya sneezed from his spot on the roof of the hot springs. His perv senses were tingling, and one of the few female pervs had revealed themselves in the village. One of the chosen ones is near. Jiraiya muttered seriously as he got up and put away his telescope. There was no time to perv on unsuspecting women when one of the chosen few was so close by. So, what's it like being the Sky Princess, Lady Fujikis? Naruto asked mockingly as he neared the actress, startling her slightly. Yuki was tired. She rested at the edge of the lake near Training Ground 7 while her horse drank from the water quietly and greedily. Naruto saw that her hair was no longer in the ponytail it was when he had begun tailing her, but was now flowing long and freely down her shoulders to come to rest at the small of her back. I'm not the Sky Princess. I'm just an actress. Yuki told him harshly, never turning her eyes from the lake as she watched her white stallion. I know you're not. I said, what's it like being the Sky Princess? Not are you okay, Sky Princess? See the difference? One merely isn't the same as the other. Now are they? Naruto replied in a mockingly condescending tone, no longer sounding like his friendly self. He had seen her kind before. People who felt that their troubles were the biggest thing in the world and didn't care for others well. He really disliked those sorts of people, mainly because they were annoying whiners. At least Sasuke seeked power and did something to get stronger, but her. She made no response to him, so he tried the friendly approach once more. Just to be able to say he did. He smiled goofily with a chuckle as he scratched the back of his head. I suppose it's still a little hard to believe that I'm seeing you here in person. I just saw your movie too, after all. It was really great. HMPH. Whatever. Yuki said as Naruto's eyes twitched. So the kind approach didn't work. Back to business then. Why were those men chasing you? Again she made no response, just sitting there and staring at the lake like some statue. Naruto was about to repeat his question when Yuki suddenly jumped up, grabbed the reins on her horse, and took off before he could get over his shock. Naruto shook his head at the sight. That woman was something else. Yuki looked back to see that the blonde rodent was nowhere in sight. She felt relieved that one less headache was out of the way. She rode for a few minutes, then looked back again to see if the blonde brat was trying to catch her. What she saw shocked her when she turned back to the road in front of her. There he was, leaning against a tree calmly, looking both bored and annoyed with her as she passed him. He made no move to follow as he merely rolled his cerulean blue eyes, but she was still too much in shock. How did he get there? When did he get there? No one was that fast. She kept riding as if she hadn't seen him, and when she glanced back he wasn't at the tree anymore. "Lady, do you really think you can escape me that easily?" A voice from in front of her path asked as she looked straight ahead. There he was. Just leaning against another tree as if he had been there all day. She passed him once more and kept her gaze on him as she did. He looked as though he hadn't moved an inch. Was she trapped in one of those ninja illusions? No, he didn't look the type to play tricks with the minds of ours. It sounded much too complicated for some idiot like him. She glanced back again and he was gone. Her head shot forward to see him already near the gate leading back into the major part of the village. He was leaned against the gate exactly how he was against the tree. How the hell was he doing that? So, does anyone want to report to me the reason why I didn't find out about a bunch of samurai running rampant through my village until after they had gotten here? A Naruto clone said with his arms crossed while Kakashi shrugged. We're not sure. This amount of people entering the village would normally be reported immediately to the Hokage or at least the Anbu before they were all done being processed at the front gate. Kakashi said as he placed a hand to his masked chin and rubbed it in thought, unless. Unless what? Naruto asked as the 10 ninja and Kakashi all seemed a little reluctant to tell him something. Well, the only way this amount of people won't be reported to you are the Anbu. As if one of the councils gave them expressed permission to enter before they got to the gate. Kakashi said as Naruto narrowed his eyes. Then which of my councils gave them permission to enter without my knowing? Naruto asked tightly as Kakashi's eyes narrowed as well. Not the Shinobi Council, I know that much. Kakashi said as the Naruto clone closed his eyes and turned away. Then I will allow my real self to deal with that problem when I dispel. Come, we must meet with Mr. Sandayu-sama. Naruto said, his hands in the ram hand seal. A poof of smoke was all the warning the ninja got as the clone transformed its appearance in front of them. When the smoke cleared, the Naruto clone was in full Kage garb as he tipped his triangular hat at them with a smirk while they were confused. Kakashi, how good are you at? The Naruto clone asked with a smirk. Pretty good, mostly just the simple ones. Why? Kakashi said as the clone's boyish smirk turned into a full-on grin. Perfect. Follow me. The rest of you, round up the civilian council and direct one of the clones to the office. I want order restored. The clone said as he and Kakashi walked away. Yes, sir. The ninja chorused before moving quickly to carry out his orders. Okay, what's going on? Kakashi asked as Naruto smirked once more. I have a plan. Was all the Naruto clone said as they walked. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The man with glasses said with a bow. This gentleman here is the one who requested our services. Assuming he still wants them after being knocked out and tied up by you. Kakashi said as he gestured to the man beside him while Sasuke and Sakura stood in front of both men. No harm done. Sandayu insisted, brushing the incident off while giving them all a friendly smile. I'm actually quite impressed. We were caught completely off guard by these two and those others. Those were the most efficient tactics you used. Better even than what was said by your Hokage, which was quite praiseworthy. I must confess I had a small doubt on whether or not Genin was suited for this mission, but I'm glad to say that your little show has completely erased my doubts. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Sandayu-sama. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Sasuke-cha. Sasuke muttered coolly. This guy must have had some training to be so calm and praiseful to them. No normal civilian would be so cool about being knocked out and tied up. Unless they were into that kind of thing, but that's besides the point. Ah, even where I'm from I've heard about you. Sandayu said as he turned to Sakura, and you, young lady. I'm Sakura Haruno. Sorry again about the whole. Sakura said as Sandayu interrupted her with a chuckle. Think nothing of it. Sandayu insisted with a smile, a pretty young lady such as yourself has no need to apologize. Kakashi and Sakura beamed at the man's friendliness. Kakashi glanced over to Sasuke and. Wait, was Sasuke's right eye twitching? But that only happened when. Oh. Heh. Now Sasuke was staring at his right foot pointedly. Kakashi could read his student like a book and peeking into the diary that was Sasuke was giving him some juicy material to gossip about to his fellow Jonin ninja. By the way, Sandayu began, now speaking to all three of them, which one of you created all those clones and caught the other group? That was some top-notch work. Ho, ho, ho. He's not here right now, but I'm sure you'd like to meet him. An energetic voice rang out behind the group as they all turned to see the Hokage. Dressed in the official Hokage robes and hat was a man who looked to be in his early 20s, though the full set of clothes hid most of his body from view. This man was the Hokage. His eyes and top half of his face were obscured by the shadows of his hat, while his cool smirk seemed to be forever on his features. Yo. I'm glad you found them well, Mr. Asama. This bunch is a rather wild group. The Hokage said as Sandayu chuckled. They seem alright to me. Thank you for referring them to me, I'm sure they'll be even better if danger should arise. Also, I am looking forward to meeting this last member. Sandayu said as the Hokage grinned. Good, because you'll meet him soon. The Hokage said as he turned and walked out with just as much energy as he spoke. Sasuke's left eye twitched over how stupid Naruto's clone had sounded. The only thing that kept him from putting a boot to the clone's head was the stupid elaborate plan which Sasuke could tell was going on. Even Sakura seemed to understand something was amiss, as she must have detected and seen past the genjutsu over Naruto's top half as well. The only question left was, what the hell was going on? Naruto yawned into an open palm as he saw Yuki was racing down the street atop her horse. She had finally made it back into the village, and he had to admit that using his flash step technique just to mess with her head was getting boring. He jumped to the rooftops before she had a chance to notice and followed her through the village as she looked for him, trying to find where he had run off to. He watched as she breathed a sigh of relief before she started mulling about the village. It wasn't longer before he gained a smirk as he saw her surrounded by a small group of children. Each of them had to be around 7 or 8 years old as they clamored for her autograph, all holding up pens and papers as they chanted the word. His amused smirk soon turned to a fond smile at the sight. Had it been even a few days earlier, he himself might have just gone over and joined them in asking for an autograph. Naruto sighed, maybe he had judged her too soon. Maybe she really was a good. Just stop it. I'm not giving any autographs. Yuki shouted, freighting all the children in a dead silence. Even all of the onlookers and those just passing by stopped and looked at Yuki in shock, wondering what had caused her reaction. What's so special about my autograph? Yuki said, continuing her tirade, if I give it to you, all it'll do is take up space and collect dust. What could be more worthless? More useless? It's just plain stupid. The good and total bitch. Naruto thought, feeling his fist clenched at the look on the children's faces. And with that, Yuki Fujikaze took off running down the street, leaving the kids behind. Naruto felt sorry for the kids, especially the one of which looked ready to cry. Already the people in the streets were chatting and gossiping about what had just happened, none of them impressed with the actress anymore. Wow, and I thought that Hikari Miko was bitchy. One of the women said aloud as the others around quickly agreed with the random woman while they began to slowly disperse. Naruto gritted his teeth as he gazed down upon his people. His face was set in anger as he took another brief look at the children. Watched as their parents gathered about them, consoling them as the one child was actually crying and sobbing softly in her father's arms. Silently, he took off after Yuki again. This time, however, he was not going to be taking it lightly on her. You're kidding. Yuki Fujikaze, here, in the village. Ino said excitedly as she leaned on the sales counter while Kiba and Shikamaru nodded, both looking worked over as though they had been working for hours at a time. Ino knew they had, like many of the ninja in the village, been helping out at the hospital to update the system. She, like many others, was surprised when just earlier her father and even her mother, who hadn't been a ninja a day in her life but did work as a nurse some time, were called to help out at the hospital on her dad's only day off. Neither parent had complained however, unlike her, who made a big fuss about it, as both knew the importance of the hospital to the village. Ino understood that it was the only hospital the village had, but did it really need that much reorganizing? Why are so many people helping? She didn't think so. Yeah, we saw her riding horseback through the village while Naruto was watching her. I know how much you like her, so. What are you kids talking about? A voice said as they all turned to see Anko coming into the open doorway of the flower shop. Yuki Fujikaze is in the village. Right now. Ino said as Anko scoffed at her excitement. Sorry to burst your bubble, kid, but that woman ain't all she's cracked up to be. Anko said with a sassy hand on her hip. What do you mean? She's one of the greatest actresses in all of the elemental countries. Ino retorted as Anko only scoffed once more. Remember when we all went to see the Princess Gale movie and I said that she'd be a really stuck-up bitch? Well guess what? Anko the forever sexy was right. The woman was downtown screaming at some kids who wanted her autograph. I heard from Katetsu, who heard from Iruka, who heard from Adu, who heard from Konohamaru, who saw one of the kids crying. Anko said as Shikamaru raised a brow while Kiba looked confused. No way. Ino said as Anko nodded. Way. That's awful. She sounds like a total bitch for making some kid cry. Yeah, that's more of a jerk move than when Inchman stole Commander Orgy's utility belt of endowment. You've been hitting up late night TV again, haven't you, Kiba? You bet your justice genitals I have. Wahahaha. Ugh. This is why ninjas shouldn't have television. I have to go tell Hinata and Tenten. This is big news. Ino said as Shikamaru gave her a look. Didn't you say your parents left you here to look after the shop? Shikamaru questioned as Ino blanched. Ugh. You're right, they did. Damn it. Oh. I know. Shika, go get them and bring them here. Ino said as she batted her eyelashes at the Nara air. I thought you were into Naruto. I am, you idiot. Women can use their feminine charms without having to like someone. Gosh, don't you know anything, Shika? Ino said, crossing her arms as she gave Shikamaru and Kiba a look after exchanging one with Anko. Boys. They're all stupid without us. I hear that, sister. I'll go get the girls. See you later. Wait, Anko. Why did you come here in the first place? To spread gossip, of course. Oh, and to get some of those poison lilies. They do come in today, right? Yeah, but the shipments are late. Sorry. No prob. I'll just get 'em tomorrow. Now to get more women here. And that's our cue to leave. Coming, Kiba. Yeah. I need to see Choji and Shino about the manga they let me borrow. I still don't see why the Potter kid just doesn't kick his family's ass and move into that castle. You're into Harry Potter, too? Shikamaru asked in shock as he and Kiba exited the flower shop right behind Anko, who took off in the opposite direction. Yeah. I mean, it's so unbelievable and cool. Dude, just look at it. This kid suddenly finds out, all in one day, that an evil wizard is after him and that he has to go to a school to learn magic. It's almost as unbelievable as Bleach. I mean, whoever heard of multiple Shinigami? Kiba replied with a grin as he nudged Shikamaru, who smirked somewhat. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Almost like being a 16-year-old pirate and fruit giving you magical powers after eating it. Shikamaru said as Kiba laughed. Dude. You read One Piece, too. Who are you and why have I never met you? Kiba said excitedly as he threw an arm over Shikamaru's shoulder brotherly and grinned. I don't know, but I think Choji and Shino have been holding out on me. They both borrowed my Harry Potter and never gave it back. Now I know where it went. Shikamaru said as he and Kiba laughed. Naruto scanned the crowds from his position on the rooftop. He had to admit that this bitchy actress was no amateur in losing herself in a crowd or in having methods to look about herself without ever turning her head. Naruto had noted that her favorite method of all seemed to be pulling out her small makeup kit to use the mirror to look over her shoulder while it appeared that she was checking her appearance. A nice trick, but not good enough on someone like him or any truly trained ninja. He followed her for about 2 hours, most of the time on rooftops, looking down on her as an assassin might do to their target. Sometimes, just to screw with her, he'd use his flash step combined with his transformation technique to pass her as a random townsman without her knowing. Though in the last 2 hours she had twice gone and changed inside stores, coming out with completely different outfits and hairstyles, along with different fragrances from new perfumes. The first he had nearly missed, only finding her again by noticing her frequent habit to check over her shoulder with a makeup mirror. He continued following her until she made a stop at the bar. Naruto followed her in, disguised as a middle-aged man. He sat down at the bar itself, watching her from a few seats down. She had immediately placed a high order for sale. And lots of it. It was something he had learned from Jiraiya when they had been traveling around during their search for Granny Tsunade. He could still remember when the two had sat inside a restaurant watching a man who drank at the bar. Remember this, Naruto, because it might help you someday while on a mission or when dealing with delegates. When a person goes to a bar, always watch how many drinks they take. 1 means they're in a hurry and want things done quickly. 2 means it's a quick trip but that they regularly are the come and go type. That means they may stay or they may not and things could go either way with your presence there. 3 drinks means that the person definitely has time to waste and is ready for if things get lengthy and talks are business. Now 4 or more drinks, that's when you know for sure that a person is dedicated and is going to stay for a long while no matter what. They'll be in the discussion or such for the long haul and will argue and compromise until they get at least as much as they can. No matter what comes their way. Jiraiya had said as they had watched a man drink 4 drinks and then rest at the bar. Naruto shook his head free of his thoughts as he watched the actress consume 1 glass after another. Once she got her 4th down, Naruto felt that was his chance. He pushed away the sake he hadn't even touched before going to the restroom. He dropped his disguise before walking out, making sure no one noticed him. He saw a few drunkards had noticed, but they didn't seem to care. His sharp look toward them told them to stay quiet and unaware. Are you tired of running, Lady Yuki? Naruto said crispy from behind the actress as she dropped her glass in shock. Slowly, she turned around and gave him a look of surprise. You again? I thought I lost you. Yuki said airily as Naruto gave her a dour look. I told you already. Did you really think that you can escape from someone of my caliber that easily? Naruto said with his dour look. Yuki didn't answer as she merely reached for a new glass and took another drink. I guess not. Especially since you followed me under some ninja and then changed back in the bathroom. Yuki said somberly as Naruto shadowed his shock and surprise with a raised brow. Oh? And how did you notice that? Naruto asked, slightly impressed and terrified that she had known about his movements. I've been watching everyone in here from the reflections of the glasses and other stuff. The guy went into the bathroom and didn't come out. You never entered, yet you came out of the bathroom. It was a bit suspicious. Yuki said as though it pained her to be so cunning and intelligent. Maybe I came in through the bathroom window. Coming through the front door would only give you the chance to see me and run. Naruto said as Yuki shrugged with a somber look on her face. Maybe. Yuki sighed out, staring at her glass as Naruto was sure she was truly looking at him. His face was set in a stern and emotionless facade as he stared at her back. He decided they needed a change of subject before he started asking questions that might make the drinking actress lash out. Why did you have to hurt those kids' feelings like that? All they wanted was your stupid autograph. Is that really so hard to give? Naruto asked as Yuki tensed, but sighed out as she looked set between annoyed and saddened. Why should I have given it to them? It's pointless and stupid. Yuki said, now looking at him beside her, it's one of those things where you get it, are happy with it for a few minutes, and then completely forget about it. She said before she gave him an even more annoyed look, is that it? Are you bothering me for one, too? Is that why you won't leave me alone? There's no way that I would want your autograph, bitchy. Especially after what you've done. Naruto said sharply, letting a small amount of his annoyance seep out, and don't bother writing up a fake one. Naruto said as he glanced at her hand which had been moving towards a pen and paper, but he could clearly see the spray she had at the edge of her sleeve. I'm not the type to fall for you with some pepper spray. Again. After that incident. Never mind, just know that. Naruto Uzumaki. Yuki said somberly with a shake of her head, her hand moving away from the two items and back to her alcohol. It's pervert repellent. For pervs like you. Is that why you're following me, you perv? Naruto is too stunned to reply, not even to retort to being called a perv. How did she know his name? He had never told her his name. And given how good she was at acting the part of shock, he wasn't sure just how much she knew or didn't know of. There had only been a few times when he was so truly surprised with those around him. The first time was when Jiraiya had demonstrated the destructive power of the Rasengan in front of him. Another was he had learned that Orochimaru had been using it to reanimate the dead Hokages. The last time was when he saw his first vision with Sasuke planning to attack Konoha. Now he was forced to add some bitchy actress to the list. Spiky blonde hair, the only ninja to wear orange no matter what. Loud-mouthed, yet hides certain degrees of emotion. Your reputation precedes you, Uzumaki. Yuki said without looking at him any longer, just like mine does. My reputation. I wasn't aware that I had truly acquired one just yet. Naruto said slowly and carefully. Did she know about him being the Hokage as well? He felt an uneasy grip at the edges of his heart. Just how much did she know? You defeated the Sand Village's monster and some prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Yuki said dryly, leaning back a bit after taking another swig of her drink, the former is the one I was more interested in. The demon known as Shukaku, and its host Gaara of the Cactus. Or whatever the hell his name is. They say that you used the summoning of Jiraiya of the Sannin, and now that you're apprentice. They also say you decimated an entire section of forest with your battle. When you're a participant in the Konoha Chunin exams, it's obvious that such an achievement is going to be heard throughout the entire elemental continent. Naruto said nothing as he crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes. If push came to shove, he'd have someone erase or seal her memories of everything dealing with Konoha. Yuki laughed bitterly as she took another gulp of her drink, some stupid and heartless beast of the Sand Nation. It makes me wonder who the real monster was. This Shukaku or that Gaara kid. Don't you ever talk about Gaara like that. You don't know one thing about him or what he's been through. Naruto yelled, small amounts of his chakra already increasing the air pressure in the bar, while most of the people in the bar began backing away, though Yuki herself was either too drunk or too oblivious to notice Naruto's sudden change. If anything, she didn't look impressed one bit. I don't care if you are the #1 actress. I'll still kick your ass. Naruto yelled before he stopped himself. What was he doing, getting angry over her words? Exploding at her like he used to do? He couldn't do that anymore. He knew that, but hearing her talk trash about Gaara made his blood boil as he clenched his fists. She didn't know him. She didn't know what Jinchuriki suffered through. Yuki laughed at that. At him. Laughter was the last thing Naruto was expecting as the laughs grew louder and bolder. He was about to summon his sword and lop her head off when she started speaking. #1 actress? Yuki asked incredulously between her fits of amusement, oh dear Kami-sama, that's rich. That's very funny. What's so funny about? You say it like being an actress is so great. Yuki said, her entire demeanor changing from amused to somber. Being an actress is an awful job. Naruto stopped at that. His anger ebbed away without his consent. His confusion at the whole of her change and words was nearly touchable. Huh? Was his oh so intelligent reply. Being an actress means that you're the lowest of the low. Yuki said, picking up her empty cup and waving it around, it's the worst job anyone could do. It's a life filled with lies, followed by a script that someone else writes. Heh. It's really stupid actually. Stupid? Naruto asked, blinking in bewilderment. He never heard of an actor describe their job like that. Well, the woman was a complete bitch, he had to admit that her talent for theater was good. Her acting was so real and convincing. He had figured she was just a stuck-up hag, completely engrossed in her own fame and fortune, someone who cared solely about her career and thought herself above everyone else in the world. But what was this? She made it sound like she had lived a miserable life. His life. Maybe he really did judge her too quickly. Before they could continue their conversation, the door to the bar burst open as several people came running in, nearly trampling some guy that had been trying to leave. Naruto gazed at the door, reining in his wild emotions as he saw Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi with some older man with a beard and glasses. Before he had the chance to even mentally question it, he felt memories and information flood his mind from a clone that must have dispersed. His fists clenched even more than before. He'd be kicking so much council ass later. Lady Yuki. The man in glasses said in a hurried voice, trying to catch his breath, the normal ship departing for Snow Country left an hour. I'm sorry, ma'am, but we'll have to wait another 2 weeks before the next one comes in. What? Yuki interrupted, slamming her glass down on the bar with added emphasis, screw it. The Sky Princess is leaving. Leaving? The man repeated in complete despair, what do you mean? It's fine. Yuki said far more calmly than she had been a mere 2 seconds ago, waving her hand in front of her dramatically, it happens all the time. Lead actresses change all the time, as can directors. You can find a replacement easy. Quite. The guy, which he knew from the clone's memories as Sandeo, yelled, making Yuki drop her waving hand. To Naruto's amazement, she did shut up immediately, even looking a bit concerned. He guessed the guy never raised his voice at her or was too stern, unless the situation called for it, since she didn't react at all when he was shouting at her just moments ago. Whoever the hell the Sandeo guy was. He obviously had more than a bit of influence over her. The role of Sky Princess Gale can be played by no one except you, Lady Yuki. Sandeo yelled in passion. Yuki stared at him for a moment and then looked down at her drink like a scolded child. Naruto and the others only watched as Sandeo continued on in a softer, but still firm voice, besides, if you drop out this late in the game, you'll never work in this business again. Yuki was silent as Naruto thought that maybe Sandeo had actually got through to her. So what? I don't care. Yuki said as Naruto let out a mental sigh. Maybe not. Then I guess we have no choice. Kakashi said in his usual lazy layabout voice. Naruto looked toward Kakashi as the man moved forward, lifting his Konoha headband just enough to expose his left eye. His Sharingan eye. Naruto raised a brow as Kakashi looked Yuki directly in the eye. Seconds later, Yuki collapsed in Kakashi's arms like a useless rag doll. Mind telling me what you just did that for? Naruto asked, his brow still raised, don't tell me that you're into. She's our next assignment, Naruto. Kakashi interrupted, giving Hokage his usual eye smile as they played the part in front of Sandeo. You're now part of her bodyguard until further notice. I see, so you're the boy the Hokage of the Leaf Village talked about. Sandeo said as he outstretched his hand, hello, I am Sandeo-sama, and I happen to be her personal assistant. Naruto said, finishing the man's introduction as he jabbed a thumb toward Yuki's unconscious form. Yeah. Sandeo said, using the hand he was reaching out with to scratch the back of his head sheepishly. And I'm Naruto was saying, but got interrupted by a loud and jolly voice. Naruto Uzumaki. The number 1 genin in all of Konoha. The loud and annoying voice said as Naruto felt his eye twitch. They all turned toward the door of the bar, only to see the smirking Hokage standing in the doorway. Chapter 22. Governing soberly and sexy bodies. Naruto sat behind his desk, staring at the paperwork in front of him. He didn't want a clone to deal with, since it wasn't much. But for some reason, he just couldn't focus on it. He felt a nagging sensation at the back of his mind, but couldn't tell what it was from. He pushed himself from the desk, deciding that a clone could deal with the work while he cleared his head. The whole incident with Yuki Fujika's yesterday had been an ordeal. A boat had been secured for their mission, but it wouldn't come for another 2 or 3 days. Naruto walked the halls of the Hokage mansion and thought, his arms behind his back, as he focused his gaze on the floor before him. He still needed to meet with his ever-wise civilian council. He might have understood them, but he also thought he had made his thoughts on the matter clear as well. They needed to be dealt with, and as much as he hated to do it, there was only one way he could think of to do so. "Genma, adieu," Naruto called as he walked, the two ninja coming from the shadows as they kept pace behind him. "Yes, Lord Hokage." The two chorused as Naruto glanced over his shoulder at them. "I want the councils, all three of them, present in the council meeting room. Have them all there by noon," Naruto said as the two wasted no time to give his orders. "You can come out at any time, Sai. Following me under illusions isn't the way to go," Naruto said, glancing at a wall as he outstretched his hand, ripping away Sai's, while said pale boy was wide-eyed and surprised. "How the? What did he just do?" "He ripped it. Physically. But how? That shouldn't be possible. There are only two ways to dispel a what is he. He is truly a god," Sai thought in a panic, though none showed on his face. "That technique I just used is one of my own designs. I came up with it while Jiraiya-sensei and I were searching for Tsunade. I force my own chakra onto the illusion and disturb it with multiple waves of chakra while moving my hand, hence why it looked like I ripped you away. I'm still thinking of a name for it though," Naruto said as Sai merely fell into step behind him respectfully. "I see. Then why not name it Norin Mikuri?" Sai suggested as Naruto rubbed his chin. Curtain stripping, you say. That's good, Sai. Thanks," Naruto said as he gazed over his shoulder with a smile. Sai felt his heartbeat increase while heat rose in his cheeks. He didn't know why, but that smile gave him an unusual feeling. A feeling of ease. Sai hated that feeling. "How is Yamato doing?" Naruto asked as he and Sai stepped out of the Hokage's mansion. "Tsunade-sama says that he will make a full recovery within a week. His vitals are stable, and the only thing he needs now is rest and a steady diet of healthy foods," Sai said impassively as Naruto nodded. Good, good. How's Danzo?" Naruto asked, his voice carrying a little more firmness to it as Sai felt himself tense without wanting to. "He is well," Sai said with inflection, as if he was being indirect. "Oh? You didn't say Danzo-sama. Am I to take it that you can't? Or maybe you'll explode if you do," Naruto said, taking the fact that Danzo seemed like the cold-hearted type to do something like that. "The former. I can't speak about that which is not to be talked about," Sai said quietly with his head bowed. "That's fine, Sai," Naruto said, though his fists were clenched. "I knew Danzo wouldn't send someone to me without some security measures, but what if he's done this to every other ninja under his command? I'll just have to figure out a way around whatever defenses he has on Sai and then remove them completely. You should know Danzo, you're playing at a young man's game and your time is nearly up," Naruto thought as he took a calming breath. "What did you say?" Hiashi asked the ninja without turning from his cup of tea, nor his two daughters and Niji as they sparred. "Hokage-sama has requested the presence of all council members and his three elderly advisors. Any who do not attend by noon will be dealt with by Hokage-sama himself," the ninja said as Hiashi sighed. "Understood. You may go," Hiashi said shortly as the ninja nodded before vanishing. What could have happened that would cause Naruto to call an emergency meeting of all three councils before the normal time? Hiashi thought as he sipped at his tea, watching Niji flip Hinata while he kicked Hanabi backward. "I just hope they'll have better luck with the village when I'm dead and gone." "A meeting you say?" Inoichi said as he wiped the sweat from his brow. With a sigh, he and Chijiro sat down in the large box they were carrying, while Shikaku raised a brow. "Yes, all members of the three councils. Attendance is mandatory," the ninja said. "Alright. Message received. You can go," Shikaku said with a lazy tone and wave of his hand. The ninja nodded as he vanished from the inside of the hospital. "A meeting, huh? Why am I being summoned then? I'm not one of the three councils," Tsunade said, sparing the ninja a glance from her paperwork. "You are of the Senju clan and have had your clan status reinstated with your being back in the village. You're also the head of the medical corps and the hospital. You are required to attend," the ninja said as Tsunade sighed. She had forgotten all about that and those two old fossils' threats toward her. "Fine, just get out of my office," Tsunade said as the ninja wasted no time in leaving. "Damn paperwork. Sai, I need you to pick up a book for me from a person just outside the village's gates. They'll meet you there, so have it with me before noon," Naruto said, writing down what he needed as he handed the scrap of paper to Sai, who nodded in acceptance. "As you wish, Naruto-sama," Sai said in monotone before he disappeared. "Alright, now I can finally get some ramen in peace," Naruto said with a stretch and a sigh. "Oh, mind if I join you?" a voice said as Naruto turned to see Ino. "Ino? Hey, aren't you supposed to be living at my mansion now?" Naruto asked, not having seen anyone around the mansion but Jiraiya as he did every morning. "Yeah, me, Hinata, and Tenten are there. We're roomed on the level above you and Lord Jiraiya. I didn't know the Hokage's mansion extended below ground or that it was so extensive," It's amazing, Naruto. Ino said as she and Naruto walked onward to Ichiraku's ramen. Yeah, neither did I when I first moved in. It's all still so new and exciting to me. Naruto said honestly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, but you've accomplished your dream. I mean, you're the Hokage now, Naruto. You did it. Everyone said you wouldn't, and still you did it. Ino said with her arms behind her as she glanced over at Naruto. Yeah, but I think the reasons for my dream changed along the way. Naruto said, looking up at the giant tree in the middle of the village with a smile. I first started that dream just so people would stop ignoring me and take notice, but along the way, I didn't care if people took notice of my existence. I just wanted to protect those I cared about. I discovered that while on my first C-ranked mission. Really? Ino asked, turned to him fully as they came up on the ramen shop, which seemed to be very busy, while Naruto nodded. Hey Naruto. I mean, Lord Hokage. Come around for another world-famous bowl of Ichiraku ramen, huh? Tucci said as he gazed back at his customers. Hey you squatters, make room for the leader of our great village. And his girl. Thanks old man Tucci. Naruto said with a chuckle as he guided into her seat. You're welcome anytime, Naruto. And who is this young lady accompanying you today? Might I add a beautiful one to that? Tucci said as Ino began to blush. Huh? Oh, it's just Ino. Naruto said, casting a quick glance at Ino while AM was taking his order. Naruto. Both girls, AM and Ino, yelled at him in embarrassment while Ino was blushing. Huh? Something wrong? Naruto asked in confusion as AM grabbed his ear harshly. You can't just introduce her so commonly, like she's just some old friend that's been with you forever. You have to be respectful and gentlemanlike, say her full name, be polite. AM admonished as Ino nodded firmly. I don't get what the big deal is. She's just Ino, I've known her since forever. We went to the academy together and everything. In fact, we were even friends before she started caring about popularity and all that. Naruto said, looking bewildered while Ino grabbed his other ear. So? That doesn't matter. I am a lady, and as such, you have to be extremely polite. You should always guide the lady to her seat, ask her what she wants first, and then introduce her like she's the best thing in the world. You got that? Ino yelled in embarrassed anger as Naruto started looking a bit fearful. Oh okay. Got it. Naruto said, though he still looked confused, but I don't get it. We've known each other forever. Why should I be overly fancy for you? Ino sighed tiredly, knowing that it would be a long discussion, because Naruto, I'm a girl. If you want a girl to like you, you have to be a gentleman. Girls like being treated like princesses and such. Get it? I know that we've known each other for a long time, but we don't really know that much about each other. That's why you have to be polite. Yeah, but you already like me, and I like you. Somewhat. Why go through all that trouble? Why not just be ourselves and be comfortable around one another instead of putting on an act? Naruto questioned as AM, Tucci, and the other customers watched on. Because that's the way it is. When you're on a date with a girl, you have to be polite and a perfect gentleman. Don't get me wrong, I do like you, but when you're dating someone, you have to show them the best of you. Ino said as a woman beside her nodded. That's right, Lord Hokage. I remember when I was your age. Those bad boys could never get past the first date if they didn't know how to behave. The date shows just how far you're willing to go for the girl and just how much of a good guy you are. The woman said as Naruto pursed his lips in thought until the guy next to him patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, it's a lot of work, but it's worth it if it's a girl you really like. Besides, the girls have to be ladies and polite as well. Most of the time they try to starve themselves on the date to show that they're not pigs as they like to call themselves. They'll almost always be quiet and timid, never leaving your side unless one of you needs to go to the bathroom. The guy said with a chuckle that Tucci and some of the other guys joined in on. It's like this, Naruto. The date is like a mission. Your mission on the date is to please the girl while also being polite and kind. You don't have to put on an act to do it. You can be yourself, but you just be a bit nicer in public. Tucci said as he leaned over the counter, plus, it's all worth it if you get a kiss in the end. Or a little something else, if you know what I mean. The guy next to Naruto said as he and Tucci high-fived while all the guys started laughing. AM sighed at the confused look Naruto had while she hit her father over the head with a frying pan. Don't mind these idiots, Naruto. Just behave on the date and you'll be happy in the end. AM said as another guy chuckled. Yeah, happy ending. The guy said as the others started chuckling even more. Perverts. The woman next to Ino said as Ino, AM, and she nodded with frowns. Don't be like them, Naruto. They don't get girls. Ino said as Naruto looked confused. Okay. Naruto said as he glanced between Ino and AM, So Ino, what do you want to eat? You pick first. Ino smiled at Naruto as she wrapped her arms around his right and leaned her head on his shoulder. I'm not that hungry. Maybe just a small miso ramen. Ino said as Naruto shrugged. I think I'll have a medium one. I'm not that hungry either. Naruto said, getting an approving nod from AM and the lady seated next to Ino. Smart boy, he catches on quick. The woman said with a smile, remembering her late husband, oh Kusama, he's just like you were on our first date. I miss. Edges I like him rough. Sai sang in monotone as he walked past the village gate. So, you've arrived. A voice said from the shadow of the trees. Yes, I am here on behalf of Hokage-sama Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. He has sent me to retrieve some books from you. Sai said as the figure nodded. The paper? The figure asked for as Sai nodded, walking over and handing the paper to the figure. The figure, obviously a male now that Sai was so close, wrote on the paper and handed it back to him. There. He'll be able to get the book from that. Be sure you get it to him. I must be going now. The male figure said as he slinked back further into the shadows, disappearing. Who was that? Sai whispered to himself, but then looked down at the paper, 365. I wonder what that could mean. Sai pondered the thought as he pocketed the slip of paper and turned back to the village. And that was how I beat Gaara. So I guess I didn't really do much. Gamabunta did most of the real fighting. I would have never won without him. Naruto said as he and Ino walked through the village. That sounds amazing, Naruto. To think you fought on that big of a scale and you won. You beat a fellow Jinchuriki without really having to use the power of your own tailed beast. Ino said, amazed at the battle Naruto had. Yeah, but the fox isn't all that bad. I mean, without him I would have never walked this path. I mean, I'm sure my life would have been different if he never would have attacked the village, but would it have been better? You never know. That's why I'm not focusing on the past, but trying to build a better future. For everyone in the village. Naruto said, gazing up at the Hokage faces before he looked down at Ino. I wish I had gotten to know you in the academy, Naruto. If you were half as great as you are now, I wouldn't have minded being your friend like Shika and the others were. Who knows, I might have even fallen for you like Hinata. Oh. Ino said, quickly slapping a hand over her mouth. Something wrong, Ino? Naruto asked, if it's about Hinata liking me, then I already know. You do? How? Ino asked in surprise, her eyes slightly wide. She flat out told me. I guess we all could have made better choices back then, but hey. We were still kids. I think we were all trying to grow up a little too fast. Naruto said, reflecting on his attitude and ways from when he had attended the academy. It seemed like it was years, decades even, instead of just months. It seems like it was so long ago, you know. Like we've grown up so much since then. Ino said as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's right one and laid her head on his shoulder. I was just thinking the same thing. Tell me, Ino, what would you change if you could go back? Naruto asked as Ino looked up at him. What'd I change? That's a tough one. I guess I would have focused more on my ninja career instead of guys, popularity, and gossip. I mean, all the time I was fawning over Sasuke, I guess I could have devoted myself to training. Ino said as Naruto raised a brow. Yeah, but you're still doing the same thing. You're fawning over me. Naruto said as Ino punched him in the arm. I am not. I was a little fangirl to Sasuke, but with you. I don't know. I mean, I'm not screaming about how cool you are or anything, so that's an improvement to myself. I just feel more at ease with you. Like I don't have to rave about your looks or your charm to get your attention. Ino said as Naruto chuckled. You didn't have to do that to Sasuke either. He hated you girls and said you gave him headaches. It was so funny to see you girls get ignored, but I was kinda sad that no one was like that to me. Naruto admitted as Ino looked up at him. You had Hinata. Ino said as Naruto smiled warmly. Yeah, you're right, but at the time, I didn't know that. My point is that Sasuke never liked you girls fawning all over him. What he really wants is a girl that'll prove to gain his attention through being herself or a hard worker. He even said that he'd marry a civilian girl if she got his attention. Naruto said as Ino sighed. Oh well, that's all in the past now. My point was that I do devote more time to training. I've already got 3 new clan techniques mastered and now I'm working on another. I've even improved my taijutsu a bit. I'm working hard. Ino said, feeling a fire burning in her and a swell in her self-pride as she spoke. That's great. You should know, I always did have a small crush on you, but you were always fawning over Sasuke, so I didn't bother with it. And now that I look at it, I don't even know why I chased after Sakura by that same logic. Naruto said, rubbing his chin as Ino chuckled at him. Because Sakura was the only one who bothered to pay attention to you and your stupidity while the rest of us didn't care. Ino said as Naruto chuckled himself. Yeah, you're right. I can't believe I was so desperate for attention that I let her beat me up. Oh well, I still like Sakura. I mean, below Sasuke, she's one of my best friends. But, do I actually still like her the way I thought in the academy? I don't think so. Naruto said, more to himself than to Ino. Don't worry, I'm here. Ino said, jabbing him in the side lightly as he laughed, and Hinata and Tenten too. Besides, I think we all like the fact that you're not the same person that you were back then. Now that you're taking things seriously, you're a much better person for it. If you were like this back in the academy, instead of being loud-mouthed and annoying, I think a lot of us would have been friends with you and even looked up to you. Maybe. Naruto said, gazing off in the distance as the sun rose above the Hokage's mansion, but if I didn't start out like that, I might have never improved. I think it's because I was like that I'm here today. The 5th Hokage and the leader of Konoha. I'll take my past and make sure no kid has to go through what I did. And I'll help any way I can. Ino said, gazing up at Naruto with admiration, you're so firm now, Naruto, it's amazing. You're really training and really doing everything you can to improve the village. I'm proud of you and I'm proud to call you my leader. Thanks Ino. That means a lot coming from you. Naruto said, gently taking her hand into his own. Ino blushed, never having a guy be so romantic or romantic at all toward her. She laid her head back on his shoulder as they walked on, ignoring the gossip around them. And by helping you, maybe I'll be able to help improve myself even more, Naruto. Ino thought peacefully, her eyes closed gently as she walked hand in hand with Naruto, her new budding love. A knock came to the door of Tsunadi's office as the woman was all too grateful for the chance to break away from her work. Come in. Tsunade said as the door opened to reveal Sakura. Lady Tsunade? Sakura called as Tsunade moved her work to the side. Yeah, you're that Sakura girl, right? Tsunade asked, not forgetting the pink hair. Yes, I'm Sakura Haruno. Sakura said firmly as she stepped into the office and closed the door. Okay, what can I do for you, Sakura? Tsunade asked, her hands folded neatly on her desk as she leaned forward in her chair. I'd like to request training under you. Sakura said, gathering all of her bravery while Tsunade kept a blank face. Why come to me? Tsunade asked carefully as Sakura bowed respectfully. I want to do something to contribute like the others can. I'm not very strong, and I don't have chakra like Naruto or Sasuke, but I'm smart and workable. You're titled as the world's greatest kunoichi, so please, I'd like to learn anything I can from you. Sakura said as Tsunade hummed in thought. I've read your file from Naruto. You're adept at ninjutsu. Why not ask the Kurenai girl to train you, or even young Enko? I'm sure they would have been better and more direct choices than me. Tsunade said as Sakura shook her head, still not looking up. No. Kurenai-sensei is strong, but only in. And Anko-sensei is a bit much. You're not only strong in medic ninjutsu, but also in taijutsu and other things I'm sure. The truth is, I don't expect to gain your legendary strength, but I just wish to learn how to heal others. Sakura said, looking up and into Tsunade's eyes for the first time, I've been useless to my team this whole time, nearly getting them and myself killed. I want to learn how to not only protect myself, but when my teammates, my boys, get hurt, I want to be able to patch them right up and send them running back out onto the battlefield. Her eyes. They're almost like Naruto's eyes were when he fought Orochimaru, just burning with determination. She reminds me of myself, her Dan, and my brother. Wanting to not burden others, but to protect them and help them as well. Maybe, I'll give it another shot. I mean, Shizune didn't turn out so bad. Tsunade thought as she allowed a small smile to grace her features. Fine, kid, but don't expect it to be easy. It's not easy to train to become a medical ninja, you know. Medic ninja require a lot of different skills compared to normal ninja who focus on fighting or specialization. You must have every aspect of your chakra control refined to perfection, study a large amount of specialized knowledge, and have the ability to apply that knowledge all the while never giving up. Tsunade said, leaning back in her chair as she watched Sakura. I know. Sakura said, a serious and determined look on her face, but I'm willing to do anything you say. Is that so? Tsunade said, a smirk on her face as she placed her feet on her desk like a big shot, while Sakura nodded nervously at the deadly smirk. Alright then, I will train you, but I'm not taking it easy on you. You'll be wishing for death when I'm through with you, and you can ask Shizune for advice on that. Sakura only nodded her head, not trusting her voice as she feared it would betray her and reveal how frightened she was as the woman before her began to smirk more widely. Perhaps she should have gone to Anko instead. Humph. I don't know why this meeting was called, but for our need to be here as well, especially with the chaos of that half-witted invasion over, it must be important. Homura said with his ever-present scowl. Danzo nodded, humming in thought, while Koharu mirrored Homura's scowl. Yes, you're right. I'm sure Naruto knows how to handle his Hokage duties by now, and it can't be the hospital under Tsunade, so I still can't imagine why we're needed for his meeting. Our job as elderly advisors is to lend advice and counsel during times of distress or judge over serving crimes done by ninja. Kaharu said as Danzo nodded once again, his visible eye closed as he appeared to be either deep in thought or sleeping. Danzo raised his head as he slammed his cane to the ground sharply, making Hamura and Kaharu glance in his direction sharply. Uzumaki is obviously about to reveal something or needs our presence here. My sources tell me that he has summoned all 3 councils to this meeting. As you know, normally all 3 councils are never called in at once unless the village is in a state of instability or when one of the 3 councils is about to be suspended. Kaharu and Hamura finished warily as Danzo nodded again, his eyes opening as they all exchanged looks. But which one? Kaharu asked as Hamura and Danzo both gave her a look that amounted to that of a casual shrug. The 3 scholarly advisors and senior ninja waited with small talk and suspicion for 10 whole minutes before the doors to the council chambers were opened. In walked Naruto, rubbing the back of his neck and looking vaguely tired as he strolled into the chambers. Elder Hamura, Elder Kaharu, Elder Danzo. I am glad that you could make it and thank you for arriving so promptly. I didn't expect for anyone to have arrived just yet. What with it being still 10 minutes before noon. Naruto said as he bowed respectfully to his advisors. They all gave a nod back, their joints protesting getting up from their comfy chairs. You're being oddly respectful. Hamura commented dryly as he raised a brow while Naruto took his seat at the head of the council table, with Hamura and Kaharu behind him on either side, while Danzo sat at the opposite end of the table, with an open chair next to him at that end. Yeah well, things are gonna get a bit messy here, so I want to be as respectful as possible. Naruto said, giving his 3 elders a steely look. Danzo hummed in thought as they all waited. I see I've arrived early, but not early enough. Hiashi commented as he entered the chamber. Hello. Please, Lord Hyuga, have a seat. Naruto said, gesturing to where the man sat beside Hamura. Hiashi raised an eyebrow at Naruto's respectfully distant tone, but nodded as he took his seat. Thank you, Hokage-sama, and might I extend a good day to you from the Hyuga clan. Hiashi said impassively with a bow as Naruto nodded back. Yes, and I thank you. Naruto said shortly as they all waited in silence. In that silence the Anbu commander, Dragon, dropped down into his seat next to Danzo. None of them seemed surprised, except Naruto who hit him by raising a brow. The doors creaked open once more, but with a groan from someone as 3 people shuffled in. Ugh. You made us early. Shikaku muttered as Inoichi gave him an exasperated look, while Choza merely shrugged. However, their playful banter ended with a look on Naruto's face. Hokage-sama. The 3 chorused as they bowed respectfully. Lord Akimichi, Lord Yamanaka, Lord Nara. Please, take your seats as we wait. Naruto said as the 3 nodded and quickly seated themselves. Boy, oh boy. There's gonna be trouble today. Asuma commented as he walked into the council chambers and saw the expressions on everyone's face. Yes there will, Lord Sarutobi, so please take a seat. Naruto said as Asuma flinched and quickly bowed deeply, his body at nearly a perfect right angle. Good morning, Lord Hokage. Please forgive my casualty. Asuma said as Naruto sighed. Just sit down, Asuma-sensei. Naruto groaned out as Asuma smirked and took his seat between Hiashi Hyuga and Inoichi Yamanaka. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Lords and lady. A civilian man said as he and his 2 fellow civilian council members bowed in greeting. Naruto easily recognized the burly man as the one who had first spoken at the last meeting he had with the civilian council. Names and occupations. Naruto commanded as the 3 came out of their bows. Hokage-sama, I am the head of Konoha's Department of Treasury, Tomokai Mistine. The robust man said with a bow as Naruto nodded to him before moving his gaze to the next. Sir, I am the head of Konoha's Department of Civilian Defense, Kazuma Hitari. The rather thin man next to Tomokai said with a respectful bow, looking almost as if he had been snapped in half at the waist. Uzumaki-sama, I am the deputy head of Konoha's Department of Labor. My name is Gamichi Yaturu. The youngest looking man of the group said as Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion, raising a brow as he did. Treasury. Civilian Defense. Labor. Why is that I've never heard about any of this until now? Naruto asked as the others in the room exchanged bewildered looks. Hokage-sama. They teach government in the ninja academy. It's one of the most basic of classes that are taught to any and all citizens of the village. Hamura said, his mouth a thin line as Naruto sighed and slumped back in his chair. Sadly, that part of class always seemed to bore me or I skipped it. The only thing I got out of it was that the Hokage, that's me, was the supreme authority no matter what. That and the 2 councils along with the elderly advisor council. Other than that, I got nothing. Naruto said with a shrug as the others exchanged looks once more. I will say this, and I shall only say this once, Naruto, for everyone's sake and because we are all thinking the same thing. Hamura said, fixing Naruto with his most piercing of looks, when this meeting of yours is over, you will learn everything about Konoha's system of government and its many departments. The Hokage may be the absolute authority, but he does not run this village on his own, nor does the Hokage deal with every problem that occurs within the village's walls. This village was founded on the idea that it takes more than simply one person to make a difference. One person leads the movement and the others make the movement possible. After this meeting we will send the appropriate texts to your office and you will commit them to memory. I understand. Naruto said, his head bowed in shame. He felt anger, like he was some scolded child again, but he knew better than to argue. He was the leader now, and these were things he needed to know, so it was right of them to scold him for his ignorance. Good. Homura said, exchanging looks with Danzo and Kaharu, all of them nodding to one another in some unspoken agreement. The council chambers remained silent, all except for the greeting of council members as they came in and took up their appropriate seats. When everyone else had arrived, Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled it to calm his mind. He gazed out over his council members, taking in each of their anxious faces, some hiding it better than others, before he leaned forward in his chair. It has come to my attention that there was an incident yesterday in Konoha downtown. Over 20 actors and an actress were running rampant in the streets. Horseback. Naruto said slowly, looking into each face as he scanned the councils for their reactions before moving on. As you can imagine, the civilians and ninja in that area, who were all caught completely unawares, were, well, caught unawares. Luckily, I and the ninja of the area were able to safeguard the citizens and put an end to the scene before someone was hurt. Once again, Naruto glanced about the room slowly, taking in the fidgeting shoulders of one man among the civilian council and the constant glances of another. When I spoke to the one in charge of this and to some of the senior ninja, they all expressed the same thing. That the civilian council gave them permission to enter the village and shoot their movie. Naruto said, snapping his vision toward said council as he gave them his sharpest of looks, scowling deeply while he glared, I want an explanation. Now. Lord Hokage, we are deeply sorry for this incident and do apologize for it. A suave voice cut through the air like a hot butter knife. Everyone turned to see the man sitting opposite Hiashi rise from his chair, his charming features not ignored as he rose gracefully. I am also deeply sorry if I did not introduce myself earlier, having arrived last to this meeting. You see, my father recently resigned his position on the civilian council to me, and so I am here for the first day of my new career. Having served as his assistant and deputy nearly all my life. My name is Takeru Kira, and I am in charge of civilian commerce for the village. Go on, Lord Takeru. Naruto said, bringing his hands together and leaning back in his chair as he narrowed his eyes. Was this guy born in gold or just dipped in the stuff? He was so suave, so graceful, so unnatural. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Takeru Kira said, bowing before he continued, you see, my father was worried that this incident might happen, so he gave me specific instructions to follow should a time such as this meet light. Lord Hokage, this incident was signed into effect before your reign came to be known. It was put in place while Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi was still the living Hokage of Konoha. I suppose the members of this esteemed council simply forgot about it with all the excitement that has been going on lately. I see. Naruto said, steeping his fingers into a pyramid as he leaned back further into his chair. Hokage-sama, this incident can't simply go unpunished. Hiashi Hyuga said, slamming his fist into the table, they have forgotten their place. They did this behind Sarutobi-sama's back and thought to do it behind yours as well. Just because they pretty up their phrases means nothing when they're saying the same thing. They went behind both your back and the previous Hokages so they could make a quick Ryo and have the ninja council cleaning up the mess. Now hold there, Lord Hyuga. Tamakai Mistine boomed, slamming his own fist to the table. We resent that. All money made from shooting scenes within the village would go directly to Konoha Bank. Yes, but what about village security? Shikaku questioned lazily with a yawn, filming the village without the ninja here being aware puts us at risk. Our enemies could divine a tactic of attack just from the smallest piece of information, as we would do the same had it been some other ninja village. Our security has been changed once, and it can be so again. A civilian said as Danzo scowled. So you'd put the village at risk? We have just been invaded. 3 times, nonetheless. Would you give our foes more wood to put on the dying embers of those 3 attacks? Danzo sneered as Sayori Harino stood. How dare you? We love this village just as much as anyone else within its walls and would never do anything to endanger it. Sayori yelled as Naruto slowly turned to her. But you all did. Naruto said calmly, seeing no point in getting angry with the bickering that was going on around him. You have allowed strangers to simply walk through our village gates in broad daylight with not even an identity check at the gates. But Lord Hokage. Enough. Naruto said, raising a hand as he could feel a headache coming on. It is my word that the civilian council be suspended and disbanded immediately until further notice. But Lord Hokage, that is completely unreasonable. I protest this outrageous abuse of power. I will appeal, the suave man from earlier said hysterically, looking quite panicked that he was being suspended on his first day. The no one. Naruto said, glaring at everyone, this is your own fault. You have endangered the village and our lucky Danzo here isn't Hokage, or you'd probably be hung in the town square or something. Now all of your duties will be handled by your ninja counterparts, and whatnot. Dismissed. Except for you, Lady Haruno. As everyone gave backward glances while leaving the council chambers, Naruto got up from his chair with a sigh, walking over to the chamber's only small window to look out at it and over the village. Ms. Haruno, do you know what your daughter did just yesterday? She fought actors trained to fight and use swords while riding horseback. Naruto said, watching Sakura's mother from her reflection in the window. Now he saw why the old man had never really looked at people while he was scolding them. It seemed so much harsher when you did it without looking at them. It made people feel disappointed that you couldn't even look at them while you spoke directly to them, like they were children who had broken a priceless family heirloom. She what? But. Oh my. Sayori muttered to herself, seeing where the talk was going. It would seem to me, and many others, that I should just get rid of the civilian council. Isn't that right, Ms. Haruno? The only things I've seen this council do so far was put your own children at risk and in danger due to your indirect actions. Sayori didn't speak, knowing that anything she said at this point would be meaningless. However, I don't want to do that. The civilians deserve a voice in their village. I mean, I've lived most of my life knowing the sting of not having people hear how I felt and what I wanted. Naruto said as Sayori physically flinched. Was he purposely saying that to further let his disappointment in the civilian council show, because it was mostly civilians that had scorned him as a child? Most likely so. Wah. What do you want me to do? Sayori asked quietly, her head bowed in defeat as images of what her own actions could have cost her daughter. She'd do anything to protect the last of her family. Her only daughter. Their daughter. His daughter. I want you to go home and speak with your daughter, Ms. Haruno. Get her to open up to you about her career as a ninja. Naruto said, still not looking directly at the woman before him as he turned and began to slowly cross the room toward the door, stopping at it with his hand on the handle. Then I want you to do the right thing. Become my eyes and ears on the civilian council. Redeem yourself. So that your daughter might live a day where she would have died. Naruto finished with a heavy sigh before he ghosted from the door, closing the door on the unusually solemn and quiet Sayori Haruno. It was a new day, Sayori realized as she clenched her fists at her sides. It was a new day, and she not just her but all of them, had allowed their bitterness at being rejected from their childhood dreams to affect their judgment and actions. How her rash decisions and scorned feelings could have hurt her daughter. Sakura could have lost a limb by now, and what would she have done? Blame the ninja, she realized as her eyes widened a bit and her mouth opened to gape. That's right. She would have blamed the ninja, because she would never have seen that the blame rested with her and her fellow counselors. Well. Sayori began heavily, swallowing the lump in her throat. Today is a new day. And the winds of change are breezing through the village. Sayori took a step toward the door. I won't make the same mistakes I made 30 years ago with my hate for Shugo-sensei when he told me I wasn't fit to become a ninja by their standards. Sayori took another step to the door, this one more steady. I won't be jealous of him when he came to me and said he had become a ninja. Another stronger step, I won't just sit there and cry like when he got those scars across his back from being tortured on that mission to the Mist Village. Another step, this time breaking into a weak stride, I won't just worry like when he didn't come home for months while I was pregnant. Sayori's stride became more powerful as her voice rose in confidence, and I damn well won't endanger our daughter anymore because of that petty grudge. I will start acting like the mother my father and husband would be proud to see. Sayori stretched her hand to reach for the door handle. I am Sayori Haruno, and I have made up my mind. And with that, Sayori ripped open the door and walked out of the empty room, slamming the door in her wake. It was a new day, and a new Sayori Haruno was there to greet it head-on. Chapter 23. Mrs. Know-It-All. Sakura sighed as she sat atop her bed, flopping back onto it without a care in the world as she finished her packing. When Kakashi-sensei had come by to tell her they would be leaving for the next boat, she had initially believed there wouldn't be another to come around for the week they had been promised. Though she was panicked when Sasuke came to her house, only to tell her the next boat would be coming by in the early morning. So, with that information in mind, Sakura had spent most of the night racing around her room. Trying to find the right clothes for climate change. Being sure all her ninja gear was put away in storage scrolls for her to pack. And taking extra care that her personal hygiene was top-notch, lest she be made to share a room with either of her teammates. Truly, having allowed both Naruto and Sasuke to see her with a morning face was a bad idea, and one that had only been forgotten by the extreme dangers of the Chunin exams and sound invasion. Sakura. Are you packed? Your teammates will be here any minute. Sayori's voice sounded from downstairs. Sakura begrudgingly got herself up from the bed, grumbling that with all the hard work of her packing, her teammates could kiss her ass at the moment. Yeah. I'm packed. Sakura yelled back, checking herself in her bedroom's full-length mirror. Well, get down here. You need to eat before a big mission like this. Sayori shouted, mirth in her voice, can't protect the world's best actress on an empty stomach, now can you? Well, I guess not. Sakura mumbled, her stomach beginning to grumble its own hunger at her, okay. Sakura grabbed her backpack and tugged. Promptly falling down as she did. She grumbled under her breath as she picked herself up from the floor. Oh come on. I am not this weak. It's just a bunch of scrolls. Sakura yelled to herself as she used both hands and barely managed to pull the pack a few inches. Tia, Sakura's mom. Naruto's voice sounded loudly and energetically from downstairs as Sakura groaned. If Naruto was there, then Sasuke wouldn't be far behind. Hello, Hokage-sama. Welcome to my humble home. Sakura heard her mom greet, and you as well, Ichiha-sama. Oh no, Sasuke too. Good morning Mrs. Haruno. Sakura strained to hear as Sasuke was always too quiet. Though she had to admit, Naruto was always too loud. Why couldn't she have normal teammates again? Sakura's mom. You don't have to call us that stuff. Naruto said, I'm just Naruto when on everyday missions like this, and he's an asshole, so call him Sasuke. Whap. Sakura winced from upstairs with her hands still clenched around the straps of her pack. She could practically see Naruto's face implanted into her house's clean floorboards, while Sasuke's hand was still in the air from where he smacked the back of Naruto's head. See what I mean? Naruto yelled as Sakura barely heard Sasuke grunt at him. The months of working and growing closer to her teammates told Sakura that Sasuke's grunt meant for Naruto to shut up. Yes, well. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura is upstairs packing. She'll be down in a minute. Sakura's mother covered for her as Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. That's okay. We'll help her. Naruto said cheerfully, probably with a big goofy smile as she heard his heavy footsteps going toward the stairs. Naruto, you can't do that. Sakura has to pack her own things. Sayori said, almost frantically as Sakura groaned and smacked her forehead, dragging her hand down over her face. Naruto was still a clueless idiot even after Sakura had heard from Ino that she, Hinata and Tenten were all living with him. Why? I helped Sasuke pack and he helped me. It's no big deal. We're teammates. Naruto said, probably with an oblivious shrug. It's because she's a girl, dope. Mrs. Haruno doesn't want us to see her daughter's unmentionables by helping her. Remember. We have to treat girls differently than boys. Sasuke said as Sakura felt her face heat up in embarrassment. Unmentionables. What is that? Naruto asked, and Sakura banged her head against the mattress of her bed. Now Naruto was just being a bastard. You know. Sasuke said as Sakura began banging her head harder. So Sasuke was gonna play along. Sakura suddenly felt pity for her poor mother, probably standing there, gaping with her face clashing red with her pink hair, things like her bra and panties. Oh, those. Naruto said loudly, snapping his fingers, I hope she's packing the little green ones. I like those. I like the blue ones better. Sasuke responded as Sakura could hear her mother sputtering out nonsense, they're form-fitting. Like the biker shorts. Because, personally, I like it when she walks around in the boxers we got her for her birthday. The little cherries on them are so cute. Naruto said with Sakura feeling as though she'd die of embarrassment soon. Yeah, those are nice, but only with the sports bra we helped her shop for that one time. Sasuke replied while Sakura knew she'd die of embarrassment soon. Hey yeah. Sakura's bras are so cute. Especially the little pink one with kunai on it. Naruto gushed as Sakura groaned. She'd never live this day down if she didn't stop them soon. Naruto. Sasuke. Is that you? Sakura shouted, her voice curious as she heard her mother breath out harshly, as though the woman had run a mile, can you two come up here? I need some help. Sure thing, Sakura. Naruto said as Sakura could almost tell Sasuke's only reply was to shrug. Letting go of the strap, Sakura heard Naruto quickly making his way up the steps. Knowing just how far her door opened, Sakura waited just outside of its swing length as she listened to Naruto hurry down the hall to her room. When the door swung open, and knowing Naruto would burst into her room hoping to get a peek at her unmentionables while she packed, Sakura quickly shot her fist out and punched Naruto between the eyes. Before he could fall back and collapse to the floor, unconscious, Sakura moved in and stopped his descent, covering his mouth to stop him from groaning. Throwing Naruto to her bed, Sakura heard Sasuke's footsteps coming down the hall to her room as she gently swung the door back closed. Sakura, you sure have a lot of stuff. Sakura said, mimicking Naruto's voice and speech patterns with ease from her many times of being around the loud obnoxious blonde, and what's this thing? Hey, Sasuke. Get in here. I'm coming, you idiot. Sasuke replied as Sakura nearly chuckled at how easy it was to impersonate Naruto. Well, move your ass, you bastard. Sakura shouted in Naruto's voice. I'm here already. But as he was saying this and opening the door, Sakura hit him with 2 quick jabs to the stomach and 1 chop to his neck, knocking him out. Not letting him hit the floor either, lest her mother be suspicious, Sakura placed Sasuke next to Naruto on her bed before going into her backpack. Pulling out some steel ninja wire, Sakura chuckled darkly as she pulled the wire out. Payback, chumps. Sakura said as she stepped closer to her unconscious teammates. Payback. Sakura, are you 3 okay in there? Sayori asked, even as she was moving toward her daughter's room. Opening the door to her daughter's room, Sayori saw the window close as Sakura stood in the middle of her clean room, the only thing out of place being the backpack left on her bed for her mission. Yeah, we're good. I was done packing and wanted to ask them if I had everything I needed. After that they said they'd meet me at the village front gate. Sakura said with a smile as Sayori curled a brow. Really? And why did they use the window? Sayori asked as she leaned against the doorframe coolly. Because while I'm eating breakfast in Wetnut, they're going to track down Kakashi-sensei and make him be on time. Sakura explained smoothly as Sayori nodded. Yes, well, better men have tried and failed to get Mr. Haddock somewhere on time. Sayori said with a chuckle, once when we were young, the village thought he was dead for some big mission he had to go and do as a spy against a mist village. At his funeral, they arrived 2 hours late with his false body. Strangely, that makes sense. Sakura deadpanned as her mother laughed lightly. Yes, it does. Sayori said before her smile dimmed a bit. Sakura, we need to talk. Sayori said solemnly, walking over to her daughter's bed and patting the spot next to her. Okay. Sakura said slowly as she moved to sit next to her mother. About what? About your ninja career, Sakura. Sayori said, gazing directly at young Sakura. I know you ninja aren't supposed to talk about some of your missions or some of the thinking you do, but you can always tell me if you're having a tough time. I know that, Mom. Sakura said, looking at her hands in her lap as Sayori wrapped an arm around her daughter's shoulders. Sakura, my eyes have been opened. You were there when Naruto told me about only a few of the dangers you've put yourself in during your short time as a ninja. Sayori said, as Sakura glanced up at her. Don't worry, Mom. Sakura said, standing up and breaking away from her mother's embrace, I can handle it. And I always have Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei there to back me up if I get in over my head. I know that. Sayori replied softly, standing as well, but what if they can't make it to you in time? What if something happens to you? You're my only child, Sakura. I love you more than life itself. If something were to happen to you, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. Mom, Sakura began, but her mother cut her off. You're strong, baby. Much stronger than I ever gave you credit for. But I stood in your way when I helped to prove the lowering of the academy's standards. I stood in your way when I smothered you as a child. I coddled you too much, and for that I'm sorry. Sayori said, looking as though she were coming to peace with her mistakes. Sakura couldn't say anything, her throat dry and her voice lost to her as she watched her mom speak so gently and look so at peace. Sakura, I realize how dangerous the ninja path is to walk. Your father was a ninja. Wait, Dad was a ninja. I thought he was only a volunteer in the last war. Sakura asked, surprise evident in her voice as she felt shocked to her core. Yes, he was. We had both tried out for the ninja academy at the haste of our parents. Well, I didn't make it, your father did. Sayori said, looking as though she were reliving the memories. I can still clearly remember the day your father ran up to me and told me he had passed to become a ninja. He was so happy. And I was so bitter. Mom. It's okay, Sakura. In fact, I think that somewhere, deep inside of me, it's been okay for a long time. Sayori said, her face taking on a somber look as she dropped her gaze down to her lap, her hands wringing at each other as she fought back tears. I've hated ninjas for a long time and I think I always will, but now I know why I truly hate them. I hate them because your father fought and died as one proudly, exactly at the time you were born, Sakura. Huh? Sakura said, not understanding what her mom was talking about. You have a mission to get to, so we don't have much time. Sayori said, picking up her daughter's pack and gesturing toward the door. As they walked down the hall and down the stairs, Sayori continued, the point I'm trying to make is that you're going to be a ninja no matter what I do. You want to prove that you can handle it. Not only to others, but also to yourself. I can't change that. You have your father's stubborn streak and mine to triple it. Mom, Sakura said as they got to the door, but Sayori silenced her with a hug. We'll talk more when you return home. I just want you to know that I'm proud of you, Sakura, and that if things ever get too hard or you feel like you're too close to the edge, you can always come and talk to me. Sayori said softly, embracing her daughter as Sakura didn't know what to do or say besides return the embrace. Thanks, Mom. Sakura said unsurely. Letting go of each other, Sayori took and placed the pack in her daughter's hands, holding onto them as she placed the pack on Sakura's back. Now you go out there and you show the world and your enemies why we of the Haruno family aren't to be trifled with. Sayori said, kissing Sakura's forehead as she let her fingers linger in their grip around her daughter's shoulders and pack all the way up until she had closed the door. And Sakura fell over on her doorstep with a groan as she lay there, wondering just what the hell she had packed. I can't believe Sakura knocked us out. And tied us up. In a hot spring. Naked. On the elderly women's side. Naruto shouted as he and Sasuke stomped down the street, their clothes wet and squishy, as their scandals made weird squishy sounds with every step. I still can't believe it was Sakura that knocked us out. I'm telling you, it had to be someone else. Sasuke said, shaking his head. No, it was Sakura. Naruto said, then looked sick from having to admit that she of all people got the drop on them. No, it wasn't. It was an illusion by Kurenai-sensei to make us believe it was Sakura, well it was really Hinata. Sasuke shouted as people began looking at him and Naruto oddly while they continued their trek down the road. You're taking this really hard, aren't you? Naruto asked as Sasuke sighed. You have no idea. Turning the corner as they continued, they quickly made their way to the village gate. Coming into view of the gate, Naruto grinned as Sasuke raised an eyebrow at the change in his friend's mood. Looking up to the gate himself, he saw what had suddenly made Naruto so happy. Inoshi and Neji sat at the gate checkpost, looking bored out of their minds. Naruto chuckled sinisterly when Inoshi began banging her forehead to the desk she sat behind while a civilian family was being assisted by Neji. Tia, gatekeepers. Naruto greeted cheerfully as Inoshi looked up at him and then proceeded to bang her head harder than before. Greets, Naruto-sama. Neji said with a bow as the civilians moved into the village with their children raving about all the places they wanted to visit. Why do you hate me? Inoshi asked, her voice muffled by having her face pressed against her desk. I don't hate you. Naruto said in the same upbeat tone, in fact, I like you. You helped Sasuke find focus, and not a lot of people can do that without him swearing vengeance against them. Hey. Sasuke protested, but he was politely ignored. Then why am I made to endure this inhuman torture? Inoshi asked as she looked up at him, and Naruto felt a tinge of pity for her. The next person that comes up here and asks where the nearest tourist attraction is, I'll slit their throat and feed their bodies to the tigers in the forest of death. That's not very nice. Naruto commented as Inoshi scoffed at him, folding her arms over the desk. This is a damn ninja village. We don't have tourist attractions. We have monuments. Inoshi said as Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Sasuke said, tapping his chin, the hot springs could be considered a tourist attraction. There you go. Naruto said, gesturing to Sasuke, next time, just direct them to the hot springs. Everyone loves the hot springs. I hate the hot springs. Inoshi said, I like a warm bath every now and then, but the hot springs are just too much. Plus, pervy guys are always there trying to sneak peeks. Maybe you're just imagining things. The only perv I know that does that stuff is the pervy sage, and even he isn't there most of the time. Naruto replied as Inoshi narrowed her eyes at him. What are you doing here anyway? Shouldn't you be stuck behind your desk, signing papers and yelling at ninja, while giving out horrendous punishments like this one I'm made to endure? Inoshi said, gesturing to her and Niji's desk. What I do is none of your business, and if you keep talking like that you'll be behind that desk for an entire year. Naruto said, his eyes going from their casual playfulness to a stern sharpness that Sasuke could say he was proud of. Inoshi, however, was far too shocked by his threat to care about his eyes. You wouldn't. I can and will. Naruto said. I apologize for my lack of respect and total disregard of boundaries then. Inoshi said, not looking very apologetic at all. Naruto could only sigh as he placed his head in his hand. It's like raising a spoiled brat for a daughter. Naruto muttered as Inoshi looked offended. That is not true. I'm not a spoiled brat. Inoshi said as Naruto gave her a look. Well, you sure act like one. You can't even respect me now after I've punished you. Naruto said as he gestured to her desk. Well, respect is earned, not given. Inoshi said as Naruto narrowed his eyes. Then I guess I'll earn it by giving you that year of gate duty. Naruto said as Inoshi groaned. If I was your daughter, you'd be the worst father ever right now. Inoshi grumbled as she sat back in her chair and folded her arms, pouting like a rebelliously grounded teenager. And if you were my daughter, I'd be very disappointed in you, young lady. Naruto mocked as Inoshi stuck her tongue out at him. You know, you two could be related. You're both so much alike that you clash with each other. It's almost like she is your daughter, or at least a sister. Sasuke said, raising a brow as he and Neji watched the two. Naruto turned to him, a sad shake of his head. Nope. No siblings. My parents both died an hour after having me. Naruto said as his gaze dropped to his shoes. How do you know that? Sasuke asked, uncaring of Naruto's emotional state. Hervey Sage told me when I met up with him earlier today before he set out. Then when I was meeting with the elders, they had an old file on my birth. Naruto replied somberly. The night of the Kyuubi attack. Where the fourth sacrificed himself to seal the nine-tailed beast away inside of a small newborn infant. Orphan child. Inoshi said solemnly, who would have thought that the fourth Hokage would love his child and his village so much that he would burden his only child with the protection of the village and the power to someday rule it. Silence fell upon them all as the mood grew solemn. Naruto sighed as he gazed up at the Hokage monument, eyeing his father's image and that of the third Hokage specifically. Ah, good. Kakashi's voice floated to their ears as everyone turned to see him coming toward the gate with Sakura in tow. We're all here. You're late, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said flatly as Kakashi chuckled. Yes, but I have a good reason. Kakashi said, rubbing at the back of his neck, you see, I went by Sakura's place to see if she had packed yet, and what do you know? I found Sakura sprawled out on her front doorstep. It appears that she mistakenly activated a gravity seal on one of the training scrolls in her backpack. Really now? Naruto asked, raising a skeptical brow at his mentor, while Sasuke did the same, though glanced at Sakura. Yes, it's true, I promise. Who knows what would have happened to poor Sakura had I not come along? Kakashi said, ruffling Sakura's hair. We could care less. Sasuke said with a shrug before he narrowed his eyes at Sakura, she dumped us in the hot springs with old women and stripped us naked of our clothes. I did no such thing. Sakura replied with an air of dramatic innocence, a hand over her heart, how could you even accuse me of such a vile thing? Because you suck at lying. Sasuke said blandly. I do not. Sakura denied as Naruto gave her a patient look. Sakura, you failed the lying class back at the academy. Even I passed that one. Naruto said patiently as Sakura looked indignant. Hey, that was not my fault. I always got stuck with Hinata or Shikamaru as my partners. Hinata couldn't lie to save her life, and Shikamaru is too lazy to care about coming up with a believable lie. Sakura said as Naruto and Sasuke exchanged looks. Yeah, but Hinata and Shikamaru passed a lying course while you failed. Hinata's super innocence is cute and doesn't need to make a big lie believable because she's, well, innocence. Naruto replied as Sasuke nodded. And Shikamaru only needs to summon enough energy for the first lie before all the others are easy. That guy could sell rocks to Iwa. Sasuke said, sounding deeply honest in his opinion of Shikamaru's talents for lying while Naruto nodded. He can, because he already sold Gaara all the sand from his backyard's old Zen garden. Naruto said as he and Sasuke nodded approvingly at Shikamaru. He sold me a pinwheel. He said if I stared at it all day, my eyes would improve in being able to spot fast-paced movement. Neji said as Naruto turned to Sasuke. Didn't Shika use a pinwheel in front of his house? Naruto asked as Sasuke nodded. Yeah, but Mrs. Nara wanted him to get rid of it because it looked tacky and clashed badly with the wind chimes. Sasuke replied as Naruto pursed his lips in thought before shrugging. Anyways, on with the mission. Kakashi said as Naruto cast him a look. Don't worry, Naruto. He wasn't making things up for once. I actually was sprawled out on my front step. Sakura said, saving Kakashi from making his recurring nightmare about toilets a reality. Fine, but you'll slip up one of these days, Haddock. Naruto said, a finger pointed menacingly at Kakashi while an evil grin broke out over his face. Then it'll be straight to cleaning the Akimichi toilets for you. Bwahaha. Naruto, you scare me sometimes. Kakashi said as Sasuke, Sakura, Inoshi, and Neji all nodded in agreement, all of them edging away from Naruto, who was still laughing maniacally, while thunder and lightning raged in the background. 20 minutes later after Naruto's little episode, Team 7 found themselves standing in front of a ship as big as the Hokage mansion surface levels. In fact, the ship appeared to be even bigger than the mansion and stood just as proudly while Naruto and the others gazed up at it. This is the ship that we'll be taking to Snow Country. I hope you all find it accommodating. I realize it's a bit small, but Sandayu said, bowing gratefully as Naruto gave him a look. Small? Are you freaking kidding me? This thing is as big as Sasuke's ego, and Naruto yelled as Kakashi cut him off while Sasuke elbowed him in the side. It'll be just perfect. Kakashi said, giving his infamous eye smile to the man while they made their way onto the boat. You do have to admit, Kakashi-sensei. If this is what they call small, I'd have a heart attack at what's big. This ship is huge. I mean, it's just so. Wow. Sakura said, taking in the sight of the enormous vessel, and we'll be traveling on this for how long? Kakashi glanced back at Sakura from his own inspection of the ship. He was a little surprised that the film crew had been able to gather and arrive at the ship before they had, but wasn't deterred by it. Even now as he glanced about, everyone was busy loading the ship with cameras, pieces of sets, costumes and all the other essential material to the movie-making process. Sandayu had already told him that Yuki was fast asleep aboard the vessel. Kakashi hummed and thought, well, it's a 5-day round trip from here to Snow Country. So, it'd be 2.5 days there and the same amount of time back. I've been wondering about that, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said, his voice taking a serious tone laced with thought. By my estimations, we'll be gone from the village for at least 6 whole days while on this mission. So I asked. Just how long is this mission going to last? Are you asking because you don't like the client or for other reasons? Kakashi asked as Naruto and his teammates got the message loud and clear. Both, but mostly the latter. Naruto replied as Kakashi sighed with a shrug. To be honest with you, Naruto, I'm not really sure. I suppose it depends on just how long they need to shoot the scenes with her. Theoretically, it could take as long as a few, maybe 6 days. Or, Naruto encouraged me. Or even a month. Kakashi finished, wincing as the loud tone he had been expecting came, though at least he had time to cover his ears, unlike his 2 unfortunate students. MONTH. Naruto shouted, looking highly indignant at the thought of being away from his village for another month. He had barely gotten used to the idea of being a real Hokage to his people. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura all looked at him. As did everyone else around them as Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Is there something wrong, Naruto? Sakura asked innocently, you're the one that really enjoyed the movie the most. Yeah, but that was before I knew what kind of person she was. Naruto shot back, crossing his arms and muttering beneath his breath. Don't let it get to you, Naruto. Kakashi said, his mask obscuring his grin as he enjoyed his student sulking, you just have to be mindful of the mission. Speaking of which, I want to meet you all on deck at 5 in the morning. Why? Sasuke asked, glancing at Kakashi before he went back to looking like a poster child for impulsive behavior disorder. We're going to cover some of the things you're going to need in order to be able to function in the cold weather and temperature that will constantly be present in Snow Country. Kakashi explained as Naruto still looked mutinous, and please, Naruto. No killing, maiming, pranking, or accidentally shoving the client off the ship while we're at sea. Why don't you just shove me off the boat? I can walk on water. Naruto muttered as he went ignored mostly. Now all of you, look on the brighter side of things. We all get to have our own individual rooms this time around and with plenty of free time. Only one of us will be required to be with her at all times and we'll rotate on that every 3 hours or so. Still seeing Naruto's stubborn look, Kakashi sighed as he went on, that means we'll have plenty of time to work on you, all of you. Oh, not just Sasuke? Sakura asked with the same innocent expression as before, while Kakashi flinched. You're evil, you know that, right? Kakashi deadpanned to his only female student who didn't look impressed. Yes. Sakura said with a wave of her hand, I am my mother's child. Naruto, however, wasn't paying any attention when he stopped listening to the thoughts of training. Thinking about it, Naruto let a small grin break out over his face. While their team walked around the ship, Naruto and Sasuke, however, had casually strolled over to the side railings, looking out at the settling sea. I think I'll go to see Ms. Fujika's first, then Sakura can take over 3 hours from now. Kakashi volunteered, making his way over to Sandayu. He said he'd train us. All of us. Sasuke pointed out as Naruto nodded. Threatening and yelling at people to make them better people seems to work wonders. Naruto replied as Sasuke gave him a confused look, but shrugged nonetheless. All 3 students relaxed along the railing, getting comfortable as they gazed out at the picturesque scenery that was nature. You guys must be the ninja that were hired. A voice behind the 3 teammates said as they all turned to see a person from the movie crew, I'm Koiho Yutaka, the assistant director. I'll be showing you guys to your rooms. Thanks. Naruto said, smiling as the guy smiled back. Following Koiho, Team 7 were led into the bowels of the ship and down a flight of stairs. Here they are, all in a row, and not too far from Lady Fujika's, either. Just like Mr. Sandayu wanted. Koiho said, grinning at whatever pun he was making. Thanks Koiho. Naruto said as Koiho chuckled. No problem. Most of us don't really expect any sort of trouble. Koiho admitted as they walked down the small corridor, however, this is the first time that we're going overseas, so I guess we can't be too careful. We've all heard the tales of pirates and brigades across the sea, getting more and more daring by the day. Well, there's nothing to worry about with us around. Naruto said, puffing out his chest as Koiho chucked, feeling a bit more at ease with Naruto's bravo. Good to know. Now then, all the rooms here are all the same, so you can take whichever ones you like. Koiho said before pointing toward the stairs, the mess hall is up the stairs and to the right, while the bathrooms are down the way. Where is Kakashi-sensei staying? Sakura asked, looking at her teammates who seemed as clueless as she was before they all turned to Koiho. Mr. Haddock has a room right next to Lady Fujika's herself. Koiho answered, we would have had your rooms there as well, but with the missing of our first ship and then all the last-minute rearranging we've been doing, Koiho said, trailing off as he rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. "It's no problem, really." Naruto said quickly while his teammates nodded, "I'll take the middle one." Sakura looked to Sasuke for his choice, though he shrugged indifferently, "I don't care. You can have either one." "Thanks," Sakura said evenly, not looking at him as she tapped her chin in thought while glancing between the two remaining rooms. I guess I'll take the left one then." And without another word, Sakura entered her chosen room and slammed the door shut. All three men looked at the door oddly for a second before Sasuke sighed, shoving his hands into his pockets before muttering under his breath something along the lines of, "Damn women." Did I miss something here?" Koiho said as Naruto shrugged. "Nope, just some problems at home and our dear Sakura not being able to take a joke lightly." Naruto said as Sasuke was still grumbling to himself. "Huh?" Koiho said as Naruto waved him off. "Nothing at all." Naruto replied as he turned to Sasuke, "Jutsu training time." "Yeah, training time." Sasuke said as he and Naruto nodded to each other, walking into their own rooms and closing the doors in unison as Koiho shrugged and walked away to get his own work done. "Finally. Some privacy at last." Naruto said as he jumped onto his bed. "Balls are thin, Naruto." Sasuke yelled. "Yeah, we can hear you." Sakura's voice sounded loudly from the opposite direction. Naruto politely ignored his teammates since they wouldn't see him sticking his tongue out. Taking a few seconds to look around the room, he realized that it was a fairly simple one. The small medium-sized bed he was currently lounging on, a little dresser with a few cups and a pitcher, a small mirror, a fairly nice rug and a small heater. "Okay, let's begin training." Naruto said to himself as he sat up in the bed, shrugging off his backpack as he unzipped it. "Let's see here." Naruto said to himself, trailing off as he got up from the bed and sat on the floor. The young Kage grinned to himself as he pulled out a scroll entitled Toad Subjugation and zipped his pack back up. "I wonder what sort of toad techniques are in here." Naruto thought as he unraveled the scroll. Jutsu name hiding in a toad technique. Classification: Ninjutsu and Barrier Ninjutsu. Rank: C rank. Class: Supplementary. The user of this technique must first summon a special diving toad from Mount Mamboku. Then, infusing the user's chakra with the toads, they are able to allow the toad to swallow them whole and hide within the toad's stomach safely. Side note: there is no need to worry about anything like vision or sliminess. Heh. This allows one to virtually become the toad while in use and move around undetected. The frog is able to dive up to 100 meters in freshwater, making it especially useful for infiltrating enemy camps that are surrounded by a river or lake. The stomach of the frog also has a special barrier that obstructs chakra, protecting the user from detection-type ninjutsu. Side note: toads are basically allergic to salt water, but if more chakra is expanded to the toad, then they will be able to protect themselves with natural oils from the harmful consequences of saltwater interaction up to a full day. Okay. Naruto said after reading this and sighing, "I guess we all have to start somewhere." It took him about 30 minutes to get the hand seals down for the. Apparently when summoning specific toads, the summoning hand signs were different than when you just wanted any general battle toad. After being sure he could summon the toad needed and being sure it would work more than once, Naruto nodded to himself in satisfaction. He carefully rolled up the scroll and put it away in his backpack before he stood up, stretching and groaning from his time on the floor. Walking out of his room, Naruto made sure to actually lock his room door before he went up to the upper deck. No sense training on an empty stomach. Naruto said to himself as he made his way toward the mess hall, not having anything to eat since early morning, having quickly devoured 3 bowls of ramen as a light breakfast before leaving the Hokage mansion's underground compound. After a small meal, Naruto went out to the main deck where he could see that several people were still up and working. Looking out at the skyline, Naruto realized that the sun was just barely setting and that it truly was a perfect time for the second part of his training. He looked around and saw Koiho again, who was directing several people to set up a house frame. Naruto walked over and cleared his throat loudly, making Koiho jump in surprise, before turning carefully to see only Naruto grin behind him. "Geez, kid, don't do that. You'll give someone a heart attack." "I'm a ninja." Naruto replied with a shrug, "Is it my fault I'm always stealthy?" "Yes." Koiho deadpanned as Naruto shrugged again. "Anyways, what can I do you for? Do you have any place on this rig where I could work alone? You know, without bothering or being bothered by anyone?" Koiho looked at him for a moment while processing the request. Rubbing his chin in thought several times, Koiho finally seemed to come to a decision as he nodded. "You could go to the very back end of the ship. We're not doing anything over there." "Thanks." Naruto shouted, running off even before Koiho could finish, making the assistant director briefly wonder if he should have mentioned that the quiet emo member of the ninja team had asked the same thing not too long ago. Koiho shrugged it off, not seeing what could be so bad. Turning his attention back to the men, his eyes widened as he began flailing his arms, looking very alarmed. I said slowly. Take it up slowly. That piece is crucial to the film, you morons. It's worth more than all of you put together. Take it up slowly. Naruto moved toward the back of the ship, dodging and ignoring the movie workers as he made his way to the stern of the ship. Finally, arriving there, Naruto briefly wondered if the sea was freshwater or saltwater before he recalled one of Iruka's geography lectures. The sea is full of salt water. Crap. Naruto said as he frowned at the waters while gazing at them from behind the railing. Oh well, just gonna have to use extra chakra then. Taking in a deep breath and gathering his chakra to the surface, Naruto bit his thumb and drew blood from it. Flipping through his practiced hand signs, Naruto slammed his hand to the metal floor of the ship, watching as the summoning matrix appeared almost instantly before a puff of smoke obscured it. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto eyed the small toad, which croaked at him in readiness for its task. I'm so glad no one is around to see me do this. Naruto muttered as he began to complete his first trial of his new. So, without further hesitation, Naruto sighed as he channeled his chakra to be in sync with his toad's own chakra while the toad began to open its mouth. Really glad no one is around. Naruto thought as he gazed into the toad's mouth with a repressed shudder. During all this time that Naruto was working on his own training, Sasuke had found his own secluded spot in the very front of the ship, working on his own skills. During his free time. Which was mostly that month Naruto had spent tracking down Lady Tsunade, which he was very grateful for. Sasuke had spent the time thinking over not only his own grief and his connection with those around him, but also his own skills and where they lay in comparison to Itachi's power. He knew his wanting to continue the hunt for his brother, even after Naruto assured him that he'd have Itachi brought in as soon as they had time to speak with him, was merely the manifestation of years of vengeance seeking, trying not to go to waste. Or, it could simply be that Sasuke knew that if he didn't keep up with his own hard work, especially the creation of his own special hidden trump cards, Sasuke just knew that Naruto would have a critical advantage over him the next time they fought. It had nothing to do with any obsessions he had toward the blonde. Nothing at all. Stop spreading lies. Plus, the blonde had mentioned that it was fun to create all on his own and see the results of your hard work pay off in battle, something that Sasuke considered somewhat true ever since he had made the variation of Taijutsu called the Lion's Barrage. Not that Sasuke would ever admit any of this out loud, thank you very much. He appreciated Naruto, but if the blonde ever learned that, Sasuke was sure he'd never hear the end of it. Once. More. Sasuke gritted out with concentration, grabbing his arm with his other hand and focusing his chakra into his technique. His left hand became the epicenter of the thunderstorm that was known as the Chidori. Onyx black eyes turned crimson red as black tomes began spinning madly, helping Sasuke better see the chakra flow of his. Trying to manipulate the flow as Kakashi had suggested, Sasuke let loose an agonizing yell of pain as he fell to his knees like before, having violently shocked the nerves within his arm while trying to just barely tweak the technique that was known for cutting through lightning. On his knees with labored breath, Sasuke had to admit that through all the failures, once this was complete and he had tried it out in battle someday, he was sure he'd find it exhilarating because he didn't have time for fun with Itachi still out on the loose and still possibly a murderous psychopath. To create his own techniques, something only he knew about. It gave him an immense advantage in battle, unleashing an attack that his opponent had no information on. Getting up from the ground, Sasuke took in a deep breath with his hands, keeping his shaky knees from buckling down under him as he stood to full height. I wonder why Kakashi doesn't have anything original besides the Chidori and Rikiri. Sasuke asked himself aloud, I mean, the guy is said to have copied over 1,000 techniques. You'd think he'd have more original ones aside from two, with one being a stronger variation of the other. Sasuke continued his thoughts in his head after noticing that he had spoken aloud. After thinking it over for a few more moments, Sasuke simply shrugged, to each his own. I guessed. The guy is lazy, after all. Okay then. Once more. Sasuke said, roaring his last words as the Chidori and his Sharingan both flared back to life. Seconds later, another agonizing scream of pain could be heard as Naruto's toad croaked almost like a chuckle. Sakura was sitting cross-legged on her bed in her own room. In front of her were several scrolls, most of which were the ones she borrowed from the Konoha library, about the basic theory behind medical ninjutsu. Two of them were from Shizune, who was no longer a mere member of the staff at the hospital, but now also taught the medical corps basic training course at the academy. Sakura hummed in thought as she read over a basic ninjutsu theory scroll from the library. The scroll covered just about everything they had learned in the academy. You know, all the general ideas, some basic concepts, tips on when and where to use ninjutsu, what situations you should avoid using ninjutsu in. All in all, as beginners how to guide, or the basic 4 years of ninjutsu theory classes, she and her fellow academy class had sat through bored out of their minds. But hey, it was perfect for her needs. So, hooray. However, Sakura had to admit to herself that she was a little dissatisfied with being an average ninja. What? You saw and heard of the extreme levels and feats that her team had accomplished over the last few months. Hell, Naruto had become Hokage. Wouldn't you be just a little disheartened to being the average, weak member on the team of heavy hitters? Everyone else looked at her like she was the sane one. The one that could relate to being held up by a normal ninja while out on a mission. To bring the damn damsel in distress. Of course, unlike everyone else, it hit her more personally to being the weak link and weakling. She didn't feel jealous or anything of that nature. She knew that her team, especially Naruto and Sasuke, were strong. She probably knew better than anyone, even Kakashi-sensei. It had hit her personally because she was so far behind all three of them. Even with her beginning her training as a medical ninja, she wasn't entirely satisfied and could practically see the huge gap between her and the males of her team. She wanted to grow stronger, faster, better, and this time. She was completely determined to do it in her own way. She had always been an ace in the hole for her before the Chunin exams, but afterward, Sakura found herself curious about the ninjutsu aspect of the ninja arts. Especially the wild things she had heard that Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi-sensei had done. She read a bit more, writing notes on a spare blank scroll she had packed. So far, she spent about an hour rereading the dynamics of ninjutsu, making sure she fully understood them. Given what it was, Sakura wouldn't be able to practice the technique she wanted properly until she got to dry land. Okay. I see. Sakura said, finally connecting the dots in her mind as she read on with haste. After she was satisfied with what she had, Sakura looked at the time, feeling her eyes growing weary. It was getting quite late. Gently, the pink-haired Kunoichi gathered up all her scrolls and got off her bed, her bare feet landing gracefully on the carpet. Laying all the scrolls she had been poring over down on the dresser, Sakura walked back to her backpack and took out another scroll. Going through hand signs as she recalled them in her mind, Sakura unraveled the scroll. She went through the hand signs again, though this time with greater speed as she placed her hand over the sealing matrix of the scroll, a plume of smoke, signaling that she had been successful in her scroll summons. There we are. Sakura said cheerfully as she reached down to the scroll and took up the flopping fish and target board. Walking over to an empty space on the wall, Sakura strapped the small fish to the bull's eyes and set it up. After nodding to herself, the girl walked all the way across her room before taking in a couple of deep breaths to clear her head. Okay. Lady Tsunade and Lady Shizune said that I had to flex my limbs before doing any sort of physical training, so I guess this counts, too. Sakura said to herself as she took another deep breath before she punched her fist into the air in front of her, followed quickly by a kick and 3 speedy jabs. Sakura moved about as though she were a boxer, fists lashing out before quickly reassessing their positions at the sides of her midsection. She punched and kicked again and again, growing into a steady rhythm. As she worked through her form, sweat began to lace her brow as Sakura smiled through it all. She had been practicing on her taijutsu ever since she had mastered the basic academy-style forms over the last 2 months. Every night, Sakura stayed up for hours in her room, in front of her mirror, working on basic drills from what she had learned from the academy, reviewing all the things they had been introduced to. She would move around her room, fighting imaginary opponents as she fell, completely intentional. Recovered, ducked, dived, and other such stuff before her hygiene rituals and going to bed. It would have been much easier and more efficient if she had a sparring partner at her level to start off with, or at least knew how to perform the shadow clone jutsu. But she didn't. She didn't have either right now on the mission, either. I guess. Sakura breathed as she threw another punch before a roundhouse kick. That's the price I have to pay for finding my own path. Another quick succession of blows to her imaginary opponent. I don't need mom worrying about me. I can go it on my own. I can't rely on others anymore. I need to be strong for myself. Her breathing became labored as she took in a deep breath, pausing in her workout. She momentarily wondered if she even had the chakra to maintain a single shadow clone, let alone even creating one to fight against. Sakura's face deadpanned, a small scowl worming its way on her lips. Somehow, she honestly doubted it. At least, not with her current level of chakra. Shaking her head, Sakura chose not to dwell on what she didn't have. It'll get me nowhere. Sakura said to herself, starting her workout again. No. Right now, she had to focus on what she could do. With that in mind, Sakura took out a kunai and began practicing with a weapon, throwing it and hitting the small fish tied to the bullseye. Okay. Sakura breathed, going over to where she lay the scrolls out on the dresser. Fingering the scrolls and reading through their titles, Sakura's face lit up as she grabbed one. Turning to the small fish, which was now dripping blood on the carpet, Sakura grimaced as she pulled the kunai out and laid the fish on a blank scroll. The mystical palm technique is a medical ninjutsu which allows the user to speed up the body's natural healing process by sending chakra from the hands into a wound or affected body part. Sakura read as she placed her hands over the fish and channeled her chakra to the wound on the poor thing. Side note to this is that it allows the user to heal a patient without the need for medical equipment or surgery, making it highly useful on the battlefield. It can also be used to treat both external and internal injuries. It is vital to match the amount of chakra used to the severity of the affliction or injury. This requires a great amount of chakra control. Side note. Because of this, only a few highly skilled medical ninja are able to. Sakura paused in her readings as she felt the fish stop thrashing around under her hands. Looking at it, Sakura sighed as she could just tell the little thing had died on her. Sealing the fish into the scroll, Sakura turned back to the scroll on the medical ninjutsu, use this technique. Side note. This technique has been proven to not need direct contact with the patient. However, the longer the distance, the greater chakra control is needed. Another side note to this is that by sending an excess amount of chakra into the patient's body, the user can overload the patient's normal circulation, trapping them in a comatose state. Although this is usually undesirable, it does have the desired side effect of getting rowdy patients to settle down. Sakura reread the last line with wide eyes, Lady Tsunade truly is sadistic. Return of the Omik. Questions you don't ask Kakashi. And action. The director shouted as Team 7 hung over by the railing, far out of the movie's way. I have a question. Naruto said, raising his hand as Kakashi looked up from his book to his student, groaning. Naruto, this isn't a class. You don't have to keep raising your hand. Kakashi stressed as Naruto only raised the appendage higher, fine. What is the question, Naruto? If this is feudal Japan, then how come we have movies and cars and television and phones and… I don't know, Naruto. I'm guessing this isn't feudal Japan then. Kakashi replied with a sigh as Naruto seemed to accept his answer. Kakashi went back to reading his book, just nearing the climax. And he took her in his arms, kissing down her neck passionately as her hands ran down his chest, going southward to his exposed. I have a question, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura said, raising her own hand. Kakashi's eye twitched as he cast a glance up from his book to her. What is it, Sakura? Kakashi asked, his patience wearing thin. I was reading this manga a few days ago, right? So, my question is. Will Bleach have a sequel? Sakura asked, perching her lips and tapping them with a finger as she struck a thinking pose. Well, Sakura. Pause, it seems like it'll have a sequel. Sakura said, interrupting her sensei, I mean, Ichigo and Rukia still haven't gotten together. Well, Sakura, that's because. As if. Naruto interrupted, why would he go after the bitchy girl that beats him up when sweet, kind, and cutely shy Orihime has just been waiting for him all this time? It's so obvious she likes him. Oh, the irony. Sasuke muttered as he face-palmed himself. What? Naruto asked, looking at his best friend. Nothing, Naruto. Nothing at all. Sasuke replied. Listen, Sakura. I don't know if Bleach will have a sequel. I'm hoping they will, because I've just been waiting to see Ichigo as a captain since he and his friends invaded the Soul Society. Kakashi said as Sakura nodded. Yeah, but all their ranks are filled out now that some of the visored are back. Sasuke pointed out as Kakashi gave him a look. And you say this like people in Bleach aren't killed off for no real reason. Hell, the entire Central 46 was murdered off screen and no one knew until just before Aizen left. Kakashi countered as Sasuke shrugged. Point. Sasuke conceded. Kakashi reopened his book, not knowing when he closed it. And he took her in his arms, kissing down her neck passionately as her hands ran down his chest. Kakashi, I've got a question for you. Sasuke said in his normally bland tone of voice. Kakashi looked up from his book, only for his entire face to twitch as Sasuke held his hand up, his face completely impassive, while Kakashi felt like beating the Uchiha boy with a fish. What is it, Sasuke? Kakashi asked through gritted teeth as he slammed his book shut with one hand. Do trainers from Pokemon eat their Pokemon? Sasuke asked, seeming almost bored with his question as Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi gave him surprised looks. Sasuke. Where did that even come from? Why would you think about that? Kakashi asked hysterically as Naruto and Sakura agreed. Well, we were talking about Bleach earlier and so I started thinking of other manga. Then I thought of Pokemon and remembered how you never find out just what it is in Pokemon food or if there are any normal animals in the Pokemon world. So I was thinking. Do trainers eat their Pokemon or just Pokemon in general? Sasuke explained, his voice still completely devoid of any real care for the topic he had brought up while Naruto and Sakura were looking a little green from the thoughts. I don't know, Sasuke. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I'm sure some trainers catch a Pokemon just because they're hungry and kill the things for food, but I'm sure 10-year-olds wouldn't do that. Kakashi said as Sasuke scoffed. A person would do anything if you're hungry enough. Besides, what is wrong with the creator of Pokemon anyway? Having 10-year-olds go out into an unsuspecting world filled with creatures of all kinds that could easily kill them. Creatures with powers. What is wrong with these kids' parents for actually encouraging them to go out and journey an entire island country at that age, anyway? Someone must have been hopped up on drugs. Sasuke said, closing his eyes and crossing his arms as he held his head up high while his team stared at him like he had 3 heads. You got issues with the Pokemon series, don't you, Sasuke? Naruto asked as Sasuke looked surprised. Oh no, I love the series. I want a Umbreon. Sasuke replied as Kakashi could feel his brain twitch. If I could have a Pokemon, I'd want an Oshawott. They're so adorable. Sakura gushed as Naruto pulled a face. Ugh. Why would you want a Pokemon from the Unova region? They're all a bunch of prejudiced bastards. Naruto said in disgust as Kakashi curled a brow at him. Is it because of Trip Shooty? Because I know he seems to be a xenophobic, but I'm sure he'll change by the end of the Unova region series. Kakashi said before he sighed, they always do. Except Gary. He's still a jerk, and it's been like 10 since he was a main character. Sakura said as Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke agreed. But no, it's not just him, Kakashi-sensei. It's their whole region. They're all a bunch of whativers. Naruto said, flailing his arms around. Why do you say that? People seem to greatly enjoy seeing Ash's Pikachu. Kakashi pointed out as Naruto waved his argument aside. Sure they do. And don't even get me started on the mouse and the fact that Ash is still 10, damn it. Naruto said before taking a breath, but haven't you noticed? There aren't any Pokemon from the other regions there. Doesn't that seem a little suspicious? I admit, it did until they explained that the land was so distant from the other regions. Kakashi said as Sakura and Sasuke looked to be thinking over the issue themselves. Yeah, but what's that to flying-type bird Pokemon who need to migrate? I think the region is controlled by prejudiced people who don't like the other regions for some reason. I mean, everyone jumps Ash for having a Pikachu, but have you not seen the signs of hate? Naruto said before he began ticking them off on his fingers, the roots don't continue from the other regions like the previous ones. Everyone around has never seen a Kanto Pokemon until Pikachu, even though Skyla said that Kanto and Sinnoh were just around the corner, meaning that those 2 regions are close by. There are barely any old towns, and everything is so modern. Perhaps it's their technological advancement that has made them so chauvinistic and xenophobic. Kakashi interrupted as Naruto scoffed. Then that sucks, because Kanto is like the cheap end of the stick, while Unova is all closed off and shimmering like gold in comparison. Naruto said, crossing his arms. Maybe that's why. Maybe the regions are, like, in competition for some sort of super government. Sakura suggested as Naruto hummed in thought. That's actually a good idea, Sakura. Kakashi said, using her as a way of squashing the topic. Now, I'm gonna go back to reading my book. No one bothers me, or I'll shove a Chidori where the sun doesn't shine. Opening his book once more, Kakashi sighed in relaxation as he leaned against the metal railing of the boat, finding his place in the book. Ah, there he was. And he took her in his arms, kissing down her neck passionately as her hands ran down his chest, going southward to his exposed. Kakashi-sensei. What about Naruto? What the hell do you want? Kakashi yelled, slamming his book shut and throwing it to the ground. Sasuke said you were really David Bowie in disguise. Are you really David Bowie? Naruto explained as Kakashi's visible eye only twitched madly while his body froze in fury. If so, can we call you Bowie-sensei? Will you sing Starman for us? Can you make a parody of that song? Will you sing the new hit parody Milkman instead for us? I knew there was a reason you could do half the things you do. David Bowie-sensei. Bowie-sensei. Your eye is twitching, Bowie-sensei Sansama-kun. I'm going to murder you. Kakashi said, giving chase to a laughing Naruto as his teammates looked on. Hey up. Sakura said, holding out her hand as Sasuke scowled, digging into his pocket as he pulled out some bills, stuffing them hurriedly into Sakura's waiting hand. Here. Take it. Sasuke grumbled, I should have never bet against Naruto and his annoying factor. I just thought that someone like Kakashi would have more self-control than that. It was Naruto. Sakura said as though it explained everything. Apparently it did, as Sasuke sighed while he nodded. Yeah, you're right. Ha ha. You'll never take me alive, David Bowie-sensei Sansama-kun. Naruto laughed out loud as he dodged his teacher's angry attacks. There's a milkman just waiting in the sky. He likes to deliver dairy so long as it's. I'll kill you, Naruto. I'm not David Bowie. That's exactly what David Bowie would say in one of his many disguises. Cut, cut, cut. That shot was terrible. The director shouted as he looked at his actors, why wasn't the camera shaking? You have to shake it until you can't tell what's going on. The audience loves that crap. Chapter 24. Mission. Protect the kick-ass actress. Yuki's eyes opened slowly and she took in her surroundings. She was in a nice, soft bed in a large room, filled with fancy furniture and nice clothing. There were no windows, but there was a single door at the end of the room. Although the room seemed to be swaying slightly, much to her dismay. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a clock. 5:13 a.m. Ugh. As Yuki saw him awaking, she heard a familiar voice ask. It had to be Sandeu, as that man was the only one she knew that could sound so completely whipped and yet still hold some dignity. Yuki slowly sat up in her bed, but then immediately felt worse. She put a hand to her forehead, but the futile attempt was just that. Futile. She felt incredibly dizzy with all this swaying going on, and it was just getting worse by the second. Ugh. They better not have put her on a boat. She hated boats. Sandeu, can you get me a glass of water? Yuki asked as she heard the door to her room open, but didn't look up. It felt like the whole room was swaying. Sounds crazy, right? That may be because we're on ship at the moment, Lady Fujika's. A voice, one she didn't know, answered. Looking up quickly, though groaning as she regretted it with the churning of her stomach, Yuki saw a masked ninja with gravity-defying gray hair and one visible eye. Who the hell are you? Yuki asked, not caring to be polite as she was feeling too bad. I'm Kakashi Haddock, a member of yours bodyguards, to put it one way. Kakashi said, as Sandeu came into the doorway alongside the ninja. Ugh. You know what? Yuki said as she grasped her head, a headache settling in over her mind. I don't care who you are. Just get me something to ease this headache and water, damn it. I'll take care of that, Mr. Kakashi. Sandeu said as Kakashi nodded. Wait, Sandeu. Yuki called after her assistant, but he was gone. Why the hell am I on a boat? Glaring at the doorway, Yuki turned her attention to Kakashi, who, feeling eyes upon him, looked up from his orange book. You, tell me what the hell I'm doing on a ship. I'm afraid Sandeu-san has expressly asked me not to reveal our destination, nor its purpose to you as of yet. Kakashi said, moving to the door. Bullshit. Yuki said, grabbing a hairbrush from her bedside and throwing it at the man. Kakashi didn't even glance up from his book as he caught the brush, turning the page of his reading material before he giggled promiscuously. Princess Leia, you naughty girl. Kakashi muttered to himself before walking out of the room just as Sandeu was coming back. Damn that copy ninja. Yuki yelled as she slammed her fists into her bed. I'm so bored. Sakura whined as she dropped back onto her bed. We can't get any real training done while on this boat, and now we can't even do the bit we were getting in because the crew are setting up for a big scene they have to shoot right away. You know, I would have expected Naruto to be the first to crack. Sasuke said as he and Naruto sat at the foot of Sakura's bed while she sat up. Why didn't you crack yet, Naruto? Because the training I've been doing doesn't need dry land, a medic on standby, or that much room. Naruto boasted proudly with a casual shrug. These toad techniques are really weird and gross, but they're damn useful and a bit cool. In fact, I was helping the crew just earlier with one of them. Useful, you say? Sasuke said with a smirk, then I'll just have to copy them. Too bad for you. Almost all of them use hand signs, and only those with a natural affinity for toads can use them. Naruto said, smirking right back before he put a hand to his chin and thought. In fact, now that I think about it, all of them require you to have signed the toad summoning contract first and have the approval of the toads. Wish I had a summoning contract. Sakura said as she and Sasuke exchanged looks. I'm sure you two will get one someday. Naruto said, waving his hand dismissively, you'll be studying under Granny Tsunade, so you'll get her slugs. And trust me, they're way better than they look. The slug queen is as big as Gamabunta, and she can split into all these smaller versions of herself, sorta like my shadow clone jutsu. What about me? Sasuke asked. You'll be running off with Orochimaru, which I don't approve of. Naruto spat as Sasuke looked shocked. What? I am not. Sasuke said, that guy pretended to be a girl for the entire Chunin exams and he gave me this damn curse mark. Sasuke said indignantly, pulling down his collar and pointing to the mark, which was enclosed by seals. Yeah, but you will anyway. I've seen it. Naruto said, looking thoroughly disgusted with Sasuke's choice in men. Stop it. I don't have a choice in men, and if I did, I certainly wouldn't pick Orochimaru out of the lot of them. Sasuke said as Naruto blinked. Can you hear my thoughts? Naruto asked in surprise as Sakura scoffed. Naruto, you were still speaking out loud. Sakura said as Naruto shrugged. At least I'm honest. Naruto replied before he turned to Sasuke, but seriously, why couldn't you pick anyone else? I'd even be happy for you if you chose to go to Kankuro and his soulless puppets for power and vengeance, instead of the murder of the old man. Well, if I do go to him for any of that, it'll end with me killing him. No one messes over the third Hokage and gets away with it so long as I'm concerned. He was the only person that treated me like an actual person. Sasuke said, and then caught the looks of his teammates. Well, aside from you two, Kakashi, and the other genin we know back in the village. Good to know. Naruto said, nodding as Sakura shrugged. So Sasuke, what did you do while training? I was trying to create a variation to the Chidori. Something like the one which Haku used against us on the wave mission. Sasuke said as Naruto shivered, remembering what Sasuke had looked like after Haku got through with him. I really should have taken being a ninja more seriously from the start. Naruto said, his head lowered as he stared into his lap. If I did, maybe they wouldn't have died. Or maybe I would have been able to help the old man. Naruto, none of that was your fault. Sakura said, laying a hand on her friend's shoulder, even if you had been stronger, you can't possibly know if that would have changed things. I know, but what's the use of having a fox sealed away inside of me, giving me near unlimited power if I can't save those I hold precious? Naruto said, his eyes squeezed shut tightly as he tried not to cry. Just because you didn't save a few people doesn't mean you haven't changed things for the better or protected anyone. Sasuke said, not caring to be as gentle as Sakura because he understood that Naruto needed brutal honesty right now. Stop whining. You helped change Haku and Zabuza in the end before they died. You changed Neji and helped him and Hinata grow closer as well as their family. You changed Gaara for whatever better he may be doing in his village. You're the damn Hokage now, man up. Naruto felt the tears slip past his eyelids as he opened his eyes. He wiped them away quickly, smiling to his two teammates as he did. You're right, both of you. The past can't be changed and I do need to man up. I'm Hokage now. I can't dwell on what could have been. I need to keep moving forward because now it isn't just about me. It's about the village and the people who depend on me. Good for you, Naruto. Sakura said as she patted his back encouragingly. Yeah, dope. Sasuke agreed. I was afraid my rival had become a little pansy for a second there. Rival? Naruto laughed. I'm now titled as the strongest ninja in the village and you're still a genin. I think I won our rivalry. He's got a point there, Sasuke. Sakura pointed out as Sasuke looked at her in shock and surprise. Traitor. What happened to the days back when it was you and I against Naruto's idiocy? What happened to your overwhelming infatuation with me? Sasuke asked as Sakura tapped her chin in mock thought. I think that all went out the window back when we first fought Orochimaru in a little place called the Forest of Death. Then it was kicked down the street by the Sound Invasion at the Chunin exam finals. And then it was knocked out of town by my near-death experience at the hands of that puppeteer of the Akatsuki. Sakura said as Naruto narrowed his eyes up at her while Sasuke sighed aloud. Speaking of which, allow me to remind you that when we get back to the village, you are so grounded. Naruto scolded as Sakura pouted, crossing her arms. Damn it. Mr. Director. We've got a problem. A voice on deck shouted. This is where Naruto was very rudely awakened from his sleep time fantasies, having to get dressed as he and his team sluggishly made their way up to the boat deck. Sasuke's hair was a mess, Sakura was without her makeup, and Kakashi's normally gravity-defying hair was as limp as you know. However, once they had reached the deck, the four quickly took note of the chaotic scene before. Men running about under orders, others barking out orders, and today it seemed something with just a touch more ominous about the day. Oh, that was it, Naruto realized as he raised a brow, finding himself staring up at a gigantic iceberg in their ship's path. Just look at it. It was just floating there, mocking them with its ability to block the channel the ship would have normally used to arrive promptly at Snow Country. It would take some very careful navigation to get them around it, and Naruto saw that his teammates had readied themselves for orders. So, what are we gonna do? Naruto asked, stifling a yawn as he scratched his belly from the inside of his unzipped orange jacket. Do you still have those cloaks we picked up from the merchant on the way to the ship? Kakashi asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah. Naruto replied excitedly, the guy said that it was elfin magic or something. Said it would shield me from attacks or something. And you believed him? Sasuke inquired, his brow raised as Naruto gave him a confused look. Yeah, why not? Naruto shot back, it's not like the guy would just lie to make a sale. Besides, he said he himself was an elf that helped make the cloak. And elves don't lie, Sasuke. Did the guy also tell you that? Kakashi asked as he himself raised a brow. Yeah, why? Naruto replied as his team sighed in unison, what? Naruto, you are too gullible. Sasuke muttered as he walked away, Sakura following him. Oh, don't say that, Sasuke. It's cute and a good thing. Sakura said as she followed her teammate. Just go put on your elfin cloak, Naruto. Kakashi sighed out, at least it'll protect you from this cold. This is brilliant. The director shouted, you moron, grab the equipment. This is the perfect spot to shoot the scene of our big climactic battle. The assistant director ran up to the older man, looking confused and worried, are you kidding? Don't you see it? The director asked as he clenched his fist and held it equal height to his face, the movie gods are smiling down upon us. Think of the buzz. You're right. We're looking at a surefire blockbuster. Even the making of will be a big hit. Koiho said, his worried face turning to one of excitement as his smile lit up his features. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting. Naruto said as he and the others descended back down to their rooms. Tell me about it. Sasuke muttered, his hands jammed into his pockets to protect them from the cold. Hey Naruto. You got an extra pair of gloves? Yeah, I do. I have 5 pairs, actually. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his neck as he admitted so, all blue, thought. Not a problem. Sasuke said, just give me a pair. I need a pair, too. Sakura said as Naruto nodded, opening the door to his room and digging through his pack. I knew it'd be cold in snow country, so I bought that cloak. I didn't think we'd be working with icebergs, though. Sasuke said as Naruto tossed him a pair of gloves while Sakura nodded. I didn't either. She admitted as Naruto stood, placing on his own gloves after tossing Sakura a pair. I only packed these because I didn't want to forget anything. I even got a thermo in here. Naruto said as he jabbed a gloved thumb toward his pack. Look who's all prepared for anything. Sakura teased as Naruto sputtered. It's not a bad thing. Naruto shot back as Sasuke scoffed, smirking coolly as he swept out of Naruto's room. No one said it was, dope. Bastard. Naruto, mind lending the crew a hand, or say. 100. Kakashi said, pulling down his scarf to speak while his eyes never left his book, you know, just to help speed things along. Way ahead of ya. Naruto said, jabbing a finger toward where his clones were carrying and directing the move of countless amounts of equipment being moved onto the new setup on the iceberg. It's a little strange for this thing to be here. Kakashi muttered for only Naruto to hear. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, getting serious, be on guard. This thing just sprang up out of nowhere. I'll scope it out later when we're on the ice. Naruto replied as Kakashi nodded, turning the page in his book. When Kakashi left to go and speak with the director, Naruto gave an annoyed sigh. It was time to truly begin the oh so high and mighty job of babysitting a spoiled bitch. Well, at least it was gonna pay well. Ahahaha. So you have come all the way here, Princess Gale. Mao. Yuki cried out in anger, her wooden sword raised as she prepared for battle. Your Highness, please stay back. Michi commanded, the actor who portrayed Sukiyaku if Naruto remembered right, his hand on his still-sheathed weapon. Beside him, the man who was Brit, freshly covered in makeup, raised his own weapon. Naruto wasn't positive, though. To be honest, he hadn't been following the filming on the ship closely, nor was he paying much attention to the scene before him. Nope, he was just looking around. Naruto, your eyes are purple. Sakura observed as Naruto shrugged. You're seeing things. Naruto replied, still looking along the iceberg. Then, he saw something shuffle beneath the snow. It was a very subtle movement and if his eyes weren't actively looking with their hawk-like clarity, he was sure he would have mistaken it for the wind moving the snow. However, there was no wind. And there. Above the entire scene on the iceberg's ridges. Another move, though this one minuscule compared to the other. Naruto's eyes flashed critically as Sasuke glanced at him. Sasuke's own eyes flared red with spinning black tomes. The Uchiha's eyes began darting around wildly while Sakura sighed to herself, seeing Kakashi-sensei doing much the same, though much more skillfully and subtly than her 2 teammates. Why don't I get cool eyes? Sakura muttered, crossing her arms under her budding breasts. Whatever your numbers, you are no match for me. Cried the fake Mao, who looked considerably less threatening without special effects. Prepare to die. An explosion went off and Sakura found herself interested. She had to admit, the effects looked so incredibly realistic. That was, until she realized that neither Naruto nor Kakashi-sensei were standing beside her and Sasuke anymore. It was almost like they'd disappeared. Then she saw Naruto and Kakashi. They were in the middle of the trio of actors, back to back with kunai already in their hands as Naruto faced them and Kakashi faced the iceberg. Kakashi, take point. Naruto ordered as Kakashi nodded. Everyone get back and move to the ship. Kakashi shouted, his face dead serious. Sakura had to blink and then did a double take. Naruto and Kakashi-sensei had been standing right next to her and Sasuke. Could they be under attack? That would be the only reason they'd be as serious as they were. Or they could have gotten a part in the movie. Wait. No. Maybe. No. No, no. There wasn't time for her brain to be thinking. It was time for action. Sakura and Sasuke sprang into action. Sasuke and her helped their team leaders form a protective formation to lessen their chances of being caught off guard. While Sasuke was sneakily drawing his famed Demon Wind Shuriken and a couple of kunai with the other hand, Sakura palmed a kunai, her own ninja weapon of choice, as they made their way forward to protect Yuki from whatever Naruto and Kakashi had spotted. I don't know what's going on here. Naruto said, smirking up a storm, but I've always wanted to be in the movies. Meanwhile, he and Kakashi were studying the source of the explosion. The smoke was making it hard to see, but it was clearing rapidly. As it did, a pale-haired man stood, dressed in white garments and wearing some sort of strange armor. His cap bore a hidden village symbol. 4 dots, like falling snow. Sakura observed, her face grim, a hidden snow village. But I've never heard of any such thing. The man discarded his white cloak, which he had been hiding under, as he stood up straight, a hand on his hip as he stood arrogantly near the top of the iceberg. Welcome, friends, to the land of snow. The man greeted, grinning like a wolf as he eyed them like prey. Whoever they were, Kakashi seemed to recognize them. Naruto's eyes suddenly snapped to the left, throwing a speedy and deadly shrunken from the folds of his cloak. It stopped when it reached its target. Or rather, it was stopped by the appearance of its target. There they spotted a second ninja, though this one was female. Her hair was a very light shade of purple, as Sakura almost mistook it for pink. But, like the Konoha Kunoichi, her eyes were the same shade of green. Though unlike Sakura, which the girl was thankful for, this woman had a maniacal grin on her face as she stood proudly, wearing the same outfit as her counterpart, as well as similar armor. Welcome back, Princess Koyuki. Do tell us that you're still carrying around the hex crystal. The enemy Kunoichi said, looking just as arrogant as the man she was teamed with. Princess Koyuki? Kakashi echoed, his lone visible eye widening. And by now he wasn't the only person confused. Half of the crew didn't seem to have a clue what was going on, or if any of it was in the script. Even Sasuke looked perplexed, and that was something that shocked Sakura, as normally the Uchiha had at least some idea on what was going on. In fact, Sakura noted, the only people who didn't seem to be completely shocked were Sandeu, who still looked highly worried for Yuki, and Naruto, whose eyes narrowed dangerously as the grip on his kunai tightened. So? Things are finally revealing themselves. Naruto muttered to himself as Kakashi tensed behind, stay sharp. Roger. The team chorused as they all watched for any more enemies. To the right. Sasuke said. And then Sakura would have groaned aloud as their attention snapped to the third member of the snow team. She literally groaned aloud when she got a good look at him. He was a huge giant of a man, with an ugly face and short dark black hair. He too wore the same armor and outfit as they did, and had some sort of wide bar secured to his back. Sakura was sure what it was for, but she did know it was something to be used against them. He'd been trying to sneak up on them under the snow, as the first two had, but not many could hide themselves for long against Sakura's male teammates, all of them true masters of stealth, especially Naruto. You're as good as they say, Kakashi. Fortunately, it won't be good enough. The large man said as Sakura was having a hard time believing him capable of intelligent thought with his size. If it was a fight they wanted, Sakura was more than happy to oblige in order to prove that she wasn't useless, as Sasuke would normally claim teasingly. Sakura, Sasuke. Protect Yuki. That is our mission. Kakashi shouted as he flung his kunai up at the lead snow ninja, who blocked with his armored right arm, the kunai clanging harmlessly against his gauntlet. Everyone else, back to the ship. Naruto shouted, and seeing that they weren't moving fast enough for his liking, which should have been the second he opened his mouth, his eyes darkened, now. And, when Naruto spoke like that, people had a tendency to heed his words. As one, the actors began to run for their lives back toward the ship. All except Yuki, who was still frozen, still in shock. Yuki, Midori. Get the princess. The lead snow ninja snapped lazily even as he dropped down lightly to the base of the hillside, Kakashi having raced to meet him there before he even touched ground. The man gave Kakashi a feral grin, I remember you, Kakashi Haddock. The man hissed, I hope you're not planning to run away, like the last time. Kakashi's one visible eye narrowed in both disgust and annoyance, Nadaroga. You remember. Nader said lightly, smiling widely, I'm flattered. They wasted no more words on each other, hurling another pair of shuriken at the other which only collided midair. Kakashi hurriedly snapped his hands together in a quick series of seals. And as he watched, Nader blurred and vanished from normal view just as Kakashi had. His grin didn't diminish though. No, it only grew wider, emphasizing his sharp canines. After all, the hunt was half the fun. And he could afford to take his time with the cool, Sharingan-eyed shinobi. Yuki and Midori would tear apart his little team of genin brats in no time flat, and then they could all make their way back to the castle and see their master. Complete with both the princess and the hex crystal. Kakashi and Nader met with the force of a small explosion, trading powerful punches and kicks in the middle of the air. Leaping their way further up the hillside, but being mindful that the slightest slip of ice would not only leave them open to attack, but could also send them tumbling down to the jagged ice below. Not a desirable position to find oneself. The pale-haired Nader launched 2 punches at him, but Kakashi easily knocked them away with a couple of backhand swipes. Then, the man lashed out with a kick, which Kakashi had to thank for years of acquired flexibility to be able to dodge midair like he did. Kakashi retaliated with a few jabs of his own, but it seemed they were evenly matched when Natter moved his body from the path of his fist and slapped them down to get a shot at the silver-haired Jonin's head. Meanwhile, below, his team had their own problems. Izori, the big ugly guy, Naruto noted, had quickly unveiled the purpose of the staff-like pole on his back. Unfolding the object created some sort of rough board which, while running, the guy threw to the ground before him and hopped atop it, his boots locking in place when he did. The large guy used the board to slide across the snow and ice at great speeds, propelling along by using his own chakra in conjunction with some form of propulsion devices hidden in the back of his armor. At least, that was what Sasuke had theorized. Naruto moved in quickly to intercept the guy, but the behemoth of a man came whizzing past him with the speed and force of a cannon, forcing the young Kage to flip clear out of the way. The next time Izori came around, though, Naruto was ready for him. Naruto's unoccupied hand flew from behind his cloak as a shuriken was already spinning on his index finger. He flicked it off, flying toward the guy and arsing up to catch the guy's midsection. While it was still flying, Naruto's hands raced through signs. Ninja art. Shadow shuriken. Naruto enacted as one shuriken became 50. However, this proved near useless as they all broke harmlessly against the big lug's armor. He was practically unstoppable once he'd been set into motion. And it didn't help matters much when the pink-haired Fubuki came dancing down to join him and get in on the action. Sasuke, however, came in as he lazily threw a few kunai from the side to distract the giant man, and then even his demon wind shuriken at the girl, who dodged it midair before she drew back her hand and thrust it out, releasing of her own. Ice style. Subum blizzard. The girl incanted. Crap. Sasuke muttered, flipping away from the flurry of razor-sharp swallows that were made of ice which came hurtling through the air toward him. Sasuke nearly lost his balance, not used to fighting atop snow, sleet and ice, as his feet slid along such. However, the Uchiha cursed under his breath as the birds changed course in mid-flight and came around for a second pass. Before they could slam themselves into him, Sasuke's hands flashed through hand signs while he took in a deep breath, filling his lungs to their max. He hadn't wanted to use his so early in the fight, but desperate times called for such measures. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke echoed in his mind as he blew out hot flames, which when in contact with the ice birds, caused them to melt into steam and vapor. Sakura, get everyone out of here and back to the ship. Naruto shouted as Sakura nodded, looking to the actors around Yuki and the director, all of whom were standing around and gawking in shock and awe of an actual live ninja battle occurring before their very eyes. Right, everyone back to the ship. Sakura echoed as the actors obeyed without question. Naruto glanced back to see if his orders were being followed. It would be 10 times worse in the battle if one of the actors were caught up in it and used as hostages back the snow ninja. He cursed mentally as he saw some of the actors were near the ship but still regarding the clashing shinobi in shock, watching from afar as though it were all a part of their movie. Sakura, direct them back to the ship. Naruto shouted, kunai in hand as he tried to help his teammate by giving her fewer things to worry about. Like the battle itself. Besides, there was something about the enemy's armor that was confusing him. He was trying to puzzle it out as quickly as he could, but he couldn't figure out what was making the armor so effective. Glancing back once again, Naruto sighed in relief as he saw Sakura guiding all of the fleeing actors back to the ship and onto said vessel. Well, all except for Yuki Fujiki's. Koyuki Kazuhana. Princess Gale. Whoever the bitch was. No, the woman just had to be the stupid one. Just standing there clutching at her robes. Dazed in shock. Just fucking perfect. Though. Naruto bellowed once more, directly at the idiotic actress who simply gazed in the distance of memories through clouded vision. Naruto sighed, waiting for his opponent to make his return. He might as well have been talking to a damn sculpture for all the impact and good it was doing him. Your Highness. Sandayu's voice shouted as the man came rushing back across the snow to save her, having seen her freeze up. His voice caught her attention, succeeding where Naruto had failed. Now there was an impact, but it was equal parts shock and anger. Sandayu. What are you? I'm. Kami-sama, help. Yuki's voice said softly as she looked like she would soon break down into sobs. This turn of events, mainly the princess's ignorance and stupidity with staying on the battlefield, did wonders for Fubuki's mood. Mizori could finish off the brat barking out orders, Natter would kill Kakashi Haddock, and all she really needed to do was snatch up the princess. Fubuki grinned evilly as she once again landed and almost danced her way forward along the snow towards the stunned princess. However, her advancement was stopped short 20 meters away from said royalty by a form suddenly materializing in front of her, appearing out of nowhere to her naked eyes. The person glared impassively at her, keeping his cool as angrily as he poised a demon wind shuriken for battle. I am your opponent. Sasuke stated as he snapped the shuriken open and extended its blades. Fubuki nearly blinked in surprise as she gazed down at the crouched boy. He was fast, and she had nearly forgotten about him in her joy at how easy a target the princess was making herself. Fubuki only grinned on the surface though. It was more than fine by her if the dark-haired brat wanted to die by her hand. Fubuki and Sasuke shot back from each other as their battle began anew in round 2. Instead of charging, both elected to keep their distance. Fubuki was the first to kick things off, bringing 2 fingers up as if to blow a kiss to the young Uchiha when she suddenly dropped to her knees and slammed them into the ground. Ice style. Ice prison jutsu. Fubuki enchanted as the ice in front of her began to sprang up like bear traps. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly while he flung himself backward, launching into a handstand and then into a full-form backflips as the ice in front of him tried desperately to ensnare him once, then twice, and a full third time. While upside down in the air trying to formulate a plan, he decided it would simply be best to go with what he knew of the elements. Fire beat ice every time. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke enchanted as he blew out hot flames. Sasuke watched as the flames raged toward Fubuki, but was slightly unnerved by her near-feral grin when he noticed another wall of ice rise up to protect and barricade the female snow ninja's form. Sasuke watched as everything he knew about fire versus ice was disproved when the flames reached the ice and failed to melt it. Okay. New plan. Sasuke thought as he continued to survey his opponent for a moment of weakness. Kakashi, meanwhile, had rocketed out of the crater he had created with his own body, mentally cursing the armor his opponent Naruto was wearing as he once again engaged the smug man. Kakashi wasn't aiming to win any victory as that was near impossible at the moment with so many people to protect and the mission to think about. He hoped that at least Sakura would carry Yuki off, but it seemed that Sakura wanted the woman to move on her power, either that or wanted something to do by protecting the woman and not being made useless while the males of the team fought. So all Kakashi aimed to do was distract Naruto from going after the actress princess, and he had to say that he was doing that pretty well. He and the wolfish snow ninja were relentless in their struggles, giving no quarter and even less mercy as their blows viciously pounded away at each other. Naruto glanced up the path to see that somehow the large snow ninja had been speeding toward him in near silence while his mind was elsewhere. He flipped and dodged each blow that came at him, his hands racing through seals before his fist was whirling with the cold glacier winds around it. Wind style. Tornado fist. Naruto said as he brought chakra to his hand to solidify his attack and maximize the damage. He was hoping to crack the armor on the man's torso, his airy chakra danced around in his tightened fist as he ran toward Midori, the large snow ninja. The attack, however, was made powerless as when Naruto's first was a meter from the guy, the winds around it suddenly stopped and dispersed into harmless breezes of fresh air. The overweight man chuckled at the display before punching Naruto with all the might of a mountain while Naruto went rocketing backward. Luckily, Naruto was able to twist in the air, landing and skidding across the snow and ice on his feet while he racked his brain for a that would have some hope of working where others had failed. Naruto. Kakashi's voice called out as Naruto grinned to himself. He had a perfect plan. Kakashi, copy me. Naruto said as Kakashi didn't waste time preparing, the two went through hand signs in unison like a perfect mirror image while Kakashi raced to Naruto's side. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. The two shouted in harmony as Naruto cursed when he saw they weren't attacking him, but Midori, who had no defense against such an attack. The water dragons danced out of the waters near the edge of the glacier together before racing toward Midori, whose eyes widened in fear. Unfortunately for him, that was the only action he was able to take before he was washed away in the sudden flood of freezing cold water's slush. Because or not, a huge amount of water was not to be stopped. Kakashi landed next to Naruto, who stood with a calming breath as he tried to assimilate the situation at hand. Naruto glanced back toward the ship, seeing the peculiar sight as the movie crew ran toward the ship. Well. Most of them, anyway. Makino, the director, seemed to have refused to get out of his chair, so both he and his chair were being carried away from the scene by both of his assistant directors. Kaiho and Hidero. Keep that camera rolling, even if it kills you. Makino shouting, showed them all the resolve of the cinematographer. Naruto nearly rolled his eyes, but the situation was far too serious for that. Kakashi, what is it with their armor? Naruto asked calmly as Kakashi and he stood back to back, gazing toward their respective enemy. It's chakra armor. It increases their power while forming a protective barrier around them, rendering all our ninjutsu or jinjutsu useless. It's a hell of a lot stronger than what it used to be. Kakashi explained as Naruto nodded. Ice style. Dragon versus tiger. Naruto shouted gleefully at seeing an opportunity to hit two birds with one stone. A giant tiger made of ice and snow raced from his side while he watched on in amusement for what Kakashi would do. Kakashi's hand snapped and went through hand seals faster than Naruto could follow as the copy ninja looked up at Naruto. Water style. Water dragon. Kakashi countered as Naruto glanced at him, hoping it would allow them to hold their position. Both water and ice clashed and looped together, finally evaporating into snow. Naruto would have sighed in relief. You know, if it weren't for the fact that a giant spiral of snow was racing at them then. Naruto and Kakashi leapt apart as the snow hardened back into an ice dragon and crashed down where they had once been. Kakashi landed on top of an ice spire as he glared hard at the lead snow ninja. Okay, if that's how you want to play. Kakashi said dangerously. Sakura readied herself as the rather big snow ninja came snowboarding toward her and the two she was guarding with the speed of a demon. He raised his gauntlet metal arm and showed his hand was that of a robot, shooting off some form of sticky webbing like a spider as it tied up Yuki. Sakura quickly took care of that, slashing the connection of the webbing with her kunai while giving the snow ninja a hard look. Yet, still he came racing toward them, rearing his fist back as he gave Sakura an equally hard look. Out of the way, little girl. Midori shouted as he planned to deck the girl one if she didn't move. Sakura couldn't think of anything other than how painful it was about to become if she went to blows with a guy more than twice her size and probably triple her weight. Luckily for her, she was saved from that fate when Naruto used his own body as a missile, knocking the large man aside and from his board in his desperate attempt to keep Sakura's face intact. Sasuke, Sakura's mom Sayuri and Liake bushy brows would kill him if he didn't. Why you little Midori raged as he got up and swung at Naruto. It was to the large man's surprise when the kid caught his punch near effortlessly while not even looking at him. No, Naruto was looking at Sakura while the girl marveled at Naruto's strength and power. She could practically feel it like a warm fire lavishing from him. Naruto's eyes were crimson red and his pupils were slitted as they glowered down at Sakura, Yuki, and Sandayu for still being where they were. Sakura, take Yuki and Sandayu and get back to the ship. Naruto said as he looked back at the snow ninja, who threw another punch while trying to catch the young Kage off guard. Naruto merely blocked it just as easily as the first, pinning the man's large fists in his own hands. But what about you? Sakura asked in worry, you won't work on them. If the stupid woman dies here, then all of this was pointless. Naruto shouted back in reply as Sakura flinched, so take her, get to the ship, and get out of here. The three of us can walk on water. You can't. We'll catch up in no time. This is something that's surprisingly well thought out for you, Naruto. Sakura commented as she picked up the near comatose woman and nudged Sandayu to move. Obviously, by the look Naruto threw her over his shoulder, that wasn't the thing to say aloud. Sakura, where should you be right now? Naruto asked as Sakura gulped. The SH ship. Sakura answered timidly in the face of Naruto's. Well, demonic face. The ship. Now go. Naruto roared as Sakura wasted no time. Okay. And with that she took off as fast as her legs could carry her while still having Sandayu keep up with her. What is this chakra? Midori thought as he felt Naruto's chakra bubbling forth when he shouldn't have. The armor was supposed to decrease the enemy's chakra to near nothing within such close range. Plus, the chakra he was feeling wasn't too peachy either. Fubuki and Nader must have sensed it too as they looked over in shock to see Naruto very calmly holding back Midori, who was the physically strongest of them all. Kakashi saw the look on Naruto's face and breathed a sigh of relief that Naruto now had some measure of control over the Kyuubi's massive power. They sure needed the advantage as the battle was now. What is that? Fubuki spat as she raced through hand signs for another round of ice prisms. Ignore it. Get the princess. Nader shouted as his own hand snapped together into a quick session of seals while gazing down at Naruto. I don't know what that kid is, Kakashi, but he's about to be an ice sculpture. Naruto. Kakashi shouted, but it was too late. Ice style. Dragon versus tiger. The icy hillside split asunder under the force of nature as an equally icy giant tiger arose from the crack, speeding towards Naruto's exposed back. Naruto didn't even flinch as he glanced back at the tiger before dropping Midori's fist and kicking the burly man near 20 meters away from him before looking toward the tiger with disdain. Naruto kicked his powerful legs at the ground, launching himself into the air at the frozen tiger while his hand slowly went through seals. Fire style. Dragon's rage. Naruto roared in an unearthly dark voice as flames near wide in their heat burst from his mouth in a stream of heat. The tiger of ice stood no chance against such overwhelming firepower, melting away upon contact. Nature's green eyes opened wide with shock while he took a subconscious step back in his growing fear for whatever Naruto was. There was no way the boy was some simple snot-nosed genin. No way in the icy pits of hell. Sasuke hated that the elements had failed him. The light purple-haired woman before him was proving herself to be quite the difficult opponent as she attacked in earnest. And as time wore on, his own attacks were visibly less and less effective. His kunai couldn't do much against ice and snow. After all, this wasn't their own native environment of leaf and wood. And even though Sasuke had plenty of fire release, he was doubtful he had enough chakra left to use most of them as it was. He hated being on the defensive as he was, but it was all he could do. He continued jumping out of the way of Fubuki's ice prison attacks. Then he found his leg caught. Sasuke gazed down at the appendage in shock. New plan. New plan. Sasuke thought in a rare moment of panic, racking his brains for an idea. He vaguely contemplated hacking the limb off, but with someone like Lady Tsunade to reattach it quickly afterward, the cold would kill him with such an injury. Then an actual idea struck him just as he was being completely encased in ice a second later. Fubuki grinned in victory at seeing the brat who thought to challenge her encased her ever-freezing ice prism. Then she noticed something. The brat swapped. Fubuki cursed as she gazed into the ice to see what the dark-haired boy could have possibly used. It was a small heater with a large paper tag on it. Wait a moment. That wasn't any ordinary tag now that she gazed upon it more critically. It was. Boom. The explosion from the paper bomb mixed with the already burning lantern-like heater destroyed the ice prison and the flames went barreling toward Fubuki quickly. And just as she was turning and about to move away to avoid being burned to death, two kunai with ninja wire attached to them shot out even faster than the flames and wrapped her to the nearest block of high ice she had once used as a shield. Sasuke stood up straight with a sigh of relief as he saw a large column of fire arise from where the snow ninja was that he had been battling. However, that relief was quickly washed away when he saw something fly out from the cloud of smoke and flame that he had created. He frowned deeply as he saw it was the female snow ninja who had activated some kind of gliding wings on her back and was now soaring straight at him at a rapid pace. He couldn't help but think about how unfair it was that she could fly, but that thought turned into shock quickly when he saw just how fast she was barreling toward him. Though all the battles were still raging, Yuki, or rather Koyuki's eyes, were locked on the flames that raged from Sasuke's last attack. They were just like the fires that had burned her once beautiful home in the land of snow to the ground. Razed all the hard work and love her father had put into them. Burned her own father himself to ash. She could see it more clearly than ever before in the last 20 years of her life of running from the memories as an actress. She could see her younger self, standing before the mirror as the fires and ninja ravaged her home. As she watched her father's death in the mirror. As the mirror shattered. As she was taken away with her pleas being to go back and save her already dead father from the burning palace that was in the distance. She thrashed in Sakura's arms, striking and lashing out at anything that dared move her. That dared return her to all the pain she had been running from. She wouldn't have it. Sakura was forced to let the hysterical actress princess go when the woman hit her upside her head with amazing strength the kunoichi wasn't aware the woman possessed. Yuki fell to her knees and grabbed her head, trying to force out those memories, while still lashing out whenever Sakura or Sandayu dared touch her. Princess. Sandayu tried desperately, backing away from a blow that the crazed woman had thrown. We must get back to the ship, or else your life will. I don't care if I die. Yuki shouted, emotion heavy in her voice, I won't go back to the land of snow. The others, or more of just Naruto, having heard the shout, looked back and scowled as he saw the woman was being difficult. He sighed though, turning back to his now enraged opponent Mizori. They were near the ship, so the battle could have ended quickly enough. Mizori must have seen this as he leapt up into the air and shot his metal hand like a missile directly at Yuki. Naruto cursed as he was about to use his flash step to knock the metallic appendage away, but saw with horror as Sakura tried to take the blow for herself. It wasn't even a punch as Naruto saw Sakura captured in the man's metallic clutches before being promptly thrown away like a thrash. Naruto glared angrily at the man that dared to treat his friend in such a way. Naruto rushed forward in a battle of taijutsu against a large man, and by the power of his anger he won easily. His eyes flickered dangerously as his crimson eyes glared hatefully at the man. The guy began to break off from close-range combat as he found his board once more, using it with his metal claw to attack Naruto. Sasuke, copy me. Naruto shouted as Sasuke stopped glaring up at his freely flying opponent and nodded, his Sharingan flaring as he and Naruto moved like one. Fire style. Fire stream jutsu. Naruto and Sasuke enchanted as they both took in deep breaths and released hell-hot flames from their mouths which raced toward their opponents. Fubuki and Mizori, however, proved their technological armor's speed to be superior to the speed of the as they practically danced around the flames and dodged all damage that could have been done. Though Naruto only grinned as he and Sasuke stopped, Sasuke still copied Naruto's movements as the two columns of fire raced together and joined into one large phoenix of flame. Fubuki and Mizori, along with all others, stopped their movement as they gazed upon the combined flamed creature. Naruto and Sasuke leapt to each other's side as they continued to work together to control the beast. Enough of this. Natter said, seeing the princess collapse at the mere sight of the huge beast of fire, along with Kakashi retreating from their fight. Nature's hand slowly worked through his, never having needed the particular one he was about to unleash before. Ice style. White whale jutsu. Natter shouted to the echoing skies as Kakashi was made to leap away from his retreat when from under the very ice of his feet, a giant white narwhal made entirely from snow came up. Sasuke was glad he had been watching with his Sharingan because he planned to pay back when his and Naruto's Phoenix went head-to-head against the whale, the struggle destroying both while producing a massive column of steam. "And that's our cue to get out of here," Naruto said as Sasuke nodded, "Get Sakura from the other side of the field. I'll alert Kakashi." "Right," was all Sasuke said before he raced over to their downed teammate. "Okay, that was impressive," Kakashi said, his tone dangerous as his Sharingan flared and the black tome spun ferociously. "Now it's my turn." "Kakashi," Naruto called out as Kakashi glanced at him. "I know, I'm about to end it. Get everyone out of here," Kakashi shouted back as Naruto nodded, creating clones as he ran to collect everyone. Kakashi could tell he was running low on chakra and saw that the ship was already moving out to sea. He would need to conserve at least a portion of his power to be able to run to the ship, however. "Ice style. White whale jutsu," Kakashi enchanted as Natter glared at him playfully. "Still copying my moves I see, Kakashi. You must be dumber than you look. You can't beat me that way, nor shall it settle this way," Natter said in amusement as he cast the same. "Beat you?" Kakashi echoed in confusion, cocking an eyebrow as Natter blinked in confusion. "That's not quite what I had in mind. Naruto, let me the hell go. I can run in terror on my own, damn it," Sasuke yelled at one of the Naruto clones, who had picked him up and began to flee while holding the Uchiha bridle style. Other clones were carrying Sakura, Sandave, and an unconscious Yuki. Naruto himself ran along with his clones, cursing as he figured out Kakashi's plan at the same time Sasuke had just then. Natter realized what Kakashi's true aim was as he saw the sight of the boy and his clones fleeing, but it was too late to stop his attack. The two huge ice-made narwhals appeared, clashing against each other and cracking apart the glacier even further from where Natter's earlier white whale had come up from. It was followed quickly by the shockwave of awesome power when the two whales went down, splitting the island in two. It also caused a small tsunami, which rippled through the waters as it pushed the small ice platform which held Team 7 and their clients toward the ship, while also knocking the ship off course and its occupants off their feet. Naruto, his clones, the people the clones were carrying, and Kakashi all made it safely back to the ship from the freezing cold Arctic waters. They leapt onto the ship and ran up its side onto the deck where they each and all promptly collapsed in exhaustion. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke got up though and went to the bow of the ship, standing at the railing as they saw in the distance one of the larger hunks of ice. They saw the trio of snow ninja watching them as well. The snow ninja gazed at the escaping ship sullenly, feeling a little cheated that their prey was escaping. They'd been careless in their fun for a fight they hadn't had in years. However, they swore it wouldn't happen a second time. Yes, next time they'd be ready, freaky powerful genin or not, tricks or not. They had power on their side and would crush the Konoha ninja next time they met on the field of battle. Though even with such dark thoughts of their opponents begging for mercy they wouldn't receive before their feet, the mere fact that they'd been beaten infuriated the hell out of them to no end. "What now?" Midori asked as folded his board and secured it to his back, while Natter continued to glare off in the distance to where the ship was but a tiny dot to their view. "Should we go after them? I mean, we can probably catch up with the ship now if we do. Not to mention I can fly." Fubuki asked as she smirked while Midori glared lightly at her. He had been the one to want the wings, but she had snagged them first when his back was turned. They were freaking ninjas for a reason. Natter shook his head, shaking with rage as his fists clenched and unclenched at his sides. He had to deliberately calm himself before he killed his two teammates, even though it had been his fault the Konoha ninja, and most importantly Kakashi Haddock, had escaped. "Not us, but you, Fubuki," Natter said suavely, turning slightly to his female teammate, "You follow them while we report back to Dodo-sama. We'll tell him we allowed the Konoha ninja to escape for a false sense of security, while you're actually following them in a plan for a sneak attack while they least expect it." "That's brilliant," Fubuki cheered as she grinned. Now no one would know that they had lost shamelessly. "Yes, I know," Natter replied arrogantly, "now go. Follow, but keep out of their line of sight and report where they land. Then return to the castle where we'll be awaiting you. We'll figure out where we make our next strike from there. Midori, you're with me." "Roger," the two subordinates chirped happily. Fubuki stuck her tongue out at Midori before she leapt gracefully into the air, landing on Midori's shoulder and using it as a stepping stone to launch herself up into the air once more and unfurling her wings. Midori glowered at her as she floated gracefully as a dove in the sky to follow the ship. Natter ignored his teammates' antics as he and Midori leapt off, using their to make a crude boat out of ice. Natter climbed in with Midori taking the back, using his pressurized chakra jets to propel the boat along at high speed as they began to make their way back towards their home base, the new snow country fortress. Yes, they had failed this time, but next time there would be no mercy. How the Battle of the Glacier really went. An explosion went off, and Sakura found herself interested. She had to admit, the effects looked so incredibly realistic. That was, until she realized that neither Naruto nor Kakashi-sensei were standing beside her and Sasuke. It was almost like they'd disappeared. Then she saw Naruto and Kakashi. They were in the middle of the trio of actors, back to back with kunai already in their hands as Naruto faced them and Kakashi faced the iceberg. Sakura had to blink and then did a double take. Naruto and Kakashi-sensei had been standing right next to her and Sasuke. Could they be under attack? Sakura and Sasuke sprang into action. Sasuke and her helped their team leaders form a protective formation to lessen their chances of being caught off guard. While Sasuke was sneakily drawing his famed Demon Wind Shuriken and a couple of kunai with the other hand, Sakura palmed a kunai, her own ninja weapon of choice, as they made their way forward to protect Yuki from whatever Naruto and Kakashi had spotted. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kakashi were studying the source of the explosion. The smoke was making it hard to see, but it was clearing rapidly. As it did, a pale-haired man stood, dressed in white garments and wearing some sort of strange armor. His cap bore a hidden village symbol. The village hidden in the snow. The man discarded his white cloak, which he had been hiding under, as he stood up straight, a hand on his hip as he stood arrogantly near the top of the iceberg. "Welcome back, Princess Koyuki, to the land of snow," the man greeted. What a twist. Naruto mocked, famous lesbian actress Yuki Fujikaze isn't just a famous lesbian actress. She's also a famous lesbian princess, too. "I'm not a lesbian, damn it," Yuki screamed. "Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Nadaroga," the wolfish man said. "I am Fubuki Kakyoku," the woman said as she too came up from the snow. "And I am Mizori Fuyakuma," a large burly man said as he rose from the snow on the opposite side of his team. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, seeing recognition flash across the masked man's face. "Who are these guys, Bowie-sensei?" "We just said who we are, brat," Nader sneered as he was ignored. Kakashi's eye twitched as Naruto refused to call him anything but David Bowie-sensei, ever since it got a rise out of him from the last Omik, their rare breed of ninja called forgettable movie villains. You've never heard of them, and after you've finished fighting them you won't remember it even happened. But for the duration of this mission, you'll think they're the biggest threat you've ever faced. "Oh. Sorta like the sound team from the Chunin exams," Sakura said as Naruto gave her a look. "Who now?" Naruto asked as Sakura turned to him, completely forgetting the villains. "You know. Zaku, Kin, and Dosu, the sound team that tried to beat us and was working for Orochimaru," Sakura said as Naruto blinked, even Sasuke looked confused. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Naruto deadpanned as Sakura turned to Sasuke, who gave her a look. "Are you making this up?" Sasuke asked as Sakura looked indignant. "What? No. I am not making this up. I fought them and had traps and everything. It was the reason my hair was cut," Sakura defended as Sasuke scoffed. "She's so making this up. Everyone knows you cut your hair to go butch," Sasuke said as Sakura's jaw dropped. "What? That is a complete and total lie." "Hey, we're villains," Nader yelled, "pay attention to us, damn it." "Oh right, the bad guys," Naruto said, turning back to them. "No, let me see if I remember you correctly." Naruto said slowly, pointing to Nader, "You're cliché henchman type number 1. A mildly attractive leading Asian man." 6 out of 10. Sakura said flatly as Nader glared down at her. "What did you say?" Nader hissed through his clenched teeth, "I am much better than a 6 out of 10 girl. Compared to most of the one-shot characters on this show, I'm damn sexy." "Yeah, but still only a 6 out of 10 compared to the real characters," Sakura said with a shrug. "It doesn't mean you're ugly. It just means you're not a first pick." Naruto promptly ignored the banter between his female teammate and the enemy leader as he pointed at Fubuki, "So you're cliché henchman type number 2. The female with usually colored hair." "Well," Fubuki said slowly, fingering her locks, "my hair is purple." "Wait, I wasn't paying attention," Sasuke said, looking up from his Game Boy Color, "Who's cliché henchman type number 2? "That one, there," Naruto said, pointing at Fubuki. "Where? Behind the dollar whore?" Sasuke asked, putting away his Game Boy while Fubuki regarded him with shock and outrage, "because it's just a bunch of snow." "No, Sasuke, I think Naruto means Kakashi tried," but Sasuke hushed him with a gesture. "Quiet, I'm trying to make a ninja sense here," Sasuke said, closing his eyes and extending his senses. "Yes, right. It's all clear now. Fubuki Kakyoku is a grouping of snow. Genius." "No you dumbus, I'm Fubuki Kakyoku," Fubuki yelled, making the snow around her fall, "and excuse you. Dollar whore?" Fubuki asked, offended. "I'm not like Nader. I happen to be a fairly attractive woman, especially in this tight catsuit of an outfit uniform for snow ninja." Natter glared at his female teammate. Ha! You must be confused. Sakura declared, see, you're what I'd call a 6. What was that you preppy little bitch? Fubuki growled, and where is your figure and breasts, huh? Out to lunch. Or perhaps on a very long extended vacation. Sakura only growled back in response, though Naruto snickered even as he ignored them. And you're cliché henchman type number 3. The morbidly obese guy. Naruto said, pointing at Mizori, who glared. Hey, that's not fair. I have problems with my weight. Mizori defended me. I've tried all the diets, you know. All that carbs are the enemy crap, but nothing works. Maybe if you ran a few blocks instead of snowboarding to the corner store for a snack every week. Fubuki said as Mizori glared at her. Enough of this, let's skip to the kung fu fighting already. Natter said, jumping down as Kakashi met him halfway. Hey Haddock, the 70s called. They want their gravity-defying hair back. Natter taunted as Kakashi narrowed his visible eye. Oh yeah, well Dragon Ball Z called, and they want their crap gang of movie villains back. Kakashi shot back as Natter growled. Oh, it was on now. Shredding snow no jutsu. Mizori called out as he got atop his snowboard and began to shred down the glacier. Oh, yeah, that'll help burn those calories. Naruto deadpanned as he watched the guy coming. Don't worry, folks. My elven cloak will shield me from his attacks. Naruto said with a smile, remembering the nice elf people who sold him the cloak. Then he had to dodge, whoa, this isn't working. Those elves were full of crap. And then he was knocked aside. Mizori used his extending claw to grab Sakura, get over here. And Sakura went screaming all the way until she was slammed into a large pile of snow face first. Sasuke, if I don't survive, you have to tell you something. Naruto said as Sasuke glanced at him. What is it? Sasuke said. I'm completely indifferent to you and am totally in love with your mom. Naruto said as Sasuke face faulted. Damn it, Naruto. Sasuke yelled as he started flipping through hand signs, internet flamer no jutsu. Whoa. The power of flamers. Fubuki said as everyone paused in their battles, it was foretold long ago that one descended from live trollers would be able to harness the power of the internet flame wars of the past. Sasuke Uchiha is the chosen troll. What? Sasuke said as he stopped blowing flames at the woman. You're the chosen troller. From this point on you will walk a path of trolling. Fubuki said, that is, once you reach your full potential. But I can't be a troll. Sasuke said, then Fubuki began to fly into the skies. You will one accept your destiny. Fubuki said mysteriously as she disappeared beyond the clouds. Natter only sighed, damn it, Fubuki, that's the 3rd time this week. Natter sighed again as he looked at Kakashi, let's end this. Kakashi blinked as he glanced between Sasuke and where Fubuki had disappeared into the clouds, fine with me. Narwhal battle no jutsu. The two enchanted as giant white whales came from the sea and clashed, breaking apart the glacier and separating the two teams from one another. Narwhals. Swimming in the ocean. Causing a commotion. Cause they are so awesome. Naruto sang as Sakura blinked at him, Team 7 standing at the railing of the ship as they escaped. And why are narwhals suddenly so awesome, Naruto? Sakura asked as Naruto turned to her. Don't ya know, Sakura? Naruto exclaimed, narwhals, swimming in the ocean. Pretty big and pretty white. They beat a polar bear in a fight. Sasuke sang as Sakura blinked at him. They're like these underwater unicorns. Naruto sang, they've got these kick-ass facial horns. They're like the GT of the sea. Kakashi sang. Well, Kakashi-sensei's gotten back into the Star Wars manga. Sakura concluded as she jumped. Aye, they stopped fully eating ye. The rusty old pirate captain of the ship, Captain Mike, sang from the wheel of the ship. I get it now. Sakura chirped, narwhals. They are narwhals. Narwhals. Yeah, you got it. Naruto said as Sasuke shuddered and shielded his groin. Just don't let them touch your balls. Sasuke warned as Kakashi and Naruto nodded. Narwhals. They are narwhals. Sakura sang before giving a thumbs up, they're inventors of the shish kebab. Chapter 25. Theft of the Kick-Ass Princess. Naruto hated the cold, though he had never felt it. The worst winters of Konoha were pretty mild compared to the cold produced by the land of snow. However, he had other reasons to hate the cold. Like when he was a child in the academy and in his first ever apartment, one in which the windows were smashed out due to a few drunk villagers. The apartment had been a good one too, but he had to move out because the landlord didn't want any more trouble with his expenses, smashed windows and broken doors, and all. Still, Naruto had never felt more than slightly chilly on those cold winter nights. He had been more annoyed by the constant breeze than by the temperature. However, having those memories forced to the forefront of his mind made him feel like he knew what it was to be chilled right down to the bone. Recalling what the drunks had shouted as they threw rocks through the already busted windows and how barely anyone had come to his aid when he curled up in a corner to avoid being hit by empty sake bottles which would burst into shards that stabbed into him. Yes, those memories made him feel very cold, right in the pit of his stomach, and he was sure that whatever tragedies had made Yuki Koyuki react the way she did out on the glacier, he could relate in some form. You knew about this, didn't you? Sasuke began as he gazed sideways at Naruto, who was leaning back in his own chair next to him. You knew that the actress was someone more than she appeared to be. And you knew, too, Sandayu. Naruto didn't answer, his mind still working out other things as Sandayu bowed his head. Yes. Sandayu replied morosely as he kept his head down. He was sure they would quit soon enough, and he didn't blame them. That was why you really wanted ninja protection, wasn't it? Sakura chimed in with her own question as Sandayu nodded shamefully, but then. You must have known what would happen. That the snow ninja would be after her. Why didn't you warn us? Sakura pressed on as Sandayu didn't even raise his head to answer them back while he spoke. I didn't know for certain that they would strike. I was hoping they had forgotten about her. Thought her to be long gone. Sandayu said, fidgeting nervously as he found their attention on his bowed head. If I warn you, you might tell her I knew of her secret. And then, she would know. This was the only way I could get Princess Koyuki back to the country of her birth. Back to face her destiny. So her real name is Koyuki Kazuhana? Sakura asked curiously as Naruto finally sighed and leaned forward. Yes, Sakura. Yuki Fujika's was only an impressive alias. Naruto said, his voice not wavering though slightly thoughtful. From my information, it was given to her to keep her safe after her father was overthrown 10 years ago, when she was only a child. But she was, and still is, the heiress of the land of snow. I haven't seen her in almost 9 of those years. Sandayu commented weakly, I am not surprised she doesn't remember me. Didn't remember me. Sasuke wrinkled his nose, something not quite right to him. You're no ordinary manager, are you? No. I am also from Snow Country. I served at the side of the previous ruler, Susetsu Kazuhana. Sandayu admitted to being somewhat lost in his memories already, back when things were peaceful. Before the incident. Sandayu shivered slightly as he thought back, Susetsu's younger brother, Dodo, hired some mercenary missing nin, revolted, and seized power. The coup d'etat. Sakura gasped in shock, having only read about such things, but never having met anyone who lived through one. Sandayu only nodded as he continued to recall the dreadful day, against the snow ninja and their special armor, the palace guards were helpless. The beautiful Kazuhana castle was burnt to the ground. And we were certain we'd lost the daimyo and the princess both. But you didn't. Kakashi said, speaking for the first time from where he stood leaning against the wall, Princess Koyuki Kazuhana, heir to the throne of the Snow Country. Wasn't killed in the fire, of course. She was rescued by a team of Leaf Shinobi. He began and let his own story unfold. Rescued by Leaf Shinobi. Leaf Shinobi. Leaf. Shinobi. Naruto felt his eyes go wide for a moment while the world around him fell away and colors drained. His thoughtful blue eyes turned purple in a split second as he found his Kami Daigen activated. Oh no, not this again. Naruto said as he looked over where he was. Apparently he was speeding away from a castle burning in the background. It was true, wherever his latest version had landed he had a castle set ablaze, the fire dancing in the falling snowflakes, casting an eerie burnt orange glow over the landscape. Naruto turned in what appeared to be a sled. However, the driver of said sled made him gasp as he vaguely recognized who it was. It was Kakashi. As an Anbu ninja. Holy crap. Naruto whispered in disbelief, even as his eyes settled on the man's determined face. He saw as the cold wind whipped to Kakashi's exposed face while the man drove the pack of wolves on, farther and farther away from the burning castle. That's when it hit him. The vision he was witnessing must have been Koyuki's escape from the coup d'etat against her father and those loyal to him throughout the land of snow. Keep your face hidden and your head down. Kakashi shouted over his shoulder, making Naruto jump in surprise as he had been lost in thought. Gazing over his own shoulder, Naruto saw what must have been the young Princess Koyuki snuggled deeply into a thick wool blanket that covered her body. They still may be coming after us. Naruto moved over to the little girl, seeing her eyes streaming with tears as she looked at the burning castle. He couldn't help but feel saddened for her. It was her home that was burning down, with her father in it. Naruto saw that as the young princess's hair whipped around her face, the burning castle faded into an orange glow, which left nothing to the imagination of those who watched from afar. Everyone the girl must have known or loved in the burning castle was now dead. Father. Little Koyuki screamed, wanting nothing more than for her father to be beside and escape. Naruto. 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 Naruto vaguely heard his name called as the world around him came back. Huh? What? Naruto said, looking around to see all eyes on him in concern. You froze up there for a second. Sasuke said, and your eyes were purple with these little red things flapping in your pupils. It was there for a second and then gone. Huh? Oh. Naruto is still not quite used to the visions. He wondered if they were just triggered randomly or not. We couldn't win against the Snow Ninja back then, not with only a 3-man Anbu Black Op team. Kakashi said as though nothing had happened while Naruto silently thanked him for his tact. We had to retreat. The life of the princess was our mission. From there, I lost track of her. She'd only been one mission of many, after all. Kakashi said with a small shrug, and she'd survived. Survived and did well for herself, I'd say. Sakura added while Sandayu silently cried, tears starting to stream down his cheeks as he remembered all the hardships he, the princess, and the snow country had gone through. I found her when she was on the stage. I recognized her instantly. Sandayu said softly as something seemed to click to Sakura and Sasuke. Of course. Sakura said, her fist in hand as Sasuke sat forward, looking as though all the pieces fell into place like a jigsaw puzzle he could finally see the image for. You were the one who wrote and organized this whole movie venture. Sasuke said, his brow arched highly. The entire unlucky princess was merely a facade to lure this princess back to Snow Country without her realizing it. Sasuke said as Naruto nodded, seeing where his teammates were going with it all. You had planned to use her to incite a rebellion. All to finally overthrow this Dodo Kazuhana. Naruto said as his team nodded while the others in the meeting looked at Sandayu in shock for his clever sneakiness. You've been using us? The assistant director, Koiho, asked in righteous outrage, it being evident in his tone and stance. Beside him, the somewhat elderly director, Makino, didn't seem fazed at all. None could truly tell what he was thinking. Perhaps he'd even been in on the plan with Sandayu. Yup, he would have used you all. And me as well. Came a voice from the door, and all eyes turned to see Princess Koyuki standing there, her expression dull and drained of emotion. Naruto's face fell into a frown at her lack of emotion. She had an entire breakdown on the glacier, and now here she was. Sounding as though she could have been discussing the weather, rather than how casually she'd been manipulated by her personal assistant and so-called friend. This was all for the sake of Snow Country. Sandayu replied quickly as Koyuki sighed heavily, having expected that. It would have been better if I'd died that day. Koyuki said, not even bothering to hide her past anymore. Please don't say that, Your Highness. Sandayu said, to us, the fact that you are alive is our only hope. The princess you knew is long since dead. Koyuki replied, a bit coldly to say the least, she died with her father. I shed my last tears for her years ago. And you, Sandayu. She added, her voice dropping in volume as the room grew tense, you're worse than an evil bastard, Sandayu, you're an imbecile. You can't defeat Dodo, and I will never help you in this foolish endeavor to get yourself killed. You can't win, so just give you. The palm came down on the table with enough force to make the whole room jump, or so it seemed when all eyes riveted to the normally well-tempered, spirited young Kage that was Naruto Namaki's Uzumaki. In his orange and black thermo jumpsuit, it was Naruto's blue-gloved hand that had slammed down onto the table and caused the cracks in it as he stood from his chair angrily. Everyone waited with bated breath and slivers of fear when Naruto's other hand clenched into a fist and shook violently in front of him. Don't you dare utter those accursed words in my presence. Naruto roared with passion as every eye was on him, especially not when this old man is risking everything. Including his life, for your people and his dream. So don't you dare just stand there like some spoiled bitch and say that he should give up. I won't ever forgive you for something like that. Two sets of harsh glares with enough heat to melt glaciers met when Kage stared down Princess, neither wanting to back down. However, the latter quickly found her outmatched and outclassed as the young Kage's steely gaze burned into her with more emotion and passion than she would have liked to believe. She found herself further ousted when Onyx and Green locked on her from his two teammates, both who looked to understand his determination and outburst, but Koyuki saw that the young Uchiha had far more understanding in his eyes than the Haruno girl did. However, it was to everyone's surprise when it was the director who ended the staring contest with his voice. He spoke up, powerfully and proudly while breaking the glares, because if you didn't give up, you'll be able to see a dream. Because if you're able to see a dream, the future will come. Isn't that from one of those movies? Sasuke asked, his arms crossed as he settled back in his chair. Yeah, it's from the final act, scene 3. Sakura quoted her teammates as blinking at her ability to remember such insignificant things, and it's from the end of the first movie. A smile had spread across the wrinkled face of the director, being rather impressed by Sakura's memory. This would make an interesting turn of events. It would be a shame not to take advantage of this. Just think about it. A real princess for once. It's too great an opportunity to pass up. The movie gods are smiling down on us for sure with this good fortune. Koyuki huffed and spun on her heel, beginning to stalk out of the room angrily at both the ongoing of the movie and at the director's abnormal attitude in the face of danger. It's just a stupid movie. Koyuki muttered under her breath. You can't run and hide anymore, Yuki Fujikaze. Kakashi started causally pushing off the wall as he deliberately used her false name to get a reaction. He got it, alright, as his words froze Koyuki in her steps. Despite the heavy blanket on her and his own once disheveled hair of the time those 10 years ago, Koyuki could always recall a voice. And she recalled him. The voice of the man that had saved her from her burning home. The voice of the now former Anbu shinobi, who at the time had looked as handsome as a knight while saving her. Dodo knows you're alive, and probably always has. He'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth and beyond if he has to. You've only one option now if you want to live. Kakashi continued just as casually while Koyuki stayed rooted to the spot. And that is? Koyuki asked quietly. Hit him before he gets you. Kakashi answered with a shrug. In other words, we kick his ass. Naruto added as Sasuke and Sakura nodded to the simpler example. Koyuki looked as though she was about to snap. Her mouth opened and closed, but in her shock and outrage, she could think of no suitable argument for the option she was given. After a moment, her mouth finally snapped shut as she stormed out of the room. Damn divas. Sasuke muttered as he and everyone else watched her go. Hey, don't look at him like that. Itachi had killed his entire clan, but you didn't see him storming from rooms and refusing to fight the bastard if he ever came around. In fact, Sasuke planned to put Itachi in the ICU of Konoha's only hospital once the elder Uchiha came back to answer for his sins. The ship had docked at the harbor farthest from the Land of Snow's capital palace while still being near their target location. Team 7 had left the filming crew to organize their stuff, though Naruto's clones helped a bit with loading the things into the heavy trucks that would carry the equipment the rest of the way when they took off in the late afternoon. By then, they'd hoped the storm clouds overhead would have cleared and the going would be easier since any additional snowfall would have to be cleared from the roads. Hopefully by then they would all be well enough to travel. In the end, Team 7 had agreed to complete the mission. They were going to do so anyway, but technically, despite leaving out many of the facts, Sakura and Kakashi had pointed out that Sandayu hadn't strictly lied about the job or its dangers. Naruto and Sasuke were the ones to point out, however, that now with them armored with more information. Not just about their client but their enemy as well, they stood a better chance of success in their mission subtext. Which was the protection of Princess Koyuki until her movie ended, by which she should be leader of the Land of Snow. The caravan of vehicles set out sometime in the early afternoon. It was snowing lightly and a considerable nuisance, but the storm showed no signs of getting any better anytime soon, so they decided to press on, rather than simply wait it out. Fortunately, the going was relatively easy, with no snow slides or blizzards standing in their way. The plan was to truck halfway up the mountain passes along the roads, slip into a wide tunnel-like cave in the middle of their route, and reach the small encampment on the other side of the mountain, where more of Sandayu's comrades were waiting with great hopes. So far, it has been relatively safe. So with that said, the mission to get Princess Koyuki Kazuhana safely to the capital of the Land of Snow continued. Though it had been funny when they had once again piled into the trucks and Naruto found Kakashi next to him debating on whether or not to call in another team. Naruto had given him a look and asked him which he would have preferred. Well, if I had to choose, I'd say a support team. Kakashi answered as Naruto raised a brow. Why's that? Naruto asked as Kakashi took out his orange book and began seeking his marked page. Well, it's because our own team's abilities are more for battles, both short and prolonged, as well as for direct attack. I'd like another team in a support function to back us up or to corner our opponent whilst we don't waste chakra and could simply go in for the finishing blow. I think a team like Asuma and his Ino Shikacho trio would do well. Kakashi said as Naruto gave him another deadpan look. Okay, but tell me. Would you be willing to deal with Shikamaru's mutterings, Ino's whining, Choji's snacking, and Asuma's smoking next to you at the moment? And for the next few hours while we're again in this truck before a switch? Naruto asked as Kakashi's eyes widened, then he cleared his throat and regained his composure before he politely and intelligently admitted that they could make do without the support if only to learn a lesson from the entire experience. Naruto smirked as he knew he had won. I'm telling you, this woman has virtually no redeeming characteristics in her attitude. Sasuke muttered to Sakura as they sat behind Koyuki while he jabbed a thumb at the princess's back. She's spoiled, selfish, cold, heartless, and overly emotional when it comes to her family. Sakura gave Sasuke a blank look. What? Sasuke asked, a bit taken back by Sakura's look. Did he have something on his face? Hot, meat kettle. You're both black, now happy chatting. Sakura deadpanned as she gestured between Sasuke and Koyuki. Yeah, but at least I would never abandon you or Naruto. Sasuke said with a dismissive wave of his hand, you two are practically family to me. I guess. More so than Itachi is at the moment, at least. Sasuke mumbled as Sakura smiled. Too bad you're gonna run off to Orochimaru, huh? Sakura said as Sasuke's eyes twitched. Stop saying that. Damn it, Naruto. There was virtually no danger as none of them sensed the enemy snow ninja nearby. I would say to relax, Sandayu commented as he sat in front of Naruto and Kakashi, but as a ninja, I think I would get a lecture for suggesting such a thing on a mission, right? Maybe from him. Naruto said, jabbing a thumb in Kakashi's direction. As for me, however, I chose to relax until danger sprouts up or the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Why that last one? Sandayu asked as Naruto grimaced. Because they usually do right before the danger hits. Naruto said before giving a silly grin, my hair is psychic and acts as my sixth sense. Yes, well. That's fine and good. Sandayu said politely, not knowing how to respond before he glanced out the window, but you may want to check this out. It's one of the wonders of the land of snow. Naruto glanced out the window, and so did Kakashi, once he set aside his book, both eyes widening as they took in the wonderful sight before them. The rock caves they were passing were frozen slick with ice from years of condensation and freezing temperatures, making it easy for them to refract and reflect the light from the trucks and trailers into a beautiful display of vivid color. Naruto spent most of the trip with his face pressed up against the glass of the truck window, wanting to see the sight better, while Kakashi had gone back to his book. It's amazing. Naruto breathed, but I have to ask. Why are we traveling through the mountain? Wouldn't it be safer to travel above, you know? In case of a cave-in. This place used to be a railway station. Sandayu replied as the truck moved through the cave. Naruto blinked in confusion. Rail? Why? Naruto asked, the word tasting funny on his tongue. It's old technology for the land of snow, but in most other places in the world, is fairly new. Kakashi explained, steam would propel a great engine train and whatever carts were behind it along a metal track. Which must be below us. Sandayu nodded, it's frozen solid, I'm afraid, from the many years of neglect. The old land of snow used to benefit greatly from such technology. Our daimyo and Princess Koyuki's father, Susetsu Kazuhana, was something of an expert on the subject. A scientist, if you will. Sandayu said, he did a lot of research to advance the effects of machines and to improve them. And our country prospered because of it. Until the incident, of course. Naruto glanced out the window for a few seconds and frowned as he looked down, but couldn't see anything more than reflecting eyes, even with his amazing vision. It was a great pity, too, as these metal tracks sounded fascinating. He would have greatly liked to see one of these trains that Kakashi and Sandayu were discussing. The idea of some supposed great metal contraption moving faster than most ninja could by foot sounded downright amazing. However, all too soon, their trip through the cave ended and they reached the other side. Bundling up with cloaks, scarves, and gloves, Team 7 climbed out of the trucks as the filming crew began to set up for the day's recording, unfurling wires and setting up remote cameras and such in strategic positions. The movie had seemingly evolved since it started, now that the director was in charge, and they were all now made to work on the spur of the moment, something which the director apparently excelled at. Right when Naruto felt it was a good time to check in on Konoha, a problem had arisen with the star of the film. Director? It's Yuki. She's done a runner again. Naruto slapped his forehead angrily as he raked his hand down his face. Honestly. Could the woman not try escaping from her destiny every 10 minutes her feet hit the ground? The spoiled, rotten, annoying. Ugh. Sakura was about to turn around and make all possible haste down the cave when Naruto came into view beside, holding up a hand. What is it, Naruto? Sakura asked as he smirked. Don't worry, Naruto assured, I thought the woman would try something like this after the skirmish on the glacier. I'm actually a little surprised she didn't try it earlier than now. What did you do? Sakura asked as Sasuke and Kakashi came over. Oh. I just hit her shadowed and nudged in the right direction. Naruto said as a fox-like grin spread across his face while Sakura gulped. Because a grinning Naruto was never any good for those around him. Oh. My ankle. Koyuki moaned pitifully as she sat up in the snow from where she had taken a bad tumble. Looking up from where she fell, her eyes widened as that brat in black and orange poked his head over the side of the ridge. Oh my. The brat exclaimed in a skimpily showy tone of false concern, Miss Koyuki. Have you fallen from the ridge and now can't get up? Oh me, oh my. Brat. She yelled as he jumped down to her. What's wrong, princess? Naruto asked in a tighter tone as she glowered at him. It's my ankle. Koyuki conceded, I think I sprained it. That's all? Naruto asked as she looked outraged. I can't walk with a sprained ankle, moron. Koyuki yelled before gesturing to the snow behind her with her imprint in it, and I was unconscious for who knows how to look down here. 10 seconds. Naruto said as Koyuki blinked in confusion, her angry face falling, you were unconscious for exactly 10 seconds. And you want to know what? What? She asked, her expression anything but interesting. Next time you waste my time by running off I break your ankle. Naruto said as Koyuki looked up at him, having been still sitting in the snow, while he glowered down darkly at her. I have better things to do with my important time than to babysit some spoiled egoistical princess turned actress. I have friends, comrades, and ramen waiting back home for me. So? Koyuki asked as Naruto glared down at her, making her shrink back as those once warm blue orbs turned icy. So that means that I will break your ankle the next time you try a stunt like this. There are at least 17 different things I could be doing back in Konoha right now, and dealing with your insipid stupidity is not one of them. Naruto simmered as Koyuki couldn't tear her gaze away from his as he bore down on her like a towering demon. There are people back in my village that need my personal help far more than you do right now, and I'm glad I was here to see this idiocy, or else I would have never believed it myself. The point of this little rant is to get one thing across. You waste my time, I break your limbs. Got it? At that tone, Koyuki could only nod as he suddenly smiled at her, ruffling her hair gently. Good. Now then. Naruto said, and quick as a whip, he chopped her in the back of the neck and she went limp into his awaiting arms. Don't need you doing anything stupider while I drag you back to the scene. The boss ain't too happy right now, and that little rant was just my own annoyance with you. The clone, however, paused as he looked down at the unconscious form of Princess Koyuki. It felt somewhat strange to see the normally cold and melancholy woman silenced so abruptly by his doing, even now. He had been so annoyed with his creation being the mere watch, wait, follow, and act routine at first, but now seeing her like she was. Unconscious, vulnerable, helpless. He gently reached out with a hand and smoothed back a long black strand of hair out of her face. Now without all the angry sneers and scathing scowls, she looked peacefully. Angelic, even. He wondered, would she ever look that beautiful while she was conscious? So incredibly beautiful, like. Footsteps falling in the snow were muffled, but he heard them anyway. Quickly he snatched up Koyuki and ran into the cave-like tunnel to get the princess back to the boss. Damn him. The brat's everywhere. Fubuki muttered as she spread her glider wings and took to where her team were waiting with Dodo. So long as the boy was getting Princess Koyuki back, they'd have the perfect chance to strike at the others and perhaps, if the boy was fast enough, to get the hex crystal from Princess Koyuki's pretty little neck as well just after the carnage. Naruto carried Koyuki piggyback as they made their way back to the tunnel and ultimately, the film crew and his team. Sometime with all his jogging back and bobbing movements, did the big princess wake up and begin mumbling depressively in his ear. He supposed it was better than her yelling at him like Sakura and Iruka had done months ago, which felt like an entire lifetime ago, now that he reflected back on it. Oh well, Koyuki was relatively loose and unable to fight back, verbally at least, properly. Still, if worse came to worse, the clone knew he was a fast runner and thus could get the spoiled princess turned actress turned back to princess to safety. And if that failed, he'd just gut himself so that the boss and his team could know what happened and where. Just leave me be. Koyuki mumbled into his neck, apparently too weak to even argue much as she simply allowed Naruto to carry her off back toward the group. Unfortunately, I can't do that. The clone said, it's my mission to watch over you. I thought you were gonna break my legs. Koyuki said dryly, why are you on this mission anyway? Why me? Why are you still here if I'm an annoyance and you have things you need to do back in your village? Because I don't want to see you get hurt. The clone said, besides, you made this all personal when you told Sandayu he was a fool for having hopes. You need to start owning up to your responsibilities and fulfill your destiny of taking up your rightful place as leader of this land. You would know all about responsibilities, huh? Koyuki muttered into his back, giving a short somber laugh that nonplussed the Naruto clone greatly. What's so funny? The clone asked as Koyuki didn't answer. Fine. Be that way. See if I care. The reason I laughed was because it seems that no matter where I go, I can't escape my damn destiny. Koyuki said softly, though her bitter tone was not lost to him and only served to piss him off. That is garbage. The clone spat angrily, you make your own destiny in this world, but this situation is different. Normally I tell people they should never give up fighting for what they really want, no matter how tough it is. But this. I'm telling you that this destiny is one you need to embrace rather than change. Naruto Uzumaki. You watched too many movies. Koyuki said softly as her gaze remained unfocused and reflective. How do you know who I am? Naruto asked. I know a lot of things, kid. Koyuki said, not all of them are as pleasant as you with your leg-breaking threats. Whatever. The Naruto clone scoffed, but on the inside, he, much like the boss, was actually worried about the security of his village if an actress was able to identify him. Honestly, he didn't know too many ninja from the other countries, but was Konoha so open that everyone simply knew them all by name and face, even the ninja that were supposed to be secretive. Naruto came to a dead stop, ears twitching slightly as his foot scraped against the icy stone ground beneath his sandals. Do you hear that? He asked, tilting his head to the side, bringing up a hand to cup at his ear. No, what? Koyuki asked, still limp on his back. It's like a distant roar or something. The clone said unsurely as he kept walking. In truth he could hear it clearly. The blow of steam. The roar of an engine. But it made no sense. At least until he remembered what the boss and the others had been talking about on the drive. The clone's eyes widened as his realization must have come a bit too late, what with the floor beginning to shimmer, while a long series of metal lines stretched on from far to far. They must have been the tracks. The train tracks. Oh crap. The clone said as he began to hightail it onward. Whether the tracks had been concealed by or truly hidden under the now melted ice, he couldn't tell and didn't care at the moment as they began to vibrate more and more under his running feet. As he ran, the sounds only got louder and the vibrating stronger. He could also hear the distinct groan of metal now, and that rarely meant anything pleasant when he was concerned. It's the train. Koyuki breathed in either shock or surprise as Naruto ran. She hadn't seen one since she'd been a little girl. Train? Crap. Naruto's clone said as he began to further pick up pace. While running, he tried to glance back and see the distance between them and this train thing, but once he did he immediately regretted it as the train rounded the corner. It became visible, the light on its front illuminating the entirety of the cavern and outlining the fearsome metal shape, twice as big as the whole caravan and much longer, too. Worse, it was barreling down on them with a speed reminiscent of the fastest of Konoha's horses. They'd be overtaken in moments if he didn't do something. Seeing the metal behemoth behind him gave him a good reason to kick into high gear. He gave a shout as his eyes widened, running and kicking up a trail of snowy dust while flying down the tracks at breakneck speed. His speed seemed inconsequential when the train approached his backside rapidly, unhindered by the icy pillars in the cave that it bashed down, while bearing down on the Hokage and the princess. Even still, the clone picked up speed once again, keeping ahead of the giant monstrosity while grimly pushing on. Koyuki held onto him for dear life as he tried to make the best of being hampered by her awkward height and weight on his back. Though he could not deny it, he was slowly but surely being overtaken by the black metal behemoth behind them. And then, as if it had read their grim thoughts, the train blew a steamy whistle again, the sound ominous in the cavern, as it reminded them that if he stopped or slowed down for even a moment, they would die. We're going to be flattened. Koyuki screamed in despair as the Naruto clone glared ahead determinedly. Not on my watch, lady. The clone replied, using some of the Kyuubi chakra he shared with the boss to further increase his speed. It's impossible. Koyuki screamed as the clone gritted his teeth. Oh yeah? Well, tell that to the train. The clone shouted, now shut the hell up. The train was gathering speed all the time, even as he struggled to keep ahead of it. The other end of the tunnel was their only option now. There was no way they could slip out of its way. He had to get to the end and dive out of the way. Otherwise, they'd indeed be flattened into gooey roadkill. But it seemed so far off. So far away. 60 yards. It seemed impossible as the train blew another whistle, which the clone suspected would have been villainous laughter in the face of his determination. 50 yards. Still looking grim. 30 yards. They wouldn't make it as the clone could feel the train ride on their tail. 20 yards. They couldn't make it as the Naruto clone felt his sandal brush against the train before pulling ahead quickly in fear. 15 yards. They had to make it. There was no dying now. 10 yards. They would make it. Just a little longer. 10 meters. Yes, they would. Calling on one last burst of speed and praying to whatever guardian would listen, the clone tapped into reserves he didn't know he even had as he flung himself forward and out of the cavern with Koyuki on his back, giving one final scream as she shut her eyes for the death that would have surely awaited them. The Naruto clone launched himself out of the tunnel and plowed directly into the snow, rolling a short distance away from the tracks as the train raged past them. The clone released Koyuki, and the famous princess actress went tumbling down after him through the heavy snow which cushioned their fall. The clone rolled through the snow before finding his feet, skidding through the frozen mush as he regained his balance to find Koyuki near him, both panting heavily for breath as they thought it would be the end of them as they knew. The clone had always known his existence would cease to exist at some point soon after his creation, but to have always ended with another being and to have nearly died a human death. It was so unreal and made him feel alive. He collapsed back into the snow, his arms spread as he just lay there a moment with Koyuki while they caught their breath. He felt so alive. So free. So complete. There they are. A voice shouted as the clone and Koyuki ignored it while the real Naruto and Kakashi came charging over. Naruto seemed to disappear from existence for a moment before he materialized next to the two ragged people in his hurry with Kakashi and the other members of the team coming over in a sprint. You did good, I see. Naruto, the real Naruto, said as the clone smiled. Yeah. The clone said before closing his eyes, now I think I want to rest. For a long, long time. The clone breathed his last as he disappeared in a plume of smoke while Naruto smiled, touching the spot the clone had lain as the memories assaulted his brain. The clone had felt alive and complete. Naruto figured how that feeling the clone had and the safety of Koyuki were all that mattered as the woman appeared uninjured but just badly out of breath as she must have been in shock to still be alive. Naruto started laughing, though he didn't find anything truly funny, so he had no clue why he started. Neither did the princess, it seemed as she opened her eyes to gaze up at him. She watched him in wide-eyed sheer disbelief, marveling at how such a young teen was able to carry her, outrun a speeding locomotive, and then find something funny about it, as though he defied the impossible every chance he got. In short, she felt just like Naruto's team did when they all saw him defy the impossible every time it came up. It was him and his near-crazed determination which made them all believe in him. Made them believe that if they believed strongly enough, they could make the impossible completely possible under their own strength. It was such a great feeling to have, Koyuki subconsciously realized, but when she thought this to herself, she squashed the feeling as her father had died by that sort of thinking. The film people were keeping out of the way, for which Kakashi and Naruto were supremely thankful for, but that didn't stop either from being worried when they, Sasuke, and Sakura saw the back end of the locomotive open up. Emerging from the tail end was a dark figure in a white robe. Some resemblance could be seen to Koyuki, like the dark straight hair or the icy blue eyes. But this was a man, his face stern and harsh with the unyielding quality of the winter ice itself. Deep lines furrowed under his eyes, the evidence of many sleepless nights and lost smiles. When he announced himself as Lord Dodo Kazuhana, none were surprised as Sasuke even rolled his eyes. Naruto frowned at the man, while Sakura helped Koyuki from the snow. "So this bastard is Koyuki's uncle?" Naruto commented rather than questioned as Kakashi nodded. "And the killer of her father, Susetsu Kazuhana," Kakashi said, glancing back as he saw the fright on Koyuki's face and how the color seemed to drain from her as she trembled. "Get the princess to safety, Sakura. We'll handle this." But Sakura didn't get to finish as when she tried to move with the woman, Dodo started speaking again and Koyuki froze solid in his voice. "It has been such a long time, hasn't it, Koyuki?" Dodo said pleasantly, his voice amplified by a microphone held in his hand. I think it is time you gave up and surrendered. The snow ninja are here," Naruto said, his purple eyes gleaming in the little light of the day. "There. In Dodo's shadow." "I see." Kakashi growled toward the enemy, Natter, "but I didn't see any sign of the lumbering mount, Mizori, or that creepy girl, Fubuki." "Well, they can't be too far off," Sasuke said as he exchanged a look with Sakura, both moving to guard Koyuki from any threat. After all, they always travel in packs like a bunch of wolves. Kakashi frowned, his mind racing with options, and he hadn't many. "Fight," Naruto said, summoning up his chakra as the snow around him began to melt with the heated pressure of his energy. And though Kakashi hated to admit it, he was still recovering his own energy from his battle with Natter. The bruises along his arms provided solid proof that those chakra armors were indeed much stronger than they were in years past. His chakra was still low, and his limbs felt like they were filled with wet noodles instead of firm muscles. He knew that Sasuke must have been feeling the same since he had combined with Naruto, who used much chakra in such powerful forms as fire element to make up for his lack of experience. "Flee?" Sasuke asked behind him as Kakashi sighed. "I doubt any of us truly have the strength to run, and then where to?" Kakashi said. "We could try a diversion," Sakura suggested as Kakashi kept that in mind. Naruto's clones could change into any of them and some into copies of the princess and move in any direction. The bad point was that the snow ninja could probably do the same, and with that chakra armor, the clones would disperse immediately once they were too close, as the clones were only masses of chakra given solid human form. "We need to think of something quick," Naruto said, probably having come to the same thoughts as Kakashi. The film people aren't exactly fighters, though at least they're keeping their distance and shooting the action out of harm's way. "Speaking of the film people," Sakura said, narrowing her eyes as she scanned the area, "where did Sandayu go?" "That's it," Naruto and Kakashi said in unison. "What?" "The guy ran as soon as the train appeared," Sasuke said. "He ran heading up the hillside, abandoning his princess." "Remember where we were headed in the first place?" Naruto asked as Sasuke gave him a look. "You never said." Sakura responded quickly before Sasuke could give a smart alecky remark. "Then get ready to be surprised," Naruto said, never turning to them as he stood ready for any attack. Picking up his cue, Kakashi turned back to Dodo. "Not going to happen," Kakashi shouted, remembering that the man had made a request for them to surrender. Dark eyebrows drew together as the self-proclaimed lord of the land of snow frowned darkly in displeasure. His hand rose up and instantly everyone tensed. In a moment he was going to order an attack and the snow ninja were going to descend on them like wolves to prey in the harsh winter. Kakashi quickly went through his ninjutsu arsenal. Some quick misdirection might give his team a chance to recover, even though every second was going to be crucial. Naruto wiped a hand to the side, and in a show of cherry blossoms, a gleaming sword was in hand as his face took on a look of grim determination to protect his friends and stick to the mission. Sasuke prepared to use his own while Sakura was looking for the quickest place to hide the princess and herself as the last defense. Then they all stopped as they caught sight of something. It was at their side, in the barest corner of their vision, as Naruto gave a small smirk. "The cavalry has arrived," Naruto quipped as he marginally relaxed. A number of heavy logs had come barreling down the snowy hillside, along with a great deal of said snow. Sasuke had no doubt that it must have been a trap which was previously set up specifically to stop the train, should it come by. And now someone had set it off, but Sasuke's eyebrows furrowed as he thought of who could have done so. Looking back at the enemy, the young Uchiha could easily tell that this trap was sprung, much to the annoyance and frustration of Dodo and the man Snow Ninja. Wait. There. Up high on the nearby hillside from where the trap had come. Who is that? Sakura asked as she squinted her eyes. It was someone, Sasuke guessed as he gazed up at the figure. The person was garbed in ceremonial armor, which looked oddly out of place against their gray hair and scholarly appearance. Holy crap. That was Sandayu. And Sasuke's eyes widened a fraction more as he realized something. Sandayu wasn't alone. No, the man was not alone. He had brought friends. At least a full 50 men with similar armor and armed with a variety of makeshift weapons were standing proudly with Sandayu. They bore banners with the emblem of what Sasuke figured to be the true ruling symbol of the land of snow. Sasuke had to begrudgingly admit that he was in fact surprised like Naruto said. He also had to admit that it seemed that Sandayu hadn't abandoned anyone. Luckily, it looked like Sandayu wasn't the only one willing to fight against Dodo for the sake of his country. Oh, and for the bitch Koyuki, too. Sasuke wondered, very briefly, if Dodo's treachery was similar to that which his family, the Uchiha clan, had planned against Konoha. But did that make his family the bad guys? Our princess, Koyuki, has returned to us. Sandayu called out, as much to his enemies as to his own troops, victory will be ours. Then he pointed down at the dour dark-haired man which was Dodo Kazuhana. We have waited a long time for this day. The day you are dethroned, false king. I am Sandayu Osama, representative of the 50th Brigade. Today, he continued, smoothly drawing his katana from the sheath at his side and holding it to the sky proudly, we avenged the death of our noble lord, as well as avenged 10 years of suffering you paid us. And we take that debt out on you. The cheer rose from the ranks that might as well have been a war cry, and even Team 7 could feel inspired by some of Sandayu's speech, new strength flowing into their bodies as they prepared to add their strength to the 50th Brigade and crush their enemy. Dodo, however, did not look worried nor impressed. In fact, and on the complete contrary, he looked positively smug. There are still rebels to deal with? Dodo asked, more to himself than anyone as he turned slightly to his ninja, Natter. I thought we'd eliminated them all. My deepest apologies. Natter replied, the pale-haired shinobi giving a slight bow of his head before he stepped forward. Please, allow me. I will crush them. No. Dodo cut him off, blocking his path with a hand. I want them to truly experience it. Hopeless situation. He said, lowering his microphone and making a sweeping gesture with his arm, now. As the hillside swarmed with soldiers of the snow country, charging down towards Dodo and his train, the main compartments began to unfold and open up as snow ninjas took their positions, arming them, the sides now resembling so much as a wide net full of small holes, barely big enough for smoke bombs. Their exact purpose couldn't be determined until it was almost too late, but Sasuke could see almost immediately that something sinister was about to happen. Kakashi gave a warning cry to Sandayu and his soldiers, but Sasuke grimly realized it was too late. Kakashi might as well have been trying to stop a tidal wave with his bare hands, for all the effect he had done throwing himself forward at breakneck speed. Naruto, however, seemed rooted to the spot. Sasuke couldn't see his expression, with the young Kage's back being to him, but he saw the tension in Naruto's stance and shoulders. Sasuke watched as Dodo dropped his hand, another nonverbal signal. This signal, however, caused the snow ninja to unleash hell upon the hillside. The machines fired off kunai, Sasuke saw with wide eyes. Not a single one each, not merely a handful, but hundreds. Hundreds of kunai being fired off, wave after wave of them in rapid order, until it seemed like dark metal death was raining down upon the troops. The snow up front was lifted into the air for a moment before the first soldier was struck down. Sasuke watched as, in a horrified trance that he couldn't get out of, the soldiers were cut down in seconds, many of them not even able to stand up to the sheer force of the assault. They were being cut to ribbons, their patriotic blood being splattered all over the snowy hillside, painting the white canvas a deep red of death, of suffering, of the shattering of hopes and dreams. Even Kakashi, who had tried to fling himself forward to help stop the scene before them, had fallen short. Naruto seemed to have lost the tense in his shoulders, but now Sasuke saw that he was shaking slightly. Most likely in rage, if Sasuke knew the blonde Hokage any. And that sick bastard Dodo was laughing. Actually laughing. Sasuke felt his own body begin to tremble in rage as he saw the man's smug face. After what seemed an eternity, the machine stopped, either out of kunai or, judging from the heavy steam rising up from them, having been overheated. They must have had a limit to their operation time. Not that it mattered, Sasuke thought bitterly as his fists clenched at his sides under his cloak. With a single decisive sweep, 6 nameless snow ninja had wiped out an entire brigade, save for Sandeu. Koyuki cried out. The princess's guardian looked like total hell. His armor was ripped and torn, his glasses were broken, kunai were sticking from his body, but still the man stood. Sasuke saw with a budding new feeling that he couldn't readily place that Sandeu would not back down and would not stop until he was dead. The man grimly clutched his katana in his bloody hand, holding onto it as though it were the last shred of life in him. Forgive me. Sandeu wheezed. Princess. Dodo frowned and made a final gesture with his hand. Again, the machines fired again, a wave of kunai speeding toward Sandeu with all haste. But Sandeu didn't look afraid. In fact, he wasn't afraid. Sasuke saw something to the man's look as the wind shifted a bit. It was like the man had seen something, caught a glimpse of one thing or another, which made his final expression one of the weariness like that of a traveler who was finally able to rest after his long journey. He'd caught a glimpse of his dream earlier today, and he'd died fighting for it. Not many could ask for a better way to leave this world than that. So it was that he raised his katana in one last gesture of defiance against Dodo. Forgive me. Sasuke closed his eyes as he held Sakura, who buried her face into his chest. Neither could bear to see such an honorable man struck down by such a filthy tyrant. But the clanging of metal made them open their eyes. It was a sound that rang out in echoes along the now silent snowy mountainside. And when they looked up, they saw what had made that sound. It was Naruto, standing furious in front of Sandeu with a katana of his own out in his left hand. And the remains of the lone kunai meant to end the brave manager's life were lying on either side of the two. The sight of Naruto's enraged expression gave them all new hope as they found their limbs working, while Kakashi gave a heavy sigh of relief. But still, even as Sakura ran to join Naruto while Sasuke set his sights on the train, Sandeu fell. Seeing the bold man fall, Dodo smiled arrogantly as he thought about how the last of the rebels were defeated in a single stroke of his arm. It would be a tale to recount to his heir, should he have any. With that in mind and the rebels' defeat still so gloriously fresh in his thoughts, Dodo turned his attention to the meddlesome leaf shinobi who had interfered with his plans and tried to save the rebel leader. This blonde would be dealt with, Dodo thought as he prepared to let Natter and his team deal with them. To his surprise, however, his snow ninja were already on the move, running up the hillside in chase of the pesky Konoha ninja. Dodo smiled, glad that they took some initiative while knowing they were only doing so to have their own fun. Sakura reached where Naruto was, skidding to a stop beside him as she could see just how tight a grip he had on his sword hilt. His hand was bleeding, but that didn't detract from the fury on his face as he glared at Dodo and his racing snow ninja. Even the snow beneath his feet was melting away, evaporating in the presence of his heated chakra as it came boiling to the surface. Help Sandeu. Naruto uttered, and Sakura did not need telling twice as she dropped to her knees in the chilling snow and began using what she had been studying beforehand. Thankfully she had found the chapter on theoretical application boring and skipped directly to the practical application of dire emergency stabilizations. I'll try. Sakura muttered softly, never having tested her abilities on anything but fish the whole time she practiced. Where did the little fire starter go? Fubuki asked with a lecherous grin as she licked her lips. When this is all over, and if he's still alive, I think I'll keep him around. All that fire he's got could be put to better use by warming my bed each night. Do as you wish with the dark-haired boy, but Kakashi is mine to finish. Natter sneered, taking too fond of Fubuki's tastes in younger men. The blonde brat is mine. Mizori yelled, charging ahead of them all as he set his sights on Naruto, who looked as intimidating as a demon. His sharpened canines were bared, snarling at his challenge as he finally spoke to the enemy. What you've done here today is unforgivable. Naruto shouted before launching himself like a missile at the 3 opposing ninja. Kakashi and the film crew watched on in shock as Naruto did battle with the 3 more experienced ninja. Not only was he fighting, but he was doing so on even ground as he stabbed and lunged at them, making up his moves in a continuous combination of attacks, as the snow ninja could do nothing more than duck, dodge, and weave out of the way lest their limbs be sliced away from their bodies. The large snow ninja jumped back with his claw hand raised to grab at Naruto, but the blonde disappeared in a sudden burst of speed before he was seen again with his body crouched in midair as the fat ninja started screaming. It wasn't long before they saw that his screams were coming from the large gash the man had running up the arm that held his metal claw. Naruto then turned on heel, snarling like an uncaged animal as he used his sword to defend against Fubuki's swarm of icy sharp snow swallows. Then Fubuki herself descended down on Naruto with the speed of a bullet, but Naruto back-flipped out of the way as she swept up to stop herself from impacting the snowbank below her. She gave chase to Naruto as the young Kage continued his backward motion, as though he were actually gliding over the snow and keeping ahead of Fubuki. Then he stopped, his feet descending to the ground as he skidded back and raised his sword high. Fubuki, not able to stop in time, found her left wing nearly sliced off as she spun past the blonde, tucking her wings back into their backpack compartment while she allowed Natter to take over the battle. And takeover Natter did as his hand shot up from behind Naruto, who jumped just in time, and the two kept going high into the air as they did battle. Kunai against sword. Naruto's style was made up of long sweeping slashes, which were meant to cleave limbs from the body, or at least leave heavy gashes. The swipes were as fast as they were strong, and Natter was glad that it seemed the boy was too enraged to put a greater deal of chakra behind his blows, or even elemental chakra as he continued the battle. Natter spun his kunai in hand, holding it in a reverse grip while he blocked and spun it back into a knife grip as he stabbed at the furious blonde, who held his sword at the diagonal to parry and move the blade away from his kidneys, where Natter had been aiming. Then Natter threw a punch, and the surprise of sudden hand-to-hand combat tactics must have caught the enraged youth off guard for a moment because the blow landed in the boy's right cheek just as Natter thought he'd never hit the kid. But that small victory was short-lived as Natter found the right side of his face bursting with incredible pain, the boy having planted the toe of his foot into the side of the cheek with impressive strength. Natter felt paralyzed for a moment as he went sailing back down to the ground, but was glad for small mercies when Fubuki came out of nowhere and caught him before he impacted the ground below, while the boy did go crashing into the snow, kicking up a large amount as his body made a crater from the impact. Back to the train. Natter snarled, the whole right side of his face burning with pain in the cold mountain air. Our objective is the princess, and fighting them isn't bringing us any closer to achieving that. Right. Fubuki agreed, not wanting her precious wings clipped just in case the boy got up from that powerful strike anytime soon. Sasuke leapt down the mountainside as he raced to where Naruto had landed with a resounding crash into the snow. Skidding to a stop where the snow had kicked up, he scanned the vague outlines of the icy grounds for his friend. Luckily though, Sasuke found that he didn't have to search for long, as the winds paused for a moment before they exploded outward, while Sasuke protected his face from the onslaught of icy wind and snow. Standing in the crater was Naruto, though his sword was several meters away and the side of the blonde's mouth was bleeding. Naruto gave a fierce snarl as his glare followed the retreating form of the enemy ninja. "They're retreating," Sasuke commented as he followed Naruto's line of sight. Sasuke scowled as his observation was met with silence. He glanced over to Naruto, seeing how the whisker marks along the blonde's facial cheeks had broadened into more noticeable dark ones. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes widened, letting Sasuke see the crimson orbs before they snapped shut, while the young Hokage took in deep calming breaths, the exhaled air visible in the icy weather atop the mountain. When Naruto opened his eyes again, Sasuke saw that they had changed back into their normal cerulean color before Naruto once again closed them. Naruto raised a gloved hand, and Sasuke was slightly confused by the gesture before he saw Naruto's sword appear in the hand from a show of blossom petals. Sheathing the sword in a belt loop at the very back of his pants, Naruto turned away from the escaping snow ninja. "Come on, we need to get to Koyuki," Naruto said slowly. More like deliberately, Sasuke thought as he watched Naruto head up the mountain. "Our mission is to protect her, not stand around fighting these guys." "Yeah." Sasuke agreed as he followed Naruto, tugging his cloak closer to his body, now that the warm heat of adrenaline was leaving him. If Naruto thought him an idiot, then the blonde obviously had some head trauma, that was especially if Naruto thought Sasuke had not noticed the drastic change in persona over the past few moments. Though Sasuke supposed that he could chalk those changes up to the nine-tailed fox. He didn't know much about the demon, but it was glaringly obvious that the beast had to be the cause of Naruto's sudden animalistic behavior while enraged. That led to Sasuke questioning why at some moments his friend's eyes would flicker or completely change to a purple color. Was that another influence from the Kyuubi, or did Naruto possess some latent trait? However, Sasuke didn't ponder these inquiries for long as an explosion went off behind them as they reached the top of the mountainside, where the wounded and dead soldiers were still scattered about in the snow, just as they were slain. It sickened Sasuke some, as it was too much a reminder of how his clan members had been left the way they had died as well. Pushing this pitiful feeling down, Sasuke turned around to see the back half of the train going down, along with a section of the tracks that were blown from the mountain. Sasuke frowned when he saw that the snow ninja and Dodo survived the attack, moving atop the train cars, while the falling section was cut from the remainder. They should have plummeted to their pitiful deaths, but Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he thought that was too good for them. No, they would experience the type of pain he hoped to inflict upon Itachi when they next met. Yes, then he and his team could end their filthy existences from the world. I see this has your name written all over it, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said as he got up to where Kakashi was guarding Koyuki. Maybe, Kakashi said, pocketing his kunai as he and Naruto turned to where Sasuke had paused a few meters away. The enemy will be retreating now, we should regroup and check the soldiers. Some may have survived this tragedy. Yeah. Naruto trailed off as he glanced around the mountainside. It was literally littered with lifeless bodies. Taking a steadying breath, Naruto formed his familiar cross-hand seal as he summoned the chakra to create as many clones as he saw fit. Creating 100 clones in an instant was nothing for Naruto as they all knew what silent command they were given. The clones rushed about the mountainside, checking bodies and collecting them as Naruto turned his attention from the body gathering, whilst the clones laid the bodies in rows and columns for accounting. The recovery took no more than several minutes and even less time to account for the living. 1. The only soldier left alive was the only one being treated by a nervous yet determined Sakura Haruno as she quite literally kept the man tethered to the living world. Sandeu. Naruto turned away as Koyuki gave up an image she was trying to keep in favor of dropping to her knees at Sunday's dying side. The princess wept as she took the hand Sandeu was reaching for her with. She hugged the appendage close to her chest as though her own heartbeat would help to breathe life back into his. As Sandeu gave his final words to Koyuki, Naruto glanced back to see Sakura still trying her best to keep the man alive. When he was about to tell her to withdraw and save her strengths as he himself couldn't save the dying, when it was all he wanted to do at the moment, Naruto saw Sasuke place a hand on Sakura's shoulder as the pink-haired girl looked up at him with unshed tears in her green eyes. The tears came fast and with sobs when the two friends locked eyes, but still Sakura did not stop her work. Her hands were still hovering over Sandeu's wounds, still glowing their medicinal green as chakra seeped into the wounds and tried desperately to mend that which was beyond its feeble mortal power. As she saw life fading from him, Sakura let her tears flow freely while pushing herself even harder. Kakashi knew it was a wasted effort and with the way Naruto had turned from the dying man, Kakashi could see that Naruto knew as well. Sasuke glared down at his cloaked feet, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, while Koyuki cried on the other side of Sandeu's dying side. As the brave man breathed his last, Kakashi bowed his head and despite himself, gave a small prayer that the man would meet with his teammates and sensei in the honorable and peace-filled next life. The wind swept over the side of the mountain as their cloaks billowed in the harsh icy breeze. Taking a moment of silence within each of them, Sakura closed Sandeu's eyes and rested his hands atop his stomach while Koyuki kissed the man's cheek, hoping he found more peace than she ever gave him in the next life over. The great gust of wind and noise filled the air as Naruto and the others snapped their attention back to the train, which had only moved a few dozen meters forward along its tracks, near out of sight around the bend of the mountain. The members of Team 7 and Koyuki watched as the very back of the train, the final compartment which hadn't fallen to a drop of doom, underwent yet another transformation. Fully expecting another flurry of sharp weapons to descend upon them, they prepared themselves to unleash measures to keep themselves and their client alive. Instead, they were made to watch as a canvas broke out on top and immediately expanded, filling with hot air and helium. A number of long, elegant metal wings extended from the sides to aid in the contraption's flight, because apparently that bastard Dodo didn't just have a train and weapons of mass destruction, but also a damnable flying machine to boot. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, who managed to neatly sum up the group thoughts on the matter. Oh goddammit, enough of this bullshit. Sasuke muttered in annoyance under his breath as Naruto and the others mentally agreed while preparing for any tricks the evil bastard might have. Yet and still, they were caught off guard as an armored hand shot from behind them, just as the flying contraption was clearing the hillside. Naruto didn't even bother to fight down the growl in his throat as he saw the fat snow ninja boarding toward the flying machine, with the back of Koyuki's robes gripped in his mechanized hand, which was on a long extension wire. Naruto sprang forward like a powerful booster as he raced to where the fat ninja planned to jump onto the passing hovering vehicle. He was vaguely aware of Kakashi calling for him to come back, but didn't bother with it as he surged forward with his face alit in barely suppressed fury. Koyuki gave a sharp scream as Naruto caught up with her speedily dragged form, grabbing her leg as he allowed himself to be dragged through the snow with her as the fat ninja, Midori, finally jumped into the flying machine. Naruto and Koyuki both were hauled through up and into the sky by the brute Midori and his grapple, heading towards Dodo's airship. Sasuke grunted as he charged up the hillside, ignoring Kakashi's barking orders. And as he was about to go after his idiotic best friend and their royal client, another problem presented itself in the form of a pink-haired sadistic glider. Cackling overhead with a widespread grin, Fubuki swooped underneath the airship, tossing down exploding kunai to and fro amidst them as Sasuke stopped a short dozen meters from the remainder of his team. What he noticed was that while these exploding kunai held no tags as they dropped from the skies amidst his dodging, the kunai did hold some strange blue crystals on the ringed end. When a kunai hit the ground, it exploded in a flurry of heavy ice that grew at an impossible speed, hard and sharp as metal. In every direction Sasuke found as an expanding branch of the ice nicked his cheek. These snow ninja had some pretty dangerous weapons at their disposal. Quickly deciding that retreat wasn't an option or luxury, Kakashi instead sprang forward, ducking underneath the attacks and skidding down the mountainside awkwardly toward the tracks, while barely avoiding being hit by the sharp branches of ice that were as long and deadly as spears. Sasuke, who he had moved ahead of, was now right behind him, following his movements through the use of Sharingan as they leapt and twisted gratefully out of the way of the exploding ice. Sakura was only doing slightly worse as she came down more in a slide than a way of grace as she landed beside him. Looking up, Kakashi saw that Naruto was now determinedly dangling from the back of the airship by a rope and a thrown kunai, improvising by use of his own grapple, as Midori must have dislodged him some time ago. Naruto's pale cloak billowed wildly in the open air as his orange and black jacket, fully unzipped, fluttered about in the wind as he grimly hung on for all he was worth. As Kakashi watched, Naruto was already steadily pulling himself further along up the rope whilst the ship gained altitude. Kakashi sighed as the kunai stopped raining down at them. There was no way he or the others would be able to get up that high in time to assist Naruto. Kakashi found that he could only hope Naruto would be able to hold his own once again against the challenge that were the snow ninja and their chakra armor. Now up on the airship, Naruto hauled himself into the mechanical beast as he leapt to his feet the moment he was inside. Because it was at that moment that he found his hands full with the brute known as Midori. The moment Naruto came into sight, Midori the fat ninja had tossed aside the unconscious princess in haste to get in another shot at the brat who had cut up his arm. Luckily he had an emergency brace and cast for the limb, so Midori was upon Naruto the moment the youth dropped into a ready stance. Keeping the brat from pulling his sword, Midori used his experience with small quarters fighting as he went for forward straight shots with roundhouse kicks and jabs, while Naruto moved his body to dodge by bracing his hands against the side of the blows, taking full advantage of his opponent's much slower and larger form. Seeing an opening, Naruto used his left hand to direct the larger ninja's jab into a missed uppercut while slipping in between and under the man's legs to appear behind the big lug. Midori seemed temporarily confused by the sudden action of the boy sliding under him, and that was all the elapsed time Naruto needed as he freed his sword from horizontal over his hips and held it to stab the big man in the back. Naruto brought the sword down hard and fast toward Midori's back, but found his hands bound with ninja wire as he tried to finish the act before the big man finally turned. "Sorry, brat, not today." Nader sneered as he held fast to the ninja wire which cut into the thick gloves on his hands. He couldn't have his teammate dead if he could help it. Midori was a giant dumbus, but he was submissive and followed orders without question. Nader needed pawns like him, and Fubuki needed someone to bicker with insistently. The skirmish was fast becoming a 2-on-1 fight as Naruto fought himself flipping through the air to get away from the heavy-handed fist Midori brought down in an attempt to cave his skull into his chest. Midori ducked under the kick Naruto had sent flying toward his head, retaliating with a vicious left hook that nearly caught the Hokage by surprise when Nader tugged back on the wire he still had wrapped around Naruto's blade. Naruto jumped back away from Midori, but only fought Nader ready with another tug, though this time the man had pulled Naruto to the floor and tried to stomp his head in like a melon. Naruto rolled to his feet and dodged the stomp as he sent his blade flashing upward at Nader's chest. Nader blocked the blade with his arm guard while Midori came stampeding toward them like a wild boar. "We're ready for you this time, you little freak," Midori shouted as Nader pulled hard on the wire once again. This time though, Naruto didn't even bother holding onto the sword as the lead snow ninja's eyes widened in surprise that the boy would abandon his weapon of choice. Though when Naruto's foot collided with the side of Midori's face and sent the enormous man into the wall, Nader knew they needed to hastily switch tactics. "Now, Fubuki," Nader shouted as Naruto dropped into a fighting stance as he was prepared for anything. And sure enough, he saw Fubuki spring forth from the shadows with her fist cocked back. Blocking the blow and redirecting it upward with an open palm, Naruto was more than a bit surprised when he felt his arm spasm and go limp. Looking down at the purple-haired Kunoichi, Naruto saw the woman grinning sadistically while his eyes trailed up to where her fist was still raised. There, just barely poking out from her sleeve was a needle dripping with some dark violet liquid. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he hopped back from the grinning woman, his arms still limp and now going somewhat numb. "It's a paralysis, one of our greatest," Nader said with his own feral grin, "reserved only for our greatest of enemies. Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto said nothing, but the harsh glare he threw them spoke more so than any words could. You're probably wondering how I know that name. Nader went on as Naruto began to feel the numbness wane. Well, it's actually because of these last few battles that I figured it out. Mostly the use of your clones to gather all those pitiful dead soldiers. There has only been one set to create so many. The defeater of the one-tailed Jinchuriki and of the Konoha Hyuga clan prodigy. I see my reputation precedes me, Naruto spat as he felt his fingers twinge. That's not all that precedes to you, Hokage-sama. Fubuki said with her grin growing as Naruto's eyes widened. Yes, we know of your recently obtained rank. Nader said, smoothly bringing focus back onto him. How could we not have when someone so young and newly famed is made leader of one of the 5 great ninja villages? And now we're gonna have a lot of kinky fun with you, kid. Fubuki said with a wink as Nader's grin grew as well. Now, Midori. Nader ordered as Naruto's eyes widened, seeing the downed opponent he had kicked into unconsciousness shatter like a glass window. Ice clone? Naruto questioned and thought as his mental processes ran at miles per second, but how? When? Deciding that he could worry later about the use of abilities only the deceased Haku had, Naruto knew the only place his opponent could be was at his blind spot. Spinning quickly on his heel, Naruto hopped back just in time to avoid a fist to his face while the overly large snow ninja appeared on the spot. That, however, didn't account for the grin he saw Nader have when the man and Fubuki appeared at his sides aiming for him with kunai in their hands. Reaching into his pouch, Naruto quickly blocked the two with 2 kunai of his own. Just perfect. Nader said with a grin never leaving his face, just as planned. What plan? Naruto asked while holding off the 2 weapons that were aimed at his vitals. This plan. Nader said, then cast a significant glance at Midori. Now, you lumbering oaf. Oh, right. Midori said as he took something out from his weapon pouch whilst he charged at Naruto. And just as Naruto was about to do anything to stop whatever they had planned, whatever the enormous snow ninja held collided with Naruto's middle and knocked him clear off his feet, sending the young Kage tumbling back along the hardwood floor of the airship until he slammed into the wall. Well, that was much easier than I would have thought. Nader said as he put away his kunai. It's not over yet. Naruto said through gritted teeth as he clambered weakly to his feet, using a nearby seat for support. Naruto looked down at the thing that he had been hit with. At first glance he thought they had slugged him with a piece of chakra armor. But as he looked closer, he noticed some differences from the thing over his stomach in their chakra armor. Whereas their armor was blue and white, the device attached to him was a dark crimson and deep cerulean. It also held a yin-yang symbol and was covered in wicked sharp tubules that had already sunk themselves down into his clothes. Naruto could even feel the thing digging its hooks into his skin and was nearly sent back to his knees when sharp pains, like needles, stabbed into his lower abdomen. Then he felt himself grow weak and with a sudden bout of weakness came pain like never before as Naruto cried out when it raced through his body in one shocking wave. Nader, however, was still grinning and was grinning even larger when he heard Naruto's single cry of agony. It's a chakra nullifier and helps us normal ninja even the playing field a little bit against Kage level fighters like you. With that on, you can't even use the most rudimentary chakra techniques. Nader explained as Fubuki and Midori began to laugh as though they found something funny. It was actually created so we could defeat the Raikage and his cloud ninja to the east of us. In other words, you're helpless now, Hokage-sama. Fubuki sang sweetly as her grin promised anything but kindness while Midori strode forward, the deck shaking under his heavy footsteps. I'm gonna enjoy this, you brat. The fat ninja said as he chuckled darkly while cracking his knuckles. Naruto looked up through bleary eyes. He couldn't fight them as he was. He could barely stand, let alone fight with no chakra going through him. However, he could feel it. Slowly but surely leaking from the dam that was the device on his stomach. If he could just hold on for maybe an hour or 2. Enough, a voice behind them all said calmly as Naruto felt the shaking of the floor stop when Midori paused whilst looming above him. But sir, the large ninja began, but he stopped. He is of little consequence to us at the moment. The voice, Dodo, Naruto figured with bubbling anger, said as though Naruto weren't worth scrap. We have the princess, and having a live Kage to keep around is better. He could be used for ransom or beating secret information out of. Even for our scientists' experimentation on human chakra chemistry. But sir. I have spoken. Dodo said firmly, and the way Midori had backed up gave Naruto the impression that Dodo was one who did not like to be questioned when he was in command. Now, when we reach the castle, lock him away. Give him a cell right across from our dear princess. That way, they'll know the despair of status together. As you wish, this voice, Nader, said quickly while Midori glared down at the defiant Naruto, who even though he was sweating with the effort to stay awake in his exhausted state, did not give in to rest willingly. Then a pair of softer footsteps came forward and Naruto's glare intensified as he found the seductive grin of Fubuki down upon him. "Oh, what's with that face, little Kage?" The wicked woman purred as she lifted Naruto's weak body from the ground. It was only then that Naruto noticed how the paralyzing poison had come back to take effect when he fell to the ground and his chakra drained. "Well, you don't have to make that face anymore. Mistress Fubuki is here to take good care of you." And then the woman kissed him deeply on the lips before Naruto felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Glancing down in panic, Naruto found yet another needle within him, this one dripping with a green liquid as he collapsed to the floor. Looking up at them, he saw only Fubuki and her twisted grin gazing down at him as he silently promised himself he would wipe the grin from her face. They would not get away with this. They wouldn't. He swore it. The Omix strikes back. Again. The Fresh Prince of Ninja. "Hey, good people." Naruto exclaimed as he got in the camera's face with his own face. "I've been meaning to do something for a while now." "Naruto, don't." Sakura warned as Naruto turned to her, gripping the camera by both sides of its frame. "Oh, shut up. This is going straight to YouTube. It'll be an instant hit," Naruto declared before he stuck his tongue out at Sakura, who gaped in shock at his actions before she huffed and began to walk away. "Fine. Go ahead and make a fool out of yourself. Become the laughingstock of the internet," Sakura yelled as Naruto blew a raspberry at her while pulling down his eyelid. "That's the plan, Dumbus." Naruto shot back as Sakura groaned in frustration before stalking out of the recording room. "Now then, let's get this start," Naruto said, hopping back from the camera as he pointed up at the ceiling. "Shino. Hit it." The lights went out, but when they came back on moments later, Naruto was dressed in his Kage robes, with his Kage hat tilted to overshadow his face, while seated atop a throne-like chair. Then a funky fresh beat began to play as Sasuke came out from the side wearing shades and a dark blue hoodie. "Alright, let's start this," Sasuke said as Naruto looked up, hopping from his throne as he and Sasuke used hand seals like gang signs. "Now this is the theory all about why," Naruto began as Sasuke stepped in and sang, "Our lives are fucked up, and that's no lie. If this were television, it'd take more than a few seasons." Naruto rapped while Sasuke bobbed his dark blue hooded head, "So if you wanna hear everything, don't you dare be leaving. It starts with," Sasuke began before the beat got louder, "Konohagakure, where we were born and raised. On the playground where I spent most of my lonely days." Naruto came in as Sasuke stepped. "Just silent, glaring, being emo cool," Sasuke said as he struck a pose. "Playing with your kunai all day after school?" Naruto asked, wiggling his eyebrows as Sasuke shot him a disgusted look, shoving the blonde away from him. "That's when a couple guys got up to no good, all cause they weren't emo cool," Sasuke sang as Naruto shot him a confused look. "Actually, it was just Mizuki-sensei being a tool," Naruto said as Sasuke's eyebrow twitched. "Fine. Mizuki, he was kin to being an ass." Sasuke relented as Naruto grinned. "That's when I had my shadow clone army kick his ass," Naruto declared happily as Sasuke smirked. "So you beat a few chumps and passed some stupid tests," Sasuke shrugged as Naruto grinned again. "Oh, is that how I got the title of Fire Country's best?" Naruto asked as Sasuke growled in annoyance at him. He was then assigned to Team 7's sad-ass group. Kiba burst in with Shikamaru and Rock Lee in tow, all wearing sunglasses like Sasuke. It was Naruto, the fangirl, and Sasuke here as the emo douche, Neji rapped as he shot Sasuke a smug look, the Uchiha growling at him. "Yeah. Our sensei's David Bowie with his gravity-defying silver hair," Naruto exclaimed as Kakashi's eye twitched in the middle of his meal. He had a feeling that Naruto had once again refused to call him Kakashi in favor of labeling David Bowie again. He'd get that kid someday. "Orochimaru in the house," came the voice of the snake man as he slid into view with Kabuto in tow. "Holy shit, it's that snake freak." Kiba pointed as Orochimaru glared at him with his snake-like yellow eyes. "And look. He came with a geek," Rock Lee said, his voice deep as Kabuto looked offended. "Well, our time's about done, and that's really all we got. Not if our next video is Orochimaru getting shot," Sasuke said. He and his crew, which now consisted of Neji, Kiba, and Rock Lee, all cocked their guns. Orochimaru grew pale. As he ran out of the recording booth while leaving Kabuto, who was thoroughly ignored as the gang went to chase down the freaky snake dude. "I guess we can't finish the rap this time," Naruto said as he watched his friends run out of the room. Kabuto tapped his shoulder, and when Naruto looked back, Kabuto was smiling timidly. "Do you mind if I give the rap game a try?" Kabuto asked as Naruto shrugged, the beat ending as Shino cocked his own pistol and went to join the snake hunt. "No problem dude, but get out of here before you die," Naruto said, waving a hand over his head as he left the recording room. Starting his own beat, Kabuto took up a pair of headphones and an abandoned pair of shades. "Kabuto in the place, are we ready to go?" Kabuto started, bobbing his head to his beat as he began to feel the music. Just as he was about to spit so hot rhymes, the door to the recording booth burst open and a pissed off Ino came in with Tenten and Choji not far behind. "Sorry, chump, but you're not getting more screen time than us. Even if it is for one of these stupid little comedy bits," Ino declared as Choji grabbed Kabuto. "Come on, let's go," Choji said as Tenten stood next to Ino, both women with their hands on their hips. "But the three of you are main characters," Kabuto declared as Tenten scoffed. "Main characters? Bitch, I don't even have a last name in this damn series," Tenten snapped as Kabuto recoiled. "Oh. Right," Kabuto said, hanging his head as Ino stomped up to him and tore off his purple hoodie and his shades. Tenten wrenched the headphones from his ears, smirking as she crushed them in her hand. "I'll say this once about Kabuto, and I hope I understand," Tenten said as he leaned in close, whispering in the med ninja's ear, "Get your boyfriend Orochimaru and get the fuck out of my neighborhood." "Yes ma'am," Kabuto said, startled as Choji let him go. The three watched as Kabuto ran for the hills, knowing that he wouldn't be back anytime soon. Next on our list. Hinata. Chapter 26. Raging Embers, the War on Snow. "How pitiful. To have been outwitted by such minor pests," sneered a deep and gruff voice. Naruto's eyes snapped open to reveal the depths of his cerulean irises. Before his sight was the mighty and monstrous form of the nine-tailed beast sealed within him. The behemoth gazed down at Naruto from where it rested lazily. Its dull crimson orbs were filled with aggression and disgust. Every breath it took drew forth both a foul odor and a cloud of fog, to which only came when heat met the cold air around it. The Kyuubi's orange fur bristled with annoyance, its tail swishing in barely restrained fury, but even still the colossus beast tried hard to give off a visage of utter disinterest with half-lidded eyes and dull facial expressions. Absolutely pathetic. To allow yourself such an emotional reaction to the death of some honorable fools, dying for their even more foolish country. The nine-tailed beast simmered just below the surface, Naruto could tell. "Why are you like that? In that form? Kurama?" Naruto asked, ignoring the taunts the beast was using by using his own. He had never uttered Kyuubi's proper name ever since the beast had first told it to him. Kyuubi had told him at the time of learning the name that he was unworthy of the honor. The Kyuubi bore its fangs at him, growling with venom dripping from the canines. Its half-lidded eyes narrowed dangerously while it shot up from its lazy posture. "You dare!" But the beast stopped as its voice boomed and echoed off the walls of the sewer like the prison it was held back in. In an instant, Kurama knew what the boy was doing. The beast laid back down, resting its head within its folded arms. "But of course you would dare. As you know, this is my truest form and it is also this form I am forced into taking whenever you evoke my chakra. Or when you and I are not in tune with one another." "Okay, so what now?" Naruto asked, floating up to be eye level with the beast. "Oh? You need to ask such mundane questions. Where did the brainy part of you go?" Kurama taunted coyly. "So we deal with the device over the seal," Naruto proposed, "why don't you just overload it with your chakra?" Kyuubi's laughter was loud and haunting. It crested the waters, and waves swelled from where the beast's condensing laughter rang out. "Those ninja must have smacked you around more so than I thought." The Kyuubi chortled in deep amusement at its container, "Fool. Unleashing my power to destroy the device would be like superheating a corked bottle of sake. Your pitiful human chakra network would explode from the overwhelming power surging through it before being released. It would annihilate half the country. And that would be only 2 seconds after annihilating you and anyone within 100 meters of you." At first Naruto said nothing. Merely cooling his expression and clasping his arms in a rigid fashion behind him. This was not the time for him to be yelling and screeching as though he were a punk academy student dreaming of being Hokage. He was the Hokage now. He needed to act like it. "So then, Kurama," Naruto saw anger flash across Kyuubi's eyes. "What is the plan to eliminate the device then?" Kurama scoffed at the boy. "Don't even attempt to appear smart when we both know it literally hurts your brain to try." "I don't know what you're talking about," Naruto snapped before he even knew it. "Damn," Kyuubi got under his skin. Kurama merely went on, as though Naruto had said nothing. "You may try to act cool in front of the other disgusting mortals, but when it's just you and your pathetic friends, you don't seem quite so impressive, now do you?" Naruto stared blankly at the beast. "I think it's because you must be trying to impress the other humans around you with a composed facade. But that sort of plan is only executed well if you have any cool to begin with." Kyuubi cocked a lazy brow at Naruto. "In other words, young and foolhardy Naruto Uzumaki. You have no idea what you're doing. No clue of what you're getting into. You're just making it up as you go along." Naruto's cool facade was cracking fast as his fists went to his sides, clenched so hard that his palms were bleeding from the nails digging into them. Naruto's teeth clenched and grinded as well while he glared at the Kyuubi, a beast which knew his every thought, every intention. Every fear and hope. Like with the ninja of snow. They outwitted you with the simple plan of enrage and then a tactic of divide and conquer in the sense that they divided your attention and then conquered your ass. The fox's grin was the most infuriating thing about him right now. Naruto would wipe that grin from him permanently one day. I know what the hell I'm doing, Dadabeo. Naruto snapped, not even realizing that he had slipped back into the verbal tick he had held back for months until now. I was kicking their frostbitten asses all the way up to that flying contraption of theirs. Correction. The beast bellowed so loudly and suddenly that Naruto flinched back from him. I said that they outwitted you, boy, not overpowered. And? What's your point? Just explain it already. I'm smarter than I used to be, and I refuse to go gallivanting around as an idiot anymore. I'm Hokage now. You little fool, Kurama said bluntly as he began to settle down for another long nap. You are an idiot and that was how you managed to become Hokage. Naruto turned his back on Kurama in a split second. His blood was boiling. He didn't understand what the Kyuubi was getting at, and the entire conversation with the fox-faced bastard was frustrating him to no end. It made him even angrier that he didn't know why it was making him so angry. You got anything useful to say for when I wake up, Fox? Naruto asked tersely, while Kyuubi rolled his large crimson orbs. If the boy didn't understand who he was at heart by then, there was nothing more Kurama cared to do about it. Naruto would learn the lesson, sooner or later. The hard way or not. You would have to overpower the device yourself, under your own powers, before I can lend you enough power to leak any of my own chakra into yours. The infernal gadget has managed to suppress both our individual energies, while also knocking the two out of sync at the same time. Naruto kept his back to the beast. The lead snow ninja, Natter, said that they had plans to use the device the Raikage and his ninja. Yes, such a contraption would work greatly on any normal human, but works twofold on Jinchuriki and beasts such as we. Kyuubi simmered in a hiss. How can that thing separate and suppress both our chakra? You and I are like 5 Kage level chakras each. This whole ordeal was making Naruto's rage surface from places he had long quelled. Place where his fears were supposed to stay put. How am I supposed to know? I'm no expert on your new-aged human technology. Kurama bellowed in annoyance. And for some reason, the exchange of causal annoyance made something in Naruto lighten just a bit. If this were 2 or 3 years later, then we wouldn't be having these problems. The beast went on, shattering the little wave of something that went through Naruto and replacing it with confusion. Naruto was starting to hate confusion and ignorance more so than anything at the moment. What do you mean? Naruto asked, turning now to the demonic beast. I mean the blasted 4th Hokage's seal would have absolved enough of my demonic chakra by then. And at Naruto's quirked brow, the demon rolled his eyes before continuing on with his explanation. The seal your damnable father, the 4th Hokage, used to imprison me, takes large amounts of my chakra from me forcibly, while purifying it and slowly adding it to your own constantly expanding network and reserves. Naruto's eyes widened as he had no clue the seal did all that. He knew it held the beast and its will back whenever he wasn't using the Kyuubi's chakra, but making him stronger by taking strength from Kurama. That was completely new news to Naruto. It was one of the reasons I brought up your personality earlier, Kurama hissed, a meaningful look at Naruto through one open eye. Your earlier rage at seeing the mortal human dodo defile and disgrace that Sandayu characters cause, it was only fueled greater and greater by your gathering up my chakra for your fight against the ninja of snow. Naruto again turned his back to the Kyuubi, but not out of rage this time. No, this time something inside of him dripped cold. A cold he hated much like the kind which swept through the land of snow. Naruto. Kurama called, but Naruto merely paused as he was about to go to consciousness. In the time to come, you and I shall face each other in final conflict. Do not spread yourself so thinly when it comes to your training by trying to accomplish things which you'll never truly master. Like what? Naruto snapped heatedly. Like the healing arts you've attempted. You're trying to learn intricate medical ninjutsu which you could never be good at because of our enormous chakra. You will never have fine needlepoint control like what is required for the work the ones called Tsunade and Shizune do. Kyuubi said with a purr of disdain. And why are you telling me this? Naruto gritted out, his fists once again clutched at his sides. Because I know of your pitiful concerns regarding the human known as Rock Lee and the boy's continued status as a ninja of your village. You cannot do everything and save everyone. Do not burden yourself with everyone else's problems. But then something lightened in the beast's purr. Something which had been rock hard and solid became soft and gentle when he continued on. There are other pitiful humans around you which can help. Allow them to. Ones like Tsunade and Shizune to work expertly on Rock Lee's surgery, the strange one Abisu to help restructure the Ninja Academy, and the Toad Sage Jiraiya with his spy work. They will help to support your shortcomings. That had hit Naruto where he had hoped not to be touched. His shortcomings. They have other stuff to attend to. I refuse to be seen as an idiot again by those I had finally gained the respect and admiration of after so long. Naruto lashed out in a shout, making the beast cock a brow at him. Oh? Have I hit a sore spot in the Hokage's armor? Kyuubi mocked uncaringly. Have you been lying to yourself all this time after the death of that boy girl human named Haku? I have not. Naruto shot back fiercely. Kurama shot up from his lackluster position once more, bearing down upon Naruto like a tidal wave of fury. Then what happened to your beliefs in the last few months? Where did you say he didn't care if he remained a fool all his life, so long as he could protect those precious to him? Or was that a lie? Where is the you who said he didn't care about what others think of him? Or was that a lie? The Kyuubi berated before sneering down at Naruto, your idiocy knows no bounds if you think you can lie to me. The being closest to you. The very one which rests inside your very soul. Naruto said nothing, could say nothing. He could only muster a glare at the beast, unafraid of what it could do to him. But in complete pause of what it could say. You never once changed your priorities and goals from reaching your dream of being Hokage. Protecting those you hold dear has only become your main focus after the Chunin exams. Like a petulant child, you still seek the approval, acknowledgement, and admiration of the village's Hokage. Perhaps you are still just that. A child. The beast sneered at Naruto. I am not a child. Naruto snarled hotly. I am the Hokage of Konohagakure. Kurama gave the boy a baleful and heated glare, and… so what? The two shared in a tense silence while they glared at one another. Their deadly silence was broken when the world around them began to shake and shiver. Kyuubi's gaze dryly scanned the area, seeing the environment that was nothing but soar, shiver and shake, as though it were an ill infant. This conversation is over, boy. The Kyuubi spat, settling once more into its rest. As Kurama closed its eyes, Naruto felt something tug away at him. Tug him away from the cage and seal. Tug him back to reality. Go and deal with the latest annoyance whilst I get rest. Kurama yawned widely, glancing at Naruto with one eye open, while he pushed the young Kage out of his own mind. The boy will learn, sooner or later. One way or another. Naruto's eyes snapped open to the world around him as it exploded out in pain. He gritted his teeth. He would not cry out while the violent electricity surged through him. When the shocks ended, Naruto hung his head. His breath came out in ragged and rapid bursts. Sweat dotted his forehead and dripped from his limp spikes of hair. While attempting to regain any semblance of control over his lungs being on fire and every cell in his body tingling from torture, Naruto belatedly noticed he was being touched. Or rather poked. With a stick. A long stick. Hey, you ain't dead yet, now are you Hokage-chan? Fubuki asked sweetly, her toothy grin making Naruto sick to his stomach. Not yet, Naruto snarked, but keep close, and with looks like yours, I'll drop dead soon. I knew I was drop dead sexy. Fubuki winked. Is there a reason you came to torture me with just your presence, or were you just bored of beating yourself with the ugly stick you're now poking at me with? Fubuki's grin grew more feral, if that was at all possible. Oh, I'm gonna have really kinky fun with you, bitch. She whispered before poking him again with the stick, causing a shockwave of electricity to go throughout his body the second his bindings jingled in the hooks that held him to the ceiling. Still though, Naruto did not yield to her pleasures. He would not cry out in pain in front of this sadistic woman. Why you're disturbing my sleep, woman. Naruto gritted out, it's annoying. Oh, come on, Hokage-kun. Fubuki was now pouting as she poked at him softly, go back to making those cute little whimpers you were a minute ago. Naruto ignored her in favor of the noise which came from the end of the hall. In came two more ninjas with Koyuki as their prisoner. The princess was thrown into her icy ceiling across from his own with little to no care whilst he watched on. Fubuki's grin was back. Oh, poor princess, Fubuki cooed once she saw where Naruto's attention was directed. Don't worry, Hokage-kun, you two will be best buddies forever. Lord Dodo wants you to be together in Princess Koyuki's final hours. Right before he ends her after activating the secret weapon of our beloved country. And what does your master have in store for me? Naruto asked as blandly as he could. He could not let them see him enraged, he had to stay cool. Oh, does someone feel left out? Fubuki asked as though she were talking to a baby. Well, don't worry, baby, Lord Dodo has something special in store for your smexy self. Fantastic, Naruto rolled his eyes. Fubuki poked him again with her stick, causing him more pain as he was shocked once more. Yes, Lord Dodo has given full control of you over to me. I'm gonna tease Konoha's secrets out of you. Then we're going to ransom you off to your village. Or whoever the highest bidder is. Foo. Fubuki's grin went from playful to downright devilish in nature, the gleam in her eyes, making her appear feral and untamed. Naruto scoffed at the purple-haired woman, as if. The ninja of my village would and will crush the snow until there's nothing but ashes in the icy snowfields, Dadabayo. And you can believe that. The last thing he expected was for Fubuki to laugh at him, turn around, and walk out, as though his words were simply too ridiculous to stand. "Oh baby, don't worry, Mama Fubuki will be back at the end of the day. And you can believe that we're gonna be all up night long. Foo. She left laughing crazily and manically. Naruto could honestly believe the woman was a few scrolls short of a library. Naruto turned to Koyuki, who was slumped down on her knees and depressed looking. His expressionless visage settled and his eyes landed on the woman. "So? What are you in for?" he asked tonelessly. Later that day, when the sun had set, the moon rose, and the temperature dropped to just above freezing, the remaining members of Team 7 had long since regrouped together in a forest clearing. Brushing snow off of the logs and starting a small fire, Sakura was still downing soldier pills. Though they had initially believed all from the battle to be dead, after the airship had taken off and Kakashi-sensei had made clones to pick up the bodies, they found that a few would live to tell of the horror with Sakura constant medical attention. Along with Kakashi or Sasuke are eating from her books and scrolls on what to do next step by step. Normally they wouldn't have dared light anything without the smokeless wood Kakashi carried in his sealed survival scroll. However, having moved through the day at the speed of a civilian caravan, they were now simply too content. Besides the fact that they'd be long gone before any ninja could find the source of the small fire and come searching them out. Not that they suspected they would. After all, the princess had already been captured and their mission was a failure. Or so it seemed. "So what do we do now, Kakashi?" Sasuke asked. Sakura would have done it, but she was at a loss of what to do or even what to say. She held out her palms towards the fire and wrapped her cloak tightly around her shoulders, but it didn't seem to help much. She was still chilled to the bone and sick to the stomach from the horror she'd witnessed firsthand today. Even during the Chunin exams and Orochimaru's subsequent sound invasion hadn't shaken her quite like watching several dozen brave men be cut down and cleaved into by a ruthless tyrant. She hadn't seen these sorts of atrocities. Or the simple unfairness. At least during the sound invasion, our ninja had fought back as equals. Here, it had been less of a battle between worthy foes and more of a senseless slaughter. Sakura thought bitterly as she also couldn't help but wince every time she thought of all the blood that had been on her hands. She saved 3 men. Joyashi Morin. Ira Yamada. Jansen Hirami. Of the 7 that had been alive out of the 89 which had gone into battle, she had saved less than half. It had taken all her humanity to keep her going just those few hours ago. That and the men she was working on verbally sharing their fears of dying and their hopes that she could save them. Every odd man had died on her, and at that moment all Kakashi could do was rush her onto the next man that needed her undivided attention. It was one of the only times Sakura wished Naruto was there to do something stupid like he used to do and take her mind off things. Now all she had left was Kakashi reading his book and Sasuke staring into the flames like some sort of zombie. Honestly, being on the same team as the guy for the last few months had really taken the awe out of her in reference to the last of the Uchiha. "Well, that's simple, Sasuke. We have to rescue the princess and Naruto," Kakashi replied firmly, if at least a little lazily also. "They could be anywhere by now," Sasuke pointed out in a mutter, still staring into the flames of the small campfire. Sakura rolled her eyes. Sasuke always had to play Yami's advocate and point out flaws every 2 seconds, even against himself. "Even if we pick up their trail and follow them back to wherever Dodo's stronghold is, there'll be plenty of snow ninja." "Yes, Sasuke. Ones of Jonin and Chunin level likely, guarding the place. We are a small team and not exactly designed for heavy combat. We're down a member, who also happens to be the leader of our village. This looks pretty bleak, right?" Kakashi said, all without looking up from his book. "Alright," Sasuke sighed, "let's go rescue our idiot. And the princess." "Our client is dead," Sakura pointed out, looking down at the snow which melted near the fire. She hadn't spoken a single word since they started again as a caravan. She realized that her expression must have been obscured by her bangs and the shadows from the forest. "We won't be paid for this mission, completed or not. We've already been put through enough. Wouldn't it just be easier to go home?" "No, not easier. Not without Naruto, at least it wouldn't be," Kakashi admitted while scratching the back of his head with his free hand right before he turned a page. Sasuke wisely didn't say anything whilst he went from staring into fire to staring at Sakura. He really wished Naruto was there. He'd be able to snap Sakura out of her funk. Honestly, it's like she never saw people die. Right. In front. Of her. Before. Oh crap. "There's something else," Kakashi added. "There is a reason I said the mission isn't over back up at the mountains. Other than Naruto being kidnapped." "Hokage napped, Sasuke." Kakashi corrected without much humor, but no, other than the obvious. "You mean the crystal, right?" Sakura asked hollowly. "Dodo wasn't only after the princess. That purple-haired harpy mentioned a crystal, and so did Dodo." "Ah, so you caught that, huh?" Kakashi glanced up from his book just once at her, mildly impressed. Yeah, that creepy chick said something about a crystal when that team first showed themselves. Sasuke remembered, what was that all about, Kakashi? Why, this of course, Kakashi replied easily, unzipping the front of his flak jacket and drawing out the hexagonal amethyst, holding it up with a dramatic flourish of his hand. Sensei. How did you? Sakura looked up at Kakashi, staring in awe at him with her mouth slightly agape. Sasuke, however, was not so easily impressed. Great, so now we still have one thing they want. They'll figure that out soon, though if not already, Kakashi pointed out in reply, shrugging off the crystal's necklace from around his neck and holding it up in his hand. He offered it to Sakura and Sasuke for observation and examination. Dodo is no fool. So I want one of you to take this. Logic dictates that I should hold on to that little trinket, what with being the most likely and able to keep it safe, if worse comes to worse. However, logic isn't my profession. It's ninja art. Meaning that even if the crystal isn't our official mission, anything we do to hurt our enemies is important as well. Understood, Sakura said, her and Sasuke exchanging looks while Kakashi studied his book again. Sasuke nodded to her, and she quickly slipped the necklace around her neck, hiding it from view quickly. Kakashi then looked up a moment later and snapped his orange novel shut. So we have no plan. Sasuke started with an unimpressed look at Kakashi, but we've got an objective. Yup, we rescued the princess. Kakashi nodded even while he spoke. This is gonna be hard. Sakura admitted to both herself and her two teammates. Exactly, Kakashi replied, and this mission calls for stealth. For cunning. For guile. For luck and the guts to never give up. Sasuke scoffed in amusement, and thanks to Naruto, those aren't exactly our team's trademarks. The guts and luck parts are. Kakashi pointed out. I'd better go get changed, Sakura said briskly, climbing off her log and vanishing behind nearby trees and bushes. Now that I think about it, Sasuke said, loud enough for the changing Sakura to hear, Naruto might just kill us for this one. Kakashi curled an eyebrow. Remember what he said when we were getting our first C-ranked mission? Sasuke prompted as he leaned forward, how he wanted to rescue princesses and such. Yeah, could we just avoid him on this one? He might legitimately kill the three of us once he realizes what's going on here. That's only if he's conscious, Sakura said, emerging from behind the foliage after a few moments. Did you turn your clothes inside out? Sasuke observed in question. The look Sakura gave him made him not even care about the answer, and Kakashi was not going to bring up the question of how the inside of her clothes were shades of gray, which had been on the tip of his tongue. True, the clothes were very impressive for her, especially with the apparel now making it easier for her to blend into the background of the snowy forest and, presumably, the dark fortress Kakashi assumed a tyrant like Dodo possessed. Are we ready to move out under the setting sun? Kakashi asked, reluctantly climbing to his feet while Sasuke did the same. Both removed their headbands and tucked them in their pouches. None of them had much in the way of supplies or gear, they were back with the film crew, but they did indeed have plenty of stealth, cunning, and guile between them, now that Naruto was away. And even with Naruto away from them for the moment, Kakashi liked to believe that they still had his infectiously indomitable spirit at their disposal. Sasuke believed it too, but he'd never so much as utter such a thing around anyone living in fear of never living it down. The team nodded between themselves. And with the fire extinguished with just a flick of Kakashi's wrist and the snowball he had acquired upon getting up, the three remaining members of Team 7 disappeared in the blink of an eye and the haste of a blur as they set off. Set off to make war against a land of snow. Finding Dodo's fortress hadn't proven all that hard as they thought it might be. After all, it was a great ugly black structure on the side of a nearby wide ice hill. It stood out like a cat ninja at an Inyazuka gathering. That wasn't the hard part. The hard part would be getting inside. As Sasuke had predicted, the place was swarming with both regular guards and snow ninja. Most of them wouldn't be any stronger than the average ninja, but the sheer numbers would be problematic if Team 7 was cornered. Worse, they'd catch the attention of those like Fubuki and Mizori, or even Natter, and then they'd be in real trouble. So their first step was observation. Sakura waited patiently while Sasuke and Kakashi snuck around to observe the guards. Kakashi-sensei had said that her job was to hold their position, which just meant to babysit the hiding spot for their regrouping. So there she sat for 30 minutes while the two used Sharingan to spy on the enemy. 105 shinobi present in 3-man units and 5 shift-swapping patrols, Sasuke stated once he and Kakashi returned. And it seems not all of them are wearing that special chakra armor we saw earlier. It must be in limited supply, Sakura mused while Kakashi nodded in agreement, saved for those who pass a certain rank, like our Konoha flak jackets. So far we only know of 3 who wear the armor. I can't seem to find any of them, it may be able to hide from even the Sharingan. Kakashi said to his students, they may be around. Only, we can't see them. Let's hope not, Sakura muttered. she really didn't feel up for a fight at the moment. Agreed, and the rest? Kakashi inquired of Sasuke. Around. Any of them come close, we'll see them long before. Good work. Sakura. Judging on how the structure is exteriorly designed and the number of patrols that have passed in those 30 minutes you've all been gone, also taking into account Sasuke's observation of their shift switching, I'd say this place is your standard stronghold fortress class B. It'll have dungeons at least 3 levels down from its entrance floor, with all corridors and passageways being in linear order. Meaning? Sasuke had gotten lost with all her pondering on the structure. That Sakura here has more than likely located Princess Koyuki and Naruto's exact location just from external observation of the fortress. Great work, Sakura. Kakashi praised. Even despite her low spirits and weary mind, Sakura still blushed bright red under the praise from her mentor. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Anything else you'd like to add, Sakura? Sasuke asked with an aloof look. He'd never admit that he was impressed. Yeah, actually. If this is a standard class B fortress, then I think I've managed to calculate a safe route to the dungeons that'll avoid any major installations or patrols. Perfect, Sakura. Kakashi praised again before crouching down into the snow, drawing in it with a stick he'd located nearby. Okay students, here's lesson 2 in the art of warfare. The element of surprise. Here's our plan. Guard duty was one of the oldest occupations on the planet. Ever since people had decided their things were of value, they had begun to worry they would lose their things or others would take them. And so, when people got lazier and richer, they hired guards with the express purpose of guarding their valuables. Gems, family, even the guards' employers themselves. They existed to sit and watch for trouble to whatever they guarded. But as well as being one of the oldest occupations in the world, guard duty could also be one of the most boring in the world. Imagine if you will have many long hours, days, weeks, months, even years at a time going by with nothing to do but sit and watch for trouble to finally come. Nerve-wrenching the first few times, soul-wrenching from boredom all the rest. This might have explained why the guards to Dodo's fortress were on the verge of falling asleep when the team arrived, traveling across the snow and to the front gates. One of the 3 cell teams Dodo must have been sent out. Though a ruler of the snow country, his fortress also functioned as a hidden village. And on occasion the ninja would have to make use of their shinobi talents abroad to bring in money. The guards barely paid them any mind. Except one of the guards caught a flash of black amidst the pale blues, whites and grays of the snow shinobi guard. At their insistence, they called a halt to the team, their suspicions aroused. It was an odd bunch, after all. 2 men, 1 woman. None of whom bore any remarkable features beneath their hoods and masks. What are your names? I'm Katetsu, said the man in the front, with piercing blue eyes. This is my team. Reporting back from patrol duty. The guards glanced at one another. They hadn't heard anything about that, though it wasn't completely unusual. Where are your papers? Border patrols were always assigned papers sealed with special chakra so that they couldn't be relieved except by a new team of proper replacements, not just anyone with a decent transformation jutsu. The 3 snow shinobi glanced at one another. Oh, I had those. The woman in back piped up. TSK, newbies. Come take a look. The guards moved in to take a look, not thinking until the last moment that the other 2 were moving to surround them and get into position. By the time they did think, the supposed patrollers had struck. The first guard went down with barely a grunt, 2 hard blows in his stomach and 1 across his jaw to knock him out like a light. The second guard cried out a warning before he too was quickly overwhelmed. Snow shinobi and more guards came pouring out of the open doors towards the 3 ninja shinobi, who stood their ground grimly. We've been discovered. Defend yourselves. Shouted the first attacker, his voice now distinctly that of Kakashi Haddock. A puff of smoke engulfed him and his 2 teammates, revealing the forms of Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, also ready to fight. They raised their fists and prepared to engage the enemy in hand-to-hand combat, using good old-fashioned taijutsu to kick ass. This, if anyone knew Team 7, would have immediately tipped them off that something was amiss. Not that disbelieving would help either, of course. As the gates opened to admit the soldiers and guards, high above, clinging to the wall with chakra-charged feet, the real members of Team 7 watched the battle unfold as they their way inside, crawling along the ceiling and out of sight, for in such dark corridors and high ceilings, it was remarkable how very little any of the passing guards bothered to ever look up. Those clones of his buy us some time. Sakura theorized as her eyes locked forward on Kakashi's back. Hopefully we'll have well infiltrated the fortress by the time those snow ninja figure things out. After a few turns and twists, they managed to drop back down onto the ground and proceed walking. It made it a little easier to find their way without the entire fortress being upside down. Kakashi paused and gave the signal for his team to do so as well behind him as he took point. Then, without hesitation, she moved. This way, was all he said. Sasuke and Sakura nodded, following behind him. A kunai was palmed in the kunoichi hand as she saw no sense in taking precautions in the tyrant's lair. Even with the famed copy ninja and last of the Uchiha, Sakura felt nervous. Hell, she'd feel nervous even if they had Niji or Hinata's all-encompassing Byakugan at their disposal. Because in heart, Sakura's foundation had been shaken at that last battle. She was nervous about the fact, in her heart of hearts, she just didn't know if she really deep down had what it took to be a kunoichi. To be a ninja. To be a killer. "Someone's coming," Kakashi said suddenly, and she tensed immediately, snapping out of her reverie. "Down that corridor. Move," he added, pointing it out. Before Sakura could do anything, Kakashi vanished into hiding at the top of the dark ceiling while hanging upside down, and Sasuke had quickly swung out an arm and gently pushed her out of the line of sight with his hand as a pair of snow ninja came past them. Pausing just before the intersection where they were hiding like Kakashi had commanded of them. If the ninja got much closer, they'd spot the two genin in short order. Though what Sasuke hadn't realized was that when he'd swung out his arm to push Aomi out of the light, he'd accidentally missed her far shoulder, which was his target. Instead he'd hit a lump of some sort just under her vest. Sakura, fully aware of just exactly where the Uchiha's palm was on her, slapped a hand over her mouth to muffle the squeak that was sure to emerge. Her cheeks become rosy pink and her face felt like fire. It was a near wonder Sakura didn't kill him and end the honorable Uchiha line that instant. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, the guards moved off. Still holding Sakura, unaware of her embarrassment, Sasuke leaned forward to tilt his head and make sure the corridor was clear. "Okay, looks like they're gone. I think we can move on," he said in a low whisper. Sakura, unable to properly voice herself, reached out and tugged on the raven-haired boy's jacket. Sasuke turned back to her and she just pointed down at where he grabbed her. And his onyx eyes opened wide in shock as he all but yanked his hand off her body, as if it had been scalding hot. His face going a bright shade of red as a stream of apologies formed on the tip of his tongue, Sakura placed a hand over his mouth before they could pour out. If he could voice them aloud and possibly give them away, there'd be much more trouble than their own embarrassment. "Sakura, I swear that was an accident. I'm not like Naruto, I would never." "I know," she replied gently. "I know, it's okay." It was clearly an accident, even still as she spoke her cheeks were stained pink. "So?" she said, softly nudging her head to where Kakashi dropped down at. Sasuke blinked, then jump-started. "Oh, right, the mission. Let's go," he said, taking off down a corridor with no haste. Sasuke," Kakashi began. Sasuke spun on his heel without pause and watched as Sakura had taken off down the opposite corridor. He'd been heading the wrong way. "And now for lesson 3, students. The diversion. Sasuke, you're with me. Sakura, you locate the others while we keep the attention on us. Right, sensei?" And with that, Sakura formed 3 hand signs before disappearing out of view of the naked eye. "She has become subpar to say that it used to be one of her greatest strengths," Sasuke commented while Kakashi shrugged. The two were running down the corridor, no longer being stealthy as they moved. With them now safely inside and Sakura sneaking through undetected, they'd be able to combat anything that came their way. "Where to? Now that Sakura's going after Naruto and Princess Koyuki?" Sasuke asked. "Down a level. We don't know how long that distraction at the front gate will last. Remember, we want as much chaos as we can possibly cause to distract them from our main objective." Sasuke nodded as they made their way down the corridor, then idly reached up and grabbed a hanging lantern, swinging it around and tossing it back the way they'd come at an expensive-looking rug, setting it ablaze. Kakashi curled an eyebrow at him, to which he merely shrugged, his expression still one of disinterest and impassion. Though Kakashi noted that Sasuke's cheeks were looking a little pink in the cold. Could the last Uchiha be catching a cold? Now that he thought about it, Sakura's face was a little red, too. Couldn't have 6 students at a time like this. "What? You did say chaos." "Not quite what I had in mind," he remarked, his lone eye glancing upwards. "But if you want to play the game that way." He hurled a pair of exploding tag kunai upwards at a supporting beam, making sure Sasuke and himself were well out of the way of devastation that followed as the entire ceiling came caving in. By now they could hear the shouting and screaming and could see troops moving. The two slipped in and out of rooms and hiding places, continuing to sow chaos from one end of the stronghold to the other. Setting fires and exploding rooms and releasing so some of the snow genin smashed into walls thinking they were running down a corridor or found themselves being crushed to death by gigantic roots and vines that had sprung up out of nowhere. On occasion, they even left exploding tags with delays so they would force their pursuers to backtrack, thinking them going a different direction. "We've spent too much time around Naruto," Sasuke remarked while they broke into what must have been Dodo's private distillery. "And as any good shinobi can tell you, if there's one thing that burns better than wood, it's alcohol." So Kakashi and he flipped through hand signs at a rapid pace. The dope's bad habits are rubbing off on me. He added with a deadpan expression, not even caring as he and Kakashi set blaze to the room and then took a few flaming bottles to drop out of a nearby window and letting it shatter near a platoon of guards running through the courtyard. Kakashi wisely decided not to comment on such. He too felt he'd been spending too much time around the Konoha prankster. He was actually starting to enjoy himself. But he knew they couldn't keep this up forever. Sooner or later they were going to get themselves cornered or run into trouble. Their small number of 2 and quickness had helped so far in enabling them to avoid snow patrols, but they wouldn't help much against Nader and his buddies in the chakra armor. Come on, Sakura. Hurry. Kakashi thought. He laid out some more exploding tags on walls, then quickly formed some hand seals. Transform. He murmured. As he watched, the tags faded, shimmered and vanished, replaced by smooth stone walls just like before he'd set them. Completely invisible unless some ninja were actually looking for them. This set would go off once he triggered them remotely with the last hand sign. Hurry up, he urged his student from afar. Making their way down another corridor, Kakashi stiffened suddenly, clutching at his side, and Sasuke was there in an instant, concerned he'd been attacked and ready to defend his sensei. Kakashi glanced up, shaking his head. I'm okay, he said, then frowned thoughtfully for a moment. It's the team at the bridge, my shadow clones. They were just taken out. They couldn't hold on any longer. Then we don't have much time, Sasuke replied. Come on. Naruto hung alone in his cell. His face would have easily passed for one of the dead. If one were to look at him, some might have gone as far to claim he was actually dead. Not a spark of life could be seen midst the boy's body no matter where you looked, from his limp blonde locks down to the tip of his toes. After careful observation, one would be able to make out the slight rise and fall of the young man's chest, indicating his respiratory systems were just barely in function. Shinobi veterans of countless missions or service in war would recognize this young man's symptoms almost instantaneously. A victim of torture and not the refined art that was taken up by the top-notch professionals in the hidden village of Konoha. No, this was sloppy work done through electroshock as seen from how every few minutes or so the boy would twitch or spasm without meaning to. Such travesty, such pains of the flesh had hunted man for as long as history could recall. Such could destroy an individual so completely that one might as well wish they were dead rather than continue on with the living. However, none of that mattered to Naruto right then. As the gravity of his situation was sinking into his flesh and bones as surely as Fubuki would carve into him with a kunai when she returned, he could see things before him. They replayed like a broken record, over and over again. Fubuki was an obvious amateur at this torture and interrogation thing, but she was passionate enough about art. She was also good at genjutsu, something he himself had not ready defense against while in his present state. She made him observe images. They were most likely memories. Probably some of her own. After all, the best way to make someone feel pain was to share your own long deep-seated agony with them. She made him see, before his very ideas, an iceberg collapse on top of a single man that didn't even leave a body behind. Then a frozen over lake that trapped 2 young souls inside its icy jaws of death. Next was a young woman who had already given in to her own hopelessness, being led out to what he was sure was her own demise, and the words of a promise of more to suffer and die at his expense. He closed his eyes. That last part of the images was probably improvised to make it sting all the more. And it worked. Just as easily as the images were shown to him made him realize how easily they could have been the reality of his own team. How could he have been so foolish? So arrogant? What made him act so rashly? He knew the answer, however, before the question had even formed in his mind's eye. Seeing those men fall the way they had, without even a fair chance to fight for their beliefs. He of all people knew the world was a cruel place, but finding even deeper levels of its cruelty were fast becoming daily occurrences. He shut his eyes tighter, wanting to make the anguish he felt go away. Why has he allowed things to progress so far? Why make those poor souls believe they could accomplish the impossible after their many years of failure, over the lost lives of countless men and women who had tried and been crushed just as they had? How would wives not welcome back husbands? How many children would cry into the night over the loss of fathers? How many parents would weep for sons buried before even they? How stupid was he to believe that they, a simple team of ninja, could fight an entire country alone? Why hadn't he listened? Was it his pride, being unwilling to accept the impossible like many times before? Had it been naive optimism, a characteristic of his youth and inexperience that led those brave men to such a bitter end? Perhaps it was an overinflated ego from surviving and accomplishing overwhelming odds before in the forms of the missing Ninzabusa and Haku, to making it to the final portions of the Chunin exams and bringing down the powerful but insane Gaara, to battling alongside Sannin and defeating Orochimaru while coming home to be crowned Hokage of Konoha, foiling who knew how many goals and plans that many enemies had in store. Or could it have just been his guts to never give up? He always prided himself on being able to follow through with his promises, even before the Chunin exams where he met Lee and resolved to help Hinata against Niji's blind hate. To be able to meet any challenge head-on and overcome it, no matter the odds. But was giving up necessarily a bad thing? It didn't just mean to stop trying and submit, it also allowed one to be able to recognize a situation, realize you were in over your head, and reevaluate your options so you could succeed at another time. True, there were times where retreat wasn't an option. If he had given up, even temporarily when facing Gaara, Sakura would have been crushed to death, maybe Sasuke as well, since the Uchiha had been on the verge of exhaustion. Times where you had to stand your ground even if it meant your own death to stand up for what was right. But did that necessarily apply to every situation out there? Just how different would his situation be if they did wait just 3 days for reinforcements to arrive? They would have still had to retreat at the iceberg, but Sandayu and his men would surely still be alive. "You look like hell," Koyuki stated hollowly as she finally mustered the courage to speak. "Yeah? So do you," the blonde retorted just as emptily. "I know." Naruto didn't bother to respond to that comment. Somehow, remembering that she was there, alive like Sandayu had wanted, gave his mind pause. She was still there, and as ever reluctant and opposed as she was still there. Sandayu might not have survived, but he hadn't failed the man just yet. Maybe he had made all the wrong choices, maybe he should have done things differently at different points along this mission, and maybe none of that even mattered. However, Naruto just knew that right then, he had something still to do on their mission. Something still to do in the fresh memory of Sandayu. There's no spring in this country. The fact Koyuki had spoken those words caught the young Hokage off guard, making him temporarily forget his regained determination. "You said that before. What do you mean?" Koyuki didn't seem to be looking at him when she replied. "My father always used to say it. You'll see when spring comes, Koyuki. Because of the perpetual winter in this country, I had never seen spring as a child. It was as distant and foreign to me as a child's fairy tale story. Even so, I was curious. He told me to close my eyes, to imagine myself surrounded with flowers. To run as fast as I could. That, he said, was spring." The Snow Princess's face darkened a bit before continuing. "And he told me that if I never gave up, if I believed in the future, then spring was sure to come." She paused for a moment, then, for the first time, she looked directly at Naruto with those soft, empty eyes of hers. "But you should realize the truth by now. This country has no spring. My father died. I fled from the land of snow and I stopped believing. I was always running, always lying to people. Though mostly I was just lying to myself. My life has become one big charade. Becoming an actress was about the only thing I was cut out for in this world." The blonde boy was silent as she finished her little tirade. Then he nudged his mouth into his collar and bit down. He cursed slowly. "Damn these new clothes." He spat out threat and dirt as he mentally glanced through his wardrobe. My old orange jumpsuit had a steel cutting file on the shoulder, along with a spiral symbol. It would have come in handy right now. Then Naruto stuck out his tongue and bent his head down to open his shirt. Koyuki watched him as he took something from the collar of his black guy. It was a small flyer. Using his arm strength, Naruto pulled himself up and began filing away on his chains. "It's way smaller and more flimsy than the other one, but I'm glad Shizune and the others didn't completely forget about my being a ninja when they tried giving me a fashion sense." Naruto felt the joke was very empty by this point, but was since thankful for the fact he could joke nonetheless. "That's not going to change anything, you know." Naruto ignored her as he continued his work. He worked on it for several long minutes, then when he was halfway through the first link of the chain, the file snagged on something and he ended up dropping it to the floor. He didn't restrain the profanity from leaving him as he heard the file clank to the cold floor below. "I told you. In the end, all you can do is give up," Koyuki said, putting her face against her knees. "If you had done so earlier, you and your team would still be alive after all this. All your work, all your struggling made no difference. Dodo still won. Now, we're all gonna die here." "Correction, you will die here." Naruto said, "I will be tortured unimaginably by that snow ninja girl, long after you're dead." "That's not funny." Koyuki screamed, almost startling Naruto into a reaction. "Well, I don't see any reason not to make your last moments a little lighter." Naruto snarled coldly as his face drew up. "If you're wondering about the mission, then don't bother. You've given up and have been giving up for so long that you've forgotten what it feels like to fight. To have hope. I'm not going to let more people die for someone like you. Someone that doesn't even try." Naruto turned his gaze away from her, the beginning feelings of disgust starting to come over him. "My team will come and we'll end Dodo either before or after you're gone. We know, I at least owe Sandayu that much." Her voice was small, like a child lost in the roaring wind. How can you be so calm about this? How can you be so useless?" Naruto snapped, not having meant to, but everything now was starting to piss him off as it came to a head in the form of the despairing princess in front of him. After Sandayu gave his life for yours. Gave his dream that you'd take back control of your control from that dodo bastard. Sandayu was stupid. She finally snapped back, looking up at him with teary rage in her eyes. Yeah. He harshly muttered the word, stinging her in places only Sandayu's death could touch. Yeah, you're right. He looked her dead in the eye, holding her gaze as he continued. He must have been hella stupid if he died for someone like you. He spat the words like she disgusted him. You shut the hell up. She roared, furious for reasons only her heart knew. You didn't know him. You don't get to say anything like that about him. I knew him. All my life, I knew him. Only I get to talk about him like that, so you just shut the hell up. He was more than my watcher and assistant. He was my oldest friend and like an uncle to me. Her tirade seemed to lose energy as tears began to fall. So shut up. He was more to me than you'd ever know. Koyuki finished, not wiping away her tears as she felt the prison she was cast into, reflected how she had buried emotion so long ago. Maybe it was time for a good cry and for something to cry over. Make up your mind, will ya? Naruto berated as Koyuki snapped her attention back to him. The shadows of his hair obscured her vision of his face, but his words were like cold steel to her already fragile mental state. You can't just say things that go opposite. What was he? A fool or a great man? Well. Which one? Koyuki was silent as she stared at him. He lifted his chin, showing the hard emotion behind his cerulean blue eyes. If ever my Iruka-sensei died while trying to get me back to some throne in the land of fire, I'd fight tooth and nail until I got the chance to kill the guy who dared defy Iruka-sensei's dying wish and long dream. Naruto bit out as Koyuki shrank back from the words as though they were daggers. You're selfish. And a spoiled brat if you think that Sandayu had died only for you. That man was a better person than me, and I hope one day that I could be so great a man. But what about all the people Dodo has killed and oppressed in his bid to be king of this place? What about your own father, one of the first that bastard uncle of yours slaughtered in his plans? And about Sandayu, who was only the most recent casualty of the evil bastard? Naruto pressed on, Sandayu died not only for you, but for them as well. Koyuki had heard enough. It was too much for her to take. Why couldn't he just be quiet and let her wallow in self-pity alone? She covered her eyes, clenched her eyes shut tight. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. He didn't as he kept going, all those people in the land of snow now who are still suffering Dodo's iron rule. Think of them like Sandayu did. Like he must have. The man sacrificed his life not only for you. He did it for them too. He gave his all so one day you'd be free of fearing Dodo, but also so that the people of snow would one day be happy again. At seeing the tears streaming down her face, Naruto couldn't help but sneer. But I guess. The only thing you can do for all the dead and suffering is cry while rotting away in this place. Just waiting to be killed for some crystal around your neck. But. Unlike you, I refuse to give up. Koyuki's head jerked back up at this proclamation. Back home, in Konoha, they once labeled me an outcast. Something to be despised and hated. For a long time, I had no one I could call a friend. The coldness of their eyes all told me to just give up, to roll over in a ditch somewhere and die. At that, the princess noticed that fire was coming back into his eyes that were only moments before so cold to her and her plight. He began pulling on his chains as hard as he could. If I give up now like you. Or any time things got too hard. It would mean accepting what they thought of me back then. But that's not who I am. I don't have to pretend to be anything but me and don't have to disguise who or what I am. They gave me a label and they hated me, but now I'm loved by many and trusted by them too. They care about me and I'll protect those that are precious to me until my very last breath. That's the kind of man Sandayu was and that's the kind I'm working my way up to. The chakra device began flaring up, sending painful electric bolts zapping through Naruto's body as he gave a pained cry. Stop it, you dumbass. Just give up already before you get yourself killed. Koyuki shouted, unable to help herself as she stood upright at the bars, tears falling onto the cold icy floor. My first name is Naruto. My given name is Uzumaki. I am a ninja of and chosen 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. And I refuse to give up. I refuse to believe that I should have just taken the coward's way out and died alone in some back alley. He gave another yell to drive himself further past his limits as the device sent wave after wave of nullifying power shocks through him and. I am. No. Coward. But those last powerful words spoken, the chain broke and Naruto hit the floor as the chakra device powered back down to its dormant state. "Na Naruto," Koyuki called hesitantly. Slowly, Naruto picked himself up but could not get to his feet just yet. He settled instead for raising his head so he could get a look at Koyuki's face. "See now? That's what I like to see," he said as he still tried to get back to his feet. The look on people's faces. The disbelief a person has after they've told me to give up and I never did, only to prove them wrong. It's a look I love to see. And because I persisted. Because I try to break past what people expect from me, good things will always happen. I don't have to be smart to know that when you give up, your dreams and everything else disappear. His last word echoed down the hallway, as if the ghosts of the past were all agreeing with the young blonde with whisker-like markings and bright blue eyes. As he clumsily climbed to his feet and began examining his cell, remembering very well not to touch the bars as he shot Koyuki a foxy grin, he spoke again in her speechless silence. And now I'm going to show you that your father and Sandayu weren't wrong in their beliefs. With that, he sat down on the cold hard floor, crossing his legs. He put one elbow on his knee and rested his chin on that hand's palm. His head nodded downward slightly with both eyes closed. As Koyuki watched him, she felt something start to bubble up within her. A feeling she had thought was long since dead. One she had brutally stomped the embers of life out of only for this blonde brat to rekindle long dead flames. The power to believe, a raging fire that she felt warmth from in what had been many years. Naruto's eyes snapped open after a long pause of silence. Koyuki had to guess about 5 minutes had passed. He stood up, his legs wobbling as he did before he, either bravery or foolishly, grabbed the bars of the cell and heaved. White lightning surged along the bars, and the pain was immeasurable this time. But he grimly held on, pulling hard, using all of the strength in his body. Dimly, she could sense crimson chakra filling his coils as it joined with the damp blue, while both looked for escape along their path. He grit his teeth hard. He just needed to hold out, to outlast this thing a little while longer. Biting back a roar that might have drawn the guards, settling for a low growl, the nullifier's glass face shivered against his torso. A thin crack developed. Evidently, the combined powers of him and the Kyuubi were too much for it. The injuries to his nerves and such from the electricity were healing almost as rapidly as they were occurring, and he felt his canines extend as he channeled more of the Kyuubi's power. His eyes must have shifted as well as he went as full throttle as he could given his weakened condition. They were probably red as blood with slitted pupils. He could feel a feral hunger, a bloodlust fill his body, but unlike the previous times. He had complete control thanks to the dampening effects of the chakra device. Through clenched fangs, Naruto heaved, tearing the metal bars clear out of their frame and hurling them aside. His clothes were charred and smoky, and he staggered backwards, collapsing onto his knees while panting heavily for breath. He felt the crimson-red chakra subside and vanish in his tired state. The lightning had still hurt like hell, however, and he could barely feel anything. He lay there, on the floor of his ceiling. He did not even respond when Koyuki cried out, attempting to see if he was alright or not. He was only dimly aware of the unfortunate stench of smoke wafting off his clothes. He gave a weak thumbs up to let her know he was at least okay for the moment before groaning and letting the appendage drop. Princess Koyuki, looking nothing short of amazed, stepped back from her own bars as her eyes were once again wide with disbelief. He really was nothing short of incredible. Calling on such power, a maximum of which would have destroyed him if not for the powerful chakra nullifier suppressing him at every turn it could, had drained him much, but he'd be good to go shortly. Meanwhile, Naruto hoped his friends got their asses in gear by coming to their rescue to protect them. Because Kurama had been right. Maybe he could rely on his friends to pick up some of his slack. Sakura was moving down a level now, on the last level above the dungeons. She slipped down with no problem. The place was protected by only a few guards, easily dispatched by 2 well-placed strikes which sent them crumbling like wet paper. Apparently there was no sense in extra guards for watching prisoners safely barred up, especially one useless actress like Koyuki, when there was an invasion going on. Unfortunately, it meant that the keys to the cells were nowhere in place. And there she was. Unlike Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and Neji with no incredible dijutsu or fancy eyesight. She could only assume a guard had taken them and wasn't present. To look for them in the entire fortress would take time. Too much time. And she had not had the foresight to bring her lockpicking kit with her from Konoha because she never expected things to be like this. She made a mental note to next time just pack the extra damn thing, no matter how much Sasuke and Naruto were embarrassing her to her mother. Dropping down to the next level, Sakura thought that there was only one entrance and one exit from the dungeons. A single door which a guard was entering through. She heard commotion as she got closer, the sound of grunts and such. She opened the iron door and peeked inside to see one of the 3 guards inside fall to his knees. Courtesy of Naruto's fist to his gut. Her heart leapt with joy that her friend was safe and that there would be no need to find another Hokage so soon after his inauguration. Their first mission as a team since he became Hokage was like a start back to normality, and Sakura had taken to it like a breath of fresh air. Now, what with all that had happened so far, it was more like a destructive ride on rapid waters and a breath of toxic fumes. The second guard dropped next as Naruto pushed him back onto a set of broken bars, which seemed to send a shock through the man's system. The shocks would have continued if the man had not rolled off the bars throughout all his screaming. The third guard did not look to be playing around as he took out a kunai and charged Naruto's barely up form with the weapon. Sakura surged forward. She would not stand back. She would fight and watch Naruto's back. Using some quick thinking, Sakura ran full out and leapt into the air with both feet pressed together. Her feet collided with the back of the man's head and sent him flying over Naruto as he was just clambering to his feet. She backflipped to land in front of her friend and village leader. His soft smile was all the reward she needed for saving his life out of the many times he had protected her. "Are you okay, Naruto?" she asked, seeing as his clothes were wafting smoke and he twitched every so often. "I'll be fine," he said, an unreadable tone to his words as he gestured to the unconscious ninja around them. "Check them for keys. We need to open Koyuki's ceiling. Be careful, the bars are wired to shock," Koyuki warned. Sakura nodded and began rifling through the ninja's pockets and equipment. The third ninja, who she flinched back from and noticing that as he impacted the wall he had cracked his neck and was more than likely dead, she found a set of keys with kanji that read prison. "Here, these will work," but Sakura could say no more as they heard someone coming in. When she turned back to gauge Naruto's reaction, all that was left was a dissipating smoke cloud which signaled his going into stealth. She too quickly hid amongst the shadows of the torn cell. The grunt ran in, looking around as though he were utterly terrified to be there. However, while completely disregarding the unresponsive bodies of his fallen comrades, the man's spirits lifted when he saw Koyuki sniveling within the confines of her prison cell. "Well, at least that's one good thing Dodo-sama won't beat me for," he sighed in relief while sliding down the icy wall with his back. He slumped to the ground and rested there with a tired look years beyond himself. "I should have been here for you guys. Forgive me, comrades." Hearing this gave Sakura pause to the kunai she had planned to throw and embed into the man's chest. Why did his few words have such an effect? He was an enemy ninja. He was to be struck down with no remorse. Why couldn't she take the kunai from her weapon's pouch? But she already knew why. He was no different from her. No different from anyone. He had comrades, teammates that were entrusted to his hands. Their lives could have been saved if she were there, the way she was there for Naruto now. But still. "Your scum," Koyuki's icy tone of voice shook Sakura from her contemplation. Koyuki was clutching her knees to her well-developed chest, glaring at the snow ninja. "What did you say?" he asked, standing up in 1 second and looming over the cell the next. "I said, you are scum," Koyuki spat out at the man. "You pretend to care about your friends there, but you haven't moved an inch to help them. In fact, your first thought was if Dodo would beat you or not. Don't pretend if there isn't an audience to care. You don't know me, woman," the grunt ninja yelled fiercely. His eyes were a normal brown, very common in the world. But they were hard, like that of steel. "You've no idea the pains and fears we've had to go through while you were off living it up as a movie star. Fuck you, because while you were off playing make-believe, we've had to do whatever had to be done to survive. Does that include lying to yourself? Like a man-turned-animal who thinks everything is just to survive the next day." Koyuki posed to the man, who seemed to get even angrier. "Yes, because if I can live another day, then that's one more time I get the chance to honor the memory of my fallen brethren." And with that the man ended their conversation by walking away from the cell and went to collect his dead friends from the ground. "Wait," Koyuki called out and the man looked back at her with disgust. "Come back. I don't have to talk to you, Princess Koyuki." He spat, turning again from her. "In fact, I was commanded not to by the demon known by its human name. The one you left us with. The one known as Dodo. Then all the more reason for you to come here instead of going over there," she muttered, but in the silence she might as well have spoken aloud. The air of confusion was felt by more than just the grunt man, as even Sakura couldn't see the immediate danger of picking up his fallen. She doubted Naruto would be striking the man down when the guy didn't seem to notice anything amiss. He had yet to even comprehend that the cell he was about to enter should not have its bars thrown in like they were. "What the hell are you on about, woman?" The guy turned and walked over to the princess. Koyuki looked up at him with a clouded expression. Sakura watched in caution. "You're right, I left. I ran and I've been running for a long time." As she spoke, Koyuki slowly stood from where she had been huddled in the fetal position at the center of the cell. "And I don't know if I'll ever stop running. Running from the memories. The responsibilities. The death. The despair. The past. The present. The future. Maybe I'll never stop. But is that so bad? What are you even saying? You're not making any sense, princess." The guard was no longer apprehensive in his stance to her. He must have, at one time long ago, been a young boy who looked up to the royal family of the land of snow. It showed in his eyes, Sakura found. The hardened brown orbs that melted to give way to those long trodden down memories from even longer ago. It's not so bad to run. It's disgusting and disgraceful if you run backward. And I'll freely admit how that was what I did for a long time. Now Koyuki was slowly but surely stepping forward. I would cry each night in the beginning. The scenes of that day playing in my mind like the stuff of nightmares. And it was. For years, it was. But then I went through a range of emotions as the years wore on. And one of them. I was angry. Koyuki stood mere inches from the bars, and the guard was nervous. Then he gasped. Sakura's eyes widened as she realized that Koyuki had her thick and wide sleeves removed from her clothing with her arm between the bars of the cell to have her first implanted in the man's windpipe. Not enough to crush it, but more than enough to send the man into a spasm attack as he writhed about on the ground and begged for air. When I was a young and foolish teenager, I wanted nothing more than to fight. I was tired of running. Tired of hiding. Tired of life and nightmares and sick of fear. I wanted to fight back. I wanted to fight back hard. Koyuki bent on knee to look at the man she had defeated, watching as he clawed at his throat and coughed violently. The boy. A stupid and foolish boy reminded me of those days. The days I worked myself into the ground between productions. The days I would have to use makeup to hide my bruises. The days I tore into directors and made them rewrite scenes so I could fight against stunt doubles and professional action men. Those days, those young and foolish days. They seemed so far off. But now. The embers have been stirred. I'm sorry. The guard looked up, following Koyuki's movements as she once again rose from the ground and stared at the bars of her cell. She reared back her fist and shot out with explosive force. It was terrifying, Sakura found. Like watching Lady Tsunade when she and Lord Jiraiya had fought against the puppeteer back in the village a couple of weeks ago. Brute strength blended masterfully with the grace and poise that only a fully matured woman could possess. It was something she strove to possess. Sakura ducked back into the corner shadows when the cell's front crashed to the ground atop the man. He was fired, quite possibly to death by the residual electricity from the freshly broken bars. Sakura felt sorry for him. She hardly knew him, and yet she felt something for him. Pity that he had seen his friends dead shortly before his own death came. Sorry that he had to die in the first place when she could have simply knocked him out or crippled him. That was uncalled for, Naruto's voice came, shaking Sakura's thoughts as her somber gaze lifted from the man under the bars to where Koyuki was flexing her bleeding and bruised fist. Each flex she winced and hissed, but made no move to stop the actions. Naruto made no move either as he stood looking down at the man under the bars. He doesn't need to survive past this. He and his friends shouldn't have to endure this world and the hell of its ways anymore. Koyuki said, finally able to flex her fist and clench it tightly without a sound of protest. From now on, I'll be the one honoring their memories. Fine by me, Naruto shrugged, then glanced over to where Sakura was coming from to meet with him. Are we ready? Yeah, Sakura nodded, Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke are the ones causing noise. And it was true. With everything that was happening in the dungeon, Sakura had simply allowed the explosions and quivers of the fortress to backpedal into background noise. Let's end this today, Koyuki spoke with finality. Naruto turned from them and gazed upon the door which separated the prison from the rest of the fortress. There, in the doorway, stood Kakashi and Sasuke leaning against the opening. Then let's go wild. Naruto declared, and with that he began to move as the others followed. All prepared to wage war on the snow tyrant Dodo. And anyone else that stood in their way. The war started. Team 7 and Koyuki the kick-ass princess vs. Dodo and the snow. Bionic menace. Why no one questions Hinata's sanity or a day in the life of Hinata Hyuga. The knock came to the door. Come in. Enter. Naruto, or rather his clone back home at Konoha, didn't bother to look up from the paperwork. The door creaked open. Hinata walked into Naruto's office, looking nervous as she shuffled inside. Yusu summoned me, na Naruto-kun. Hinata asked timidly as this was the first time she had ever been called to the Hokage's office by an Anbu, suddenly appearing in front of her. Ah, yes. Hinata. Come on in. He looked up and pushed aside his half-finished work. I bet you're wondering why I called you in here. He smiled at her while cupping his hands together atop the desk. Yes, I am one wondering. Hinata took the seat Naruto gestured for her to rest in. Well Hinata, I've received some reports here. He patted down the stack opposite his paperwork. So I'm going to do a bit of counseling with you. Nothing too serious, just a few questions to see where your heads are at. Alright, she was growing comfortable now that she was sure she wasn't in trouble. That sounds fine. Okay then, Naruto snapped his fingers and the Anbu Black Ops hidden in the room seated themselves on the couch along the side wall in a flash. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sitting here today with the Hyuga clan heiress, Hinata Hyuga. Hello, Hinata gave a small wave to the special operatives on the couch. Now I want you to be completely honest and open. Try to speak from the heart, okay? Are you sure? She sounded nervous. Please, Naruto asked. Alright, I will. So Hinata, what's a day in the life of Hinata Hyuga like? Do you really want to KN know? Still she sounded nervous. Please, tell us. Well, for ST starters, Hinata's entire demeanor changed in that instance. Her timid gaze became sharp. Her posture shifted from flustered to calm and collected. And she leaned back into a gangster pose in her chair as Naruto's eyebrow rose. I don't sleep, motherfucker, off that rice wine and red bean soup. Doing 360 while getting your head coming straight from you. Naruto's eyebrows shot into his hairline and his jaw dropped. What the hell was this? When Neji and Kiba had reported to him that Hinata was not all she seemed, he hadn't expected this. Damn, Hyuga-sama sounds like a crazy bitch. A female Anbu whispered to Ox. Hinata spun in chair at the comment, glaring at the operative who had spoken. Yo, you shut the fuck up. We all know you just want my Naru-kun's dick. Hinata snapped, making even the Anbu gape with shock and astonishment. Gone was the sweet and timid Hinata, and here was the provocative and proud Hyuga ballbuster. Hinata, Naruto drew her attention back to him, focusing on me. I bust in your mouth like a gusher, motherfucker. Roll up on Odo and smack the shit out of Orochimaru's mother. What you want? Hinata. Naruto was sure this was a completely different personality speaking with him. Something like Sakura's other self, but just a little more volatile. The train naked at night. What do you need, Hinata? He asked, leaning closer. The fuck my Naruto-kun all night. She then rose up from her chair and kicked it over. She stomped over and took a hold of the female Anbu Black Hawk by her long purple hair. Don't test me, bitch, about two things. Cinnamon rolls and Naru-kun. Cause if you do, I'll put a gentle fist down your throat till I'm fingering you and my foot so far up your ass that I'll get shit in my boots. She dropped the woman onto the ground unceremoniously, where her fellow Anbu quickly gathered her up and comforted her. They were all a little frightened. Trust me, it'll hurt. Leave you screaming, pay for my dry cleaning. Hyuga-san, please calm. Fuck you man, it's my name that he's screaming. Hinata slapped the rather large Ox Anbu operative and sent him to the ground. Naruto rose from his chair. Hinata, that's enough. Naruto commanded. Hinata looked back at him like he was stopping her fun and boring her with his presence. Do you think I'm just gonna let you bitch slap the shit out of my ninja? Hinata seemed to think about it for a moment before she shrugged with an air of no concern. I never said I was a role model, Hinata then grinned devilishly, nor a team player. Hinata came back to us. Naruto pleaded, what about Neji? Your friends? Your team? What about Kurenai? What would they say if they saw you like this? If she saw you like this? My father, friends, Neji, and Kurenai can all suck my Naru-kun's dick. I'm Hinata Hyuga motherfucker. I drink till I'm sick. She advanced on Naruto before roughly grabbing him and forcing him into a kiss where she shoved her tongue down his throat. When she released him, he fell back into his chair. What the hell? Slit your throat and pour nitros down the hole, Hinata continued, making gestures for the words she was rapping. I've watched my Naru-kun you laugh and cry. Now the bitches that made him cry will die. Hokage-sama. Neji and the other members of Team 8 crashed into the room. Seeing the crying Anbu and Naruto's red lips and stare of shock gave them all the information they needed to know what was going on. And all you fools, Hinata pointed at the people who had just rushed in, yeah, you know I'm talking to you. We love you Natalie. Please don't kill us. Kiba begged as he hid behind Shino, who was standing strategically behind Kurenai and Neji. I wanna fuck you too. Hinata responded. H, it's for Hinata. H is for my sweet honey. I'll kill Akamaru for fun, so don't push me. Hinata gave a wicked laugh at her own crude humor. Wow Hinata, Naruto said as he finally recovered from his shock of her violating his mouth and civil liberties, I'm surprised. All this coming from the sweet and innocent flower of the Hyuga clan. Again Hinata looked back at him as though she were annoying her. Then she appeared not to care anymore as she shrugged. Well, there's a lot you may not know about me, Naru-kun. She winked at him and Naruto felt like he might be getting raped at the end of all this. He paled but would be brave. Really? Such as? When I was in the academy, I smoked weed every day. I cheated every test and beat the shit out of Mizuki. I got a bomb posse, you got a bunch of fruits. She looked around at the people cowering in his office as she said this. I fucking quit being a punk-ass ninja. I'm tired of this shit. Hinata, I'll admit that you're one badass bitch right now. Naruto began slowly. Hell yeah she is. Kiba squeaked as he clutched the back of Shino's jacket. Akamaru barked in agreement inside his own. And Yugao will always pay for your dry cleaning. Sh shit gets in your shoe. What? The female operative was no longer cowering. She would kill the Hyuga before she actually allowed the girl to go through with any of those threats. It would be a fight of epic proportions the day the Hyuga princess thought she could actually put her foot up Yugao's ass. And as for your problems, well. You need help with that. Naruto said, looking at Hinata with a sliver of fear, because right now, my dick is scared of you. Those last words seemed to have a profound effect on Hinata. Her entire demeanor changed back into the shy and awkward girl they all knew and loved. She flung herself into Naruto's arms where he, even though he was greatly surprised, caught and held her against his chest. Oh, Naruto-kun. I never meant for you to be frightened of me. I thought you'd find my other more confident personality sexy. She cried as Naruto stared over her shoulder at her team and Neji, who gestured for him to simply accept the craziness before the other Hinata returned from lack of response. You're just fine the way you are, Hinata. You don't need to change anything for me, Naruto said, hugging her close as they enjoyed each other's embrace. Is she back yet? Kiba came out of hiding when he peeked over Shino's shoulder and saw that Naruto was hugging Hinata. Yahoo! We're safe for another day. Yes, thank the heavens that is so, Neji sighed in relief with Kurenai doing the same. Even Shino's shoulders seemed to sage with the feeling of safety once more in mind. Though I've just got one question, Hinata. Kiba started, moving past the others. Over Naruto's shoulder, Hinata's gaze sharpened acutely, how come you always? But Kiba didn't get to finish his question as crazy Hinata was back and quick as a flash she had released Naruto and picked up the chair that she had once sat in. She took it up and shattered it over Kiba when she bashed him with the hardened wood seat. Kiba went down like a ton of bricks with splinters of wood decorating his clothes and the office's floor. No more fucking questions, Hinata growled, and Naruto had enough. Now she was actually attacking people. He jabbed Hinata in the neck with 2 fingers, hitting a pressure point and making her collapse onto the floor, where Neji and Kurenai were quick to recover her, while Shino and Akamaru tended to Kiba. Better to Inoichi Yamanaka, and he'll set up sessions for her. I was being honest when I said she needed help for her problems. She meets with him every 2 weeks for individual sessions, and then twice a week in group sessions alongside Sakura, Sasuke, and Choji. Choji? The Akamichi boy under Asuma? Kurenai inquired. Naruto gave a nod. He's got an eating problem, if you haven't noticed. Naruto said before turning back to his desk. Better to Granny Tsunade for observation. Let's make sure Hinata's okay all over. Oh, and be sure to get Kiba over there too. He might have splinters in his muzzle. The poor mutt. Naruto ordered while seating himself behind his desk. Yes sir, and with that, they disappeared from Naruto's office in a blur of motion. The Anbu were still seated on the couch to the side. Naruto felt a vein in his forehead pulse. And you all get back to work, damn it. They scrambled for a moment but all vanished into the shadows soon enough, leaving Naruto alone in his office. Glancing around for a second, Naruto dug into the bottom left drawer to his, where a steaming hot bowl of miso ramen with extra pork fillet was waiting with a pair of chopsticks beside it. Ah, I needed this more than I thought I would, Naruto said between slurping down noodles and broth. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. Turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the other videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.